Chapter 1, The School Beauty Broke Through Her Limits After I Touched Her? Blue Star, the #1 martial arts academy in Zhangcheng. Beneath the enormous dome lies the Awakening Plaza, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center of the square, a high platform made of an unknown metal shimmered with a ghostly blue light, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. On the high platform, intricate runes appeared and disappeared, and a faint, invigorating energy permeated the air. This was spiritual energy. 300 years after the revival of spiritual energy, humanity has entered the era of advanced martial arts. Today is the annual awakening ceremony of Zhangcheng's #1 martial arts academy, which will determine the future of tens of thousands of students. Next up, Zhang Wei. As the dean of students' booming voice rang out, a burly young man nervously walked up to the platform. He placed his hand on the crystal ball in the center, closed his eyes, and focused all his energy on circulating his qi and blood. Buzz! The crystal ball suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, and wisps of flame appeared out of thin air, coalescing above the platform into a majestic phantom of a fiery lion. B-level talent, fiery lion. Not bad, offensive focused, with huge potential. The head of teaching nodded in satisfaction. The students in the audience gasped in envy. Holy crap, AB great opening. Is the quality this high this year? Zhang Wei is usually quiet and reserved, but I never expected him to be so talented. Next, one by one, the students walked onto the platform. Li Shui, C-level talent, water curtain protection. Wang Hao, B-level talent, lightning speed. The awakening ceremony proceeded smoothly. Most people had C-level or D-level talents, and the emergence of a B-level talent was enough to cause quite a stir. Next up, Su Yun. Upon hearing his name called, Su Yun took a deep breath and stepped out from the crowd. He is indeed very handsome, with striking eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and fair skin that makes many girls envious. But in this era where strength is paramount, being handsome doesn't put food on the table, and you might even be labeled a pretty boy. Su Yun walked up to the platform, ignoring the various complicated gazes around him. Humph, what kind of good talent could someone who was specially recruited based on his looks possibly awaken? Exactly, at best he'll be a D-level support, and he'll be lucky to be able to serve as a logistics assistant for the female bosses. What a waste of that face. The murmurs weren't loud, but they reached Su Yun's ears clearly. He ignored them and placed his hand on the cold crystal ball. He was also eager to know just how much of a stir he, a transmigrator, could make in this world. Despite the infusion of his vital energy, the crystal ball remained unresponsive. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The audience fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. No reaction at all? This doesn't even qualify as an F-rank talent. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. What's the use of being handsome? The dean of students also looked rather grim. He was about to announce the results and tell Su Yun to step down so that he wouldn't embarrass himself any further. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The silent crystal ball suddenly emitted a soft red light, which was not dazzling but rather carried a gentle and peaceful aura. Immediately afterwards, thin red rays of light shot out from the crystal ball, intertwining and entwining above Su Yun's head, and finally condensing into a red rope. Yes, it's just an ordinary-looking, even somewhat rustic, red string. The phantom of the red rope floated twice in the air before turning into specks of light and disappearing into Su Yun's body. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was stunned. What is this thing? What kind of talent is this? I've been teaching for 30 years and I've never seen anything like this before. The head of the teaching department was also dumbfounded. Put! Someone burst out laughing first, and then, a wave of laughter engulfed Su Yun. Red thread? Ha ha ha, what kind of talent is this? Is he the reincarnation of the god of love? Is he preparing to tie the red thread for people? A red string? For finding someone a partner? That's hilarious, everyone! The most useless talent of the year has been born. Congratulations, Su Yun. Su Yun stood on the stage, her face somewhat dark. He could feel that there was indeed something extra inside his body, namely that red rope. Information about one's talents also automatically surfaced in one's mind. Talent name, Heavenly Red Rope. Rank, S upgradable. Type, support. Function 1, binding. You can bind a red thread with a peer of the opposite sex to establish a special connection. Function 2, unblocking meridians. By engaging in physical contact with the bound individual, one can consume their own yang energy to unblock the other person's meridians, helping them break through bottlenecks. Function 3. Feedback. When the bound user breaks through or cultivates, the host will receive a 100-fold attribute return based on the yang energy invested, and there is a chance to randomly copy one of the bound user's max level skills. Limitation: the closer the contact, the better the effect of unblocking the meridians. The host needs to pay attention to replenishing yang energy to avoid being drained. Suyun's expression instantly became extremely strange. S rank? This talent seems a bit too overpowered. But this function just doesn't seem legitimate no matter how you look at it. How can you avoid being drained dry? This world is so unfriendly to men. Just as Suyun was at a loss for words, a muffled groan suddenly came from the first row of the VIP section. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Lin Xingying, who was known as the #1 school beauty in Jiangcheng and the mayor's daughter, was now deathly pale, her forehead covered with fine cold sweat, and a layer of frost was visible spreading from her brow to her surroundings. She wore a plain white martial arts uniform that accentuated her slender and alluring curves, and her long, jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She should have been an ice queen, but at this moment she resembled a snow lotus about to wither, exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Oh no! It's Lin's Gengjin annihilation technique backfiring. She has been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm for 3 years. Every time she tries to break through, she suffers from the attack of metal-type spiritual energy. Quickly! Quickly, get a teacher from the therapy department. The scene was chaotic. It is important to know that the realms in this world are divided into Awakener, Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Marquis, King, and Emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 9 ranks, with strict hierarchical levels. Advancing to each rank requires countless hours of arduous training. Lin Xingying bit her lip tightly, feeling as if the meridians in her entire body were about to be frozen and torn apart by the domineering gunmetal energy. She knew she had failed again. The agonizing pain of being possessed by a demon almost made her faint. On the stage, the head of the teaching department was sweating profusely and yelled at Suyun, "What are you all standing there for? Get down here. Don't block the rescue team's way." Suyun came to his senses and was about to leave. Sudden. A warmth spread between my brows. The newly awakened red rope trembled violently, like a shark that had smelled blood. A tremendous pulling force suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Target directly ahead, Lin Xingying. Holy crap! Suyun couldn't control her body at all. She was like a piece of iron being attracted by a magnet. She stumbled and fell straight towards the VIP seats. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he grabbed Lin Xingying's frost-covered hand precisely and without slowing down. The instant of contact. Boom! Suyun's blood and chi surged out like a floodgate being opened. Lin Xingying, who was on the verge of death, suddenly trembled. A surge of scalding, domineering, and pure yang energy, following that warm, large hand, forcefully crashed into her body. That domineering, cold metal energy was instantly neutralized and soothed by this warm current, as if it had met its nemesis. The meridian barrier, which had been blocked for 3 years, broke open with a crisp crack under the impact of this warm current. An indescribable feeling of comfort shot from my tailbone straight to the top of my head. The intense pleasure of rain after a long drought, of breaking free from shackles, made her completely unable to control herself. A breath that sounded like heavenly music, yet carried an indescribable hint of seductive charm, escaped from the lips of the icy school beauty. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire square. The entire school was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. What did they see? Suyun, who had awakened the useless red rope, pounced over and touched the school beauty's hand. Then, Lin Xingying, who was as aloof as an iceberg, made that kind of sound? The next second, a vast and powerful aura erupted from Lin Xingying's body, and her originally weak momentum rose steadily, directly breaking through the shackles of the Grandmaster. Grandmaster realm. The frost has receded, replaced by a healthy blush, even a little too red. This is a breakthrough, the head of teaching stammered. Grandmaster. She has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. My God. The bottleneck that had plagued her for 3 years, just like that, it was broken by a mere touch? What on earth happened? Suyun was also stunned. He stared blankly at his hand, which was still clasped with Lin Xingying's, and then at the school beauty in front of him, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were glazed over. What did I do? I only touched her. Ding. Triggered a 100x return, physical attributes increased fivefold. Holy crap. Such a small amount of yang energy for 5 times the physical fitness, what a steal. However, it's also because he was too weak. Lin Xingying slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with tears. She could clearly feel that the power within her body had reached an unprecedented peak. She looked down at her hand, which was being held tightly by Su Yun. The warm current that made her soul tremble was coming from the man's palm. She raised her head and stared intently at Su Yun with an unprecedentedly intense gaze. That look in his eyes was like that of a traveler dying of thirst in the desert who had spotted an oasis. Amidst the stunned gazes of the entire school, Lin Xingying, her face flushed and her voice trembling slightly, announced to everyone. Su Yun, I want her. Chapter 2: The Ultimate King of Soft Rice. Lin Xingying's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bombshell that exploded in the deathly silent awakening square. Boom! The crowd erupted instantly, everyone staring at Su Yun and Lin Xingying below the stage as if they were aliens. Did I hear that right? School Beauty Lin said, she's going to sleep with Su Yun? Has the world gone mad? A useless talent, a prodigy who just broke through to the Grandmaster level. This isn't right. Could it be that Su Yun's talent isn't that of a good-for-nothing? Or could it be some kind of special, extremely rare talent that can assist in breakthroughs? Breaking through the bottleneck with just a touch? What kind of godlike support is this? Give me a dozen. Countless gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and bewilderment, all focused on Su Yun. Su Yun was completely dumbfounded. I'll take it? What insolent and lewd words! Sister, we're not even acquainted. Announcing this in public is no different from abducting a bandit's wife. He looked at Lin Xingying's blushing, stunningly beautiful face, and her eyes filled with longing and possessiveness, and felt a chill run down his spine. Is this woman planning to take me back and dissect me for research? Lin, calm down, there might be some misunderstanding. Su Yun tried to break free from her grasp, but found that Lin Xingying's hand was holding on tightly, with a strength that was not at all like that of a delicate woman who had just broken through to the next level. There is no misunderstanding. Lin Xingying took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the palpitations in her heart and the burning heat on her face, regaining a touch of the aloofness of an ice goddess. But she held onto Su Yun's hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go. She knew all too well what had just happened. That pure yang energy was the only antidote to cure her chronic illness. It is her only hope to break through the bottleneck of the heavenly Tao and continue to make great strides. The nightmare that had plagued her for 3 years was so vulnerable in front of this man. How could she possibly let go? Absolutely impossible. Principal, teachers, I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to undergo emergency training to consolidate my cultivation. Su Yun will be my specially appointed sparring partner. I'll take him with me now. Lin Xingying didn't give anyone a chance to react. After saying that, she pulled the bewildered Su Yun and walked out. Hey, Lin, this isn't the right thing to do. The head of the teaching department instinctively tried to stop him. But Lin Xingying's icy gaze swept over, and the pressure of a grandmaster silenced the headmaster instantly. No way. She's the eldest daughter of the Lin family, a future marquis-level expert, and now she's the darling of Jiangqing City. Who would dare stop her? Thus, under the complex gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students, Su Yun was forcibly dragged away from Awakening Square by Jiangqing's #1 school beauty, as if she were abducting a man from the countryside. Holy crap, I don't understand this plot, but I'm totally blown away. A gigolo. This is the ultimate gigolo. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the awakening ceremony. A black, extended hover car silently stopped at the entrance of the academy. The car door opened, and Lin Xingying practically shoved Su Yun inside. With a bang, the car door slammed shut, cutting off all outside sight. The car's interior was extremely spacious, decorated in a luxurious yet understated style, and filled with a faint fragrance, the same as that emanating from Lin Xingying. Su Yun rubbed her wrist, which was red from being gripped, and looked at Lin Xingying sitting opposite her, who was trying to calm her breathing and regain her aloof demeanor. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin, School Beauty Lin, Grandmaster Lin, what do you want from me? What happened just now was really an accident. Su Yun decided to distance herself from the situation first. This woman has a powerful background, he's afraid his small frame can't handle it. Lin Xingying did not answer immediately. She closed her eyes and carefully felt the surging spiritual energy within her body. The unprecedentedly powerful feeling intoxicated her. After a long while, she opened her eyes, her clear and cold phoenix eyes fixed on Soo-yun, as if she wanted to see through him from the inside out. "What is your talent?" she asked bluntly. It's what you see, a red string," Soo-yun said vaguely. "Don't play dumb with me. Just now, when your hand touched me, an extremely pure yang energy entered my body, instantly dissolving all the cold poison I had accumulated from cultivating the Gangjin extinguishing god technique, and even breaking through my bottleneck in one fell swoop." She paused, leaned forward slightly, and a sense of oppression washed over her. "Tell me, what is that power?" Soo-yun's heart skipped a beat. As expected, they were discovered. His mind raced as he considered a solution. Should we just tell the truth? They say they can help you clear your meridians, but it requires close contact. The deeper the contact, the better the effect? No, this sounds too perverted. I'd probably get sliced up on the spot by her Gangjin blade. We must come up with a reasonable explanation. Cough cough. Soo-yun cleared his throat, adopting a mysterious demeanor. "Student Lin, some things are secrets that cannot be revealed. You only need to know that I have no ill intentions towards you, and I can help you solve your cultivation problems." These seemingly mysterious words only made Lin Qingying more certain of her guess. This Soo-yun is definitely not simple. Or rather, his talent is far more extraordinary than it appears on the surface. Okay, I won't ask. Lin Qingying surprisingly didn't press the matter. She leaned back in her soft chair and said calmly, "From today onwards, you will move into my villa and become my personal sparring partner. I will provide you with the best cultivation resources. Your only task is to cooperate with me in cultivation." "Wait, I'll stay in your villa?" Soo-yun's eyes widened. "A man and a woman alone together, isn't that inappropriate? It won't be good for your reputation if word gets out. You don't need to worry about my affairs." Soo-yun rolled her eyes inwardly. Goodness, how did you, a woman, end up with this domineering CEO script? But living in a villa also provides the best cultivation resources? Isn't this the dream life of living off a woman? He was still struggling verbally. "But I'm just a support character, my strength is too weak, I can't help you much." "You can," Lin Qingying interrupted him decisively. "Your role is more important than anyone else's." The hovercar sped along and soon arrived at a heavily guarded luxury villa area located by the river. The vehicle landed smoothly in front of one of the largest villas. "We've arrived, get off the bus." Lin Qingying led Soo-yun into the villa, whose interior was decorated in a simple black, white and gray color scheme, just like her personality, aloof and luxurious. "Your room is the first one on the left on the second floor. Just tell the smart assistant what you need." Lin Qingying gave a brief instruction, then walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down, seemingly having exhausted much of her energy from her assertive demeanor on the way. She rubbed her temples. She had broken through too quickly, and her cultivation level was still somewhat unstable. Looking at the spacious and enormous villa, Soo-yun was filled with mixed emotions. Is this what life is like for the rich? He was about to go upstairs to see his new home when Lin Qingying's cold voice rang out again. Etc. Soo-yun turned around and saw Lin Qingying looking at him. Although her face still had that cold expression, there was a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Come over." Soo-yun walked over, not understanding why. "Sit down." She gestured to the sofa next to her. Soo-yun sat down as instructed, with a person's distance between them. Lin Qingying seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but said nothing. She remained silent for a moment, as if making a major decision. Finally, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and uttered 3 words to Soo-yun. "Give me your hand." "Soo-yun?" Question mark. "I said, give me your hand." Lin Qingying repeated herself, her tone leaving no room for doubt, but if you listen carefully, you could detect a hint of nervousness. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Soo-yun began to have some doubts. Is this about to begin? In broad daylight, in the living room? This is so exciting. Although he was overjoyed inside, he outwardly appeared troubled. "Lin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I'm feeling weak, and that last bit in the square really took a toll on my health." "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Qingying stretched out her snow-white palm and said impatiently. Helpless, Soo-yun reluctantly reached out her hand. When their hands touched again, that familiar feeling of ice and fire mingling reappeared. Soo-yun felt the yang energy in his body surge out wildly along his arms like a floodgate had been opened. Lin Xingying, on the other hand, let out another soft nasal sound of comfort. Her tense body instantly relaxed, and she leaned back on the sofa. Her originally cool phoenix eyes became misty again, and her face quickly turned into an alluring blush. It's that feeling," she murmured to herself. Suyun felt the yang energy draining away while waiting anxiously. "It's here." Ding. Detected that the bound user Lin Xingying's meridians have been unblocked and her cultivation has been strengthened, triggering a 100x return. "Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 100. Ding. Detected that the bound user is using a metal-type cultivation technique, triggering random copying. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the max-level skill, Golden Needle Technique." A massive warm current instantly surged through Suyun's limbs and bones. He felt his physical fitness was terrifyingly enhanced in an instant. The weakness he had felt due to the depletion of his yang energy was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength. At the same time, a vast stream of information about the Golden Needle Technique flooded into his mind, from beginner to expert, then to the highest level, and finally to perfection, as if he had been practicing this combat skill for hundreds of years. Suyun was overjoyed. This talent is simply divine. He was immersed in the thrill of his sudden surge in power, but he didn't notice that something was wrong with Lin Xingying beside him. Simply holding hands, while not as intense as the breakthrough she experienced in the square, still provided a continuous and pleasant sensation that was almost unbearable for the icy school beauty. 3 minutes later, Lin Xingying suddenly let go of her hand, as if she had been electrocuted. She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently, and her white martial arts uniform outlined a breathtaking curve. She collapsed onto the sofa, her pretty face flushed crimson, her eyes glazed over and unfocused. Su-Yun. Looking at Suyun, who looked weak and was wiping away sweat, she felt a surge of emotions. This man is toxic. It was just a handshake, but it almost made her lose her composure. Suyun looked at the school beauty who was limp as mud, and then at his own unharmed hand. He felt a wave of fear mixed with a hint of smugness. Does this meridian opening technique have such a strong after effect? He cleared his throat and said in a weak tone, as if to say, "I'm about to die. Lin, you see, I told you I'm exhausted. Let's call it a day, I need to rest." After saying that, he pretended to be unsteady on his feet and fled upstairs to the second floor. Lin Xingying was left alone on the sofa, feeling the incredibly smooth spiritual energy within her body and the waves of emptiness emanating from deep within. The expression on her pretty face was extremely complicated. My own level is Grandmaster level 2. In just a few minutes, he actually broke through to the first level. Chapter 3 How come this gigolo is so strong? Suyun returned to her room and immediately closed the door. He leaned against the door, let out a long sigh of relief, and his face no longer showed any weakness, but instead was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Constitution plus 100. Max level Golden Needle Technique. Suyun opened his palm, and with a thought, a long, thin golden needle, formed from pure gold elemental spiritual energy, silently floated above his palm. The golden needle was dazzling and exuded an incomparably sharp aura. This is the max-level Golden Needle Technique. Lin Xingying's cultivation technique, Dingjin Annihilation God Technique, is a top-tier cultivation method, and consequently, the combat skills she possesses are also first-rate. This Golden Needle Technique may seem unremarkable, but it is actually a product of highly condensed gunmetal energy. It is indestructible, kills without leaving a trace, and requires an extremely high level of control from the caster. For ordinary people, it would take 3 to 5 years of hard work to even get to the basics. Suyun, on the other hand, went straight to the max level version. This cultivation is absolutely amazing. Suyun was delighted to feel the surge of power within her body. He was originally just an ordinary person who had just awakened, but now his physique has increased by 100 points. Although he has not yet reached the level of martial arts apprentice, his physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people. He is at least at the level of a national-level athlete. It's just that the yang energy is being depleted a bit too quickly, so it looks like I'll have to keep goji berries on hand from now on. Suyun stroked his chin and began to seriously consider his own sustainable development issue. On the other side, in the living room, it took Lin Xingying a full 10 minutes to recover from that blissful state. She sat up, straightened her disheveled clothes, and although her face still had a lingering blush, her eyes had regained their clarity. She looked inward and found that after just 3 minutes of treatment, her newly broken through realm had been completely stabilized, and there was even a slight improvement. The hidden injuries left in his body due to years of practicing the Genjin extinction god technique were also largely repaired by that magical yang energy. The results were amazing. She looked at Soo-yun's room on the second floor, her gaze growing increasingly intense. This man is a treasure. It is her only shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. No matter what, we must keep him firmly in our grasp. Thinking of this, Lin Qingying took out her phone and made a call. Hey, Secretary Zhang, please keep an eye out for anyone who's been pursuing me lately and is causing trouble for Soo-yun at school. Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. As the mayor's daughter and the most beautiful girl in school, her suitors could stretch from the south of the city to the north. She knew very well that her act of forcibly taking Soo-yun in public today would definitely bring Soo-yun a lot of trouble. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin her chance. The next day, Soo-yun returned to school feeling refreshed and energetic. After a night's rest, and with his improved physical condition, he felt full of energy, as if he could kill a bull. However, as soon as he entered the school gate, he sensed that something was wrong. All the students who saw him pointed at him, whispered among themselves, and looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. Look! It's him! The ultimate gigolo, Soo-yun. I heard he was taken back to the villa by the school beauty Lin yesterday, and he didn't come out all night. Hiss. Do you think they've already? Shut up. Do you want to die? You dare to gossip about Lin Xiaohua? Soo-yun listened to these discussions, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. This rumor is spreading way too fast, and the versions are getting more and more outrageous. He ignored all of that and went straight to his classroom. But as soon as he reached the foot of the teaching building, he was stopped by a group of people. The leader was a young man dressed in designer clothes, with slicked back hair, and a fairly handsome face, but with an arrogant expression. Soo-yun recognized him as Wang Hao, a well-known rich second-generation student on campus. He had a B-level martial arts talent and had reached the level of a martial arts master. He had been pursuing Lin Qingying relentlessly. You're Soo-yun? Wang Hao looked Soo-yun up and down, his eyes filled with disdain and hostility. It's me. What's up? Soo-yun asked calmly. Kid, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive Qingying, now get out of here right now and stay away from her. Wang Hao said in a commanding tone, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The few lackeys following behind him were also eager to fight and surrounded him with hostile expressions. Soo-yun was secretly pleased. This is such a lowbrow and cliché plot. I used to enjoy watching this kind of thing in my past life. Speak of the devil and he appears. Isn't this person just delivering himself to my doorstep to establish my authority? Before he could speak, a cold voice came from not far away. Wang Hao, what do you want to do? Lin Qingying appeared there at some point. She was still dressed in white, her face as cold as ice. When she saw Soo-yun surrounded, a hint of coldness flashed in her phoenix eyes. When Wang Hao saw Lin Qingying, the arrogance on his face instantly turned into a fawning smile. Qingying, you're here. I'm here to teach this arrogant pretty boy a lesson, so he won't tarnish your reputation. My reputation is none of your business. Lin Qingying walked to Soo-yun's side and stood there naturally, her protective posture speaking volumes. Wang Hao's face instantly turned ashen. What did he see? The usually icy Lin Qingying actually took the initiative to protect a man. He was so jealous he was practically going crazy. Qingying, why are you protecting him? Isn't he just a pretty boy who awakened an F-rank useless talent? What can he give you? He'll only live off you. Wang Hao pointed at Soo-yun and roared angrily. The phrase living off a woman is as jarring as a needle. The students watching the spectacle nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Soo-yun was good for nothing except being handsome. Wasn't he just a freeloader? Lin Qingying's brows furrowed even deeper, and she began to exude the pressure of a grandmaster. Her gunmetal energy stirred restlessly, as if she were ready to make a move at any moment. Just then, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Don't get angry, I can handle this myself. It's Soo-yun. He wore a warm smile, as if he didn't take Wang Hao's provocations seriously at all. What he was really thinking was, are you kidding me? If I let you do it, how can I show off? My maxed out golden needle technique hasn't even been used once yet. Lin Qingying was taken aback, feeling the warmth on her shoulder, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately restrained her imposing manner and nodded. She was also very curious about what kind of power this mysterious man possessed. Seeing this, Wang Hao was consumed by rage. Oh, so this pretty boy dares to stick his neck out? Brothers, get him. Break his legs. Let him know that being a kept man isn't so easy. Yes, brother Hao. Several lackeys grinned and pounced on him. They were all at the high level of martial arts apprentice, and dealing with a newly awakened trash was a piece of cake for them. Su Yun stood still, without moving an inch. Just as those men's fists were about to hit his face, he slowly raised his hand. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any dazzling moves. He simply flicked his wrist lightly at the group of people rushing towards him. Whoosh! 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 Several barely perceptible whooshing sounds rang out. Apart from Lin Xingying, no one else present could see what happened. The menacing lackeys suddenly froze when they reached within half a meter of Su Yun. Then, as if their bones had been removed, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, unable to utter a single scream. The entire venue fell silent once again. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. What happened? Wang Hao's sinister smile froze. He stared blankly at his underling lying on the ground, his mind a complete blank. Instant kill? No, it's not even a flash sale. That guy didn't move at all. Only Lin Xingying's beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She saw it clearly. Just a moment ago, several golden needles formed from gunmetal energy were flicked out from between Su Yun's fingers. Those golden needles were as fast as lightning, accurately piercing the acupoints that caused numbness and speechlessness in those people, as well as several key meridian nodes. This is the golden needle technique. Moreover, it is a golden needle technique whose control has reached the pinnacle. She herself was also practicing this combat skill and was well aware of its difficulty. She can only barely condense 3 golden needles at the moment, and their accuracy is far inferior to Su Yun's casual strike just now. How could he know the art of acupuncture? And he's so proficient in it? Could it be that when he held my hand yesterday, he not only helped me break through, but also, and incidentally learned my combat skills? An utterly absurd thought arose in Lin Xingying's mind. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Su Yun clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant, and then walked step by step toward Wang Hao, who was already terrified. You stay away. What do you want to do? Wang Hao was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly, his voice trembling. Su Yun walked up to him, stopped, tilted her head, and gave him an innocent smile. Now, do you still think I'm a kept man? Looking at Su Yun's handsome face, Wang Hao felt that he was more terrifying than a devil. His legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. The way the students around Su Yun looked at him completely changed. It was no longer envy and disdain, but a deep awe and fear. This guy is nowhere near being a gigolo. This is clearly a master strategist who is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. How can this gigolo be so powerful? Chapter 4 Lin Xingying, I treated you as a classmate, and you actually wanted to sleep with me, and hug me? Wang Hao ran away. They scrambled and crawled, wishing they had 2 more legs. He completely forgot about his henchmen who were lying on the ground convulsing, treating them like bags of discarded trash. The crowd of onlookers was deathly silent. One second he was a soft rice king hated by everyone, the next he became a mysterious master who could kill martial arts apprentices with a smile. This contrast is enough to make one's brain boil. Su Yun stood expressionless, his hands behind his back. He exudes an air of superiority. Actually, his calves were cramping. Without the neutralizing effect of ice-type spiritual energy, forcibly activating the golden needle technique would result in the body being completely drained. Now, let alone fighting, even a gust of wind could blow him over. We must stabilize the situation. We must not give ourselves away. Lin Xingying stared intently at Su Yun, her gaze burning as if she wanted to burn through his clothes. She stepped forward, her voice extremely low, filled with barely concealed urgency. Golden needle technique? Su Yun blinked, looking completely innocent. Hold head high. How did you know that? Lin Xingying's tone was forceful. This combat skill is extremely difficult. Even with guidance from a renowned master, it took her 2 years to master it. Su Yun's move just now was at least at the perfect realm. Well, Su Yun had already prepared an excuse. He raised his hand and lightly traced his fingertips across the back of Lin Xingying's hand. When I helped you open your meridians yesterday, your spiritual energy circulated throughout my body. Those routes are like they're etched into my mind. I used it without thinking. Was it that difficult? Lin Xingying froze. Shi induction? Instant copy? What an incredible, monstrous talent. She initially thought she had found a top-tier support character, but now it seems that this is clearly a monster in sheep's clothing. But this monster now belongs to her. A strange possessiveness grew wildly in my heart. Go home. Lin Qingying grabbed Su Yun's wrist with surprising force. Ha! I haven't started my class yet. You don't need to come anymore. I've arranged a long leave for you. Lin Qingying didn't turn her head, grabbed him and left, her tone domineering and unreasonable. From today onwards, you have only one task. Stay with me. Su Yun was dragged along, staggering, but she was secretly overjoyed. No classes? Living in a villa? There are also sugar daddies? This damn gigolo is so delicious. For the next 3 days, Su Yun experienced a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. Special training. The content is dull and monotonous, handshake. 1 hour each day. Lin Qingying's desire for strength borders on obsession. After each handshake, she would collapse onto the sofa, her face flushed, enjoying the ultimate pleasure of her meridians being unblocked inch by inch. Su Yun, on the other hand, was responsible for performing the act of being hollowed out. His acting skills deserve an Oscar. The rewards are substantial. Constitution plus 300. Obtain skill fragment, gung metal protection. In just 3 days, Su Yun officially entered the martial apprentice realm. It's important to know that it takes a normal person several months just to sense spiritual energy. This rocket-like speed of advancement was somewhat addictive to him. The third night. The special training has ended. Lin Qingying leaned back on the sofa, her brows furrowed. She was not satisfied. Very dissatisfied. The pleasure of the bottleneck loosening is waning, and the domineering cold metal energy in the body is beginning to stir again deep in the dantian. Drug resistance. Or rather, the dosage was insufficient. What's wrong, Lin, the campus belle? Are you not satisfied with today's service? Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead while teasing him. Lin Qingying did not respond. She sat up straight, her gaze sweeping over Su Yun as if assessing the value of a commodity. The effect has become worse. She speaks her mind. The contact area is too small, and the conduction efficiency cannot keep up with the speed of my technique. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Then what should we do? Su Yun spread his hands. I've tried my best. You can see that I'm so weak that I can't even walk. Upgrade. Lin Qingying uttered 2 words. Ha! If a handshake isn't enough, then a hug will do. Lin Qingying turned her head away, a suspicious blush creeping up her ears, but her tone remained firm. Starting tomorrow, the special training will be changed to hugging. Half an hour every day. Su Yun almost burst out laughing. Is there really such a good thing? But his face instantly contorted in terror, and he jumped up, clutching his chest, and backed away repeatedly. No. Absolutely not. Lin Qingying, I treat you as a classmate, and you actually want to sleep with me, to hug me? Love between men and women should not be too intimate. Even though I, Su Yun, live and eat under your roof, I still have my bottom line. I'm still a virgin, how am I going to find a wife if word gets out? Lin Qingying's temple veins throbbed. This guy is such a good actor. Her eyes clearly showed a shrewdness, but she spoke like a fierce woman. This is an order. Lin Qingying said coldly. Ordering won't work. We need more money, no, we need to reason with them. Su Yun stiffened her neck, looking as if she would rather die than submit. Besides, I'm almost drained dry from shaking hands, and a hug? You'd kill someone. My frail body can't take this kind of abuse. I'm weak. I'm extremely weak. He emphasized the word empty very much. Lin Qingying stared at Su Yun's rosy complexion. False? His vital energy is so strong he could kill an ox, how could he be weak? But she understood Su Yun's subtext. This is a deal. To provide better service, you need to provide better fuel. I'll take responsibility for your health. Lin Qingying took out her phone and tapped away rapidly. How will you take responsibility? Su Yun asked warily. Lin Qingying didn't speak, but a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. 10 minutes later. The doorbell rang at the villa. Several deliverymen in uniforms carried in huge styrofoam boxes. The words printed on the box were shocking. Wild royal oysters, specially supplied from the East China Sea. Changbai Mountain century-old pure yang wild ginseng. Ningxia's premium cinnamorium and goji berry king. Exotic beast iron kidney tiger whip wine. Suyun's mouth twitched wildly as she looked at the mountain of supplements. Is this supposed to be good for your health? This is to make up for the dead. Lin Qingying pointed to the pile of boxes, her tone as calm as if she were saying that the weather was nice today. Since it's deficient, then replenish it. Starting tomorrow, these will be your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She turned and went upstairs, leaving Suyun with a dashing back view, her voice drifting back softly. Remember to come to my room after you finish eating. Special training upgraded. Suyun stood in the living room, looking at the boxes of oysters, and suddenly felt a dull pain in her kidneys. Chapter 5. The school beauty wasn't satisfied and went on a gourd and oyster buying spree. Suyun stared dumbfounded at the mountain of top-grade supplements piled up in the villa's hall, feeling as if his worldview had been severely shaken. These are all for me? He pointed to the boxes that were almost piled up to the ceiling, his voice trembling slightly. Wearing casual home clothes, but still unable to conceal her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure, Lin Qingying was holding a tablet computer, carefully checking the list. Without even looking up, she said calmly. Yes, they're all yours. This is just the first batch, the rest are on their way. Still on the way? Suyun felt a sudden, inexplicable twitch in her kidney. He stepped forward and casually opened a styrofoam box printed with special supply from the East China Sea. A strong, salty smell of the sea wafted out. Inside was a full box of oysters, each one bigger than his fist, all fresh and still slightly wriggling. He then opened an exquisite wooden box next to him, inside which were neatly arranged rows of bright red, plump goji berries. Their rich aroma clearly indicated that they were no ordinary product. There was also a wild ginseng labeled Centennial, tied with a red rope, lying quietly in a box lined with yellow silk. Its ginseng whiskers were intact, and its shape resembled a human figure, clearly indicating its immense value. Lin, classmate. Suyun's throat was a little dry. Aren't we going a bit too far? This stuff. I could eat it all in my next life and still not finish it. Not much. Lin Qingying finally looked up from the list, her eyes filled with seriousness as she looked at Suyun. Your body is the foundation of everything. Your vital energy is the only guarantee for my future path in martial arts. Therefore, your health is the highest priority. She paused. From today onwards, I will personally design your daily menu, and the smart chef will cook according to my instructions. You only need to do one thing: eat. Suyun looked at her holy face, which was filled with the words "for our common cultivation cause," and was speechless for a moment. He just wanted to put on a show, gain some advantage, and incidentally get some benefits for himself. Who would have thought that this aloof school beauty is actually a pragmatist with explosive execution skills? If she says she'll give you supplements, she really means she'll give you as much as she can. Thus began Suyun's nightmare. Breakfast: a bowl of thick, dark-colored tonic soup, accompanied by a plate of steamed oysters and a glass of freshly squeezed goji berry juice. Lunch: ginseng stewed black chicken, stir-fried shrimp with deer antler, cold chive salad, and the main dish was oyster sashimi. Dinner: turtle soup, roasted kidneys, stir-fried eel, and dessert was a bowl of rock sugar and goji berries. Every day, Suyun would sit at the dining table, looking at the dishes in front of him that exuded masculine energy, and his face would turn green. On the first day, he could barely manage, and even thought the taste was not bad. The next day, he felt nauseous at the sight of oysters. On the third day, he felt nauseous at the smell of goji berries. I can't take it anymore, I really don't have a single drop left, no, I really can't eat another bite. Suyun looked at Lin Qingying as she brought over another plate of freshly fried oysters, drizzled with lemon juice, and a pained expression appeared on her face. Open your mouth. Lin Qingying completely ignored his protests, picked up a plump oyster with her fork, and put it directly to his mouth, as if she were feeding her own disobedient pet. This is for our spiritual practice. Lin Qingying's words blocked all of Suyun's escape routes. Suyun was on the verge of tears, and could only open her mouth in grief and indignation, swallowing the slippery oyster. He feels that he's been getting nosebleeds more and more often lately. What drove him even more to despair was that Lin Qingying, the mayor's daughter who never lifted a finger, actually learned how to shuck oysters herself in order to supervise his health regimen. Watching this ice queen, wearing an adorable apron, earnestly holding a small knife, studying how to pry open oyster shells, and then clumsily taking out the oyster meat, placing it on a plate and handing it to him, Suyun felt incredibly conflicted. If this scene were to get out, it would probably cause an earthquake throughout Jiangcheng. Eat quickly, it will become fishy when it gets cold. Lin Xingying pushed a plate of oysters she had shucked herself in front of Su Yun, her face showing a hint of anticipation. Su Yun looked at the few oysters on the plate that had been pried open and looked rather pathetic, and then at the red marks on Lin Xingying's fair hands from the oyster shells, and sighed inwardly. What a terrible thing! He resignedly picked up his fork and ate the entire plate of heart-shaped oysters one after another without batting an eye. What you pried open tastes better than what the chef makes. After finishing his meal, Su Yun even gave a compliment against his conscience. Lin Xingying's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, but she quickly regained her cool composure. Now that we've finished eating, it's time to get down to business. She took off her apron, wiped her hands, and then said to Su Yun, "Come with me." Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Serious business? After these few days of intensive nourishment, he felt that the yang energy in his body had become so strong that it was about to explode. Now, Lin Xingying is finally going to inspect the results. He followed Lin Xingying to the cultivation room located on the basement floor of the villa. This cultivation room was even more extravagant than he had imagined, covering a full 200 square meters. The walls were made of special jade containing spiritual energy, and there was a spirit gathering array in the center. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was almost 10 times that of the outside world. Today, let's try a new method of cultivation. Lin Xingying stood in the center of the cultivation room. She took off her coat, leaving her in only a thin white silk nightgown. The fabric clung to the body, outlining breathtaking curves. Her face remained expressionless, but a hint of nervousness and anticipation flickered in her clear eyes. Su Yun looked at her and swallowed. Do you really want to hug me? He was still making a last-ditch effort. Lin Xingying nodded gently. Then, she slowly opened her arms. That was an invitation. The soft light shone on her white silk nightgown, subtly revealing her exquisite curves. With her long hair flowing down her shoulders and her face bare of makeup, she was more captivating than ever before. Those clear, cold phoenix eyes now held a rare hint of vulnerability and pleading. Su Yun felt her heart skip a beat. He knew he couldn't keep up the act any longer. To pretend to be a virtuous person in the face of such beauty is worse than being a beast. He took a deep breath and walked step by step toward Lin Xingying. He had only one thought in his mind. Damn it, I'm going to eat this gigolo today. Not even Jesus can object. I said it. He walked up to Lin Xingying, looking at her flawless face so close to his own, and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her. Then, under Lin Xingying's slightly nervous gaze, he reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Chapter 6, Caught in the Act by Her Best Friend. The moment Su Yun embraced Lin Xingying, both of them froze for a moment. Su Yun could clearly feel how soft the delicate body in his arms was. Through the thin silk nightgown, he could even feel the temperature and amazing elasticity of her skin. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, forcefully entered his nostrils, causing his mind to sway. For Lin Xingying, this was the first time in her life that she had such intimate contact with a man. The masculine aura, strong and warm, enveloped her completely, making her feel somewhat unfamiliar, yet also at ease. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, like ripe apples, and even the roots of her ears turned pink. My body tensed up instinctively, and I didn't know where to put my hands. Don't get distracted, start cultivating. Lin Xingying buried her head in Su Yun's chest, her voice low and urgent, tinged with shyness. Oh, okay. Su Yun responded, forcing herself to calm down. Business comes first. He concentrated his mind, sensing the movement of the heavenly red thread within his body. Sure enough, as the contact area between the two increased dramatically, the red rope's reaction was more than 10 times stronger than when they shook hands before. A surge of yang energy, far greater and purer than before, burst forth from Su Yun's body like a floodgate being opened, instantly enveloping Lin Xingying's entire body. Lin Xingying felt an unprecedented, powerful, and warm surge of energy instantly wash over her limbs and bones. Every meridian and every cell rejoiced under the nourishment of this energy. That feeling was 100 times stronger than when we shook hands before. If a handshake was just a trickle, now it's a raging storm. The extremely stubborn cold-related injuries left in her body due to cultivating the Gungjin extinction god technique melted away rapidly under the cleansing of this yang energy, just like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Some small, impending blockages in the meridians were swept away by this torrent of energy. The intense pleasure surged through her senses in waves, one after another, like a tidal wave crashing against her nerves. Unable to maintain her aloof demeanor any longer, her body instantly went limp, and she clung to Su Yun, letting out suppressed, blush-inducing moans. Su Yun also sensed the difference. The rate at which yang energy is being consumed is astonishing, almost 10 times faster than before. However, after being fed various tonics these past few days, his yang energy reserves are stronger than ever before, so he can hold on for the time being. He held the stunningly beautiful woman, who was now limp and exhausted, in his arms, listening to her incredibly alluring breaths and feeling her body trembling. Su Yun felt that he was also undergoing a tremendous test. This is hardly cultivation, it's clearly sweet torture. Hold on. I'm going to break through to the next minor realm. Lin Qingying used her last bit of strength to murmur in his arms. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was overjoyed and immediately increased the power output. Just as Lin Qingying's aura was rising steadily and she was about to break through the bottleneck, at this crucial moment. Click! The door to the cultivation room was suddenly opened from the outside. A clear and lively female voice rang out. Qingying, I'm here. I heard you've been keeping a mistress lately. I'd like to see which handsome young man has managed to win over this eternal iron tree of yours. The sound stopped abruptly. At the entrance, a sweet and lovely girl in a pale yellow dress stared in disbelief at the scene inside the cultivation room. What did she see? Her best friend, Lin Qingying, who was as aloof as an iceberg and never allowed any man to get close, was now wearing a sexy silk nightgown and being held tightly in a man's arms. Lin Qingying's pretty face was flushed, her eyes were glazed, her body was limp, and she was making strange sounds. The man was holding her with an expression of enjoyment, their posture incredibly intimate, and a pinkish atmosphere filled the air. This girl is none other than Xiaoro, Lin Qingying's best friend and confidant. She heard the rumors at school today and was worried that her best friend had been deceived, so she used a spare key card that she had secretly made to come to the villa to find out. As a result, she witnessed a scene that shattered her worldview. Xiaoro's brain went blank for 3 seconds. Then, a lewd smile, as if to say I understand, appeared on her cute face. Wow! She whistled exaggeratedly, Qingying, you're something else. Playing this kind of game? Doing this kind of role-playing in the cultivation room? Judging from your ecstatic look, is that good? Xiaoro's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Qingying and Su Yun's heads. Lin Qingying suddenly woke up with a start. When she looked up, she saw Xiaoro grinning mischievously at the door. Her mind went blank. They saw us. My most embarrassing side was seen by my best friend. Ah! Lin Qingying let out a short scream, and like a startled deer, she suddenly broke free from Su Yun's embrace. She hurriedly tugged at her slightly disheveled nightgown, her pretty face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. Xiaoro! You're talking nonsense. It's not what you think. She was both embarrassed and anxious, and even her speech became somewhat stammering. Su Yun froze on the spot, looking embarrassed. That's it, now there's no way to clear my name. He looked at the gossipy girl at the door, then at Lin Qingying, who looked like she wanted to disappear into the ground, and only one thought came to his mind. This misunderstanding cannot be explained away. Xiaoro didn't believe Lin Qingying's explanation. She walked in with a grin, circled around Su Yun, as if she were examining a rare treasure. TSK, he's really handsome, and has a great physique too. Qingying, you have good taste. She winked at Lin Qingying, no wonder your iceberg has melted. Then, she leaned closer to Su Yun, lowered her voice, and asked in a tone befitting a close friend. Hey handsome, what's your secret to making our Qingying so infatuated? Come on, share your tips. Su Yun's lips twitched, she didn't know how to answer. Xiaoro. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Qingying was filled with shame and indignation, and made a move to pounce. Hey, don't get excited, I'm just curious. Xiaoro quickly dodged away. You guys continue. Don't let me interrupt your cultivation. I promise I won't disturb you, I'll just observe and learn from the sidelines. Observation and learning? Lin Qingying felt like she was about to faint from anger at her lovable best friend. Just then, a belated system notification sounded in Su Yun's mind. Ding! Detected that the bound user Lin Qingying was about to break through, interrupted due to shock. Triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 200. Ding! The bound user has been detected using movement techniques, triggering random copying. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the max level skill, White Crane Escape Technique Advanced. A warm current, even larger than before, surged through his body, and Su Yun felt his strength surge once again. At the same time, an extremely profound movement technique was also imprinted in his mind. Unfortunately, my metal-type spiritual power is almost zero, which is a big problem that I need to find a way to solve. But the talent I awakened wasn't one of the 5 elements. Suyun stopped worrying about it for the time being and glanced at the extremely awkward atmosphere on the scene. Looking at the humiliated and indignant Lin Qingying and the gossipy Xiaoro, he cleared his throat and decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. He walked up to Xiaoro and said sincerely, "My friend, you've really misunderstood. We were just practicing meditation." Xiaoro looked him up and down, her face saying, "Are you kidding me?" Suyun sighed and said in a sorrowful tone, "Lin, well, never mind, it's her privacy, I can't say anything about it." His hesitant manner only piqued Xiaoro's curiosity even more. "What privacy? Tell me quickly. What can't I tell you about her?" Xiaoro pressed. Suyun glanced at Lin Qingying, who was glaring at him with murderous intent, and then pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Lin's cultivation method is somewhat special. Every once in a while, she suffers from excruciating pain due to the cold energy attacking her heart. As for me, my constitution is also quite special, and I can help her expel the cold energy and alleviate her pain through certain methods. Just now, she had a cold attack, so I held her and treated her." This half-truthful explanation left Xiaoro with mixed feelings of belief and doubt. Really? She looked at Lin Qingying. As Lin Qingying's best friend, she knew something about Lin Qingying's martial arts techniques. Seeing that Suyun had given her an out, Lin Qingying quickly nodded, "Yes, that's right." Xiaoro blinked, looked at Lin Qingying, then at Suyun, and finally her gaze fell on Suyun's face, whereupon she suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. "Oh. I see, treatment." She deliberately drew out her words, "Then you guys continue your treatment, I won't disturb you. But Qingying, you'd better keep a close eye on this useful heat pack, don't let some flashy, cheap woman outside steal it from you." After saying that, she winked at the two of them ambiguously, then hummed a little tune and skipped away from the cultivation room. Watching Xiaoro's departing figure, Lin Qingying and Suyun exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Shall we continue?" Suyun asked timidly. Lin Qingying's face flushed red again. She glared at Suyun and said, "That's enough for today," before running back to her room as if fleeing. Suyun watched her fleeing figure, touched his nose, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. "Although I was interrupted, I've already gotten the benefits, and the feeling of the hug was really nice." Chapter 7 My best friend's curiosity killed the cat. Suyun watched Lin Qingying's retreating figure. The usually aloof and proud school beauty was now like a frightened rabbit, even the hem of her nightgown looked somewhat flustered. He touched his nose, forcibly suppressing the smile that was about to stretch to his ears. Stimulate. That was so exciting. Although her breakthrough was interrupted, preventing Lin Qingying from advancing on the spot, she had already gained tangible benefits. Constitution plus 200. Max level skill, White Crane Escape Technique. Suyun could clearly feel that his body was being injected with a powerful life force, and his bones, muscles, and meridians were undergoing tremendous changes. The slight weakness caused by the depletion of yang energy was instantly washed away by this massive torrent of energy, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. He feels like he could punch right through a wall. Of course, he wouldn't actually do that. If he damaged the villa, wouldn't that rich little woman Lin Qingying make him pay for it? What surprised him even more was the White Crane Escape Technique. Countless profound movement techniques and spiritual energy circulation routes flashed through his mind like a movie in fast forward, and were then deeply imprinted into his instincts. It was as if he had practiced this advanced movement technique for decades, and every movement and every detail had reached a state of perfection. What a pity, what a pity. With almost zero metal-type spiritual power, this advanced movement technique can't even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. Suyun felt a little regretful. His talent, the heavenly Tao red rope, has no inherent attributes. The only thing he can use now is a tiny trace of gunmetal energy that he receives as feedback from Lin Qingying. The golden needle technique used to instantly kill Wang Hao's lackeys almost drained their entire stockpile. It seems I'll have to find a way to acquire some of the 5 elements spiritual energy in the future. As Suyun was making plans in her mind, she heard a soft cough coming from the doorway. He turned around and saw Xiaoro, that mischievous girl, clinging to the doorframe, her big, dark eyes filled with gossip and curiosity. "Hey handsome, is my best friend all right?" Xiaoro asked cautiously, her tone sounding just like a young wife who had done something wrong. Suyun glanced at her, deliberately put on a stern face, and sighed. What do you think? Lin was about to break through her bottleneck, and you ruined it all. When she left just now, I saw that her eyes were red. Oh? It's that serious? Xiaoro panicked immediately, her lovely face filled with guilt. I really didn't mean it. How was I supposed to know you were giving me treatment? When she said the word treatment, she emphasized it, her eyes flashing with a "I don't believe you" light. Suyun knew perfectly well that this girl hadn't believed his nonsense at all and was probably trying to get information out of him. He decided to play along and continue to play the role of a victim. Alas, Suyun sighed again, speaking in a compassionate tone. You have no idea how domineering the cultivation technique Lin practices is. Every time she can't suppress the cold energy, the pain is worse than death. I have no choice but to sacrifice myself to help her share some of the pain. As he spoke, he also gave a perfectly timed weak and forced smile. His acting skills were more than enough to win him an award for Best Actor in his previous life. Looking at Suyun's outrageously handsome face, coupled with his stately "I sacrificed myself for love" expression, Xiaoro's heart nearly pounded to death. Really? Is it that exaggerated? She approached with a hint of disbelief, her big eyes darting around Suyun. When you were holding her just now, you seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit? Suyun's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that this girl had quite a keen eye for observation. He explained without batting an eye. That's the ultimate expression of pain. Do you think my yang energy comes from a strong wind? Every time I treat her, I feel like I've been thrown into an alchemy furnace, half fire and half ice. You have to experience it to know what it's like. As he spoke, he shuddered, as if recalling something terrible. Xiaoro was stunned by his words. Looking at Suyun's pale face, her doubts began to waver. Could it be true? She knew that Qing Ying's cultivation method was flawed. Every time she saw her best friend suffering terribly from the cold, she felt extremely distressed. Now, suddenly someone appears who can cure her, although the method is a bit unconventional. But if it really works, then wouldn't you be working very hard? Xiaoro's tone softened unconsciously, and a hint of sympathy appeared in her eyes as she looked at Suyun. Hard work? It's more than just hard work. Suyun said with a pained expression, it was practically risking my life. But for Lin, it was all worth it. His words were righteous and awe-inspiring. Xiaoro was a little touched. She felt that the man in front of her was simply the perfect male protagonist who had stepped out of a story. He's handsome, mysteriously powerful, and deeply devoted to his best friend, willing to sacrifice himself for her. Suyun, you are such a good person. Xiaoro exclaimed sincerely. When Suyun heard the words "good person," the corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He doesn't want to be friend-zoned. Oh, right, Xiaoro asked nervously, as if she had just remembered something. Can Qing Ying's illness be cured completely? Can your treatment remain effective indefinitely? It's difficult. Her coldness has penetrated deep into her bone marrow and merged with her meridians. To cure it completely, one would need an extraordinary stroke of luck. My method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and can only delay the onset of the disease. Suyun said, half-jokingly. He couldn't claim he could cure her completely, otherwise, once Lin Qingying recovered, his life as a kept man would be over. Sustainable development was the key. Upon hearing this, Xiaoro's face showed a worried expression. What should we do then? As she was worrying, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Suyun's wrist out of the corner of her eye, where there were still several red marks left by Lin Qingying's earlier grip. Oh dear, you're injured. Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise, looking at the marks. Qingying is too rude. Suyun chuckled inwardly as he looked at her nervous expression. He was about to say it's nothing when suddenly his gaze froze. On the inside of Xiaoro's fair and delicate wrist, he saw an extremely faint, almost imperceptible line. The pattern didn't look like a birthmark or a scar. Instead, it looked like the texture of a small piece of tree bark. In Suyun's mind, the heavenly Dao red thread trembled suddenly, and a stream of information automatically appeared. Special constitution detected, wood element not fully awakened. Status, early stage of wood spiritification. Due to the excessive purity of spiritual energy, the body cannot fully bear it, causing some parts of the body to mutate. If not guided, it will completely turn into a wood sculpture within 10 years. Holy crap! A huge wave of emotion surged within Suyun. This girl is a real gem. The wood element. This is a legendary, top-tier talent that is compatible with life energy. Cultivating wood-based techniques is twice as effective with half the effort, and it also comes with powerful recovery abilities. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to have a matching top-tier cultivation technique, causing her body to be unable to withstand this massive life energy, and instead showing dangerous signs of wood spirit transformation. Isn't this like someone bringing you a pillow when you're sleepy? He was just worried about not having enough of the 5 elements spiritual power when a top-tier genius of the wood element was delivered right to his door. Suyun's expression changed instantly when she saw the naive and innocent girl in front of her blowing on her wrist with a pained look on her face. His eyes were like those of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, seeing a lively little white rabbit. Xia! Xia Ro! Suyun cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound calm. What's wrong? Xia Ro raised her head, blinking her innocent big eyes. Suyun pointed to her wrist and said with a serious expression. What's going on here? Xia Ro followed his finger and looked down. When she saw the pale bark texture, her face turned deathly pale. She abruptly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back, her eyes filled with panic and fear, as if her deepest secret had been discovered. And nothing. It's just a birthmark. She tried to explain incoherently, but her trembling voice completely betrayed her. Seeing her reaction, Suwon already knew what was going on. He sighed, and said slowly, in a tone that said, I've seen through everything. Wood-type talent? You cultivate wood-type techniques, right? Xia Ro's body jolted violently, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Have you noticed your skin getting drier lately, and occasionally developing woody textures? Xia Ro's lips began to turn pale, and her body involuntarily took a step back. Do you often feel your limbs are cold and stiff when you go to sleep at night, as if you are about to lose consciousness? With each word Suyun spoke, Xia Ro's face paled a little more. When Suyun finished speaking, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She looked at Suyun, her eyes filled with shock, fear, and a glimmer of hope amidst despair. How did you know? Chapter 8 I'm just helping you with your medical treatment. Xia Ro's voice trembled uncontrollably, and her lovely face, which always wore a sunny smile, was now filled with fear and unease. This question is her biggest secret. She awakened the A-level talent E-wood body, which gives her a natural affinity for wood-type spiritual energy, allowing her to cultivate at an astonishing speed. But precisely because of this, the wood-type spiritual power within her body was so vast and pure that her body was almost unable to withstand it. For the past year, faint bark-like patterns have occasionally appeared on her skin. At first she didn't pay attention, but as time went on, this happened more and more frequently, and even when she slept at night, her hands and feet would become stiff, as if she had lost sensation. She secretly went to the hospital for a checkup and consulted many famous healing masters, but everyone was helpless. They could only diagnose that she had an excessively strong life force, but they couldn't find the root cause of the problem. Some even asserted that if this continued, she would be assimilated by the immense life energy and eventually become a mindless, living wooden sculpture. She didn't even tell her best friend Lin Qingying about this, because she didn't want anyone to worry, and could only use a lively and cheerful demeanor to cover up her inner fear every day. But now, this secret has been revealed by a man I've known for less than a day. Looking at her on the verge of collapse, Suyun thought to himself, it's about time. He didn't answer directly, but instead adopted a compassionate expression and slowly said, all things in the universe are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Lin cultivates the extremely yin and cold gunmetal energy, while you cultivate the vibrant E-wood energy. I can sense the cold poison in her body, and naturally I can also detect the excessively vigorous life energy in your body. These words were spoken in a mysterious and profound way, full of the air of a master. Xia Ro was completely stunned. It can sense the cold poison of gunmetal and see through the spiritual power of E-wood. Just who exactly is this Suyun? Could it be that he's not just a pretty boy, but a hidden master of unparalleled skill? In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope quietly ignited in her heart. Suyun, no, Master Su. Xia Ro, as if grasping at a last straw, rushed forward, grabbed Suyun's sleeve, and asked urgently. Since you can see that, then, you must have a way to save me, right? Please, save me. Her large, watery eyes were filled with tears, making her look pitiful. Any man who saw her would feel pity for her. Suyun was overjoyed inside, but her face showed an extremely troubled expression. This is a difficult problem. He frowned, looking conflicted. Why? Xia Ro's heart jumped into her throat. Student Lin's condition is due to cold entering the body, which I can neutralize with pure yang energy. But your situation is completely the opposite. Your vitality is too strong, and your body cannot bear it. This is called being too weak to be nourished, or rather, overflowing when full. Suyun began to spout nonsense with a straight face. If I use my yang energy to help you regulate it, wouldn't that be adding fuel to the fire? What if you end up blooming and bearing fruit right there? Flowering and fruiting? Xiaoro was taken aback by his strange analogy, and her face flushed red, but she was more anxious than anything else. Then, what should we do? Is there really no hope? Her voice was trembling with sobs. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Suyun knew she couldn't tease her anymore. There is a way, it's not that there isn't one. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. What method? Xiaoro's eyes lit up instantly. Suyun said mysteriously. Your problem lies in the fact that your wood-type spiritual energy is too singular and lacks guidance and balance. Metal controls wood. If you can introduce a trace of pure gung metal energy to form a small cycle in your body, it will help you regulate that violent wood-type spiritual energy and make it docile and controllable. Gung metal energy? Isn't that what Qing Ying cultivates? Xiaoro immediately realized what was happening. That's right. Suyun nodded. But Lin's gung metal energy is too domineering. With your current physical condition, you will die if you touch it, and you will be injured if you touch it. I need to use my body as a converter to first absorb her gung metal energy, and then use my yang energy to wrap and neutralize it, refining it into the gentlest newborn metal before I can transfer it into your body. This set of theories was something he made up on the spot based on the abilities of the heavenly red rope. It sounded incredibly complex, but it was full of awe-inspiring and mysterious charm. Xiaoro was confused, but she grasped the key points. You mean, you can save me? Theoretically, yes. Suyun stroked his chin. But this process is 100 times more complicated than treating Lin, and it's incredibly taxing on me. And the treatment method might be even more intimate than what you just saw. As he finished speaking, a look of reluctance to speak appeared on his face. I wonder if you can accept this. Xiaoro's face flushed red instantly. Was it even closer than when we were hugging? What would that be like? Countless indescribable images flashed through her mind in an instant, her heart pounded like a deer's, and even her breathing became rapid. But the thought of being turned into a wooden sculpture instantly overwhelmed all shyness and hesitation with the will to survive. I do. She bit her lip, mustered her courage, and said, I'll do anything to cure my illness. Suyun had been waiting for her to say those words. But he still had to play his part fully. He suddenly took a step back and waved his hands repeatedly. No. Absolutely not. Lin and I are innocent. Our relationship is purely platonic. If I were to get involved with you again, if she found out, she'd kill me. I don't want to cure one patient only to get into trouble with another. His words not only cleared himself of any wrongdoing but also elevated Lin Qingying's status, making them perfectly watertight. Xiaoro panicked. She grabbed Suyun and pleaded tearfully. Suyun, Master Su, I beg you. You can't just stand by and watch me die. I'll go explain to Qingying. I'll do anything you ask if you can save me. I can also provide you with the best cultivation resources. Although the Xia family's wealth cannot compare to the Lin family's, it is still among the top in Jiangcheng. Another one trying to be kept by a sugar daddy? Suyun was secretly pleased, but her face still wore an expression of unyielding defiance. This isn't about cultivation resources. This is a matter of principle. I, Suyun, may be poor, but I still have integrity. The two were struggling when a middle-aged man in a black suit with a cold face suddenly walked in from outside. He was the villa's butler. Mr. Su, Ms. Xia, Ms. Lin asked me to inform you that she has a family dinner at the mayor's mansion tonight and will not be coming back. The butler said expressionlessly. Is Lin Qingying not coming back? Upon hearing this news, Suyun and Xiaoro both paused. Xiaoro's eyes suddenly lit up with an alarming brightness. What a golden opportunity! She immediately let go of Suyun, ran to the butler, shoved a black card into his hand, and said with a grin. Uncle Fu, you've worked hard today. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Tonight, you and the other servants in the villa can have the day off. I'd like to have a chat with Suyun. The butler glanced at the black gold card in his hand, then at Xiaoro, who looked anxious, and Suyun, who looked completely bewildered. An annoying look flashed in his eyes. He bowed slightly. All right, Miss Xia. Then we'll take our leave. After saying that, he left quietly with the other staff members in the villa. The huge villa was suddenly left with only Su Yun and Xiaorou. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Su Yun. Xiaorou turned around and walked step by step towards Su Yun. Her lovely face showed a hint of resolute determination and shyness. Now. Qingying isn't home, no one will bother us. Can you help me with the treatment? Looking at her let him take what he wants attitude, Su Yun inwardly screamed. Is there really such a good thing? But on the surface, it was still a last-ditch effort. Xiaorou, a man and a woman alone in a room, this will not be good for your reputation if word gets out. I don't care. Xiaorou said decisively. Well, since you've gone to such lengths, it would be too heartless of me to refuse again. He said with a reluctant expression. Alright, I'll risk my life to help you this time. But let's make it clear beforehand, it's just a diagnosis. We'll see how serious the situation really is. He emphasized the word diagnosis, as if he were a true gentleman. Xiaorou was overjoyed upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Let's get a diagnosis. Go lie down on the sofa in the living room and expose your back. Su Yun cleared his throat and began to give instructions. I need to check the Du meridian on your back, which is where the yang energy of the whole body gathers, and it is also the place where your wood spirit power is most severely stagnant. Although Xiaorou was shy, she obediently walked to the sofa in the living room, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly lay down. She was wearing a pale yellow dress with a zipper at the back. Her face flushed, and she fumbled around for a while before finally managing to slowly pull down the zipper. As the zipper slid down, her smooth, jade-like back was gradually revealed to Su Yun. The girl's back had beautiful lines, and her skin was fair and delicate, like the finest mutton fat jade. Her adorable shoulder blades twitched slightly with her tense breathing, radiating youthful vitality. Su Yun's breathing became heavier. He walked to the sofa, looked at Xiaorou who was lying there with her face buried in a cushion and her body trembling slightly, and took a deep breath. I'm about to start, just bear with it. After saying that, he reached out his hand, and his warm fingers slowly landed on Xiaorou's smooth back. Chapter 9. Now he can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The moment Su Yun's warm fingertips touched Xiaorou's smooth back, Xiaorou's body trembled violently, like a frightened kitten, almost jumping off the sofa. A strange electric current instantly spread throughout her body from where his fingers touched, making the hairs on her body stand on end. Don't move. Calm down and concentrate. Su Yun's deep and powerful voice rang in her ears, carrying an undeniable magic that instantly calmed her restless heart. Xiaorou bit her lip, forcing herself to relax, and buried her face deeply in the soft cushion, not daring to look or think. Su Yun took a deep breath and shook off the jumbled thoughts in her mind. Business comes first. With a thought, the heavenly Dao red rope within his body was activated once again. New bindable target detected. Target, Xiaorou. Talent, rank A, wood body. Do you want to bind your account? Bind. Su Yun silently chanted in his mind. The next second, he felt a mysterious connection being established between himself and Xiaorou. He carefully injected the newborn gold spiritual power that he had received from Lin Qingying, which he had neutralized with his yang energy, into Xiaorou's body. At the same time, he channeled his own yang energy, slowly running his fingers along Xiaorou's back. Wherever his fingers touched, it seemed to carry a magical power. Xiaorou felt a warm and gentle force seeping into her meridians along his fingertips. That power wasn't domineering, instead, it was like a clear spring, gently washing over the meridians in her body that had become somewhat stiff due to the excessive wood elemental power. Even more miraculously, with the infusion of this power, the wood-type spiritual energy within her body, which was usually so lively and almost violent, became docile instantly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. An indescribable feeling of comfort shot from my tailbone straight to the top of my head. The feeling was like a long parched riverbed receiving sweet rain, or like a bird that had been bound for a long time regaining its freedom. Every cell was cheering and jumping for joy. The faint bark patterns on her back faded rapidly, visible to the naked eye, restoring its original smooth and delicate texture. The ultimate pleasure made her completely lose control of her voice. A soft, seductive moan escaped from her mouth, buried in the pillow, carrying a trembling sound of satisfaction. She went limp, like a pool of spring water, and collapsed onto the sofa, her mind blank, completely immersed in this unprecedented and extreme pleasure. On Su Yun's side, however, the situation was quite different. The moment the binding was completed, he felt an incomparably pure and vibrant wood elemental energy flowing from Xiaorou's body back into his through that heavenly red rope. This wood elemental energy instantly produced a wondrous chemical reaction with the trace of nascent metal energy within his body. Metal overcomes wood, and they are inherently incompatible. But under the harmonization of his vast pure yang energy, metal and wood actually reached a delicate balance. The sharpness of metal and the vitality of wood intertwine and merge within him, forming a completely new spiritual power whose quality far surpasses that of a single attribute. Ding! Target Xiaoro successfully bound, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has increased by 100. Ding! Detected that the bound user is comprehending a wood-based cultivation technique, triggering random copying. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the max level skill, Gentle Breeze Sword Technique. Ding! Special physical condition detected in the bound user, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special physique, with Longevity Physique Beginner. A series of system notifications rang wildly in Suyun's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. Mental strength plus 100. He instantly felt his mind clear, his thinking speed increased several times, and the whole world seemed to become clearer in his eyes. Max level Qingfeng Sword Technique. Another powerful combat skill has been acquired. This sword technique is known for its lightness and speed, and when combined with his White Crane Escape technique, it is a perfect match. What delighted him most was the with longevity body. This is a top-tier physique that can continuously repair itself and prolong life. Although it's only at the beginner level, as he and Xiaoro's cultivation deepens, they will eventually be able to upgrade to the top level. This is a huge profit. They made a killing. Suyun was overjoyed, but his hands didn't stop moving. His fingers, like the most skillful paintbrush, slowly roamed over Xiaoro's smooth, silky back, channeling the stagnant spiritual energy within her body. Xiaoro has completely fallen for her. She felt as if she were floating on clouds, with every part of her body feeling comfortable and at ease. The exhilarating sensation that made her tremble almost made her faint. Suyun, I can't take it anymore. With her last bit of strength, she murmured. Just when the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous, and both of them were somewhat confused and infatuated. Click! The villa's gate was suddenly opened from the outside using a keycard. A clear, slightly weary voice drifted in. Uncle Fu, I'm back. Prepare some midnight snacks for me. It's Lin Qingying. Didn't she say she wouldn't be coming back for the family dinner tonight? Suyun and Xiaoro's brains both went blank at that moment. Suyun's hand was still on Xiaoro's back. Xiaoro was still lying on the sofa, her clothes disheveled and her pretty face flushed. This pose, this scene. It's over. Only these two words remained in Suyun's mind. Lin Qingying changed her shoes and walked into the living room. When she saw the scene in front of her, she froze on the spot. What did she see? On the sofa in the living room, her best friend Xiaoro was lying there disheveled, the zipper of her beautiful pale yellow dress completely unzipped, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. The man she had chosen, Suyun, was standing next to the sofa, with one hand blatantly placed on Xiaoro's back. Xiaoro's face was flushed and dazed, as if she had just experienced extreme pleasure. An ambiguous atmosphere, both familiar and strange to her, filled the air. The temperature in the entire living room seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qingying's clear, cold phoenix eyes, followed by a surge of raging anger. It was an anger of betrayal and invasion of territory. She felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly, the pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe. How long has she been gone? Just one night. Her man and her best friend got together in her house, on her sofa. What are you doing? Each word was spoken slowly and deliberately, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a chilling edge. A terrifying pressure from a grandmaster suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire living room. Startled awake by the chill, Xiaoro was jolted awake. She looked up and saw Lin Qingying standing at the door, an icy goddess exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. Qingying. Xiaoro was terrified. She scrambled up from the sofa in a panic, trying to zip up her pants, but in her haste, she couldn't reach them. Let me explain. It's not what you think. Wait. Shut up. Lin Qingying ignored her explanation completely. Her icy eyes were fixed on Suyun, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Suyun felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being glared at by an enraged lioness. He slowly withdrew his hand, raised both hands, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Lin, would you believe me if I said we're getting medical treatment? Lin Xingying looked at him, then at Xiaoro beside her, whose clothes were disheveled and whose face was flushed, and laughed angrily. To spar with each other's techniques? To exchange experiences? Do I need to take off my clothes? Would you like it on my sofa? Su Yun. I really misjudged you. Su Yun mentally screamed. Damn it, why is this script playing out again? Did I stir up a firestorm? Now I'm in deep trouble. At this tense moment, when swords were about to be drawn and war was imminent, Lin Qingying's gaze suddenly fell on Xiaoro's smooth, untouched back. She was stunned. As Xiaoro's best friend, she vaguely knew that Xiaoro's health was not quite right. Once, while changing clothes, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a faint, bark-like pattern on Xiaoro's back. But now, that pattern. It's gone. Chapter 10. Only I can touch it. Lin Qingying did not speak. Those beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze passed over Su Yun, piercing straight towards Xiaoro on the sofa. The back, which should have been covered with bark patterns, was now dazzlingly white. It is delicate, warm, and even has a healthy pinkish hue under the light. There were no grotesque signs of mutation. There was no withered, dead skin. The wood spirit lesions that had plagued Xiaoro for a year and left countless famous doctors helpless had disappeared. The anger that Lin Qingying had been holding in was like a balloon punctured by a needle, instantly deflated. Instead, there was a sense of absurdity that was hard to put into words. Is he really cured? Just like that, touch it? Qingying. Listen to me. Xiaoro hurriedly pulled up the zipper, her face as red as a ripe tomato, and spoke at a machine gun speed. It really does cure illness. Su Yun said my wood elemental energy was too full and needed to be channeled. Look. Look at my hands. She shoved her wrist right under Lin Qingying's eyelids. It is as smooth and clean as ever. Lin Qingying stared at the white wrist for 3 seconds, then looked up at Su Yun. Su Yun stood to the side, spreading his hands, looking as innocent as a passerby. Lin, due to the urgency of the situation, I didn't have time to say it. Su Yun pointed at Xiaoro, his tone sincere. The main problem is that Xiaoro's gift was just too, her condition was just too serious. Lin Qingying remained silent. The facts speak for themselves. Not only can it cure her gunmetal cold poison, but it can also cure Xiaoro's Yiwood backlash. The secrets surrounding this man were deeper than she had imagined. But reason is reason. The thought of the scene she saw when she entered the room, Su Yun's hand on another woman's back, made her feel uneasy. From now on, no one is allowed to act first and report later. Lin Qingying stepped forward, naturally grabbed Su Yun's wrist, and pulled him behind her. She turned to look at Xiaoro. And you, from now on, if you're not feeling well, come and let me know first. Xiaoro shrank her neck and muttered softly. The domineering ghost. Su Yun nodded repeatedly from behind, looking obedient and agreeable, as if she believed that whatever the rich woman says is right. As long as there's enough free food, I'd even let him become a monk, let alone not allow him to touch me. Night was falling. Jiangcheng, Mice Club. The private room was filled with smoke, and broken bottles were scattered all over the floor. Smack! Wang Hao slammed a black gold card onto the coffee table with such force that the fruit plate on the table jumped. 5 million. His eyes were bloodshot, his tie was askew, and he exuded a hysterical madness. I want Su Yun's legs. The bald man sitting opposite him grinned. A centipede-like scar ran from the corner of his eye to his chin, twisting and turning with his smile, making him look ferocious and terrifying. Scarface Chang, a top-tier enforcer in Jiangcheng's black market. Third-tier martial artist. Young Master Wang is very generous. Scarface Chang picked up the card with 2 fingers, blew on it, and said, he's just a student who just awakened. 5 million is enough to buy his life. I don't want his life. Wang Hao took a big gulp of strong liquor. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but he couldn't suppress the jealousy burning in his heart. I want him to live. I want him to be a cripple. I want him to crawl on the ground like a dog. I'll show Lin Qingying that the man she chose is a complete waste. Scarface Chang put away his card, stood up, his muscular physique making his suit bulge. Understood. As long as he's still breathing, that's fine, right? Su Yun has been having a great time these past 2 days. But it only moisturizes. Lin Qingying's control was comparable to that of a prison warden. Apart from the daily handshake training, she kept a close watch on Xiaoro the rest of the time, fearing that she would steal food again. Suyun felt like she was about to get a nosebleed from being so well nourished. The mountain of oysters and goji berries he ate has made him nauseous at the sight of anything round now. No, I need to go out for some fresh air. While Lin Qingying was in the study handling official business, Suyun made an excuse to slip out of the villa. The night view of Jiangcheng is beautiful, with neon lights flashing. Suyun, carrying a bag of freshly bought soda and fried chicken, turned into a shortcut alley. I've only taken 2 steps. The footsteps stopped. There were people both in front and behind. The 2 in front had dyed yellow hair, were carrying steel pipes, and had malicious looks on their faces. The man behind him was bald, had a scarred face, and exuded a calm and collected aura. He was clearly a trained martial artist. Suyun sighed and gently placed the bag of fried chicken on the ground. Is it really that hard to get fried chicken these days? Scarface looked at the fair-skinned, delicate-looking young man in front of him, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. That's it? Young Master Wang actually offered 5 million? It's practically giving away money. Kid, don't blame me. Scarface Chang stretched his neck, his joints cracking like popping beans, releasing the full pressure of his third-level martial arts master's aura. Someone is willing to pay for your legs. When you're in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, remember not to mess with the people you shouldn't. The words had barely left his mouth. The 2 blonde-haired men grinned maliciously and pounced on Suyun, their steel pipes whistling through the air as they aimed straight for his knees. The attack was extremely dark. Suyun stood still, without moving an inch. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Just when the steel pipe was 10 centimeters away from his knee, he moved. It's not about avoiding. It was just a slight flick of the wrist. Several barely perceptible glints of cold light, mixed with a faint wisp of blue energy, shot out from the fingertips. That was the sharpness of gunmetal energy, carrying the inexhaustible vitality of E-wood energy. Max-level skill gentle breeze sword technique modified version. Sizzle. Sizzle. There was no dull thud of a heavy object striking flesh in the air. There were only a few faint sounds, like the sound of cloth being torn. The 2 blonde-haired men froze instantly. They remained in the position of waving steel pipes, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. The next second. Clang! The steel pipe landed on the ground. Next to collapse were 2 limp bodies. There was no blood. But their kneecaps were instantly shattered into dust by that invisible force. The alley was deathly silent. Scarface Chang's sinister smile froze. He didn't even see how Suyun made his move. Suyun bent down, picked up the fried chicken from the ground, patted off the non-existent dust on the packaging, and turned to look at Scarface Chang. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Whose legs did you just say you wanted? Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Seeing the 2 martial apprentice-level thugs rushing towards him menacingly, Suyun shook his head inside. Sigh, why do people always seem to be asking for trouble? Chapter 11. You call this being powerless to even kill a chicken? The alley is very narrow. The light was cut off by the high walls, making it dim and somewhat oppressive. Suyun stood there, with the fried chicken and cola she had just bought at her feet. There were no fancy opening moves, nor any amazing air explosions. He simply flicked his wrist casually. There wasn't even a whistling sound from his sleeves. The 2 thugs who rushed at him stopped abruptly. The expression was still on his face, but his eyes were already empty. Thump! The 2 of them crashed straight onto the concrete ground. His body curled up like a shrimp, white foam spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he fainted without even uttering a sound. The alley was eerily quiet. Only the faint sounds of cars could be heard from the distant streets. The blonde-haired man who was keeping watch at the alley entrance dropped his cigarette onto his crotch, burning a hole in it, but he was completely unaware. He stared at his 2 companions who had died instantly, his brains feeling like they had been turned into mush. Is this some kind of ghost? What just happened? Did that pretty boy move? It seems to have moved, but it also seems not to have moved. Scarface's hand, which was gripping the dagger, began to tremble uncontrollably. He has seen blood. Having seen it before, I understand all too well how terrifying this scene is. Sold out instantly. Moreover, it was a swift and incomprehensible sellout. This is hardly the kind of gigolo who only lives off women. This is clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing. That idiot Wang Hao is sending him to his death. Suyun clapped his hands, as if he had just swatted 2 flies. He looked up and his gaze fell on Scarface Chang's face. His smile was gentle, and he seemed harmless. Weren't you going to dismember my legs? Su Yun strode towards Scarface Chang. The footsteps were very light, but to Scarface Chang, each step felt like it was pounding on his heart. No. Don't come any closer. Scarface's throat was dry, and his voice cracked. He frantically brandished the dagger, trying to bolster his courage in this ridiculous way. I'm a level 3 martial master. I have people on my hands. If you come any closer, I'll stab you to death. Su Yun did not stop walking. Martial master level 3? His tone was calm, tinged with a hint of doubt. Is it very strong? The moment the words fell, Su Yun's figure vanished into thin air. Scarface Chang felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in the back of his neck. A long, slender, fair hand calmly gripped his neck. Without exerting any force, the spiritual energy in his entire body instantly froze. Run? Su Yun's voice rang in his ear, gentle as if from an old friend. Where are you going? Scarface Chang froze, and the dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. He wanted to turn around, but found that he was deprived of even the strength to move his eyes. This kind of suppressive force. Grandmaster? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Scarface almost wet himself on the spot. A grandmaster pretending to be a high school student in a small place like Zhongcheng? And he's even living off a woman. Has the world gone mad? I'm in a hurry, I need to eat when I get home. Su Yun's fingers tightened slightly. Who sent you? Scarface wanted to stand up for himself. But when he saw Su Yun's unwavering eyes from the side, his mental defenses crumbled instantly. That's the look you give a dead person. Wang Hao. It's Wang Hao from the wine group. He offered 5 million to buy your legs. Scarface screamed at the top of his lungs, terrified that if he hesitated even a second longer, his neck would be snapped. Wang Hao. Su Yun released his hand. It's that fly again. It seems the lesson learned last time wasn't profound enough. Some people won't learn their lesson until they're thoroughly crushed in the mud. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes and hurried footsteps came from the alley entrance. Quick! Protect Mr. Su. If Mr. Su loses even a single hair, you will be held responsible. Old Zhang's rough voice came through. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits rushed into the alley like wolves. Holding batons, they looked menacing and were ready for a fierce battle. However, the moment they rushed in, everyone slammed on the brakes and nearly collided. The scene before them caused the group of well-trained bodyguards to collectively lose their composure. The scene that was expected, Mr. Su having his leg broken and being brutally abused, did not occur. On the contrary, the legendary Mr. Su, who was said to be weak and only relied on his looks to make a living, stood with his hands behind his back. And at his feet, 3 reckless thugs lay there, oblivious to their own mortality. One of them was Scarface Chang, a notorious and ruthless figure in Jiangqing's underworld. At this moment, Scarface Chang was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, his crotch was soaked and emitting a foul stench. Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this script upside down? Su Yun heard the noise and turned around to look. Oops. I got too engrossed and forgot to rein myself in. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly swayed, leaning against the wall. His previously calm face turned deathly pale in an instant, and his eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang. You finally arrived. Su Yun gasped for breath, pointing at Scarface Chang on the ground, his voice trembling. That scared me to death. It really scared me to death. These guys suddenly rushed out, brandishing knives and trying to slash me. Then I didn't even see clearly, they seemed to slip and crashed into the wall, and then, that's how it happened. This is terrifying. How can the public security in Jiangqing be so bad? As Su Yun spoke, she tried to pick up the Coke bottle from the ground, her hands shaking so much that she could barely hold it. The entire room fell silent. The bodyguards looked at each other in bewilderment. Did your foot slip? Hitting a wall? Could you knock 3 martial arts masters half paralyzed by hitting your wall? That's such a flimsy excuse. Are you trying to insult our intelligence? Several young bodyguards were about to voice their doubts when they were silenced by a stern glare from Old Zhang. Old Zhang walked up to Scarface Chang. He crouched down and examined Scarface Chang's injuries. There were no external injuries. It was all internal energy tremors that instantly sealed off the meridians. This technique. Old Zhang gasped and looked up sharply at the trembling boy in the corner. A master. Top-tier master. To be able to achieve this level of control requires at least the level of a grandmaster. Has our young lady struck gold? No, this is like bringing back a living Buddha. Old Zhang is a smart man, and also a seasoned veteran. He instantly understood what Su Yun meant. Since this guy wants to act and keep a low profile, I have to cooperate. And the coordination must be seamless. Old Zhang stood up, clapped his hands, and roared at his subordinates with a stern face. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what Mr. Su said? These thugs failed in their attack and slipped and fell unconscious because of the slippery ground. This is the truth. Remember it all. Bodyguards. Captain, your ability to lie through your teeth is at the Grandmaster level, isn't it? Ignoring his subordinate's strange looks, old Zhang strode up to Su Yun, bowed deeply, and became 10 times more respectful than before. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have startled you. Leave this to us. The car is outside. I'll take you back to rest first. Looking at old Zhang's sensible eyes, Su Yun nodded inwardly. He's a smart person. The road has widened. Then I'll have to trouble Captain Zhang. Su Yun leaned weakly against the wall. My legs are weak, I can't walk. Could you help me? It would be my great honor. Old Zhang immediately stepped forward and carefully helped Su Yun up, as if he were supporting not a pretty boy, but a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. Watching Su Yun being surrounded and leaving. On the ground, Scarface Chang, who had been pretending to be dead, finally breathed a sigh of relief, rolled his eyes, and completely fainted. That's fucking terrifying. Are the requirements for being a kept man this high these days? Chapter 12: The School Beauty's Fury. With the help of 2 bodyguards, Su Yun slowly made her way back to the villa. He now has to make the performance convincing. That move in the alley just now, while satisfying, must have really terrified Xiaoro's bodyguards. If you don't quickly rebuild your weak and helpless persona, how will you be able to live off a woman with a clear conscience in the future? As soon as he entered the door, Xiaoro rushed over as if her pants were on fire, looking him up and down, her big eyes filled with worry. Su Yun. Are you all right? I heard from Captain Zhang that you were attacked. Are you hurt anywhere? As she spoke, she reached out to inspect Su Yun, as if she wanted to strip him naked. Cough, cough. A cold cough came from the side. Lin Qingying had somehow appeared in the center of the living room. She was dressed in a plain white loungewear outfit, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, but her beautiful face was now so cold it looked as if a layer of frost could be scraped off. Her gaze swept over Su Yun, making sure he was unharmed, before turning to Xiaoro, her tone unfriendly. What could possibly happen to a grown man like him? It's you who's making such a fuss, what kind of behavior is that? Xiaoro pouted, feeling a little wronged, but didn't argue back after being rebuked. She knew that her best friend was jealous again. Su Yun felt incredibly relieved. Look at that, this is the ultimate level of being a kept man. She doesn't have to do anything, yet people are vying to care about her, and others are even helping her fend off unwanted suitors. He then gave a timely look of lingering fear, swayed slightly, leaned against the shoe cabinet next to him, and said breathlessly. No. It's nothing, I was just a little frightened, my legs are a bit weak. Luckily Captain Zhang and the others arrived in time, otherwise I might not have made it back today. His performance was worthy of an Oscar. Upon hearing this, Xiaoro felt even more distressed and quickly stepped forward to support him. It's all my fault. If I hadn't encouraged you to go out, this wouldn't have happened. Although Lin Qingying didn't say anything, the coldness in her eyes intensified. She gave a cold look to old Zhang, the bodyguard captain who had just walked in through the door. What happened? Old Zhang didn't dare to delay and immediately stepped forward to report in detail what had happened in the alley and the results he had obtained from Scarface Chang. Of course, he wisely avoided going into too much detail, only saying that they arrived in time and subdued the assailant. Upon hearing the name Wang Hao, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop several degrees. Wang Hao. Lin Qingying softly murmured the name, her voice low but carrying a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. What she couldn't tolerate most was anyone trying to harm Su Yun. Su Yun is hers now. She is the hope for breaking through her bottleneck and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. To harm Su Yun is tantamount to cutting off her path in martial arts, which is even harder for her to accept than killing her. Xiaorou's face turned bright red with anger. It's Wang Hao again. Provoking us at the school gate last time wasn't enough, now he dares to hire black market people to kill us. He's utterly lawless. Suyun watched from the side, her heart filled with joy. Well, Wang Hao, you're such a great wingman. I was just wondering how to find an excuse to get closer to the school beauty, and you just handed me the pillow. Looking at Lin Qingying's icy profile, he knew that this young lady was truly determined to kill. Lin Qingying took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Dad. Her voice remained cold and clear, but the content of her words made Suyun and Xiaorou, who were standing beside her, gasp in shock. I want the Wang group to disappear from Jiangcheng before dawn tomorrow. There were no unnecessary words or explanations, it was just a simple and direct declaration. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a calm and authoritative male voice. Okay. Are you all right? I'm fine. Okay, that's good. Focus on your cultivation, don't worry about things outside. The call ended. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suyun was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Is this the kind of status a mayor's daughter enjoys? In a single sentence, a group with a market value of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars could be bankrupted? This is way too domineering. He originally thought that Lin Qingying would at most break Wang Hao's arms and legs, or send him to prison for 10 or 8 years. Who could have imagined that her move would be so swift and decisive, cutting off the source of their resources and taking the lives of their entire family? This gigolo, it's a bit too hot to handle. Suyun murmured to himself. For the first time, he truly felt the terrifying power of the world's top elites. Xiaorou was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Qingying came from an extraordinary family, she never expected that her father would spoil her so much that a single phone call could decide the life or death of a large corporation. Qingying, isn't this going too far? Xiaorou asked with some concern. Pass? Lin Qingying sneered and turned her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes flashing with a terrifying cold light. He dared to touch my people, so he should be prepared to bear my wrath. Bankrupting him is just interest. If Suyun really gets into trouble today, I'll make the Wang family pay with their lives. The resolute tone and the undisguised killing intent sent a chill down Xiaorou's spine. She looked at Lin Qingying now and felt somewhat unfamiliar with her. Is this still the same aloof and indifferent best friend who never seemed to care about anything? How could she become so ruthless for a man? Xiaorou glanced subconsciously at Suyun, who was still pretending to be weak, and her expression became incredibly complicated. What kind of spell did this man cast on my best friend? Suyun felt a chill run down her back. This woman is way too possessive. But this feeling of being protected is damn good. He decided to add fuel to the fire. Well, Suyun sighed deeply and said in a weak and moved tone. Lin, thank you. However, it's really not worth making you go to such lengths for someone like me. Shut up. Lin Qingying interrupted him directly. She walked up to him, looked down at him, and said, word by word. Listen to me clearly, you are not my person, you are my property. Without my permission, not even a single hair on your head can be lost. Understand? Suyun. I can't even be a human being anymore? This domineering CEO script has made you understand how to play the game. But in his heart, a frantic scream was going on. I understand. I understand perfectly. Please treat me as your exclusive possession and possess me wholeheartedly. The next day, an unprecedented earthquake has struck the business community of Jiangcheng. The deeply entrenched Wang Group suffered a devastating, all-encompassing blow from the authorities overnight. Tax authorities, fire safety officials, workplace safety officials, environmental protection officials, every department that could be investigated came knocking on our door. Banks immediately cut off loans, partners terminated contracts one after another, stocks plummeted to their daily limit upon opening, and a chain reaction of margin calls ensued. In less than half a day, this once glorious business empire collapsed and declared bankruptcy. Wang Hao's father's hair turned white overnight, and he was taken away for investigation. Wang Hao himself went from being a high and mighty rich second generation to a penniless, homeless dog. This news swept through the entire Jiangcheng #1 martial arts academy like a hurricane. Everyone knows that Wang Hao was pursuing Lin Qingying relentlessly yesterday, and today his family is gone. All of this stemmed from the fact that he hired someone to attack Suyun, the gigolo who was being protected by Lin Qingying. Holy crap! He risked everything for his lover. That's incredible. I take back what I said before. This isn't being a kept man, it's like having dragon liver in phoenix marrow. One bite and you'll be on your way to heaven. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at the forum, and I told her I saw a miracle. From today onwards, Soo-Yun is my idol. The Mount Everest of the gigolo world. Soo-Yun's name once again ignited the entire campus. This time, no one showed disdain or ridicule, instead, they were filled with awe and envy. Countless men were filled with regret, wishing they could take their place. Countless women, on the other hand, fantasized about when they would meet a man for whom they would be so willing to give everything. Meanwhile, Soo-Yun, the male protagonist of the incident, was lying on the sofa in the villa with a sorrowful expression, receiving meticulous care from the two school beauties. Soo-Yun, come here, open your mouth. This is a century-old ginseng soup I made for you to calm your nerves. Xiao held the bowl and fed him spoonful by spoonful. Help him up. Lin Qingying's voice came from the side, and she was holding an incredibly luxurious-looking medical instrument. I'll use the latest bioelectric therapy device to check if he has any hidden injuries. Soo-Yun was enjoying this emperor-like treatment and was overjoyed inside, but her face still showed an expression that said, I'm so sad, I'm so scared. Just then, Lin Qingying suddenly spoke up. Starting today, resume the previous training intensity. Soo-Yun was taken aback. Xiao was also stunned. Qingying, he's still weak from the shock. Training him now, won't that? It's precisely because he's too weak that he's in danger. Lin Qingying's reasoning was so compelling that it was irrefutable. If he had the ability to protect himself, none of this would have happened. She walked up to Soo-Yun, looking at him intently. I can't be by your side every second. You must become stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough that no one will dare to mess with you again. Looking into her earnest eyes, Soo-Yun felt a surge of laughter welling up inside her. Here it comes. I was just looking for an excuse to upgrade my treatment when you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. But, my body. Soo-Yun wanted to struggle a little longer. I'll take responsibility for your health. Lin Qingying said decisively, starting tonight, the special training will be upgraded from handshakes to hugs. 1 hour every day. Until you break through to the Grandmaster level. Xiao listened with wide eyes. She was about to protest, why did you go first again? But Lin Qingying glared at her with a cold look. That evening, in the meditation room, Soo-Yun once again embraced that soft and hot body. This time, Lin Qingying was no longer shy or resistant. Instead, she took the initiative to hug him tightly, as if she wanted to merge her whole being into his body. Soo-Yun, help me. Her voice trembled slightly with longing. As you wish. Soo-Yun smiled slightly, and a massive amount of pure yang energy surged out without reservation. Ding! Detected that the bound user Lin Qingying has made significant progress in cultivation. Triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Constitution plus 500. Spiritual power plus 500. Metal spiritual power plus 500. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, peak of martial master level 9. An unprecedentedly powerful force exploded within Soo-Yun's body. He felt every cell in his body was cheering and transforming. Peak of martial arts master. He's just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. He could sense that if he could undergo such deep training again, he would immediately break through to the realm that countless martial artists dreamed of. Holding Lin Qingying, who was limp and flushed, in his arms, Soo-Yun felt the powerful energy surging within him and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This gigolo is so delicious. Chapter 13 Freshman Trial? More money needed. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the huge French windows and onto the luxurious carpet in the living room, Soo-Yun was sandwiched between two stunningly beautiful young women, enjoying treatment comparable to that of an ancient emperor. Open your mouth. Xiao, wearing an oversized nightgown, knelt on the sofa, scooped up a spoonful of crystal-clear bird's nest with a small silver spoon, carefully blew on it, and then presented it to Soo-Yun's lips with a look of anticipation. Soo-Yun lazily opened her mouth and put the warm, sweet bird's nest into her mouth, feeling a sense of comfort. This is life. On the other side, Lin Qingying sat aloofly on a single sofa, holding a tablet computer and quickly browsing something. Although she didn't speak, the occasional glances she gave her were like those of someone supervising a prisoner, making Xiao's feeding movements become very careful. The downfall of the Wang group has already caused a huge uproar in Jiangqing's high society, but in the villa of the instigator, there wasn't even a ripple. For Lin Xingying, it was nothing more than casually swatting away an annoying fly. Now, all her attention is focused on Su Yun, her private property. By the way, Xingying. After Xiaorou finished feeding him a bowl of bird's nest, she seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke. The Academy's freshman trials are in a few days. Should the three of us form a team? With a grandmaster like you, we're sure to get first place. Trials for new students? Su Yun's ears twitched. He had heard of this. It was a traditional program of Zhongqing's #1 martial arts academy. Every year, the academy would organize all freshmen to enter the #3 ruins area outside the city for a week-long practical training exercise in wilderness survival and hunting strange beasts. It is said that those who perform exceptionally well will not only receive a large number of academic credits and resource rewards, but may even have the opportunity to be specially recruited by the military or top martial arts families. But Su Yun had absolutely no interest in this. Are you kidding me? Why would someone choose to leave their villa and live off a woman instead of going out into the wild to fight those strangely shaped beasts? They have to sleep in tents and eat compressed biscuits? Only someone with a screw loose would go. I'm not going. Without even thinking, Su Yun refused outright. He leaned back on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position, and said weakly, "Look at my small frame, I'm too weak to even kill a chicken. If I go there, I'll just be delivering takeout to the monsters. I'd better stay home and cheer you on." Xiaorou became anxious upon hearing this. That won't do. This is a mandatory activity at the academy. Everyone must participate. If you don't go, you'll receive a major demerit, or even be expelled. So what if I get fired? Su Yun said nonchalantly. I'll be taken care of anyway. He spoke with such conviction that Xiaorou was momentarily speechless. Yes, with Lin Xingying, this super rich woman, around, Su Yun could live better than an emperor even if he never worked in his life. Why would he care about his school registration? No. Lin Xingying, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. She put down her tablet, stood up, walked to Su Yun, and looked down at him with a cold and resolute gaze. You must go. Why? Su Yun curled her lip. I already said, I'm so weak, going there would just be suicide. It's precisely because you're too weak that you have to go. She crouched down to meet Su Yun's gaze, her eyes cold and her expression serious. Su Yun, I can't stay by your side forever. What happened with Wang Hao is just the beginning. I can protect you once, or 10 times, but I can't protect you for a lifetime. You must have the ability to protect yourself. At the very least, when you encounter danger, you must be able to hold out until I come to save you. Her voice, every word, struck Su Yun's heart. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face so close to his own, and at the worry hidden beneath the coldness in her eyes, Su Yun felt a warmth in her heart for no apparent reason. He knew that Lin Xingying was right. Being a kept man may be appealing, but if you can't even protect your livelihood, then that livelihood will eventually be overturned by someone else. He now possesses the strength of a grandmaster, but this secret cannot be revealed yet. In everyone's eyes, he was still that pretty boy who had awakened a talent for being a good-for-nothing and needed to be protected by a woman. This trial for new students might be an opportunity. An opportunity to reasonably showcase one's growth and demonstrate that one is not so weak without revealing one's full strength. But to agree so easily would be so inconsistent with one's public image. Su Yun's eyes darted around, and her face immediately adopted a troubled and frightened expression. But I'm really scared. Those strange beasts, they all have blue faces and fangs. What if they don't know any martial ethics and sneak attack this weak and handsome man like me? As he spoke, he shrank behind Xiaorou, looking like he was baby so scared. Overcome with maternal instinct, Xiaorou immediately shielded him behind her and said to Lin Xingying, Xingying, look how scared he is. Why don't we just let it go? I can always ask my dad to give him a sick leave certificate. Lin Xingying watched Su Yun's exaggerated acting, and a vein throbbed on her forehead. This guy is acting again. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to pin him to the ground and beat him up, and said coldly, There's no room for negotiation. However, she changed the subject. If you can rank in the top 100 in this trial, I can grant you one request. Condition? Su Yun's eyes lit up instantly. He peeked out from behind Xiaorou and tentatively asked, Any conditions are acceptable? As long as I can do it. Lin Xingying's tone was calm, but a blush quietly crept up her ears. Su Yun's mind immediately began to race with calculations. Top 100? For a true master, getting into the top 100 among a group of newbies is a piece of cake. This is practically a free perk. Does this condition include our cultivation method? Soo-yun licked her lips and asked the most crucial question. He deliberately emphasized the word cultivation, his eyes lingering on Lin Qingying's shapely figure, full of suggestive meaning. Xiaoro listened from the side, completely confused. What kind of cultivation method was this? But Lin Qingying understood instantly. Her face suddenly turned red. That bastard. My mind is filled with all sorts of random, nonsensical thoughts all day long. She practically gritted her teeth as she forced out a few words. What do you want? Hee. Soo-yun rubbed his hands together, a smug smile spreading across his face. While handshakes and hugs are effective, they always feel like there's a barrier between us, and they don't go deep enough. If I get into the top 100, could we unlock a new way of cultivation? As he spoke, he pointed to his lips with his finger. The meaning is self-evident. The air fell silent instantly. Xiaoro opened her mouth wide, looked at Soo-yun, then at Lin Qingying, whose cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her mind went completely blank. What did he just say? Unlock a new cultivation method? What exactly are they doing during their usual cultivation practices? Lin Qingying felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Looking at Soo-yun's handsome face with a mischievous smile, she couldn't help but imagine scenes that made her blush. Reason told her that she should immediately refuse this unreasonable request and then teach this arrogant guy a lesson. But the thought of breaking through bottlenecks and rapidly improving strength, and the thought of Soo-yun's words about not going deep enough, caused her firm martial arts heart to shamefully waver. If just being a little closer could improve her cultivation and allow her to break through to a higher realm faster. Well, it doesn't seem like it's unacceptable. Good. A word, as light as a mosquito's buzz yet incredibly clear, came from Lin Qingying's mouth. After saying that word, she seemed to have used up all her strength. Without daring to look at Soo-yun again, she turned and went upstairs. With a bang, he slammed his bedroom door shut. In the living room, only Soo-yun and Xiaoro, who had already turned to stone, remained. Soo-yun watched Lin Qingying's retreating figure, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Done. Isn't it just a trial for new students? It's just the top 100, right? For this reward, he would do anything, let alone hunt alien beasts, even tear a Gundam apart with his bare hands. He turned his head with a smug look, only to find Xiaoro staring at him as if he were a prehistoric monster. Soo-yun. You and Qingying, how exactly do you cultivate? Seeing her utterly bewildered expression, Soo-yun cleared his throat and said with a serious face. Xiaoro, there are some things that are better left unsaid for children. All you need to know is that we are conducting a sacred and great exploration for the sake of human martial arts. After saying that, he whistled and walked briskly back to his room. Xiaoro was left alone in the living room, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 14: Sensual Cultivation, Pre-Departure Madness. There is only 1 day left until the new student trial. The entire Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts Academy was engulfed in a frenzied atmosphere of preparation for the battle. Students were honing their skills in the virtual combat room or exchanging various equipment and potions at the logistics department. Meanwhile, Soo-yun was enjoying her last moments of leisure in the villa. Of course, this leisure is purposeful. Night fell. Soo-yun was once again summoned by Lin Qingying into the cultivation room located on the first basement floor. Lin Qingying seems a little different tonight. She was still wearing that white silk nightgown, but her face no longer held its usual aloofness and resistance. Instead, it carried a hint of inexplicable tension and anticipation. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were like a pool of spring water, shimmering and sparkling, making Soo-yun's heart itch with desire. Let's begin. Lin Qingying's voice was a little hoarse. She took the initiative to step forward and opened her arms. Soo-yun chuckled and unceremoniously pulled that soft, delicate body into his arms. The familiar warmth and softness, the familiar amazing elasticity. But this time, Soo-yun's mindset was completely different. He was no longer satisfied with just holding him. Lin, concentrate. I feel your spiritual energy is a bit disordered today. Soo-yun's voice rang in her ear, tinged with concern. Lin Qingying let out a soft hum through her nose. She was indeed somewhat distracted. The thought of Soo-yun going to that dangerous training ground tomorrow, and the shameful bet between the two of them, made her restless. It seems that this alone is not enough. Suyun's voice carried a hint of solemnity. In order to help you get into the zone better, and to ensure that your cultivation is in its best condition before the trial, I have decided to increase the intensity of the treatment. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qingying felt the large hands that had been resting obediently on her back begin to move unruly. They seemed to carry an electric current, slowly sliding down her graceful back curve. Suyun! You! Lin Qingying's body stiffened abruptly, and she was about to reprimand him. Just as Suyun's palm touched her slender and soft waist, a yang energy that was larger and purer than ever before suddenly erupted. Boom! Lin Qingying felt her brain go blank for a moment, as if it had just gone completely blank. That powerful warm current, like a flood bursting its banks, fiercely washed over her meridians. The previously suppressed and calmed gunmetal cold energy was completely purified and evaporated in the face of this overwhelming power. Countless tiny barriers in the meridians shattered instantly. Unable to suppress any longer, a soft moan escaped her lips. Her body went limp instantly, like a beautiful snake whose bones had been removed, tightly coiling around Suyun's body, trembling slightly uncontrollably. So comfortable. So that's why, so the effects can vary so much depending on the place you're in. Suyun felt the intense reaction from the beauty in his arms and smiled smugly to himself. He could feel that as the position of his palm changed, the energy conduction efficiency of the heavenly red string increased by at least 3 times. As the massive yang energy surged out, streams of incredibly pure gunmetal spiritual power and attribute points also flowed back into his body like a tide. Ding! Detected that the bound user Lin Qingying has made significant progress in cultivation. Triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 800. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has increased by 800. Congratulations, host. Your gunmetal spiritual power has increased by 1000. A series of system notification sounds made Suyun feel so good that she almost groaned out loud. He felt the power within him surging wildly at an unbelievable speed. The bottleneck of the 9th level peak of Martial Master is teetering on the brink of collapse under the impact of this enormous energy. So close. Just a little bit more. Suyun made a snap decision, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. Since we're already being dishonest, let's just stay dishonest to the end. His large, mischievous hands moved slowly again, passing over her slender waist, and finally resting on that pert, rounded area full of amazing elasticity. The perfect touch of the silk nightgown made Suyun's breath catch in her throat. Ah! Lin Qingying let out a short, humiliating scream. She stiffened abruptly, as if she had been electrocuted. That bastard! How dare he! There is. She was so ashamed she almost fainted. Her pretty face was so red it looked like it could bleed, her mind went blank, and she even forgot to struggle. And just as Suyun's palm made complete contact with that spot. Boom! Suyun felt as if an invisible shackle between him and Lin Qingying had been completely shattered. The heavenly path red rope burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant red light. A terrifying torrent of yang energy poured out from Suyun's body. The energy fed back was also at an alarming level. The massive barrier blocking Suyun's body, the barrier that led from Martial Master to Grandmaster, couldn't even hold for a second against this devastating torrent of energy. Snap! A crisp sound, as if it came from the depths of the soul, rang out. A vast and powerful aura suddenly erupted from Suyun's body. His previously restrained vital energy surged and roared within him like a giant dragon awakening. His body and his soul underwent a final transformation at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to a higher realm. Current realm, Grandmaster Level 1. Suyun suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying glint flashed in them. Grandmaster! He finally stepped into this realm that countless martial artists dream of. He could feel that the whole world had become different in his eyes. The spiritual energy floating in the air became clearly visible. Even the faint breathing sounds coming from Xiaorou's room in the distance did not escape his ears. The power within him is more than 10 times stronger than before. He's now confident he can blow an armored vehicle apart with a single punch. What's wrong with me? Hearing Lin Qingying's dreamlike murmurs from within his arms, Suyun looked down and saw that the ice queen of the school had completely collapsed in his arms. Her eyes were closed, a few glistening tears still clung to her long eyelashes, her pretty face was flushed, her lips were slightly parted, and she was unconsciously emitting alluring moans. Her body was burning hot. Powerful streams of gunmetal spiritual energy circulated uncontrollably within her body, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing this, Su Yun dared not delay. He immediately calmed his mind and continued to slowly channel his newly transformed pure young energy, which carried a trace of Grandmaster's aura, into her body to help her regulate her rampant spiritual power. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Qingying slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she met Su Yun's smiling eyes. Awake? How are you feeling? Su Yun's voice carried a hint of teasing. Lin Qingying's memories came flooding back like a tide. She remembered everything that had just happened. She remembered Su Yun's restless hands, the last place they touched, and the intense pleasure that sent shivers down her spine. Ah! She let out a scream of shame and indignation, shoved Su Yun away, and scrambled to the corner of the training room, hugging herself tightly with both hands, like a little cat that had been bullied terribly. You scoundrel! You shameless scoundrel! She pointed at Su Yun, trembling with anger. Her aloof and domineering demeanor in public had vanished, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Su Yun looked at her and chuckled inwardly, but put on an innocent expression. He shrugged. Lin, you can't wrong an innocent person. I'm doing all this to help you cultivate. Look, your cultivation is almost at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, isn't it? I'm doing this, sacrificing myself for the greater good. You. Lin Qingying was so angry at his twisted logic that she couldn't speak. She could feel that the power within her body had indeed reached an unprecedented peak, only one step away from the 3rd level of Grandmaster. But the price was too high. My own advantage. That bastard took it all. Seeing her embarrassed and angry expression, Su Yun decided to stop while she was ahead. He pretended to be weak, clutching his chest and staggering. Oh dear, I can't go on. I used up too much energy just now. I feel like I'm about to be drained. Lin, let's call it a day for today's training. I need to rest, otherwise I won't have any strength for tomorrow's trial. After saying that, he pretended to be unsteady on his feet and slipped out of the cultivation room as if he were fleeing. Lin Qingying was left alone in the corner, hugging her knees, her expression constantly shifting. She touched her burning cheeks, savoring the intense sensation she had just experienced, feeling both ashamed and angry. But faintly, there was even a hint of anticipation. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off the terrible thought. Su Yun! You just wait. Wait till I get back from the trial, and I'll see how I deal with you. A low growl of shame and indignation echoed in the empty training room. Chapter 15, There's an Assassin. The next morning. The huge plaza of Jiangqing's #1 martial arts academy was bustling with noise. Thousands of freshmen, dressed in uniform combat gear, gathered here, their faces filled with excitement, nervousness, and anticipation for the future. In front of the plaza, dozens of enormous, futuristic silver transport ships were parked, ready to transport these chosen ones to a trial ground filled with unknowns and dangers. Ruins Area Number 3. Su Yun, Lin Qingying, and Xia Rou stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Lin Qingying was still dressed in white, and her aloof temperament made her stand out from the crowd. No boy dared to approach her within 3 meters. Xia Rou was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit that perfectly accentuated her petite yet fiery figure. She wore a sweet smile, like a girl next door, but her occasional glances at Su Yun were full of curiosity and gossip. Su Yun, on the other hand, looked like she hadn't woken up yet, yawning and lazily standing between the 2 school beauties, enjoying the envious and jealous looks from the boys around her. Damn it, it's Su Yun again. How dare he stand with 2 of the school beauties? Exactly, a gigolo like him actually wants to participate in the trial? Don't let him piss his pants in fear and drag Lin Xiaohua and the others down with him. Shu, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten what happened to Wang Hao? This guy is now Lin Xiaohua's exclusive possession. Anyone who touches him is dead. The murmurs weren't loud, but with Su Yun's current hearing, he could hear them clearly. He chuckled to himself. Concubine's possession? I like that term. Attention all new students. Board the ship immediately according to your squad number. As the Dean of Students' loud voice rang out, the crowd began to move toward the transport ship in an orderly fashion. As a key student being cultivated by the academy, Lin Qingying was naturally assigned a spot in an independent team. Without hesitation, she filled in the names of Su Yun and Xia Rou. Thus, amidst the complex gazes of countless people, the 3 formed a godlike team with stunning looks but seemingly extremely unbalanced strength, and boarded one of the transport ships. The transport ship has a large interior space filled with metallic textures. The 3 of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Xiaoro, like a curious child, pressed her face against the porthole, watching the scenery rushing past outside, and excitedly shouted. Lin Qingying closed her eyes to rest, seemingly conserving her energy for the upcoming battle, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Suyun leaned back in her chair and continued to catch up on her sleep. Breaking through to the Grandmaster level last night was exhilarating, but it was also incredibly taxing. What's more, he played the weakling all night, which was mentally exhausting. Boom! With a slight tremor, the transport ship landed smoothly on a huge steel platform. As the hatch opened, a wave of hot, humid air, mixed with the smell of decaying vegetation, rushed out. We've arrived at Ruins Area 3. This place was once a bustling metropolis before the revival of spiritual energy, but after 300 years of erosion and destruction by strange beasts, it has long since become a ruin covered by a primeval jungle. The towering skyscrapers are now entangled in thick vines, making them unrecognizable. The wide asphalt road was overgrown with weeds as tall as a person, and huge animal skeletons could be seen everywhere. A dangerous and wild atmosphere permeated the air. Attention all teams, the trial will last for 7 days. The points on your wristbands will be automatically calculated based on the level of the beasts you hunt. After 7 days, the top 1,000 people in terms of points will receive generous rewards from the Academy. Remember, this is not a game. Every year, students die in the trials. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, you can press the SOS button on your wristband, but that will also mean your trial ends prematurely. Now, the trial begins. At the head instructor's command, thousands of freshmen poured from the platform into the jungle ruins below like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, and quickly disappeared. Let's go too. Lin Qingying opened her eyes, her gaze returning to its usual calm and indifferent state. She glanced at the electronic map on her wristband, pointed in a direction, and said, "Let's head east. There's a higher density of strange beasts there, but their levels aren't high, making it a good place to farm points in the early game." "Okay. I'll do as the captain says." Xiaoro cheered and drew a jade-green longbow from behind her back. The bow was shimmering with light and was clearly no ordinary item. Suyun followed behind the two empty-handed, like a young master on an outing. The three ventured deep into the jungle. Soon, they encountered their first wave of enemies. Hiss! Several iron pythons, each as thick as a water bucket, sprang out of the abandoned building, their foul-smelling maws lunging at the three of them. These are all high-level martial arts beasts, which are already quite a problem for ordinary new students. But for Lin Qingying and Xiaoro, it was completely insufficient. "Qingying, leave her to me." Xiaorugio shouted and drew her bow, knocking an arrow. "Call out." A verdant arrow, formed from what elemental spiritual energy, shot out instantly with a whooshing sound. The arrow split into three in mid-air, hitting the three iron-skinned pythons precisely at their vital points. Bang! 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 The three iron-skinned pythons suddenly stiffened, then slumped down limply, their massive bodies kicking up a cloud of dust as they crashed to the ground. Sold out instantly. Done. Points earned. Xiaoro proudly waved the longbow in her hand. Suyun watched from the side and nodded secretly. Xiaoro's wood element, while not as aggressive as Lin Qingying's metal element, is more agile and versatile. This one arrow splits into three technique requires extremely high control over spiritual power, so it seems this girl's talent is indeed quite good. The three continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered more and more strange beasts, and their levels became higher and higher. From martial apprentice level to martial master level. However, none of these posed any threat to Lin Qingying and Xiaoro. Lin Qingying didn't even have to lift a finger. Xiaoro alone easily defeated all the enemies. Suyun, on the other hand, was happy to have some free time. He followed behind like a tourist, occasionally offering a few comments. "Xiaoro, your archery skills are not bad, but your accuracy is a bit lacking. If you had shot that wind wolf in the left eye, it would have been paralyzed. And that giant gorilla from earlier, its weakness is in its lower back. You insisted on fighting it head-on, wasting your spiritual energy." Xiaoro was initially unconvinced, but as she listened, she realized something was amiss. Every word Suyun spoke hit the nail on the head, as if he knew the weaknesses of these strange beasts better than he did. "Suyun, how do you know so much?" Xiaoro couldn't help but ask. "Oh, I usually like to read books, like the Encyclopedia of Mythical Creatures. I've read them a few times and memorized them." Suyun made it up on the spot. Xiaoro was skeptical, but in the ensuing battle, she subconsciously followed Suyun's instructions and found that the battle became much easier. Lin Xingying watched from the side, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. This man seems to be giving her more and more surprises. Just as the three were crossing an abandoned commercial plaza, something unexpected happened. Roar! A deafening roar came from all directions. The ground began to tremble violently. At the end of the street, a dark mass of countless strange beasts emerged like a tidal wave. Wind wolves, saber-toothed tigers, armored rhinoceroses, hundreds and thousands of strange beasts converged into a steel torrent, charging madly towards the three people in the center of the square. Beast tide. Xia Rou's face turned pale instantly. How could this be? This is just the outer area, how could such a large-scale beast tide have broken out? Lin Xingying's expression also became extremely solemn. She pulled Su Yun and Xia Rou behind her, and the terrifying aura of a grandmaster suddenly erupted from her body. Prepare for battle. However, just as the beast tide was about to engulf the three of them. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 black figures, like ghosts, silently emerged from the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Their speed was astonishing, and they exuded a cold and bloody killing intent. Their target was not the strange beasts, but Lin Xingying, who was being protected in the middle. Each and every one of these people was a grandmaster. The two leaders were at the peak of the grandmaster realm, just half a step away from becoming grandmasters. Ants can kill an elephant. Their attack was ruthless and deadly, and their coordination was flawless, instantly sealing off all of Lin Xingying's escape routes. Oh no! It's an assassin! Lin Xingying's pupils suddenly contracted. She understood instantly. This beast tide was no accident at all. It was a carefully planned cover-up for their assassination attempt. A horde of beasts looms ahead, and assassins lurk behind. The three of them were instantly in dire straits. Chapter 16. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Ahead, a surging tide of beasts behind, assassins lurking in the shadows. The murderous intent surged in from all directions, turning this small square into an impenetrable prison of death. Xia Rou's face was pale with fright. She gripped the emerald longbow tightly in her hand, her palms covered in cold sweat. More than 20 grandmasters. What does this mean? Even her father, the head of the Xia family, would be killed on the spot if faced with such a lineup. It's over. I'm really going to die here today. Lin Xingying's expression also became extremely solemn. She unleashed her grandmaster aura without reservation, and a 3-foot-long sword formed from pure gung metal energy appeared in her hand. The sword hummed and emitted a chilling aura. She can deal with the beast horde and these assassins, but she can't handle being attacked from both sides at the same time. What's more, she also has to protect the two burdens behind her. Especially Su Yun. She subconsciously glanced back at Su Yun, her eyes filled with determination. Even if she dies today, she will definitely die before Su Yun. We must not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. However, what she saw was a face that was excessively calm. Su Yun showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he looked at the black-clad assassins who had sprung out of the shadows with great interest, and even curled his lip in disapproval. TSK, this level of professionalism is lacking. He muttered to himself. Your murderous aura is so strong, as if you're afraid people won't know you're here to kill? And your positioning, it seems like you've blocked off all angles, but actually the draft in the middle is so strong you could fly a kite in it. Su Yun. What nonsense are you spouting? What time is it? Xia Rou was almost in tears. How could this guy have no sense of crisis at all? Lin Xingying frowned, but a strange feeling flashed through her mind. What Su Yun said seems to make sense. She re-examined the assassins' positions from the perspective of a grandmaster and indeed discovered that their seemingly flawless encirclement had fatal flaws at several key points. As long as you seize that fleeting opportunity, you can tear a hole in an instant. This guy. How did he figure that out? Just as the two school beauties were in shock, Su Yun made his move. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Xingying and Xia Rou. Sigh, I originally wanted to just relax and be a quiet, handsome man. He stretched and moved his wrists, his knuckles cracking loudly. They really forced me to take action, sigh. Su Yun. Come back. Danger. Lin Xingying shouted urgently. In her opinion, Su Yun's actions were tantamount to suicide. No matter how mysterious he is, he's just a newcomer who has only recently awakened. Those assassins clearly didn't take Su Yun seriously either. A pretty boy like you dares to stick his neck out? He's asking for death. Kill him first, then deal with those two girls. The two assassins closest to him grinned maliciously, their figures as elusive as ghosts, their poisoned daggers tracing two eerie arcs as they aimed straight for Su Yun's throat and heart. The two worked together seamlessly, their attacks were cunning and ruthless, clearly the work of desperate criminals who had spent years teetering on the edge of life and death. Watch out! Xia Rou screamed in fright. Lin Qingying was ready to draw her Gengjin longsword. Even if it meant getting injured, she was determined to save Su Yun. However, the next second, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Faced with the deadly attack from two grandmasters, Su Yun stood still, without moving an inch. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Just as the two poison daggers were about to touch his skin, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any dazzling moves. He simply flicked his fingers at the two assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two barely perceptible whooshing sounds rang out. Apart from Lin Qingying, who managed to catch a glimpse of the afterimage thanks to her grandmaster cultivation, no one else present could clearly see what had happened. The two menacing assassins froze mid-air, their sinister smiles instantly turning to dust. Immediately afterwards, as if all the bones in their bodies had been removed, they slumped down from mid-air and crashed to the ground. His body was still convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and his eyes were wide open, filled with extreme fear and disbelief. Sold out instantly. Two master-level assassins were instantly killed without even touching the hem of each other's clothes. The entire room fell silent. Whether it was Lin Qingying and Xia Rou, who were preparing to fight to the death, or the assassins around them who were ready to watch the show, they were all dumbfounded. What happened? What exactly did that guy do? Only Lin Qingying's beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She saw it clearly. Just a moment ago, two golden energy needles, thinner than cow hair, were flicked out from between Su Yun's fingers. The speed of the air needle was extremely fast, and it seemed to be wrapped with a faint wisp of blue air. Golden needle technique. Moreover, it's a golden needle technique infused with what elemental spiritual power. Metal represents destruction and slaughter, while wood represents life and vitality. How can these two completely opposite attributes possibly be combined? And he used it with such masterful skill. Next, Su Yun clapped his hands as if he had only done a trivial thing, then raised his head, glanced at the other assassins who were already terrified, and showed a harmless smile on his face. That smile, in the eyes of the assassins, was more terrifying than the devil's grin. Attack him together. Kill him. The leader, a master-level assassin, finally snapped out of his shock. He roared and forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. With so many of them, are they afraid of some pretty boy? The remaining 20-odd assassins exchanged glances and simultaneously pounced on Su Yun from different directions. Swords flashed and shadows danced, a murderous aura filled the sky. This time, they used all their strength, determined to tear this strange boy to pieces. Good timing. Su Yun's smile deepened. He stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding. Just as the barrage of attacks was about to engulf him, his figure suddenly became blurry. White crane escape technique. His body, like a weightless feather, moved with incredible agility and grace within the impenetrable network of attacks. All the attack's blades, sword energy, and poisoned hidden weapons seemed to have eyes, grazing past his clothes but failing to touch even a single hair on his head. What kind of movement technique is this? Impossible. My soul-chasing lock has never failed. Damn it. He's like an eel. The assassin's mentality completely collapsed. They felt like a group of strong men wielding large swords, besieging a slippery ghost, unable to muster any strength. Su Yun, on the other hand, seemed to be strolling leisurely in her own backyard, relaxed and carefree. He even had the leisure to reach out and gently pat one of the passing assassins on the shoulder. The assassin who was patted on the shoulder stiffened abruptly, then collapsed with a thud, convulsing, exhibiting the same symptoms as the first two. Su Yun's figure weaved through the crowd. Wherever he went, an assassin would fall silently. There were no screams, no blood. Those arrogant master assassins were like wheat waiting to be harvested in his presence. They would fall in droves. In less than a minute. In the square, apart from the two assassin leaders who were at the peak of the Grandmaster level, who were still barely standing, everyone else was lying on the ground, unconscious. The whole world seemed to quiet down. Xia Rou's mouth dropped open, and she could barely hold onto the longbow. What did she see? More than 20 Grandmasters. Just like that. Su Yun took them all down as if he were just strolling around town? She pinched her thigh hard. Ouch. That hurts. It's not a dream. It's all true. The way she looked at Su Yun had completely changed. This is hardly the kind of pretty boy who needs someone to protect him. This is clearly a prehistoric behemoth in human skin. Lin Qingying was also stunned. She had anticipated that Su Yun might be hiding his strength, but she never dreamed that Su Yun's strength would be this terrifying. What kind of movement technique is that? What kind of attack method is that? With effortless grace, he can kill without a trace. Even she herself, facing the siege of more than 20 grandmasters, could never have done it so easily. Who exactly is he? Su Yun ignored the two school beauties behind him who were already frozen in shock. He walked step by step toward the two assassin leaders, who were already pale with fright and trembling like leaves. Now can you tell me who sent you? His voice remained gentle. Chapter 17 Beast King, the two-faced beast of the Joyous Union. Those two assassin leaders no longer possessed the demeanor of peak grandmaster level experts. As they watched Su Yun approach step by step, it was as if they were seeing a demon god crawling out of hell. Their legs went weak, and they knelt down on the ground with a thud. Great hero, spare our lives. We were just doing this on a call of duty. The pressure this young man exerted on them was even more terrifying than that of the grandmasters they had faced before. Oh? Whose money are you taking? Su Yun stopped and looked down at them. Yes. Just as the other assassin was about to speak, his eyes suddenly became vacant, his pupils dilated, a trickle of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his head lolled to the side, and he was lifeless. The remaining assassin, witnessing his companion's fate, was terrified. He frantically kowtowed, shouting incoherently. Don't kill me. I'll talk. It's Yi from the capital. Then his head lolled to one side, and he stopped breathing. Holy crap? What kind of secret technique is this? Will they die if they reveal the secret? The two of them seem to be under a curse. Cast a curse. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Don't let me find out your past. Su Yun sneered. He was about to say something to Lin Qingying when suddenly a feeling of extreme danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Roar! A roar 100 times more terrifying than any of the previous roars came from behind the beast horde. The sound seemed to possess some strange magic, causing the entire space to tremble. The raging beast tide, as if responding to a king's command, suddenly stopped and retreated to both sides like a well-trained army, creating a wide passage. The ground began to shake violently, as if some enormous creature was walking towards them. Thump! 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 Every step was like a heavy hammer, slamming into everyone's hearts. A huge figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a behemoth as big as a 3-story building. Its appearance is extremely bizarre, resembling a giant ape, but with two completely opposite heads. The head on the left had a blue face and fangs, with bloodshot eyes, exuding an aura of savagery and destruction. With each breath, it exhaled a scorching sulfurous odor. The right side of the head, however, had delicate features, resembling an exquisitely beautiful woman, with a smile on her lips and alluring eyes. With each breath, she exhaled pink mist carrying a strange fragrance. One represents the ultimate masculinity and destruction. One represents the ultimate in femininity and allure. These two completely different auras strangely merged on its massive body, forming a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Name of the mythical beast, Hawan Two-Faced Beast. Level, Grandmaster Tier 5 Beast King. Abilities, Roar of Destruction, Breath of Charm, Yin-Yang Millstone. Note, extremely dangerous. The pink mist it emits has strong hallucinogenic and aphrodisiac effects. Those whose cultivation level is lower than its level will lose their minds after inhaling it. The degree of loss depends on the difference in cultivation level. Information about this Beast King automatically surfaced in Su Yun's mind. Grandmaster Level 5. This has far exceeded the scope of the new student trial. Even the Academy's instructors would have to give way to a Beast King of this caliber. What the hell is this? Xiaoro stared at the bizarre giant beast, so frightened that her voice trembled. She felt that just by smelling the pink mist, her body began to heat up uncontrollably, and all sorts of chaotic images started to appear in her mind. Lin Qingying's expression also became more solemn than ever before. It's a Beast King. A Grandmaster level Beast King. She immediately activated the Gengjin Annihilation technique, and the icy Gengjin energy flowed throughout her body, barely managing to suppress the pink mist that had invaded her body. But an unnatural blush still appeared uncontrollably on her pretty face. Su Yun. Xia Ro. Quick! Hold your breath. Don't inhale that pink mist. She reminded him urgently. However, it was too late. The two-faced acacia beast had clearly identified the three of them as its prey. Its female head curled into a charming smile, then opened its cherry-like mouth and gently blew a breath. Call! An intense, overwhelming pink storm instantly swept across the entire square. Not good. Lin Qingying's pupils suddenly contracted. She wanted to retreat immediately with Su Yun and Xia Ro, but the pink storm was too fast and gave them no time to react. The three of them were instantly engulfed by the pink mist. Xia Ro possessed the wood element, but she had not yet awakened it. Moreover, her cultivation level was too low, and it wasn't long before her eyes began to become unfocused. Her cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, her body began to sway slightly, and she uttered seductive murmurs. It's hot, so hot. She looked at Su Yun beside her, her large, watery eyes filled with primal desire, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Lin Qingying's situation is slightly better after all, she is a grandmaster with profound cultivation. But under the intense allure of this aura, she felt her reason being eroded little by little. The metal element within her body and that pink energy are locked in a fierce battle. The interplay of ice and fire made her feel as if half of her body was an iceberg and the other half a volcano. That contradictory yet stimulating feeling almost drove her mad. Her body also became uncontrollably hot, and her white clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her breathtakingly perfect curves. She bit her lip hard, using the pain to maintain her last shred of consciousness. She knew that once she completely succumbed, the three of them would be torn to pieces by that beast king. Su Yun, quick, run! She used her last bit of strength to shout at Su Yun. However, when she turned her head and looked at Su Yun, she was stunned. Su Yun stood there, showing no sign of being bewitched. What is this smell? It smells like cheap perfume, mixed with a bit of foot odor. It's really intoxicating. Su Yun frowned, pinched her nose, and said with a disgusted expression. His awakened wood eternal body has a self-purifying effect. Although it is only at the initial stage, it is more than enough to deal with hallucinogenic toxins of this level. Lin Qingying. Xia Ro. Already lost, unable to receive signals. The two-faced beast Hawan? The Beast King's two heads were both stunned. Especially the woman's head, whose charming smile froze instantly. Its invincible allure has actually failed? Why isn't this human reacting at all? Is he a eunuch? Roar! The Beast King's male head let out an angry roar. Its dignity has been challenged. Its massive, hill-like body lunged forward, its thick arms slamming down on Su Yun with a sonic boom that tore through the air. This punch is enough to level a building. Su Yun! Get out of the way! Seeing this, Lin Qingying was terrified. Without thinking, she rushed forward to shield Su Yun from the attack. However, Su Yun acted before her. Instead of dodging, he charged straight at the enormous fist. Perfect timing, I'll use you to test my grandmaster level. An unprecedented fighting spirit erupted in Su Yun's eyes. At this moment, he pushed the gung metal spiritual power and with spiritual power in his body to their limits. His left hand shone brightly with golden light, and a golden needle, several meters long and formed from pure gung metal energy, appeared out of thin air. His right hand shone with a blue light, and countless emerald green vines, like living snakes, grew wildly from his palm. The left hand holds a golden needle, signifying killing in warfare. The right hand, represented by the element of wood, represents primary control. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Qingying and the Beast King, the seemingly frail youth transformed into a golden blue streak of light and bravely met the earth-shattering punch head-on. Chapter 18 Fusion. The terror of metal and wood uniting as one. Just as Su Yun's figure was about to collide with that mountain-like giant fist, time seemed to slow down. Lin Qingying's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Her mind went blank. This is insane. Su Yun must be crazy. That was an attack from a grandmaster level, 5th tier Beast King. Even at her peak, she would never dare to confront him head-on. How dare a newbie who has just broken through to the grandmaster level? He's committing suicide. No. A piercing scream escaped Lin Qingying's lips. She was determined to rush forward, even if it meant dying together, to save Su Yun. But it was too late. Under the watchful eyes of all the people and beasts, Su Yun's figure collided violently with that terrifying giant fist. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the ruins. The violent energy shockwave, like a Category 12 hurricane, swept in all directions. The surrounding abandoned buildings were torn to shreds in an instant, as if they were made of paper, in the face of this shockwave. A layer of ground was scraped off, and smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's view. Lin Qingying was thrown away by the shockwave, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, but she didn't care about her injuries at all, her beautiful eyes fixed on the center of the smoke and dust. Su Yun! Su Yun! Her voice was choked with sobs and filled with despair. In her view, Su Yun had absolutely no chance of survival in such a terrifying collision, and probably not even a complete corpse could be found. The thought of that figure, always with a mischievous grin, who liked to take advantage of her but would always stand in her way at crucial moments, just vanishing like that. Lin Qingying felt as if countless knives had stabbed into her heart, causing her unbearable pain. Ah! She let out a painful cry, and her eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A surge of gunmetal energy, colder and more violent than ever before, erupted from her body. I'm going to kill you. She picked up her sword and was about to rush into the smoke and dust to fight the Beast King to the death. However, at that moment, cough cough. I'm choking to death. A familiar voice came from the smoke and dust. Lin Qingying suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked up in disbelief, towards the direction from which the sound came. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A tall, slender figure gradually became clear. It's Su Yun. He's actually still alive. He remained standing in the same spot, without even changing his posture. His clothes were a bit torn, and his face was covered in dust, making him look somewhat disheveled. But in front of him, that arrogant two-faced beast, with its enormous fist capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, was actually tightly bound by countless incredibly tough emerald green vines. Those vines, like living serpents, cut deep into the Beast King's flesh, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not break free. On the surface of the Beast King's enormous fist, a long golden needle was clearly embedded. That long needle, though seemingly slender, exuded an invincible sharpness. It pierced directly through the Beast King's hard, iron-like skin and deeply penetrated its bones. Roar! The Beast King's male head let out a painful roar. It couldn't believe that its proud power had been blocked head-on by a tiny human. Hey, didn't you eat? You're so weak. Su Yun dusted himself off, looked up at the enraged Beast King, and gave a provocative smile. He did indeed take that punch head-on. But he wasn't stupid. At the moment of impact, he first used the technique of the max-level Qingfeng sword art to dissipate most of the impact, then used the vines formed by the power of Yi-wood to wrap around and weaken the fist's force, and finally used the golden needles condensed by the energy of gunmetal to precisely pierce the weakest joint of the opponent's strength, dismantling the attack in one fell swoop. This entire operation was executed flawlessly and seamlessly. His grasp of timing and control of power have reached an unparalleled level. This is what makes max-level skills so terrifying. Lin Qingying was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the figure who was unharmed and even had the leisure to mock the Beast King. Her mind was no longer able to think. He not only blocked it, but also, he even injured the Beast King? Is this really something a first-level Grandmaster could do? Even I could never achieve such exquisite skill. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Roar! The Beast King's other female head also emitted an angry shriek. It felt its dignity had been challenged like never before. Both of its heads opened their mouths at the same time. The left side of the head emitted a destructive black sonic wave. The right side of its head spewed out a corrosive pink toxic mist. Yin and Yang, hard and soft, two completely different energies converge in mid-air to form a huge, slowly rotating black and pink Tai Chi diagram. The Yin-Yang Millstone. This is the ultimate killing move of the Hahuan two-faced beast. This enormous millstone, carrying a terrifying power capable of obliterating everything, slowly pressed down on Su Yun. Wherever it passed, the space groaned under its strain, as if it were about to be crushed at any moment. Su Yun's expression finally turned serious. He couldn't withstand that move. He could clearly feel that the power contained in that millstone had exceeded the limit of what he could currently handle. This is troublesome. Su Yun's figure began to retreat rapidly. But the yin-yang millstone seemed to have locked onto him, following him like a shadow, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Su Yun! Get out of the way! Lin Qingying also sensed something was wrong, and she grabbed her sword, ready to rush forward to help. However, she had just been injured and was also affected by the alluring aura, causing her spiritual energy to become chaotic. As soon as she moved, she aggravated her injuries, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and her face became even paler. "Don't come any closer," Su Yun yelled at her. He knew that if Lin Qingying came up now, she would only be throwing her life away. As the enormous yin yang millstone drew ever closer, its terrifying crushing force caused fine, bloody streaks to appear on his skin. A hint of madness flashed in Su Yun's eyes. "There's no escaping it. Then we have no choice but to give it our all." He suddenly stopped and clasped his hands together in front of his chest. He unleashed the gung metal Ani with spiritual power within his body with madness and without reservation. He wanted to try to forcefully merge these two completely opposite energies together. This is an absolutely insane idea. Jin Kimu. These two attributes are inherently incompatible. Forcibly fusing them will only result in an energy outburst and self-destruction. But Su Yun had no other choice. He could sense that the heavenly Tao red thread within his body seemed to be the bridge connecting these two energies. "Melt it for me." Su Yun roared and concentrated all his spiritual power into his dantian. The golden gung metal spiritual power and the Cyan with spiritual power began their most primal and savage collision in his dantian. Boom! Su Yun's body shuddered violently, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. His meridians felt like they were being cut by countless knives. The pain almost made him faint. "No. It's not enough." Su Yun gritted his teeth. He could feel that the repulsive force between the two energies was too strong, making it impossible for them to merge. Just when he was about to give up, the heavenly Tao red rope within his body suddenly erupted with a dazzling red light. That red rope, like a greedy snake, actually swallowed the two violent energies, one gold and one green, on its own initiative. Then, under Su Yun's incredulous gaze, the inside of the red rope seemed to have turned into a giant furnace. Under the influence and harmonization of his pure yang energy, metal and wood actually began to merge. A brand new, golden blue spiritual power, imbued with a chaotic aura, was slowly born. Although this newly generated spiritual power is only a trace, the quality of energy it contains is more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous gung metal spiritual power and E with spiritual power combined. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully fused with a different type of spiritual power, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host! You have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster level 2. Congratulations, host! You have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster level 3. Congratulations, host! You have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster level 4. Congratulations, host! You have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster level 5. A series of system notification sounds, like heavenly music, rang wildly in Su Yun's mind. An unprecedented, vast, and powerful force erupted from his dantian and instantly swept across his entire body. His injuries healed in an instant. His momentum surged in an instant. Grandmaster Tier 1. Grandmaster Tier 2. Grandmaster Tier 3. Ultimately, he reached the peak of the 5th level of Grandmaster. Advance 4 ranks in a row. Su Yun suddenly opened her eyes. In his eyes, one side was a dazzling gold, and the other was a deep blue. The two colors intertwined and flowed, eventually turning into a bottomless chaos. He looked at the yin-yang millstone that was now almost within reach, and a wild smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Now, it's my turn." He slowly raised his hand and pointed forward with one finger. A golden blue ray of light, as thin as a hair yet seemingly capable of piercing through heaven and earth, burst forth from his fingertips. Chapter 19: The enchanting scene in the cave. That golden blue ray of light looked so thin, so insignificant. Compared to the towering, sun-obscuring yin-yang millstone, it was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. However, the moment that ray of light came into contact with the yin-yang millstone, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no sound. The seemingly indestructible yin-yang millstone, which appeared capable of obliterating everything, melted silently the moment it came into contact with the golden blue light, just like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Yes, it's melting. A huge hole appeared in the center of the millstone. Then the void rapidly expanded, and the entire yin-yang millstone, in just 1 second, transformed into the most primordial spiritual energy particles and dissipated into the air. The whole world fell silent once again. Both heads of the Hawan two-faced beast simultaneously displayed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The alluring smile on its female head froze on its face. The raging fury on its male head was instantly extinguished. Instead, there was endless fear. His ultimate move was actually countered just like that? How is that possible? It wanted to escape. This human is so bizarre, so terrifying. Its hill-like body suddenly retreated, trying to escape back into the beast tide. Trying to run now? Too late. Suyun's icy voice rang in its ears. The next second, his figure appeared like a ghost above the Beast King's head. He extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and gently touched the connection between the two heads of the Beast King. It was still that same golden blue light. Laugh. A soft sound, like a hot knife cutting butter, rang out. The two enormous heads of the Hawan two-faced beast fell to the ground with a thud. Its massive body crashed to the ground, creating two huge craters, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the entire square red. The Beast King, a grandmaster of the 5th rank, has fallen. Suyun's figure slowly descended from mid-air. He stood beside the Beast King's enormous corpse and let out a long sigh of relief. That attack just now almost drained all the golden blue spiritual energy from his body. This fusion of spiritual power is terrifyingly powerful, but its consumption is equally astonishing. But he felt the powerful strength of a 5th-level grandmaster within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was a great deal. Roar. Wah! The distant beast tide, seeing their king slain, first let out mournful cries, then, as if terrified, began to scatter wildly in all directions, no longer daring to approach this land of death. The crisis has been completely resolved. Su-Yun. Behind him came Lin Qingying's trembling voice calling out. Su-Yun turned around and saw Lin Qingying and Xia Rou, supporting each other on either side, staring blankly at him. Xia Rou's eyes had regained a sliver of clarity, but they were still filled with confusion and desire. Her outfit was torn in several places by the shockwave, revealing large expanses of her fair and delicate skin, which looked extremely alluring. Lin Qingying's situation wasn't much better. Her plain white martial arts uniform was also tattered, and several key parts were faintly visible, exuding a deadly allure. Her once cool and pretty face was now covered with an abnormal flush, her breathing was rapid, and her eyes were watery, like a ripe peach that could be squeezed for juice at any moment. The allure poison on the two did not dissipate with the death of the Beast King. Instead, it began to erupt more violently as the suppression was removed. I feel so bad. Xia Rou was the first to give in. She let go of Lin Qingying and, like a kitten in heat, staggered and pounced towards Su-Yun. Su-Yun, hug me. Her voice was soft and sweet, full of irresistible magic. Su-Yun was startled and quickly dodged away. Are you kidding me? This girl is out of her mind right now. If I really hug her, how would that be any different from taking advantage of her in her vulnerable state? I, Su-Yun, am a true gentleman. Qingying, how are you? Su-Yun supported the swaying Lin Qingying and asked with concern. Lin Qingying's body was burning hot. She leaned against Su-Yun's chest, greedily inhaling the pure yang energy emanating from him, feeling the heat within her body ease slightly. I'm almost done for too. She bit her lip hard and, with her last shred of reason, said. The poisonous fog here is too thick, we must leave immediately. Su-Yun also sensed that something was wrong. Although he can resist the toxins, staying here indefinitely is not a good idea. Moreover, he glanced at the bracelet. That earth-shattering battle must have alerted the academy. He didn't want to reveal his full strength. We can't go back to base. Su-Yun made a judgment immediately. The assassin's goal was to lure us here, which means they likely have an accomplice within the base. Going back half-dead now would be like walking into a trap, and they might strike again. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingying felt a chill run down her spine. She had thought of that too. Then, where do we go? Lin Qingying's voice already carried a hint of helplessness. She felt her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. Su-Yun glanced at the map and pointed to a distant, continuous mountain range, saying, Go there. Find a place to hide first, and we'll talk again once you're cured of the poison. Good. Lin Qingying nodded weakly, leaning all her weight on Su-Yun. Without further hesitation, Su-Yun scooped up the completely unconscious Xia Rou with one arm around her waist, and supported Lin Qingying with the other. He then used the white crane escape technique, his figure transforming into a streak of light and instantly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Half an hour later. In a secluded valley, Su-Yun finally found a dry and spacious cave. To his even greater surprise, at the deepest part of the cave, there was a pool of crystal clear water, and next to the pool were several huge rocks that had been smoothed by the water flow. It's practically a natural refuge. Suyun settled the two women in the cave and first checked on Xiaorou's condition. This girl had the lowest cultivation level and was the most severely poisoned. She had completely lost consciousness, her pretty face flushed red, and she was still muttering incoherently. Her body was burning hot like a furnace. No, we have to bring her fever down immediately. Suyun frowned. He looked at the clear pool of water and had an idea. Qingying, can you still hold on? He looked at Lin Qingying beside him. Lin Qingying leaned against the cold stone wall, panting heavily. Sweat had soaked her long hair, which clung to her cheeks, adding to her delicate and charming appearance. I'm all right, she said through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. You carry Xiaorou to the pool and cool her down with cold water. I'll go guard the cave entrance to prevent any strange beasts from coming, Suyun said decisively. Lin Qingying nodded. She struggled to her feet, walked to Xiaorou's side, and sighed as she looked at her best friend's disheveled and flushed face. She bent down and picked Xiaorou up from the ground. Then she glanced at Suyun standing at the cave entrance, her pretty face flushed, and said in a warning tone. You're not allowed to peek. She didn't know why she said that. Perhaps it was the effects of the toxins that made her unlike her usual self. Suyun almost burst out laughing when she heard this. I was peeking? Big sister, you look just as bad as Xiaorou right now. What's the difference between your tattered clothes and not wearing anything at all? Although he thought this in his heart, he said it out loud in a serious tone. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Rest assured, I will protect you at the cave entrance. After saying that, he turned around, his back to the depths of the cave, looking every bit the gentleman. Soon, the sound of rushing water and the sound of clothes being removed came from deep inside the cave. Suyun's ears twitched. Although his back was turned, with his current hearing, he could hear even the slightest noise in the cave. He could hear Lin Qingying's slightly rapid breathing. You could hear her soft gasp as she carried Xiaorou into the water. You could hear the splashing water hitting their skin. Uncontrollably, some erotic images began to surface in Suyun's mind. Two stunningly beautiful young women were healing their wounds in the clear pool of water. One is as aloof as an iceberg, the other as sweet as a peach. She has a hot body and amazing curves. She is petite and charming, full of youthful energy. Hiss. Suyun felt a little hot in her nose. No. I am a gentleman. Do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper. He quickly sat down cross-legged and silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra. But the splashing sound of the water was like a demonic chant, making it impossible for him to calm down. I don't know how much time has passed. The sound of water stopped. Lin Qingying's footsteps approached from afar. Suyun, Xiaorou, she's already asleep, and her temperature has gone down. Her voice was tired and hoarse. Suyun opened her eyes and turned around. Lin Qingying's excessively red cheeks still made her look incredibly alluring. You should go take a shower too. The poison in your body needs to be cooled down. Suyun looked at her and said somewhat awkwardly. Lin Qingying nodded. She did indeed feel that she was nearing her limit. She placed the sleeping Xiaorou on a flat rock covered with dry grass, and then took a deep look at Suyun. I'll be fine soon, don't run around. After saying that, she blushed and quickly walked back into the depths of the cave. Soon, another splashing sound of water rang out. This time, Suyun's heart was beating even faster. There were two just now. Now, only Lin Qingying is left. He tried hard to control his imagination, but Lin Qingying's unbelievably perfect body kept appearing in his mind. Just as Suyun felt that she was about to have a nosebleed. A muffled groan, tinged with pain, suddenly came from inside the cave. It's Lin Qingying's voice. Chapter 20 Honest Reunion in the Pool. Something's happened. Suyun's body reacted faster than his brain. Almost the instant he heard the sound, he leaped up from the ground, his figure becoming a blur as he rushed into the depths of the cave. Qingying! What's wrong? He rushed forward while shouting anxiously. Deep inside the cave, the light was dim, with only a few rays of moonlight filtering through the cracks in the cave ceiling, reflecting shimmering light on the clear pool of water. When Suyun rushed to the edge of the pool, the scene before him made his blood boil instantly, and he even stopped breathing. All that could be seen was the crystal clear pool of water. Lin Qingying was kneeling in the water with her back to him. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her smooth, jade-like back like a waterfall. Water droplets slid down the ends of her hair, across the breathtakingly beautiful curves of her back, and finally dripped down to her incredibly slender waist, disappearing into its firm, rounded shape. The surface of the water was covered in a creamy white. Beneath the water's surface, the exquisite, graceful curves are faintly visible, exuding endless allure. This scene was so beautiful, like a painting that could drive any man crazy. The clear pool shimmered, reflecting Lin Qingying's exquisite figure. It was a beautiful scene that defies description. Suyin felt a burning sensation in her nose and almost had a nosebleed. He swore he really didn't mean to look. He was just worried that something might happen to her. Qingying, you. He was about to ask a question when he saw Lin Qingying's body tremble suddenly, and then she slowly turned her head. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Qingying's clear, cold phoenix eyes were now misty with tears, and a single, glistening tear clung to the corner of her eye. Her lips were white from being bitten so hard, and her beautiful face was flushed with an unnatural redness, but there was also a hint of unconcealed pain between her brows. Hiss. Su-yun, you, don't come any closer. Her voice was weak, carrying a unique tenderness and helplessness. As she spoke, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around her breathtakingly full breasts, trying to cover up the beautiful spring scenery. But this action, ironically, made the underwater scenery even more intriguing. Su-yun's throat bobbed uncontrollably. He finally snapped out of his shock and realized how awkward his situation was. I didn't mean to. I heard you call out, and I thought something had happened to you. He explained incoherently, his eyes involuntarily scanning her perfect body. There's no way around it, it's just too amazing. This figure is simply God's most perfect masterpiece. I'm fine. You should get out of here. Lin Qingying was both ashamed and anxious, and tears were about to fall. This was the first time in her life that a man had seen her like this. And under these circumstances, Su-yun knew it was inappropriate for him to stay any longer, and he was just about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he noticed the condition between Lin Qingying's eyebrows. The frost that had been suppressed between her brows reappeared. Moreover, it's much more concentrated than ever before. A layer of visible ice crystals was rapidly spreading outwards from the center of her brow. The cold metal energy within her body and the alluring poison of the Hahuan beast actually created a violent conflict within her. The poison of allure belongs to the element of fire. It is fiery and intense, stimulating human desires and invigorating the body's energy and blood. Gunmetal, belonging to the metal element, is cold and in nature. It freezes the meridians and erodes vitality. These two completely different forces were like two armies locked in battle within her body, fighting fiercely. And her body is the battlefield. The extreme clash between ice and fire caused her unimaginable pain. Oh no! The poison gas has reached the heart. Su-yun's expression changed, and he instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. If this continues, even if Lin Qingying is not tortured to death by these two forces, she will be completely crippled due to the rupture of her meridians. Qingying! Don't move! I'm here to help you. Su-yun roared and, no longer caring about the rules between men and women, he took a step forward and rushed directly into the pool. Splash! The icy pool water instantly submerged his knees. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. When Lin Qingying saw Su-yun rushing over, she turned pale with fright and tried to back away. But now she was weak and sore all over, and tormented by the pain, so she had no strength left. Su-yun walked up to her in a few steps. He looked at her face, contorted with pain yet still breathtakingly beautiful, and said in a deep voice. The cold and fire toxins in your body are clashing. If you don't clear them, your meridians will be completely ruined. After saying that, he didn't give Lin Qingying any chance to react. He reached out and grabbed her smooth, rounded shoulder. Upon purchase, it was piping hot. It felt as if what was being grasped was not skin, but a red-hot branding iron. Ah! Lin Qingying let out a startled cry, her body trembling violently. She felt a cool and pure yang energy surge into her body through Su-yun's palm. That yang energy was like a spring of sweet water, instantly extinguishing the raging lust burning within her. It brought a sliver of clarity back to her mind, which was on the verge of exploding. But then, that cool yang energy collided with the domineering cold metal energy within her body. Hiss! Lin Qingying gasped. If what just happened was like experiencing both ice and fire. Now, it's like two icebergs have collided violently. The extreme cold made her feel as if her blood was about to freeze. Her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and her lips turned bluish-purple instantly. How so? Su-yun was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the Gangjin cold energy within Lin Qingying's body would be so domineering. Even his pure yang energy couldn't suppress it immediately. Instead, it provoked an even stronger resistance. No. Just like that, the contact area is too small, and the energy transfer efficiency is too low. Su-yun made a judgment instantly. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, who was shivering from the cold and whose consciousness was beginning to fade, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. At this point, who cares about propriety, morality, and shame? Saving lives is the priority. Xingying. I'm sorry to offend you. Su-yun let out a low roar, stretched out his arms, and ignoring Lin Xingying's weak struggles, directly pulled her cold yet burning hot perfect body into his embrace. Up close and personal. Skin-to-skin contact. Boom. The moment their bodies were completely pressed together, Su-yun felt that the heavenly Tao red rope within his body was bursting with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. A torrent of yang energy, 100 times larger than any before, surged out of his body like a floodgate being opened. This time, it's not about coolness. It's not just domineering. It's piping hot. It is a pure yang flame powerful enough to melt everything. That yang energy ignored the fire poison and directly confronted the equally domineering and incomparable gung metal cold energy within Lin Qingying's body. It was like two of the most elite armies waging a fierce battle within Lin Qingying's body. Chapter 21 Su-yun, what did you do to me? Mist rises from the pool. Su-yun held the delicate body in his arms tightly, which was sometimes burning hot and sometimes freezing cold, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He felt like he was a converter. On one side was the domineering and incomparable Gangjin cold energy within Lin Qingying's body, which seemed capable of freezing everything. On the other side was the all-pervasive, bewitching fire poison of the Hahuan beast, seemingly capable of igniting everything. These two forces, harmonized by his pure yang energy and the heavenly Tao red rope, circulated back and forth in his and Lin Qingying's bodies in an extremely strange way, clashing and dissolving against each other. For Lin Qingying, this process was both the ultimate pain and the ultimate pleasure. She felt as if her body was being repeatedly roasted over ice and fire. Every inch of the meridians is being torn apart, and then reshaped by a warm force. That feeling caused her unbearable pain, yet she couldn't stop. Her consciousness oscillated between lucidity and drowsiness. She could feel a pair of strong, powerful hands holding her tightly, giving her a constant sense of strength and security. She wanted to struggle, to push away this bastard who had taken advantage of her. But her body honestly tightened its grip, as if trying to merge her whole being into the other's body. For Su-yun, this was also an unprecedented test and opportunity. The cold metal energy and the alluring fire poison within Lin Qingying's body flowed continuously into his body through the feedback from the heavily Tao red rope. Then, it was forcibly devoured and refined by his newly fused, even more domineering golden blue spiritual power. His golden blue spiritual power was like a greedy glutton, accepting everything that came his way. Whether it's the energy of gung metal or the alluring fire poison, both become nutrients for its growth. Ding! Detected that the bound user Lin Qingying is undergoing a life or death trial, resulting in a significant improvement in her cultivation. Triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 50-100. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has increased by 50-100. Congratulations, host. Your golden azure fusion spiritual power has increased by 80-100. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster level 6. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have broken through your cultivation level. Current cultivation level, Grandmaster rank 7. A series of frantic system notifications exploded in Su-yun's mind. An unprecedented, vast, and terrifying power erupted within his body. His cultivation level soared once again, as if he had taken a rocket. He rose from the 5th level of Grandmaster all the way to the peak of the 7th level of Grandmaster. Just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Cool. In his heart, Su-yun let out a triumphant shout. This feeling of rapidly increasing strength is more intoxicating than the strongest wine in the world. He could feel that the golden blue spiritual power within his body had become purer and more harmonious after absorbing a large amount of gung metal cold energy and fire poison. Metal and wood are no longer simply mutually destructive, but have instead achieved a wonderful balance of mutual generation and harmony. The sharpness of metal and the vitality of wood formed a perfect cycle within him. I don't know how much time has passed. It could be an hour, or it could be a whole century. After the last trace of gunmetal cold energy and the last wisp of bewitching fire poison were completely refined by the two of them, the pool finally returned to calm. The turmoil within Lin Qingying's body finally subsided. Her feverish body temperature returned to normal. The frost between his brows also completely disappeared. Instead, it exudes a lustrous, jade-like sheen from within. Her skin was even whiter and more delicate than before, as if it could be broken with a touch. Her figure also seemed to have become even more voluptuous. Yes, it's incredibly popular. A more powerful and refined aura than before slowly emanated from her body. Grandmaster Level 3. After experiencing this life or death crisis, she turned misfortune into blessing. Not only did she completely resolve the hidden dangers in her body, but she also broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, directly skipping the second level of Grandmaster and entering a completely new realm. She slowly opened her eyes. Those clear, cold phoenix eyes were now as clear as water, without a trace of impurity. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that handsome face, with a mischievous smile, right in front of her. She also realized how shamefully she was pressed tightly against this man. The air froze again. Their eyes met, and in the pool, only the clear sound of their heartbeats remained. How are you feeling? Suyun broke the silence first, forcing an innocent smile onto her face. I just used up a lot of my energy to save you. I feel like I'm about to be drained dry. Lin Qingying did not speak. She just watched him quietly. That look in his eyes was very complicated. A long time. She spoke in an extremely hoarse voice, Suyun. What did you do to me? Upon hearing this, Suyun immediately became displeased. What do you mean by what did I do to you? It was clearly the power within you that went berserk, and I risked my life to save you, so why does it seem like I forced you? Lin, what you said is incorrect. Suyun said with a serious expression. I'm saving you. Purely. Without any impurities. A rescue born of revolutionary friendship. If you continue to slander me like this, I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Qingying was so angry at his twisted logic that she couldn't speak. She wanted to refute, but didn't know where to begin. After all, what Suyun said seemed to be true. He did indeed save himself. But this process was just too. She felt that this bastard had taken advantage of her from head to toe. The thought of how she had made such shameful sounds and reacted so shamefully in that man's arms made her wish she could disappear into the ground. You let me go first. Lin Qingying sighed softly and struggled for a moment. Suyun then seemed to wake from a dream and quickly let go of his hand. The moment they parted, a strange sense of emptiness welled up in both of their hearts. Lin Qingying instinctively hugged herself again, not daring to look at Suyun. Suyun turned around somewhat awkwardly. Ahem, since you're alright, I'll head out now. You should get dressed quickly, don't catch a cold. After saying that, he fled as if he were escaping, climbing out of the pool and heading towards the cave entrance. Lin Qingying was left alone in the pool, watching his fleeing figure, her expression shifting. She looked down at her flawless, seemingly glowing body, and then touched her burning cheeks. The embarrassing scene from just now kept replaying in my mind. Bastard, scoundrel. She cursed a couple of times in a barely audible voice. But there was no trace of anger in his tone. She discovered that she didn't seem to dislike that feeling. I kind of like it? As soon as the terrible thought popped into her head, she quickly shook her head, trying to shake it off. No. Lin Qingying. You need to wake up. He's just your training tool. How could you have such strange feelings for him? She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in her heart, stood up from the pool, and began to get dressed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave entrance, Suyun leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily. He touched his chest, where the amazing softness and elasticity of Lin Qingying still seemed to linger. What a tragedy. He gave a wry smile. This gigolo is getting hotter and hotter. He glanced at Xiaoro, who was lying not far away, still unconscious, and felt another headache coming on. One problem hasn't been solved yet, and another one comes along. When will this hellish situation ever end? As he was reflecting on this, he suddenly heard Xiaoro, who was lying there, let out a soft moan. Then, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 22. What's in front of me? A sweet, cloying moan broke the brief awkwardness at the cave entrance. Soo-yun froze, and before he could turn around, he felt a small, hot hand grab his ankle. The force of his grip was astonishing. His fingernails even pierced through his trouser leg, leaving several white marks on his skin. It's hot, it's so uncomfortable. Xiaoro curled up on the rocks covered with dry grass, her originally fair skin now showing an eerie crimson, like a boiled shrimp. Her clothes, already disheveled from the previous battle and escape, were now revealing glimpses of her cleavage as she writhed with unbearable ecstasy. Those once bright and lively eyes were now covered with a thick layer of mist, darting around aimlessly before finally locking onto Soo-yun. It was like a traveler in the desert seeing an oasis. Soo-yun, she murmured to herself, and then, using both her hands and feet, she tried to climb up Soo-yun's legs like a koala. Holy crap! Xiaoro, calm down. Soo-yun was startled and quickly bent down to try to pull her down. But this girl, who usually looks gentle and weak, is now incredibly strong under the combined stimulation of the medicine and her wood body. The wood element governs life, and the poisonous mist from the Hawan beast is a potent stimulant that awakens the primal desires of life. The combination of the two is like adding oil to a raging fire. Don't move. Let me hug you. You're so cool. Xiaoro wouldn't listen to a word he said. She clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, rubbing her burning cheeks against his thigh and letting out satisfied sighs. Soo-yun felt like she was about to explode. This isn't about saving lives, it's clearly a test of the cadre's resolve. Just then, a light footstep sound came from behind. The footsteps were very light, but to Soo-yun, they sounded like a countdown to death. He stiffly raised his head. Lin Xingying stood not far from him. She was already dressed, and although her clothes were still somewhat torn, they at least covered her vital parts. Her long, wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, still dripping water. Her pretty face, which had just weathered a storm, still had a lingering blush, and her eyes and brows still held a hint of allure. But her eyes were as cold as ice. She quietly watched Xiaoro clinging to Soo-yun like an octopus, then looked at Soo-yun, who was innocently raising his hands. Xingying, let me explain. Soo-yun swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down her spine. This girl is too strong, I can't push her away. Lin Xingying didn't speak, but pursed her lips and walked over step by step. As she approached, the temperature inside the cave seemed to drop several degrees. She walked up to the two of them, looked at the delirious Xiaoro, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. That was my best friend. But the man she was holding was the one she had just been intimate with. What's wrong with her? Lin Xingying's voice was a little hoarse. The situation isn't good. Seeing that she hadn't made a move, Soo-yun breathed a slight sigh of relief and said seriously. The vitality of the E-wood element is too strong, which has ironically become nourishment for the toxins. The gunmetal energy within you can suppress the poison, but she is a wood element, which will only fuel the fire. Now the toxins have seeped into her bone marrow. If they are not guided out as soon as possible, it's a minor matter. If her cultivation is ruined, I'm afraid it will. He didn't say the rest, but the meaning was clear. Consumed by lust, he exploded and died. Lin Xingying took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. How to save them? She stared into Soo-yun's eyes and asked, word by word. Soo-yun's eyes flickered. Well, as you know, my constitution is special, and my pure yang energy is just right to counteract this kind of evil toxin. I helped you earlier because metal and fire counteract each other, and now I'm helping her. The principle is similar. The principles are similar? Lin Xingying sneered, her gaze sweeping over the area where he and Xiaoro were pressed together. So, you're going to do the same thing to me as you did to me earlier? Soo-yun blushed and forced himself to say. No need to go that far. She's a wood elementalist, which is more compatible with my current power. Just physical contact and guiding the spiritual energy circulation will suffice. Of course, the larger the contact area, the better the effect. A deathly silence fell over the air. Only Xiaoro's labored breathing echoed in the empty cave. Soo-yun, give it to me. Xiaoro was still unconsciously tearing at her collar, the large expanse of snow-white skin making people dizzy. Lin Xingying closed her eyes. She knew Soo-yun was telling the truth. Apart from Soo-yun, no one here can save Xiaoro. But the thought of Soo-yun's hand touching Xiaoro's body, and the thought of Xiaoro making that kind of expression in Soo-yun's arms, made her teeth itch. Save her. After a long while, Lin Qingying opened her eyes, her voice cold and hard. Su Yun was overjoyed and was about to make a move. But Lin Qingying changed the subject, walked to a large rock nearby, sat down, crossed her arms, and stared intently at Su Yun with her beautiful phoenix eyes. I'll just stay here and watch. If you dare to have even the slightest thought, I'll chop your hand off. Su Yun. What kind of public execution scene is this? Face-to-face NTR? This kind of freeloading is not only scalding hot, it's also deadly. Hurry! She can't hold on much longer. Lin Qingying urged, though her tone was fierce, the anxiety in her eyes was unmistakable. Su Yun dared not delay any longer. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, reached out and grabbed Xiaoro's flailing wrists, straightened her up, and made her sit cross-legged on the rock. Xiaoro, I'm sorry to offend you. Su Yun whispered something and placed his hands on Xiaoro's smooth back. It feels smooth to the touch and is scalding hot. Boom! The pure yang energy within his body instantly circulated and flowed into Xiaoro's body through his palm. Ah! Xiaoro suddenly leaned back and crashed directly into Su Yun's arms. Su Yun subconsciously reached out and put his arm around her waist. It was a completely instinctive reaction to prevent her from falling. But this scene, witnessed by Lin Qingying, caused her fingers, which were resting on her knees, to tighten suddenly, her knuckles turning white. Where should I put my hands? A cold, icy voice drifted over. Su Yun's hand trembled, and he almost lost his way due to his internal energy. Big sister, I'm saving someone. Can you please stop causing trouble at a time like this? Su Yun gritted her teeth and replied, her forehead covered in sweat. Half of it was exhaustion, and the other half was fear. He ignored Lin Qingying's death stare and focused on controlling his spiritual energy to circulate within Xiaoro's body. Unlike Lin Qingying's domineering and sharp gunmetal energy, Xiaoro's with spiritual power was full of resilience and vitality. The pink toxin was like a bone-deep infection, clinging to every strand of spiritual power. When Su Yun's pure yang energy entered, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Those toxins are instantly purified and devoured when they encounter pure yang energy. Xiaoro's reaction was much more intense than Lin Qingying's. She's always been the kind of person who can't keep things to herself, and now that she's out of her mind, she's completely let loose. Su Yun. I'm so weird. She whimpered and squirmed in Su Yun's arms, her hands trying to sneak inside his clothes. Su Yun was practically being tortured. He held soft, fragrant jade in his arms, whispered words that made his blood boil, and a cold gaze that seemed to pierce through him from behind. Who the hell can handle this? Xiaoro, please shut up. Su Yun wailed inwardly. As the toxins were continuously expelled, the heavenly path red rope began to glow faintly once more. Streams of extremely pure wood elemental energy, mixed with purified life essence, flowed back into Su Yun's body along the red rope. Ding! Detected that the bound user Xiaoro is undergoing intensive treatment. Triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host. Your wood elemental power has increased by 2000. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent skill, Withered Trees Rejuvenate Beginner. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has increased by 500. Su Yun's spirits lifted. Cool. Although the process was arduous, the reward was real. Leaving aside the spiritual energy of E-Wood, the withered tree that comes back to life can not only enhance vitality and restore spiritual power, but also has the function of healing people. Now look what's happened, I've really become a doctor. With the infusion of a large amount of E-Wood's spiritual power, the golden blue energy vortex in his dantian spun even more merrily. The slightly stronger gunmetal energy was now neutralized by the continuous E-Wood spiritual power, and the two finally reached a perfect balance. Life is ever evolving, combining strength and gentleness. Su Yun could feel that his recovery ability and endurance had increased at least threefold. For treatments like those described in Chapter 23 and later, please be sure to contact me. The air inside the cave was sticky, mixed with moisture and some kind of indescribable sweet smell. Su Yun's hand finally left Xiaoro's smooth back. As the last wisp of pink poisonous gas was completely annihilated by the pure yang power, the girl in his arms stopped writhing, which made him blush. Her tense body softened, like a pool of melting spring water, pressing heavily on him. Her breathing became long and steady, and the strange flush on her face faded, leaving only a healthy rosy glow. It's done. Su Yun let out a long breath, feeling that his back was soaked with cold sweat. Half of the sweat was from exhaustion, and the other half was from being stared at by the person next to him. Ding! Treatment complete. A deep spiritual energy interaction between the host and the wood element has been detected, significantly increasing the proficiency of rejuvenating withered wood. Congratulations, host! Your physique has undergone a transformation. You have acquired a special physique, E with longevity physique intermediate. Constitution plus 2000. Mental strength plus 1000. Current realm stable, Grandmaster rank 7. A cool breeze instantly swept through his body, and his body, which had been somewhat depleted from continuously treating the two people, was restored to its peak condition in the blink of an eye, or even better. Suyun clenched his fist, feeling as if he could kill two bulls with one punch. In particular, the Ewood longevity body made him feel that his body was full of vitality. Even if he were to be slashed now, the wound would probably heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But he wasn't in the mood to study the system rewards right now. Because Lin Qingying was still sitting there. She sat on the large rock, arms crossed, her long, wet hair clinging to her cheeks, water droplets dripping from her chin into her collarbone. She didn't speak or move, just quietly watching Suyun and Xiaoro, who was fast asleep in Suyun's arms. His gaze was so calm it sent chills down your spine. Suyun's Adam's apple bobbed, and he tentatively removed his hand from Xiaoro's waist, raised it above his head, and made a gesture of surrender. The poison is gone. Lin Qingying remained silent, her gaze slowly shifting downwards to the spot where he had just let go, and then to Xiaoro's disheveled appearance, with large areas of skin exposed. Does it feel good? She suddenly asked. The sound wasn't loud, but it echoed in the empty cave. Suyun's survival instinct instantly kicked in. I'm a doctor. In a doctor's eyes, a patient is just a pile of flesh. I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Oh. Lin Qingying let out a soft, ambiguous laugh. She stood up, her bare feet stepping on the slightly slippery ground, and walked step by step to Suyun. As she drew near, a familiar, delicate fragrance mingled with the moisture wafted towards me. Suyun instinctively wanted to back away, but he was sitting there with Xiaoro in his arms, so there was nowhere to retreat. Lin Qingying squatted down in front of him, her gaze level with his. She extended a slender finger, lifted Suyun's chin, and forced him to look at her. Suyun, do you think I'm stupid? No, absolutely not. You're the smartest beauty in the entire academy. Suyun shook her head vigorously. Lin Qingying stared into his eyes for a few seconds, her fingertips gently stroking his chin, the spot where she had bitten him when she was aroused. Let it go this time. She withdrew her hand, the coldness in her tone dissipating slightly, replaced by a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and languor. Then, she reached out and pulled Xiaoro out of Suyun's arms. She turned her back and began to tidy her somewhat disheveled clothes, while also blocking Suyun's view of Xiaoro. Turn around, don't look. Oh. Suyun obediently turned to face the stone wall, but inwardly he was ranting and raving. I've seen everything I should and shouldn't have seen, so what's the point of covering up now? An eerie silence fell over the cave. The only sounds were the occasional dripping of water and the rustling of clothes being put on behind me. This silence did not last long. A soft murmur broke the silence. Xiaoro, lying on the haystack, trembled her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. My mind was still a bit foggy, like a blackout after a hangover. She stared blankly at the dim cave ceiling, her memories beginning to return little by little. Beast tide. A 1-2-faced beast. Pink mist. Then, the scene began to become indescribable. She remembers feeling like she was burning up, her reason completely consumed. She remembered clinging to Suyun, the intimate touch of their skin, and the extremely shameful words she whispered in his ear. Suyun. More. Boom. Xiaoro's face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and you could even see steam rising from her head. She sat up abruptly, covered her face with her hands, and let out a piercing scream. Ah! This sound was even more desperate than when facing the beast tide. The society is dead. It's completely dead. She is the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Although she is a bit lively, she is still a reserved lady. How could someone do such a thing? How could someone utter such lewd words? And it happened right in front of Lin Qingying. What are you yelling for? You're happy just because you've attracted these strange beasts? Lin Qingying's cold voice came, and she slapped her on the back of the head. Put your clothes on properly. Xiaoro then realized what her current look was like. 3 buttons on her shirt popped open, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin, and her trousers were rolled up to her upper thighs. She let out a strange cry, hurriedly pulled her clothes tighter, and curled up into a ball, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Soo-yun turned around and looked at Xiao-ro, who was huddled in the corner like an ostrich, and couldn't help but laugh. "You're awake? How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you?" Xiao-ro stiffened upon hearing Soo-yun's voice. She slowly, bit by bit, moved her fingers, which were covering her face, aside to peek at Soo-yun through the gap. Those big eyes were filled with an extremely complex mix of emotions. Before, when she looked at Soo-yun, she saw him as her best friend's boyfriend, an interesting gigolo. But things are different now. In that bewildering and intoxicating illusion, Soo-yun was the only antidote. In reality, it was the same man who stood in front of her in a desperate situation, confronting the Beast King head-on, and pulling her back from the brink of demonic possession. The feeling of pure yang energy flowing through her body, the sense of security of being held in his arms. Xiao-ro felt her heart beating abnormally fast, and the heat on her face wouldn't go down. I'm fine." She didn't dare to look Soo-yun in the eye. Her gaze wandered and finally settled on Soo-yun's chest. There, it seems, her warmth still lingers. "It's good that you're all right." Soo-yun smiled, adopting the demeanor of a righteous gentleman. "The situation was urgent just now, and I had no choice but to use that method to help you detoxify. You are Qing Ying's best friend, which means you are my friend as well. It is only right that I save you." These words were perfectly worded, both explaining his previous behavior and distancing himself from the situation. But Xiao-ro interpreted it differently. Forced to do it? Doesn't he have any feelings for me at all? He was really into it just now. A young girl's mind is always sensitive and peculiar. Once the initial shame subsided, a strange sense of resentment welled up inside. She bit her lip, secretly glanced at Lin Qingying beside her, then looked at Soo-yun, a strange light flashing in her eyes. "All right, stop flirting with me." Lin Qingying suddenly spoke, interrupting the delicate atmosphere between the two. She stepped between the two of them, like a wall, blocking their eye contact. "Get ready and head back to the academy immediately." Lin Qingying's voice returned to its usual cool and aloof tone, as if the woman who had been lost in passion in the pool just moments before was not her at all. "Everything that happened here, except for the Beast King's death, everything else." She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over Soo-yun and Xiao-ro, keep it all buried deep inside. Click. The half-torn branch in her hand was crushed into powder. Soo-yun and Xiao-ro both shivered. I understand. This is a little secret between the three of us." Soo-yun immediately expressed his opinion, his face serious. "I'm usually very tight-lipped. What just happened? I don't remember anything. All I remember is that we fought bravely and repelled the beast tide." Xiao-ro nodded quickly. She would never tell anyone about something so shameful. But a little secret among the three? That sounds incredibly provocative. Xiao-ro blushed and secretly glanced at Soo-yun's tall and straight back. On the way back, the atmosphere became very strange. What should have been a feeling of relief at surviving a disaster, or an excitement at slaying the Beast King? But now, this three-person team is unusually quiet. Soo-yun led the way, holding a tree branch in her hand and occasionally clearing away the vines that blocked her path. Lin Qingying followed 3 steps behind him, her gaze fixed on his back as if she were guarding her private property. Xiao-ro walked at the back, head down, kicking pebbles at her feet. Occasionally she would look up at the backs of the 2 people in front of her, her eyes filled with a mixture of disappointment and eagerness. Soo-yun. As they were about to leave the jungle, Xiao-ro suddenly quickened her pace and caught up with Soo-yun. Thank you." She kept her head down, spoke very softly, and clutched the hem of her clothes tightly in her hands. "Don't mention it, I already said we're teammates," Soo-yun replied casually. "No, it's not just about saving my life." Xiao-ro mustered her courage and looked up at him. "I feel, my bottleneck has loosened. The backlash from the wood element that has been bothering me for so long seems to have been cured by you." Soo-yun was taken aback. "Is the effect of bringing dead trees back to life really that good? That would be great. Remember to treat me to a meal later," Soo-yun said with a smile. "There's not enough food." Xiao-ro blurted it out, then realized she had been too hasty, and her face flushed slightly. But this time she didn't back down. Instead, she boldly said, "If I encounter any more problems in my cultivation in the future, can I still seek your help for treatment?" When she said the word treatment, she emphasized it, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Yun stumbled. Grandma, you're playing with fire. Chapter 24. It's good to be alive, and living off a woman is even better. At the edge of ruins area number 3, sunlight pierced through the year-round gloom and shone on the rubble-strewn ground. Su Yun took a deep breath and felt the bloody smell in her lungs finally fade a little. His once decent combat uniform now looked like a beggar's outfit, with a section of the sleeve missing and the trouser legs covered in mud. However, compared to the other two, his look is still acceptable. On the left, Xiaorou's cute pink combat suit was so worn that its original color was no longer discernible. It hung tattered on her body, and her exposed thighs were dazzlingly white. This girl was quite carefree. She practically clung to Su Yun's arm, her two incredibly soft mounds bumping against his arm with each step she took. She didn't seem to mind the heat. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were still a little dazed, clearly not yet fully recovered from the aftereffects of the previous treatment. Lin Qingying on the right is slightly more presentable. Although her white dress has turned into a gray one, she still retains her aloof and elegant temperament. She carried her signature longsword and walked straight, but her eyes, which would glance at Su Yun and Xiaorou's intertwined arms every 3 seconds, were like knives. Xiaorou. Su Yun felt the murderous aura on his right was about to materialize, and couldn't help but move his arm, trying to shake off this piece of chewing gum. We're already out of the forest. The meeting point is just ahead, and it's full of teachers and classmates. What you're doing is not a good influence. My legs are weak. Xiaorou answered confidently, not only not letting go but hugging even tighter, almost embedding herself in Su Yun's arms. You really don't have the strength. Su Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shut up, Lin Qingying coldly uttered. Xiaorou shrank back, afraid of her best friend, but still didn't let go. She just stuck out her tongue at Su Yun and muttered under her breath. That's true, my whole body aches right now. Someone's coming. Su Yun quickly interrupted this dangerous topic. In the open space not far ahead, several figures were pacing anxiously back and forth. Leading the group was the beer-bellied headmaster, accompanied by several high-ranking instructors in charge of the rescue efforts. They all looked gloomy, as if someone in their family had died. Oh no, it's been 3 days and there's still no signal. The head of the teaching department wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's Mayor Lin's daughter. If she really dies in there, I might as well quit my job as director and go work in the coal mines. Director, the traces of the beast tied over there are terrifying. It's a grandmaster level fluctuation. Even if a rescue team goes in, they'll just be cannon fodder. One tutor sighed, I think, it's hopeless. As they were talking, the head of the teaching department looked up and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap! It's a ghost. This shout stunned everyone around. Following his gaze, everyone saw 2 women and a man strolling leisurely towards them in the setting sun. The man, though dressed in rags, looked relaxed and was picking his teeth. The 2 women were absolutely stunning. Although they looked a bit disheveled, their tragic beauty only made them more captivating. Lin classmate? The head of the teaching department rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, and his round face instantly broke into a wide grin as he scrambled over. Oh my god. You finally come out. You scared me to death. He rushed over, wanting to reach out to help, but then felt that men and women shouldn't touch each other, so he awkwardly waved his hand twice in mid-air. It's all right. The head of student affairs was so excited he was incoherent, then his gaze fell on Su Yun, and his expression instantly changed. Su Yun? How come you're still alive too? Su Yun rolled her eyes. What kind of talk is this? Does it mean I'm just supposed to die in there? Director, I want to die too, but my strength won't allow it. Su Yun shrugged, looking smug. It's mainly because the powerful figure I'm clinging to is strong enough. As he spoke, he deliberately shrank behind Lin Qingying, displaying an attitude of I'm a gigolo and I'm proud of it. The male classmates around her were initially quite excited to see their goddess return alive, but upon hearing this, they were instantly furious. Damn, this gigolo is really lucky. The school beauties Lin and Xia actually risked their lives to protect him? Is there any justice in this world? If I had this face, I could live too. Lin Qingying frowned slightly as she listened to the surrounding discussions. She glanced at Su Yun, who was hiding behind her and acting like a subservient grandson, and felt both annoyed and amused. Is the show already starting? You were the one who single-handedly took on the Beast King and saved the 2 of us, but now you're blaming it all on me. However, she also understood what Su Yun meant. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Su Yun has too many secrets. Revealing his strength now will only bring endless trouble. Qingying, you encountered a beast tide? How did you escape? Only then did the head of the teaching department remember to ask about the important matter, looking terrified. The monitoring station said that a Grandmaster level energy fluctuation occurred in the central area. What happened? The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone pricked up their ears. A beast tide at the Grandmaster level would be devastating, let alone a few freshmen. Even a regular army would be badly injured. How did these three students manage to emerge unscathed? Lin Qingying remained silent for a second. She felt a light poke in her waist. Without even looking, she knew it was Su Yun's finger. She took a deep breath, her face regaining its aloof expression, and said calmly, "We were lucky we stumbled upon two high-level beasts fighting amongst themselves, and we managed to escape in the chaos." Internal strife? The head of the teaching department was taken aback. That energy fluctuation. I don't know, it was too chaotic at the time, we were only concerned with escaping. Lin Xingying lied without changing her expression. Although Su Yun is not very strong, he chose a good escape route and led us through a lot of dog holes. Su Yun nodded frantically from behind. Yes, I don't have any other skills, I'm just afraid of dying, I always go wherever it's safe. Director, you don't know, at that time, I was so scared that my legs went weak, and it was only because of Lin that I was able to hold me up. Xia Rou rolled her eyes as she listened from the side. Crawling through a dog hole? It was you who killed the Beast King with a single finger. These two, one daring to write and the other daring to act, are a perfect match. So that's how it is. Although the head of the teaching department felt something was amiss, he didn't think much of it. After all, in his eyes, Su Yun was a good-for-nothing, and although Lin Xingying was strong, she was not strong enough to stand up to the Beast King. Good luck is indeed the only explanation. All right, staying alive is the greatest victory. The head of discipline waved his hand and said, "Get in the car quickly, go back to the camp for a checkup, and make sure there are no hidden injuries." Su Yun's heart skipped a beat when she heard that she needed to have a physical examination. A physical exam? Wouldn't that expose the truth? His physical condition with these two women was clearly not right, given that they had just had deep exchanges. Anyone with eyes could tell something was amiss. Director, I'm not going for the checkup. Su Yun clutched her stomach, looking pained. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Give me 10 pounds of oysters and 2 pounds of goji berries, quick. I'm starving. The head of the teaching department twitched at the corner of his mouth. This kid, he just escaped death and he's already thinking about eating this kind of stuff? He's truly hopeless. All right, get him some food. The director waved his hand dismissively. Lin, Xia, where are you two? Lin Xingying glanced at Su Yun, a barely perceptible smile flashing in her eyes. I'm hungry too, I'll go back to my dorm to rest first. I'll skip the checkup, I know my own body best. Me too. Xia Rou quickly raised her hand, I want to eat oysters too. I need to replenish my energy. The men around him were heartbroken. Even goddesses eat oysters? Should I take some more? What exactly happened in the forest these past 3 days? Chapter 25: The Art of Shifting Blame. The atmosphere at the camp was eerie. Su Yun sat in the corner, with a small mountain of oyster shells in front of her. He ate with gusto, completely disregarding his image. The students around him pointed and whispered, but he was thick-skinned and pretended not to see it. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. My God! What is this? Dead people. So many dead people. These are assassins? How could so many assassin corpses be brought back? Su Yun paused for a moment, then continued to pry open an oyster as if nothing had happened, putting the plump meat into her mouth. The rescue team carried more than 20 bodies into the camp. Although the corpses were somewhat mangled, their black clothing and chilling aura still sent shivers down one's spine. What is most shocking is that these bodies had almost no external injuries. It could be a shattered kneecap, a broken neck, or a collapsed chest. Apart from the two leading Grandmaster level experts who died rather gruesome deaths, the others were killed as easily as if they had been swatted flies. Who did this? The head of the teaching department looked at the corpses, his face turning deathly pale. As a seasoned veteran, he could immediately discern the strength of these people. They were all Grandmasters. There were even 2 at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Such a force is enough to sweep away the entire freshman class of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. But now, they lie here like dead dogs. This technique is too decisive. One of the instructors in charge of the autopsy gasped in shock. Almost all of them were fatal with a single blow. There were no unnecessary movements. The killer was an extremely skilled expert, with strength at least at the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster? All eyes were once again focused on the 3 survivors who had just returned. In the entire Ruins Zone number 3, apart from the Beast King, only Lin Qingying, a Grandmaster, possesses combat power. Student Lin. The Dean of Students swallowed hard, his voice trembling. These people, did you kill them? Lin Qingying was sitting opposite Su Yun, drinking water, and upon hearing this, the cup in her hand didn't even shake. Before she could speak, Su Yun jumped up. Director! You have to do us a favor. Su Yun threw down the oyster shells in her hand, garlic still on her lips, and pointed at the corpses with a look of horror on her face. It was those bastards. We were hiding in the bushes watching the monsters fight when these guys suddenly rushed out, brandishing knives and trying to slash us. It scared the crap out of me. Then what? The head of teaching affairs asked anxiously. Then Lin unleashed her power. Su Yun gesticulated wildly, spitting as he spoke. You didn't see it. Lin was so imposing back then. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, whoosh, golden light shone everywhere. These guys hadn't even gotten close before they all collapsed. I was shouting 666 from the side until my voice was hoarse. Lin Qingying. She held the water glass, wanting to smash it over Su Yun's face. What is this dazzling golden light? What's with the 666? It's a waste of such storytelling talent if she doesn't use it to write novels. But what could she say? Could she say that these 20-odd grandmasters were actually killed by this gigolo who ate oysters, like swatting mosquitoes? More or less. Lin Qingying put down her cup and said calmly, they wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to fight back. The situation was urgent, and I didn't hold back. The entire audience erupted in uproar. She admitted it. School beauty Lin admitted it. One person wiped out more than 20 master assassins. What kind of record is this? Is this still a freshman? She's practically a female warrior descended to Earth. Terrifying. Is this the true value of an S-rank talent? Goddess Lin is invincible. Who will dare to call her a mere pretty face again? The students looked at Lin Qingying with fervor and awe. Their gazes toward Su Yun, however, were filled with even greater contempt. TCH, I knew it was Goddess Lin who did it. What can this good-for-nothing Su Yun do besides shouting 666? He's the first person to actually live off a woman. I really envy this kid, he's actually being protected by Goddess Lin like this. Su Yun was overjoyed to hear these words. That's right. Let the wives, no, let the bosses handle these kinds of attention-grabbing tasks. Investigate. A thorough investigation is necessary. The head of the teaching department came to his senses, his face turning terribly grim. Someone actually dared to arrange assassins to kill students during the trial. This is outrageous. These bodies must be sent to the forensic department immediately. We'll turn Jiangcheng upside down to find the mastermind behind this. Su Yun sneered from the side. Investigate? Investigate my ass. The two leaders were about to utter the Yi family of the capital before they were silenced by a curse. There's more to this than meets the eye. But none of that mattered to him right now. All he wanted was to get back to the villa, lie down on that huge 2.8-meter bed, and get a good night's sleep. Alright, since Lin has admitted it, let's put this on Lin's merit list for now. The head of student affairs looked at Lin Qingying with a gaze that was no longer that of a student, but that of an ancestor. Points, please tally up your points. Xia Rou then remembered and quickly took the beast cores out of her backpack. Splash! A large pile of colorful beast cores was dumped on the table, forming a small mountain. The surrounding air froze again. How many points would that get? All of them are martial masters? And some are grand masters? That's the Beast King's core? Someone with sharp eyes spotted the huge crystal core at the very top, emitting a pink glow. The head of the teaching department nearly lost his balance as his hand trembled. Grandmaster level 5. The crystal core of the Hawan two-faced beast? His voice cracked. Lin Qingying nodded calmly. I was lucky I found a bargain. What the hell is this? A steal. Who can find a Beast King crystal core while looking for a bargain? But looking at Lin Qingying's icy face, no one dared to ask any more questions. Number 1. Absolutely number one. The head of the teaching department was so excited that his face turned red. This achievement breaks the school's record since its founding. Lin, Xia, and Su-yun, you have all made a great contribution this time. Chapter 26 the mayor wants to see me. Top of the list and rewards. In the square of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, a huge electronic screen was displaying the final rankings of this trial. First place, Lin Qingying's team. Points, 99999 plus. Second place, Wang Gang's team. Points, 250. This precipitous difference left everyone feeling suffocated. Wang Gang, who came in second, looked at that number and couldn't even cry. He fought tooth and nail for a week, but didn't even earn a fraction of what others had. On the podium, Lin Qingying stood in the middle, dressed in white, though she hadn't had time to change yet, her aura of superiority already overwhelmed everything. Xia Rou stood on the left, laughing carefree. Su-yun stood on the right, holding an unfinished apple in her hand, happily crunching away. Now, we will award the special rewards for this trial. The principal personally went up on stage, holding 3 brocade boxes in his hands. Lin Qingying is hereby awarded an S-grade alloy battle sword, a rank 1 cultivation technique, and the right to use the cultivation room for 1 year. The audience erupted in applause. Xia Rou, you are hereby awarded a set of grade of protective soft armor and 10 bottles of Xian grade pills. Another round of thunderous applause erupted. Student Su-yun. The principal walked up to Su-yun, looked at the guy who was still eating an apple, and had a complicated expression. In view of your role in providing excellent logistical support to the team, you are hereby awarded 500,000 in cash and a special supplement gift package. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Ha ha, logistical support. That's hilarious. A supplement gift pack? Is the principal afraid he'll die of exhaustion in Goddess Lin's bed? 500,000 is not a small amount. This gigolo is really enjoying himself. Su-yun wasn't angry at all. Instead, her eyes lit up, and she snatched the brocade box. Thank you, principal. You're brilliant. This is exactly what I need. 500,000. How many oysters could that buy? And this supplement is specially supplied by the school. It's much better than what you can buy outside. After the awards ceremony ended, Su-yun was about to slip away when Lin Qingying grabbed him by the back of his collar. Where to? Going home, to catch up on sleep, Su-yun said matter-of-factly. Back to the villa. Lin Qingying's voice left no room for argument. My father wants to see you. Su-yun almost dropped the apple in her hand. Your dad? Mayor Lin? Su-yun's eyes widened. Why are you looking for me? I don't know him at all. We weren't familiar with each other before, but we are now. Lin Qingying looked at him, her eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. You killed so many people and caused such a commotion. Do you think my father is blind? Su-yun's heart tightened. That's true. As the mayor of Jiangcheng and a marquee-level expert, what could possibly be kept from Lin Jinan in this small corner of Jiangcheng? Although he shifted the blame to Lin Qingying this time, that was to deal with outsiders. In the eyes of an old fox like him, this flawed lie would be so blatant that he wouldn't even believe a single punctuation mark. Can I not go? Su-yun tried to explain, I have social anxiety. Cannot. Lin Qingying shoved him directly into the black Hongqi sedan that was already waiting by the roadside. Also, when you see my dad later, don't say anything out of line. He has a bad temper. Is it bad? Su-yun asked, huddled in the corner. It's probably the kind of thing where someone would kill someone at the drop of a hat. Lin Qingying said calmly. Su-yun felt a dull ache starting in her lower back. This isn't going to meet the parents, it's like going to the gates of hell. The car started and drove smoothly towards the city center. Su-yun watched the scenery rushing past the window and began to consider her options. Since there's no way to avoid it, then we have no choice but to act it out. You old fox, huh? A powerful figure who has been granted a title of marquis, huh? Although I, Su-yun, am not as good as you in terms of strength, when it comes to acting skills, the Oscars owe me an Oscar. At worst, I'll just continue to play dumb and live off my wife to the very end. The carriage was so quiet it felt somewhat oppressive. The driver was a silent middle-aged man, but even just holding the steering wheel, his mountain-like calm aura made Su-yun secretly startled. Peak Grandmaster. The drivers serving the mayor are all experts of this caliber. The Lin family's resources are indeed unfathomable. Su-yun secretly glanced at Lin Qingying beside her. The woman closed her eyes to rest as soon as she got into the car, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyelids, making her look quiet and beautiful. If we ignore the fact that she was unconsciously fiddling with a sharp little dagger in her hand at that moment. Are you nervous? Lin Xingying didn't open her eyes, but suddenly spoke. Nonsense, that's the mayor, or your father. Suyun said irritably, if I, a gigolo who slept with his precious daughter, went there, wouldn't I be skinned alive? A slight, fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xingying's lips. Don't worry, I'm here, he won't kill you. Won't kill me? Then you'll hit me? Suyun grasped the key point. As long as you can prove your worth. Lin Xingying opened her eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her phoenix eyes. My dad is a pragmatist. As long as you are useful to him and to the Lin family, he will not only not harm you, but will also treat you like royalty. Value? Suyun stroked his chin. Isn't my value simply that I'm handsome? Lin Xingying rolled her eyes at him and didn't reply. The car drove into a heavily guarded estate. The guards here are all armed martial artists who have to pass through 3 checkpoints just to get in. Finally, the car stopped in front of a quaint Chinese-style villa. Arrive. Suyun followed Lin Xingying out of the car. As soon as they stood still, he felt a faint gaze lock onto him. The gaze wasn't sharp, but it was like a large net, enveloping his entire being, as if trying to see through him inside and out. Suyun felt a chill run down her spine. They've arrived. A show of force. He immediately activated the Heavenly Tao red rope within his body, completely concealing his Grandmaster Level 7 cultivation, revealing only a faint, mixed fluctuation of spiritual energy. At the same time, he wore an expression of a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, looking around and making tisk sounds of amazement. Wow, this pillar must be made of Phoebe Jinan wood. That's really expensive. These floor tiles, wow, are they also spiritual materials? Lin, do you need a doorman? I think I can do the job. The locked gaze seemed to pause for a moment, clearly speechless at Suyun's behavior. Come in. A majestic and deep voice came from inside the house. Suyun straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The living room is large and decorated in a calm and sophisticated style. In the very center, on the grand chair, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. He looked to be around 50 years old, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, exuding an air of authority. Holding a purple clay teapot, he was slowly sipping tea. This is Lin Jinan, the mayor of Jiangcheng. Dad, Lin Xingying called out as she walked over. Lin Jinan nodded, his gaze passing over his daughter and landing on Suyun. In that instant, Suyun felt as if he were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. The oppressive feeling emanating from a life-level perspective made the hairs on his body stand on end. But he showed no sign of it on his face. Instead, he gave a bright, silly grin and bowed deeply. Hello, uncle. I'm Suyun, Xingying's, sparring partner. A sparring partner? Lin Jinan put down the teapot and let out a soft snort. This is the first time I've seen a sparring partner who can kill more than 20 grandmasters without leaving a trace. Suyun's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, that old fox knows everything. But his face showed a blank expression. Ha? Uncle, what are you saying? Didn't Xingying kill those people? I was cheering her on from the sidelines. Xingying is amazing, she chased the bad guys away in just a few swift moves. Lin Jinan stared into Suyun's eyes, as if trying to see even the slightest hint of panic in him. But he was disappointed. Suyun's eyes were clear and foolish, showing nothing but fear and ingratiation. Yeah? Lin Jinan glanced at his daughter with a half-smile. Xingying, did you kill her? Lin Xingying nodded expressionlessly, yes. How did you come to have such a Grandmaster Level 3 cultivation? Lin Jinan changed the subject. When you went there, you had just broken through to the Grandmaster level, and you came back as a Grandmaster Level 3? You even broke through the Heavenly Tao bottleneck? Is this also luck? Even Lin Xingying fell silent. This was truly inexplicable. She turned her beautiful eyes to Suyun, her gaze carrying an inscrutable meaning. Suyun felt a chill run down her spine, and she roughly understood what she meant. Then, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly stepped forward, saying with a mysterious expression. Uncle, actually, it's all thanks to me. Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow. Oh? What's your achievement? Suyun puffed out his chest, looking ready to go all out. Actually, I'm a miracle doctor. A traditional Chinese medicine doctor from a family lineage. I specialize in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Qingying was cured by me using my family's secret recipe. Puff. The driver, who was pouring tea nearby, accidentally spilled the tea all over the table. A miracle doctor? You? Lin Zhenan was amused by the situation. He looked at Su Yun, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Alright, you're a miracle doctor, right? That's perfect. We have a guest at home today who isn't feeling well. Since you're a miracle doctor, please take a look. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. An elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from behind the screen. Although the old man looked frail and old, his eyes shone brightly and his temples bulged high, clearly indicating that he was a master of internal martial arts. This is Uncle Zhong, a retainer of my Lin family. Lin Zhenan pointed to the old man. Uncle Zhong has recently encountered some problems in his cultivation, with his meridians becoming congested. Dr. Su, please come in. This is for on-site inspection. Su Yun looked at the old man named Zhong Bo and cursed him inwardly as an old fox. What meridian blockage does this old man have? That aura of his was round and smooth like a ball. Clearly he came to test my strength. If I were to actually try to investigate, even revealing the slightest bit of my grandmaster level spiritual power, the old man would immediately seize upon it. But if I don't go, that would be deceiving the mayor, and the consequences would be even more serious. Su Yun stood there, her mind racing. What to do? Chapter 27. Oscars owe me an Oscar. Uncle Zhong walked over with a smile, extended a withered wrist, and placed it in front of Su Yun. Young man, thank you for your help. That smile concealed a knife. As long as Su Yun dares to probe with his spiritual power, he will immediately use his own powerful internal force to counterattack and test the waters. When the time comes, we'll see whether Su Yun is a dragon or a worm. Su Yun looked at the wrist and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand, but instead of taking Zhong Bo's pulse, he directly grasped Zhong Bo's hand. Sir, your palm reading is quite interesting. Uncle Zhong was taken aback. Palm reading? Yes, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, and palm reading is also a form of observation. Su Yun was talking nonsense with a straight face. The moment he grasped Uncle Zhong's hand, although the heavenly Tao red rope within his body did not activate after all, the other party was an old man, the strange spiritual power in his dantian that fused the metal and wood elements stirred. Instead of directly outputting spiritual power, he mixed the ever-flowing yi wood qi with a trace of sharp gunmetal qi, forming an extremely tiny vortex in his palm. Then, he gently pinched Uncle Zhong's tiger's mouth. Hiss! Uncle Zhong abruptly pulled his hand back, staring at Su Yun in shock. Just a moment ago, he felt an extremely strange force enter his meridians. Although the power was weak, it seemed to have a life of its own, drilling a hole in his rock-solid protective aura before disappearing instantly. What's most terrifying is that power contains a kind of vitality. Too much vitality can turn into poison. Young man, what kind of tricks are you using? Zhong Bo abandoned his contempt and his expression became serious. Su Yun clapped his hands, looking completely calm. This is my secret recipe, life and death finger. Sir, you look healthy, but aren't you riddled with holes inside? You suffered a serious injury when you were young. Although you suppressed it with your internal energy, it's just an empty shell. I was just reminding you not to push yourself too hard, or you might die suddenly. Uncle Zhong's expression changed drastically. Because Su Yun was right. He did suffer severe internal injuries in his youth, and he has relied on his cultivation to sustain himself all these years. This is top secret, no one knows except Lin Zhenan. This kid really figured it out? Lin Zhenan had been observing Zhong Bo's expression and was startled when he saw it. Could this kid actually have some skills? Cough cough. Lin Zhenan coughed, breaking the silence. This is interesting. Su Yun, have a seat. Su Yun chuckled to himself. No matter which old man heard those words, he would feel like they were being said about him. So he didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down next to Lin Qingying, picking up some snacks from the table and eating them. Uncle, now that I've proven my medical skills, can we talk about serious matters? Serious business? Lin Zhenan looked at him. What's serious business? Of course it's about Qingying's illness, and my appearance fee, Su Yun said matter-of-factly. Lin Qingying stomped on his foot hard under the table. Lin Zhenan laughed, and this time his smile was more sincere. Good lad, you're the first young man who dares to talk to me about money. Lin Jinan waved his hand, dismissing Uncle Zhong, and said, "Tell me, how much do you want?" "It's free." Suyun swallowed the pastry and wiped her mouth. "I want resources. Top-tier cultivation resources. And the protection of the Lin family." Lin Jinan narrowed his eyes. "Protection? What trouble have you gotten yourself into?" "It's not that I caused trouble, it's that trouble comes looking for me." Suyun pointed to himself. "I'm now the school's undisputed gold digger, and also Qing Ying's rumored boyfriend. That Ji family from Beijing, and that one family, they probably want to kill me, right? My little body can't take it." Lin Jinan remained silent for a moment. This kid is making a statement. "I can be a shield for the Lin family, and I can help Qing Ying resolve her health problems, but I need the Lin family to back me up." "You are very smart." Lin Jinan nodded. "Qing Ying's cold poison has troubled her for many years. If you can really cure it, let alone protect her, it wouldn't be impossible for you to become the Lin family's son-in-law." "Dad." Lin Qingying blushed. "Don't rush to refuse." Lin Jinan waved his hand. "Suyun, although your talent is only supportive, it seems very special. It has both the vitality of wood and the sharpness of metal. This kind of mutated talent is indeed rare." Suyun chuckled inwardly. "What mutated talent?" "That's something I fused together. But since that's what you think, I won't bother explaining anymore. Uncle is wise. This is the mutated dual cultivation of metal and wood physique." Suyun seized the opportunity, saying, "I'm specifically designed to cure all sorts of difficult and complicated illnesses, especially Qing Ying's case of metal-type backlash. I'm practically her magic cure. A miracle drug." Upon hearing this word, Lin Qingying involuntarily recalled the embarrassing scenes in the cave, and her pretty face flushed red. "Yes, it really is a highly effective medicine." "All right." Lin Jinan slammed his hand on the table. "From today onwards, you are the Lin family's specially appointed physician. You can even announce to the public that you are Qing Ying's boyfriend." "Make it public?" Su Yun asked. Lin Jinan gave him a meaningful look. "As for whether it's true or not, that depends on your own abilities." Su Yun understood immediately. "This is an officially certified soft rice certificate. Make a deal." Su Yun raised his teacup. "Uncle Yu, no, Uncle Lin, it's a pleasure doing business with you. As for your trouble, I will put in a good word with the Yi family." Lin Jinan said calmly, "Although that assassin is dead, the Yi family will not let this go. For the time being, you will stay at Qing Ying's villa and not wander around." "Live together?" Suyun's eyes lit up, then she quickly put on a troubled look. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? A man and a woman alone together, it wouldn't be good for Qing Ying's reputation if word got out." "Reputation?" Lin Qingying snorted coldly from the side. "The whole school knows I'm your man, what reputation do I have left?" Cough cough. Suyun almost choked to death. "Sister, what you said is too ambiguous." Lin Jinan wasn't angry. Instead, he watched the two bicker with great interest. "By the way, since it's treatment, what exactly needs to be done?" Lin Jinan got to the heart of the matter. What kind of medicinal herbs are needed? Or are there any special instruments required? Su Yun and Lin Qingying both froze. How to do it? Does that mean you want a hug? A kiss? Or even? If this were said out loud, Lin Jinan would probably flip the table on the spot and then chop Su Yun into mincemeat to feed to the dogs. Su Yun's mind raced. This treatment process is quite complex, mainly involving Qigong therapy. It requires guiding the flow of qi and blood through contact. It's similar to massage, advanced massage. Massage? Lin Jinan frowned. Is it that simple? Simple? Su Yun said with a serious face, "Uncle, this is like embroidering on the meridians. The slightest mistake could lead to qi deviation. And it consumes my vital energy to an extreme degree. Every time I finish a treatment, I am exhausted for several days." As he spoke, he swayed his body slightly, his face pale actually from holding his breath, looking as if he was about to faint at any moment. "Look, I haven't recovered yet." Lin Qingying watched his performance from the side, and she was filled with admiration. "That acting was amazing." "I see." Lin Jinan believed it to some extent. The changes in his daughter were like a miracle, so the treatment method must be somewhat special. "Then I'll trouble you. If you need any supplements, just tell the butler. My Lin family may not have much else, but we have plenty of medicinal herbs." "Thank you, uncle." Chapter 28. Relax, don't be so tense. Let me in. The perfect excuse. After dinner, Soo-yun was arranged to rest in a guest room. But how could he possibly sleep? Having just consumed a bellyful of spiritual ingredients, I'm now feeling hot all over and full of energy, enough to want to run a marathon. Just as he was pacing around the room, there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door opened, and Lin Qingying walked in. She had changed out of her combat uniform and was wearing a loose silk nightgown. The pale white fabric clung to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Her hair was wet and hanging over her shoulders, clearly she had just taken a shower. Soo-yun only glanced at it before feeling a burning sensation in her nose. Why are you here? Soo-yun quickly looked away. Didn't we agree to pretend to be a couple? It's so late at night, do we really need to go to such lengths? Lin Qingying ignored his teasing, turned around and closed the door, then locked it. My dad went back to his room. She walked up to Soo-yun and said calmly. Oh, have a good trip, Soo-yun replied subconsciously, then realized, wait, why did you lock the door? Treatment, Lin Qingying uttered. Ha? Soo-yun took a step back. Treatment right after eating? Isn't that too frequent? Even the donkeys in the production team need a rest, right? I felt it. Lin Qingying took a step closer, her eyes burning. That bottleneck has loosened again. Ever since that time in the cave. I've felt my internal strength constantly increasing. Now I'm just one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of Grandmaster. Soo-yun looked into her eyes, which were filled with longing for power, and was speechless. This woman is simply a martial arts fanatic. They really didn't care about anything else in order to upgrade. But Soo-yun tried to argue, this is your old family home. Is the soundproofing good? What if? The sound insulation is very good. Lin Qingying interrupted him, even if my dad hears it, he'll just think you're giving me a massage. Even if there's any noise, he'll just think it's a painful treatment process. Pain? Soo-yun recalled the sound Lin Qingying made in the cave last time. That was indeed quite painful. All right then. Soo-yun sighed, with a tragic expression that said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Since you're so insistent, I'll reluctantly make a sacrifice. Come on, how should I treat it? Or should I give you a hug? Lin Qingying blushed slightly, but still nodded. She walked to the bedside, sat down, and then opened her arms. Under the lights, the beauty was as lovely as jade, throwing herself into his arms. The scene was too beautiful, and Soo-yun felt that if he refused again, he would really not be a man. He walked over and gently embraced Lin Qingying. Boom! The familiar burning sensation returned. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and that heavenly path red rope was instantly activated. The metal and wood elemental spiritual power within Soo-yun's body surged into Lin Qingying's body like a rushing river. Meanwhile, the gunmetal energy within Lin Qingying's body also fed back through the point of contact. This time, there was no sense of urgency about a life or death crisis, nor was there any interference from the acacia poison. It's a pure, seamless comfort. Lin Qingying couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Her tense body instantly went limp, and she rested her head on Soo-yun's shoulder, her breathing becoming rapid and hot. Soo-yun, she murmured, your spiritual power seems to have changed. Soo-yun asked absent-mindedly while enjoying the system's notifications attribute points plus 100, plus 100. What has changed? It has become more domineering. Lin Qingying's fingers unconsciously tightened around Soo-yun's back. Before, it was just pure yang energy, but now, it seems to have an added vitality. It makes me feel very comfortable. Of course. The spiritual power enhanced by the E-Wood longevity body is incredibly potent. As long as you're comfortable. Soo-yun whispered in her ear, relax, don't be so tense. Let me in, cough, let my spiritual energy in. Lin Qingying trembled, and her ears instantly turned bright red. That bastard, he always speaks in such an ambiguous way. But she did not refute it. Instead, she opened her heart even more obediently, allowing Soo-yun's power to rage, wash over, and reshape her body. The moonlight outside the window was as clear as water. The room was filled with the warmth of spring. Although it is simply a matter of embracing cultivation, the enchanting scenery within is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. The next morning, Soo-yun walked out of the room with dark circles under her eyes. It's not from being tired, it's from feeling stifled. Hugging a stunningly beautiful woman all night, only able to look but not touch, is pure torture. In contrast, Lin Qingying was radiant, with skin so supple it looked like you could pinch water out of it, and she walked with a confident stride. Although the aura of a fourth-level grandmaster was concealed, even the occasional glimpse of it made Su Yun feel alarmed. "Good morning, son-in-law." Lin Zhennan was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard when he saw Su Yun come out and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, uncle," Su Yun replied weakly. "It seems like you had a tough time with the treatment last night." Looking at Su Yun's feigned state, Lin Zhennan said meaningfully, "Young man, you should be careful. Although it's for treatment, you should also take care of your health." Su Yun. "Uncle, have you misunderstood something? But can I explain it?" "No. It's all for Qingying, this little bit of hardship is nothing." Su Yun immediately adopted a responsible demeanor. "As long as she can get better, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life." Lin Qingying happened to walk out and heard this, so she paused for a moment. "Even though I knew he was acting, my heart still skipped a beat for no reason." "Good. That shows responsibility." Lin Zhennan laughed loudly. "Since that's the case, then it's settled." "Which matter?" Su Yun was taken aback. "The Zhongcheng Elite Banquet next week." Lin Zhennan said, "At that time, I will officially announce to the outside world that you are Qingying's boyfriend, that is, the prospective son-in-law recognized by my Lin family." Su Yun gasped. "No, is it really necessary to make this so real? Once this news comes out, he will definitely become the public enemy of all men in Zhongcheng. Those young noblemen who pursued Lin Qingying would probably tear him to pieces and feed him to the fish." "Uncle, isn't this too fast? I'm not ready yet." "What? You want to back out?" Lin Zhennan's face darkened. "You spent the night in Qingying's room last night, and now you want to deny it? Admit it. We must admit it." Su Yun immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Being able to become the Lin family's son-in-law, even if it's fake, is still a blessing I've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. I'm overjoyed." Tears welled up inside her. This life of being a kept man is definitely not so sweet after all. "This is like putting me on the hot seat." "That's right." Lin Zhennan nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll arrange a few bodyguards for you. And as long as you're in Jiangcheng, no one will dare to openly harm you. As for secretly..." He patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "Then it depends on your own abilities. You can't get by without some means of survival." Su Yun watched the old fox's departing figure and took a big bite of the steamed bun in her hand. "Okay. Now that we're on this pirate ship, we have no choice but to go all the way down this dark path. If I'm going to be a shield, then I'll be the toughest one. Let those who want to kick me break their own feet first." "What? Scared?" Lin Qingying walked to his side and handed him a cup of soy milk. "Afraid?" Su Yun took the soy milk and drank it all in one gulp. "The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. It's just the heavenly pride banquet, right? Just wait and see how I slaughter everyone and swat all those flies." Lin Qingying looked at his arrogant appearance and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "Okay. I'll wait and see." Chapter 29. You'll be sleeping in the master bedroom tonight. The nights at the Lin family's old house are so quiet that you can hear even a cricket chirping. But this silence was torture for Su Yun. He stood in the luxurious master bedroom, which was at least 80 square meters, looking at the king-size bed in front of him, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This bed is huge, big enough to roll around, and this blanket is so soft, it looks like it's made of clouds. But the most dangerous thing wasn't the bed, but the woman sitting on the edge of it drying her hair. Lin Qingying. She had just finished showering, and the silk nightgown she was wearing was so thin that it felt like a second skin against her body. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few drops of water trickling down the ends, past her collarbone, and into the alluring depths of her neckline. "What are you standing there for?" Lin Qingying tossed the towel aside and looked up at him. Those usually cold phoenix eyes actually held a hint of expectation at this moment. Su Yun chuckled dryly, his hand still gripping the doorknob. Qingying, I think it's fine for me to sleep in the guest room to make the acting more realistic." No, Uncle Lin goes to bed early, he shouldn't come to check on us in the middle of the night, right? My father has divine consciousness. Once a person reaches the Marquis realm, divine consciousness will be generated in their spiritual platform." Lin Qingying said calmly, effectively cutting off Su Yun's escape route. "Besides, who said it was acting?" Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. "Not acting? Is that for real?" I'm stuck in a bottleneck, and it's really frustrating. Lin Qingying frowned and pressed her lower abdomen. It feels like there's a fire burning inside, but I can't find a way out. Last night it wasn't intense enough. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out it was for practicing martial arts. I was terrified. I thought I was going to die here tonight. Although he didn't mind explaining, as a principal gigolo, there's a difference between being willing and being forced to do so. Alright, for the sake of your martial arts future, I'll sacrifice my looks. As Su Yun spoke, he walked over with an air of righteous indignation and locked the door twice. As soon as he reached the bedside, Lin Qingying grabbed his wrist. The force was astonishing. It pulled him directly onto the bed. Hey! Be gentle. I'm made of flesh and blood, not iron. Su Yun threw herself into the soft blankets, her nose instantly filled with Lin Qingying's unique cool fragrance, mixed with the scent of shower gel, so pleasant it made her scalp tingle. Lin Qingying ignored his screams and flipped over to press down on him. Don't move, she commanded. The two of them instantly became extremely intimate. Lin Qingying straddled Su Yun's waist, placed her hands on his ears, and looked down at him. From this angle, Su Yun only needed to raise his eyes slightly to see that breathtaking expanse of snow white. Do not look at what is improper. Su Yun silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra twice in her mind, and then honestly widened her eyes. Let's begin. Lin Qingying took a deep breath and slowly lowered her body. The moment their bodies pressed tightly together, the familiar burning sensation erupted once again. The heavenly red thread connects. Su Yun felt as if the spiritual energy within his body had found an outlet, and with a bang, it rushed into Lin Qingying's meridians. Meanwhile, the domineering gunmetal energy within Lin Qingying's body was fed back through the point of contact, rampaging through his body. Lin Qingying let out a suppressed groan, her previously tense back instantly went limp, and she collapsed onto Su Yun's chest as if she had no bones. Su Yun, this is it. She whispered in Su Yun's ear, her warm breath tickling Su Yun's neck. Su Yun was experiencing a bittersweet feeling at this moment. The system's notification sounds were flooding his mind. Ding! Deep spiritual energy interaction detected. Constitution plus 50. Ding! Body tempered by gunmetal chi, spiritual power plus 30. Ding! The other party's favorability has fluctuated. You have received additional spiritual energy feedback. Hey young lady, could you please stop moving around like that? Su Yun gritted his teeth, a fine layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. Your gunmetal energy is too sharp, it's scratching my meridians and making them hurt. Bear with it. Lin Qingying's voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of seductive charm that would never be heard on a normal day. I feel it, that septum has loosened. At this crucial moment, a sudden ringing broke the idyllic atmosphere in the room. Ring ring. Su Yun's phone, which was on the bedside table, rang like a relentless, agonizing ghost. Lin Qingying paused, her brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The feeling of being interrupted while casting a spell made her very unhappy. Su Yun reached out with difficulty and touched the phone. When he looked at the screen, the note on it made his heart skip a beat. Xia Ro. Why is this girl making a video call in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Hang up. Lin Qingying said coldly, but her body did not move. She remained pressed tightly against Su Yun. No. This girl is stubborn. If we don't answer, she'll keep calling all night. What if she thinks something happened to me and comes straight to the Lin family? Su Yun quickly explained. Lin Qingying thought about it and seemed to agree. She raised her head slightly, but remained in a straddle position, burying her face in Su Yun's neck to avoid the camera's angle. Catch. She bit Su Yun's collarbone and threatened indistinctly, if you dare to talk nonsense, I'll bite you to death. Su Yun gasped. Is this woman born in the year of the dog? He took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm his rapid breathing, then adjusted to a slightly more natural angle only covering the area above the neck and pressed the answer button. The screen lights up. Xia Ro's adorable baby face appeared in the picture. She was wearing pajamas with a bear pattern, lying face down on the bed, her little feet swinging behind her. Brother Su Yun. Good evening. Xia Ro smiled, her eyes crinkling, her voice sweet enough to be cloying. Su Yun forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Good evening. Good evening. It's so late, are you still awake? I can't sleep. Xia Ro pouted, ever since we came back from the ruins, I'd been having trouble sleeping. Brother Su Yun, what are you doing? Why are you all sweaty? Soo-yun panicked and quickly made up a story. Oh, I'm doing push-ups. Yes, exercising. Uncle Lin said I'm too weak and told me to exercise more. Wow. Brother Soo-yun is really hardworking. Xiaoro looked at her with admiration, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned her phone to the side. Oh, right, let me introduce you to a beautiful woman. This is my cousin, she just came back from Beijing. The scene changes. A woman appeared on the screen. If Lin Qingying is an iceberg that never melts, then this woman is a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Her long, wavy, wine-red hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her features were striking and bold, exuding a wild beauty. What's most striking is her figure. Even in loose loungewear, her explosive curves are undeniable. She was lounging on the sofa, a slender cigarette between her fingers, looking at the camera with a playful expression. Even through the screen, Soo-yun could almost feel a wave of heat hitting him. Fire element. Absolutely top-tier fire element talent. The heavenly Tao red rope within Soo-yun's body trembled slightly, as if it had smelled blood. Sister Hongyan, this is the miracle doctor I told you about, Soo-yun. Xiaoro introduced it as if presenting a treasure. The woman named Zhang Hongyan exhaled a smoke ring, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice, slightly husky and full of magnetism, spoke. A miracle doctor? Doesn't seem like one. More like, a little rascal up to no good. Soo-yun's hand trembled, and the phone almost hit her face. This woman's intuition is incredibly sharp. Ahem. Sister, you're so funny. Soo-yun tried to remain calm, saying, I'm hot, I'm hot. Just then, Lin Qingying, who was nestled in the crook of his neck, seemed unhappy that Soo-yun's attention was being drawn to another woman. She suddenly opened her mouth and took a deep breath on his neck. Hiss. The tingling and painful sensation made Soo-yun unable to hold back and let out a strange groan. Zhang Hongyan on the other side of the screen narrowed her eyes and leaned forward slightly, her deep cleavage instantly taking up half the screen. Little brother, what was that sound you just made? Xiaoro also looked curious. Brother Soo-yun, are you hurt? Soo-yun felt a cold sweat breaking out on his back. This was practically walking a tightrope. No. No. Soo-yun's mind raced. I got bitten by a mosquito. The Lin family's old house has so much greenery, the mosquitoes are really vicious. Ouch, it bit me again. To fit the performance, he even reached out and slapped himself on the neck, making a crisp smack sound. Lin Qingying trembled slightly in his arms, clearly trying to suppress a laugh. But this woman was wicked. While laughing, she secretly tightened her muscles underneath. Soo-yun's eyes widened instantly, and her face turned a deep purplish red. This is terrible. Mosquito? Zhang Hongyan looked at him with a half smile, her eyes seemingly able to penetrate the screen and see the enchanting scene unfolding before her. Well, these mosquitoes are pretty big. Alright, I won't bother you anymore while you're feeding the mosquitoes. Xiaoro, hang up now and let me get some rest. Huh? It's already dead? Xiaoro was a little reluctant to part. Brother Soo-yun, then you should get some rest. See you at the Heavenly Pride banquet tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Soo-yun felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly hung up the video call. The phone screen went black, and he collapsed onto the pillow, completely exhausted, panting heavily. Is it exciting? Lin Qingying raised her head, her phoenix eyes glistening with tears, a playful smile playing on her lips. Soo-yun rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. Exciting my foot. We almost got caught. Let's see how you explain that. So what if they found it? Lin Qingying shrugged indifferently, then leaned down again and whispered in his ear, anyway. Anyway what? She didn't answer, her bright eyes looking at Soo-yun. Then he kissed her. Ah. Ugh. The moon outside the window seemed shy and quietly hid behind the clouds. 3,000 words omitted here. Chapter 30 The intimidating aura of a fire-type mature woman. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell directly on Soo-yun's face. He opened his eyes groggily, feeling as if his whole body had been run over by a truck, and was extremely sore. My back, in particular, felt like it was about to break. Woke up? Lin Qingying was sitting in front of the dressing table putting on makeup. She wore a light blue evening gown today with a backless design, which perfectly showcased her beautiful shoulder blades. Hearing the noise, she turned around, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Her skin was so good it practically glowed. Is this the effect of absorbing yang to replenish yin? Su Yun thought to himself. This woman absorbed his young energy all night, and now she's so energetic she could fight a tiger. In contrast, he himself is practically a human-shaped dreg of medicine. Get up and wash up quickly, the stylist is waiting downstairs. Lin Qingying picked up a lipstick and gently applied it to her lips. You are one of the main characters at today's Tianjiao banquet. Su Yun rolled out of bed, her legs went weak and she almost knelt on the ground. He gripped the edge of the bed and said with grief and indignation. The protagonist? I think you're just a target. Were you doing this on purpose last night? You drained me dry so I wouldn't have the energy to run away today? Lin Qingying pursed her lips and looked at him through the mirror. Don't pretend to be innocent after getting the benefit. I saw you enjoyed it quite a bit last night. How much has your cultivation increased? Ahem. Su Yun blushed as his thoughts were exposed. Indeed, although it was tiring, the gains were real. He now felt an explosive power surging within him, his current cultivation level. It was a grandmaster at the peak of the 9th level. Indeed, different forms of cultivation result in different levels of cultivation growth. Needless to say, Lin Qingying must have gained a lot as well. Not much, just a little bit, Su Yun mumbled, grabbing her clothes and disappearing into the bathroom. Half an hour later. Su Yun stood in front of the full-length mirror looking refreshed. A well-tailored, handmade black suit made his already slender figure appear even more upright. Her hair had been meticulously styled by the stylist, revealing a smooth forehead and eyes that seemed harmless but actually harbored a cunning glint. TSK, clothes really do make the man. Su Yun winked at her reflection in the mirror. With looks like this, even a gigolo would have to be the most high-class one. Lin Qingying walked over and straightened his bow tie. Her movements were natural, just like a real wife seeing her husband off. Remember, no matter what happens today, don't leave my side. She said softly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. The Yi family will be here today. Su Yun's eyes narrowed. The Yi family. The mastermind behind sending assassins to kill them. Don't worry. Su Yun held her hand, the warmth of his palm reaching out. I know what I'm doing. If they dare to lay a hand on me, I'll chop their claws off. The banquet was held at the most luxurious Cloud-Top Palace Hotel in Jiangcheng. This is a landmark building in Jiangcheng, towering into the clouds. Only the most powerful and wealthy are qualified to hold banquets here. When the Hongqi sedan with the license plate Jianghe 00001 stopped in front of the hotel, the previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. Countless gazes focused on them, filled with awe, curiosity, and even envy. Lin Qingying took Su Yun's arm and gracefully stepped out of the car. In that instant, flashes went off wildly, and shutter sounds filled the air. That's Lin, the school beauty. Oh my god, she looks so beautiful today. Who is that man next to her? He looks unfamiliar. That's the legendary Su Yun? The one who lives off his girlfriend? He's quite handsome, but unfortunately he's a pretty boy. The murmurs surged like a tide. Su Yun wore a standard professional fake smile, ignoring the mockery. He even deliberately leaned closer to Lin Qingying, acting like a little bird clinging to her. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone who lives off a woman so arrogantly? Su Yun sneered inwardly. The two entered the banquet hall. All the celebrities and dignitaries of Jiangcheng have gathered here. Qingying. A cheer erupted. Xia Rou, wearing that pink tutu, flew over like a butterfly. Wow! Brother Su Yun, you look so handsome today. Xia Rou's eyes sparkled as she circled around Su Yun. He looks completely different from the sweaty man in yesterday's video. Su Yun's lips twitched. This girl, she always brings up the very thing she doesn't want to talk about. Xiao, stop fooling around. A lazy voice rang out. The crowd parted automatically, and a woman wearing a bright red, high-slit cheongsam walked over. Su Yun felt the temperature around him instantly rise several degrees. It's her. Zhang Hongyan from last night's video. Real people are more impactful than videos. The cheongsam clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, and as she moved, her snow-white thighs were faintly visible, each step seeming to tread on a man's heart. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, her eyes languid yet sharp, like a lioness surveying her territory. Sister Hongyan. Xia Rou called out obediently. Zhang Hongyan nodded, her gaze passing over Xia Rou and landing directly on Su Yun. She looked him up and down, a playful smile playing on her lips. Is this the legendary Dr. Su? She walked up to Su Yun, the strong scent of her perfume mixed with her unique, fiery aura hitting Suyun's nostrils. Was it you who fed the mosquitoes last night? Suyun felt like she was being roasted over a fire. This woman has an incredibly strong aura. It's the oppressive presence of a marquis-level expert, and it's the most aggressive fire element. This woman is actually a marquis? What is her true identity? But he can't back down. Yes. Suyun met her gaze with a bright smile. The mosquitoes at the Lin family's place are too enthusiastic. There's nothing I can do about it. But Miss Jiang, I see a hint of malice in your eyes. Have you been a little feverish lately? Zhang Hongyan was stunned for a moment, and the playfulness in her eyes instantly turned into surprise. You noticed? She lowered her voice, leaned forward slightly, and the two were almost touching. Then tell me, how am I supposed to put out this fire? This is blatant flirting. Before Suyun could speak, Lin Qingying suddenly stepped forward and stood between the two of them. Zhang Hongyan, this is my boyfriend. Lin Qingying's voice was icy, and she exuded a sharp aura of metal, which clashed head-on with Zhang Hongyan's fire-based aura. If you want to put out the fire, go find someone else. It sounded as if sparks were crackling and exploding in the air. The clash of the two energy fields, one gold and one fire, made it difficult for the surrounding guests to breathe, and they all retreated. Oh dear, so possessive of its food? Zhang Hongyan chuckled lightly, her imposing manner subsiding. Alright, I won't tease your little boyfriend anymore. But Qingying, you need to be careful. Tonight's banquet is a trap specially prepared for you. After saying that, she gave Suyun a deep look, then turned and walked away gracefully. Suyun watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. This woman does indeed possess an extremely violent fire poison within her body. If not addressed promptly, he probably won't live more than 3 years. Still looking? Lin Qingying's cold voice rang out, your eyeballs are about to pop out. Suyun quickly averted his gaze, his face filled with righteous indignation. I'm treating patients. It's a doctor's professional instinct. Snort. Lin Qingying snorted coldly, pulled him to sit down in the nearby rest area, and said, open your mouth. Ha! Suyun opened her mouth subconsciously. Lin Qingying peeled a grape and put it in his mouth. This scene instantly ignited the entire audience. The aloof and elegant school beauty, Lin, actually fed grapes to a man by hand? Countless heartbroken sounds echoed in the banquet hall. Those rich kids who had previously harbored fantasies about Lin Qingying now looked at Suyun with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive. Suyun chewed on a grape while looking around defiantly. What are you looking at? If you're so capable, why don't you get fed by the goddess too? Just then, the banquet hall doors were suddenly pushed open forcefully. An extremely domineering aura swept across the entire area like a whirlwind. Young Master Yi Chen of the Yi family in the capital has arrived. Chapter 31 The eldest young master from the capital. The banquet hall doors were rudely pushed open, and 2 rows of bodyguards in black filed in, quickly taking their positions on either side of the red carpet. This pomp and circumstance is even grander than Mayor Lin's entrance just now. A young man wearing a white custom-made suit walked in. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore the kind of smile typical of scions of large families, a smile that seemed gentle but was actually arrogant. Behind him were 2 old men, both of whom had restrained auras, but their eyes shone brightly when they opened and closed. They were actually powerful experts at the marquis level. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. 2 marquis-level experts as bodyguards? This is like taking 2 tanks with you when you go for a walk. It's like a game changer. Young Master Yi. My god, it really is Yi Chen, the 3rd young master of the Yi family in the capital. This aura is so strong, I feel like I can hardly breathe. The surrounding guests automatically stepped aside, making way for a wide passage. Suyun sat on the sofa, with half a grape still dangling from her mouth. He squinted at this so-called love rival. He looks decent enough, but his chin is held too high. Isn't he afraid to catch water in the rain? Yi Chen walked straight up to Lin Jinan, bowed slightly, and his movements were impeccably elegant. Uncle Lin, it's been a long time. My father asked me to give you his regards. Lin Jinan stood up, a professional smile on his face. Young Master Yi, you're too kind. How is Elder Ye's health? My father is in good health. Yi Chen straightened up, his gaze passing over Lin Jinan and locking onto Lin Qingying sitting next to him. In that instant, the possessiveness in his eyes burst forth without any attempt to conceal it. Qingying, it's been 3 years since I last saw you. You've become even more beautiful. Yi Chen ignored Suyun beside Lin Qingying and directly extended his hand. I came to Jiangqing this time for 2 things. First, to help you resolve your family's troubles. Second, to propose marriage to Uncle Lin. Propose marriage. The moment those two words were uttered, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Lin Qingying sat there without moving, not even lifting her eyelids. She held a glass of juice in her hand, gently swirling it, as if she hadn't heard Yi Chen's words. Young Master Yi may have misunderstood. Lin Qingying's voice was as cold as ice. I have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she held the juice in her hand to Su Yun's lips. Open your mouth. Su Yun obediently opened her mouth, took a sip, and then smacked her lips smugly. So sweet. This scene was a public slap in the face. Yi Chen's hand, which was outstretched in mid-air, froze. He always liked to maintain a facade of composure, but when he saw Su Yun's nonchalant face, he couldn't suppress his anger at all. The smile on his face finally crumbled, slowly fading as he turned his cold gaze towards Su Yun. Boyfriend? Yi Chen looked Su Yun up and down and sneered. This is the gigolo that everyone in Jiangqing knows about? Xingying, are you kidding me? This kind of ant doesn't even deserve to stand beside you? Ants. The word was used so naturally, as if in his eyes Su Yun was really just an insect that could be crushed at any moment. Su Yun wasn't angry at all. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked like a scoundrel. So what if they're ants? Did they eat your rice? Besides, I'm proud to be a kept man. Xingying likes me being a kept man, so what's it to you? You're asking for it. An old man behind Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward, and the pressure of a marquee realm expert pressed down on Su Yun like a landslide and a tsunami. Boom! Su Yun felt as if he had been hit in the chest with a sledgehammer, but his buttocks remained firmly planted on the sofa, completely unmoved. The heavenly Dao red rope within his body heated up slightly, silently dissolving the oppressive force. The heavenly red thread is naturally compatible with spiritual energy and is not afraid of the pressure from high-level cultivators. Lin Jinnan's expression changed, and he was about to speak when Yi Chen waved his hand, stopping the old man. Uncle Lin, it seems the Lin family's discipline is a bit lax. Yi Chen straightened his cuffs and said indifferently, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can eat at the table now. Since Uncle Lin is not in a position to clean house, I'll do it for him. Lin Jinnan frowned. Yi Chen is too arrogant. But behind this arrogance lies the immense power of the Yi family in the capital. Although the Lin family is a local tyrant in Jiangcheng, they are still 2 levels below the Yi family. If they turn against each other now, the Lin family's major projects in Beijing will likely be cut short immediately. Not to mention the difference in strength between cultivators. Young Master Yi, this is a family dinner. Lin Jinan said in a deep voice. Su Yun was chosen by Qingying. When you young people meet, you should be more courteous. Being friendly? Yi Chen laughed, but it was a cold laugh. Uncle Lin, it's not that I don't understand the rules, it's just that I can't stand an ant taking advantage of my kindness. Uncle Lin, please stand aside and let us young people handle our own affairs, shall we? The atmosphere instantly became tense. The surrounding guests dared not utter a sound. This is no banquet for the elites, it's a battlefield of carnage. Su Yun sighed and threw the grape skins in her hand into the trash can. I'm talking about that young Master Yi. Su Yun stood up, dusted off his backside, and said, you want to fight, huh? Fine, I'll go with you. But there are too many people here, it wouldn't be good if we damaged the flowers and plants. How about we have a more intellectual contest? A battle of wits. Yi Chen laughed as if he'd heard a joke. You think you're worthy? Don't be so quick to refuse. Su Yun walked forward with a smile, only 3 steps away from Yi Chen. I noticed that young Master Yi's forehead is dark and his steps are unsteady. Although he has a strong presence, it's all bark and no bite. If I'm not mistaken, has young Master Yi been having some kind of problem lately? Although Su Yun's voice wasn't loud, everyone present was focused on him, and most of them had some level of cultivation, so it was impossible for them not to hear him. The entire venue was deathly silent. That might not work? Everyone's gaze instinctively drifted towards Yi Chen's groin. Yi Chen's face instantly turned green. What is the most taboo thing for a man, especially a young master from a large family? People just say I can't do it. And this happened in front of so many people, in front of the woman he admired. You bastard. Yi Chen completely lost his composure, his previous demeanor vanished. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Just as the 2 elders at the marquee level were about to make a move, Yi Chen suddenly reached out and stopped them. Since I promised Uncle Lin that we young people would handle this, you shouldn't take action. I want to cripple him myself. Chapter 32 Soul Weapon. The Demonic Blade Black Nightmare. Since you want to play, then I'll show you what real power is. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound suddenly emanated from Yi Chen's body. Then, something happened that shocked everyone. Suddenly, Yi Chen's skin began to writhe strangely on his chest, as if some living thing was about to burst out of his body. Immediately afterwards, a beam of black light shot out and hovered in front of him. That was no ordinary weapon. It was a long sword, entirely black and with an ancient design. But what's terrifying is that this knife is actually breathing. The blade was covered with dark red, vein-like patterns, and with each pulsation, it emitted a nauseating stench of blood and extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. This is... Lin Jianan's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "A soul weapon? Horcrux." The moment those two words were uttered, everyone present with even a modicum of knowledge gasped in shock. In this world of advanced martial arts, weapons are divided into ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, and divine weapons. But above divine weapons, there is another legendary existence, the soul weapon. Horcruxes are not crafted, but are naturally formed treasures. They possess self-awareness and will choose their hosts carefully. Once it recognizes a master, it will transform into an energy form and parasitize the host's body, becoming connected to the host's bloodline and growing together. For those who possess soul weapons, being invincible among their peers is just a basic skill, and killing those of higher levels is commonplace. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually possesses such a legendary treasure. No wonder he's so arrogant. You have a good eye. Yi Chen gripped the black and gold ancient sword, and his entire demeanor changed drastically. The original aura of a noble young master vanished, replaced by a cold, violent, and demonic aura, as if it had crawled out of hell. Su Yun, right? Yi Chen stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes bloodthirsty. To die under my nightmare is the greatest honor of your life. Lin Qingying's expression changed drastically. She suddenly stood up, and her grandmaster aura erupted instantly as she stood in front of Su Yun. Yi Chen! How dare you! Qingying, move aside. The black blade in Yi Chen's hand trembled with excitement. This blade hasn't drunk blood in a long time. Today, someone must perform a ritual to cleanse it. Su Yun stood behind Lin Qingying, looking at the strange black knife, his brows furrowing slightly. Is this a Horcrux? The heavenly Dao red rope is extremely sensitive to energy. At this moment, it trembled slightly within his body, and his perception ability was maximized. The surroundings seemed to slow down, and Su Yun could sense the floating of five-colored spiritual energy in the hall, including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as some special colors of other spiritual energy. In his perception, that knife was not a treasure at all, but a greedy parasite. In Su Yun's vision, he could clearly see that the black knife was frantically draining Yi Chen's life force. In particular, the vital energy from the kidneys is flowing continuously down the arm into the blade. This isn't a man wielding a sword, it's the sword devouring the man. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Yun suddenly sighed with regret. What a pity, what a pity. Yi Chen was about to launch an attack when he heard this and paused. What's the pity? It's a pity that such a fine exterior is rotten inside. Su Yun shook his head, his face filled with compassion. Young Master Yi, do you feel that your cultivation speed has been extremely fast recently, but you experience lower back and knee pain and night sweats every night at 3 o'clock? And, when you wake up in the morning, there is no reaction in that area at all? Yi Chen's hand holding the knife suddenly trembled. I won. All correct. He did feel that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds recently, but the burden of this black nightmare weapon on his body was also increasing. Especially his function in that area, it really was, but he always thought it was because he was too tired from cultivation. You're talking nonsense. Yi Chen roared, his voice trembling with fear. You dare to disrupt my Dao heart even when you're about to die. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Su Yun stepped out from behind Lin Qingying, completely ignoring the terrifying soul weapon, and walked out with his hands behind his back like an old Chinese medicine doctor. Your knife is called Nightmare, right? A good name indeed, it's really going to take your life. You think you're controlling it? Actually, it's using you as nourishment. If this continues, you'll be drained dry in less than 3 months. Of course, before you become dry, you'll become a eunuch. Rumor has it that those who obtain soul weapons are all chosen ones blessed with great fortune. Perhaps you can withstand it? Eunuch. These two words were like a sharp knife, piercing Yi Chen's heart. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Yi Chen went completely mad, raised his black knife, and slashed down at Su Yun's head. Boom! A black blade of light sliced through the air, accompanied by a mournful howl, heading straight for Su Yun's face. The power of this strike is enough to instantly kill any Grandmaster-level expert. Lin Qingying exclaimed in surprise and tried to stop them, but the two elders at the Marquis realm locked onto her aura and she was unable to move. It's over. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Yun being cleaved in two. However, what no one noticed was that Su Yun had already moved the moment Yi Chen drew his sword. Since you don't believe me, then I'll let you experience it for yourself. Su Yun's voice was light and airy, seeming insignificant in the face of this thunderous strike. But he moved. It's not retreating, it's advancing. Stepping on the white crane escape technique, his figure was as light as a feather. Just as the blade was about to touch his nose, he slid to the side in a strange way. The terrifying black blade energy grazed his nose and slashed to the ground, instantly creating a deep, bottomless crack in the hard marble floor, with black smoke rising from the cut. Even though the blade didn't strike, the hairs on Su Yun's face stood on end. The blade's aura was exceptionally domineering, causing a sharp pain on his face and even disrupting the spiritual energy within his body. As expected of a Horcrux, Su Yun had already snuggled into Yi Chen's arms. That's too fast. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected that this seemingly powerless gigolo would be so fast. Don't move, I'm a doctor, I'm going to give you an injection. Su Yun's lips curled into a wicked smile. His right hand moved with lightning speed, and 3 golden needles at his fingertips, carrying an extremely faint yet incredibly sharp gunmetal energy, pierced deeply into Yi Chen's Shinshu and Mingmen acupoints on his waist. Puff! 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 3 needles inserted simultaneously. This was no ordinary acupuncture. Su Yun channeled the special spiritual power within his body, which combined the vitality of Yi wood and the sharpness of gunmetal, into the golden needles all at once. Yi wood represents growth and development, while gunmetal represents destruction. As soon as these two forces entered Yi Chen's body, it was like pouring a ladle of water into a frying pan. Yi Chen's vital energy was being squeezed to the limit by the soul weapon, maintaining a fragile balance. Su Yun's move completely shattered this balance. The suppressed essence, stimulated by the wood element, erupted instantly, launching a frenzied counterattack like a final burst of energy before death. Ah! Yi Chen suddenly let out a shrill scream. But the black blade in his hand didn't stop. Instead, due to the chaos of energy within the host's body, it became even more violent, uncontrollably trying to devour its master. Let go! Su Yun gave a low shout and slapped Yi Chen's wrist. Clang! The once invincible soul weapon Black Nightmare actually slipped from Yi Chen's hand, fell to the ground, emitted a resentful buzz, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke, trying to return to Yi Chen's body. But Yi Chen couldn't care less about the knife at the moment. He clutched his crotch tightly with both hands, his whole body curled up like a shrimp, his face changing from deathly pale to flushed red, and then to a purplish red. It's hot, so hot. Yi Chen trembled all over, and sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He felt as if his kidneys were on fire, an indescribable heat rushing to his head, followed by a sharp pain in his lower body and a feeling of losing control. Z. An awkward splash of water broke the silence of the banquet hall. Yi Chen's expensive white custom-made trousers were quickly soaked with a yellow water stain. He wet his pants. The dignified third young master of the Yi family in the capital, a peerless genius with a soul weapon, wet his pants in public at the banquet where he proposed to the mayor's daughter. The entire site was petrified. Even the two elders at the marquee level who were about to make a move were dumbfounded, frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. How are we going to handle this? The young master told everyone to let the younger generation handle it. Out of respect for the Yi family's reputation, the two hesitated for a long time but still did not take action on their own. Su Yun took 2 steps back in disgust, pinched her nose, and fanned herself. Oh dear, young Master Yi, your kidney deficiency is quite severe. I only slightly stimulated your meridians to help you regulate your qi. How did you break down like this? What did you do to me? Yi Chen collapsed to the ground, filled with shame and indignation, wishing he could kill himself on the spot. The feeling of being completely out of control of his body and having his sphincter muscles fail him shattered all his dignity. I'm saving you. Su Yun looked completely innocent and said loudly, everyone, be the judge. Just now, young Master Yi was almost exhausted by that demonic sword. If I hadn't stepped in to help him release that last bit of energy, he would probably be dead by now. It's embarrassing to wet your pants, but at least you saved your life, right? Su Yun turned to look at the two old men, his expression righteous and awe-inspiring. Seniors, you wouldn't want to see your young master sucked dry by that knife, would you? No need to thank me, it's my duty as a doctor. The two old men looked at each other in bewilderment. They did indeed sense the disorder in Yi Chen's internal energy just now, and they also knew about the side effects of that soul weapon. What Su Yun said actually made some sense. But, that's just too nasty. Young Master Yi. The two rushed over and took off their coats to cover Yi Chen, concealing his embarrassing area. Yi Chen was so ashamed and indignant that he was about to faint. He stared at Su Yun with malice. If that look could kill, Su Yun would have been dead tens of thousands of times over. Su Yun. I, Yi Chen, will remember this humiliation you have suffered today. Let's go. How could he possibly stay there any longer? Supported by two elderly men, Yi Chen fled the banquet hall in a disheveled state, like a stray dog. Su Yun's lips twitched. This time, they've really offended young Master Yi to the point of no return. Chapter 33. The iceberg transforms into a darling wife. When we returned to the Lin family villa, the moon was already high in the sky. As soon as Su Yun entered the house, she collapsed onto the sofa and refused to move. Although his actions were feigned, the spiritual energy within his body was indeed somewhat restless. The metal and wood elements chased each other in the meridians, and it felt like there were two little fighting people living inside the body. Seeing his appearance, Lin Xingying quickly came over and gently massaged his shoulders with her small hands. Are you very tired? Her voice was low, carrying a gentleness that was not usually heard. Su Yun closed his eyes, feeling the force coming from his shoulder. It must be said that the Grandmaster's massage techniques are truly extraordinary. She controlled that metal elemental spiritual energy perfectly. It was like tiny warm currents seeping into her muscles, giving her a tingling, numb feeling. I'm so tired, both physically and mentally. Su Yun opened his eyes and pulled Lin Xingying into his arms. Lin Xingying exclaimed in surprise, but her body pressed against her. She hadn't changed out of the evening gown she was wearing today. The silk felt cool to the touch, but her body temperature was rising rapidly. Stop it, my dad's still in the study. Lin Xingying struggled symbolically for a moment, her face flushed. He's busy in his study, we'll go about our own business. Su Yun buried his head in the crook of her neck and took a deep breath. The faint fragrance calmed the restlessness within him slightly. As Lin Xingying felt Su Yun's breathing, her body gradually softened. She found that she really couldn't refuse Su Yun now. Whenever this man gets close, the spiritual energy within her body becomes exceptionally obedient, as if it has encountered a commander. The thrill of breaking through a bottleneck had created a physiological dependence in her. Su Yun, let's go to the room. Lin Xingying whispered in his ear. Su Yun chuckled to himself. This Ice Queen was really irresistible when she took the initiative. The two entered the master bedroom, and as soon as the door was locked, Lin Xingying took the initiative and pushed Su Yun onto the king-size bed. I'll come tonight. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Su Yun lay in bed, watching Lin Xingying slowly unzip her dress. The large expanse of snow-white skin was revealed, gleaming with a lustrous sheen under the dim light. Her movements were somewhat awkward, but the contrast made Su Yun's blood boil. Go easy, I'm almost done for today. Su Yun pleaded, but her hands had already unconsciously climbed up those amazing curves. Shut up. Lin Xingying glared at him, then leaned down and kissed him. The treatment that night was more intense than ever before. Lin Xingying seemed to want to make amends to Su Yun, and she was putting in an unusually good effort. The heavenly Dao red rope within Su Yun's body spun wildly, and the metal attribute points and spiritual energy feedback flooded the screen like they were free. Ding! Deep spiritual energy interaction detected. Constitution plus 200. Ding! Metal element comprehension increased, acquired skill, dung metal finger. Ding! The other party's favorability rating has skyrocketed, and you have received additional feedback, pure yang qi has been solidified. Su Yun felt like a bottle that was constantly being filled with water. Although he felt great, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The metal and wood elements within his body were so powerful that the other three elements could barely sense their presence. This imbalance occasionally caused him to feel a pang of heart palpitations. The next morning, when Su Yun opened her eyes, Lin Xingying was already up. She was wearing a white silk robe and sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of steaming soup in her hand. Awake? Drink this. Lin Xingying brought the soup to his lips. Su Yun took a sniff. It had a strong medicinal smell, and there were also many highly nutritious ingredients inside. What is this? I asked my dad to find some 1,000-year-old Cistanche deserticula and top-quality tiger bone blue, and simmered them for 3 hours. Lin Xingying fed him spoonful by spoonful, saying, "You're too weak, you need to replenish yourself." Su Yun sipped her soup, a wave of emotions washing over her. The once aloof school beauty has now become a devoted and caring wife. If the boys at school saw this, they'd probably all jump off buildings. "Xingying, I feel that just drinking soup isn't enough." After finishing his soup, Su Yun wiped his mouth and stared intently at her. "What else do you want?" Lin Xingying hadn't reacted yet. "I want you too." Su Yun chuckled mischievously and pulled her into the bed. "Oh no! The soup bowl hasn't been put down yet." The house erupted into chaos once again. After a while, Lin Xingying finally got up, panting, her hair disheveled and her face flushed. She straightened her bathrobe and glared at Su Yun with annoyance. "You don't look weak at all. I think all those medicines my dad took were a waste." Su Yun chuckled and said, "That's because your medicinal ingredient is very effective." Although Lin Xingying complained, she was actually very happy inside. Su Yunyue's improved spirits indicate that her treatment is more effective. "No, I still think my dad is keeping things from me." Lin Xingying suddenly stood up. "Yesterday, when I saw him getting the medicine, his eyes were darting around. There's definitely something better in that safe in his study. Come on, let's go find him." Looking at the energetic Lin Xingying, Su Yun silently wished her father-in-law a happy new year. This daughter has been raised in vain. She's barely started and she's already helping outsiders move their assets. In the Lin family's study, Lin Zhennan was staring blankly at an ancient painting. The usually imposing mayor of Jiangqing seemed somewhat distracted at this moment. Although Su Yun handled the matter with the Yi family kid yesterday quite well, there will definitely be a lot of trouble to come. Just as I was pondering this, the study door was pushed open with a bang. Lin Xingying led Su Yun in, swaggering in. Lin Zhennan's eyelids twitched. Looking at his daughter's accusatory posture, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Xingying, what's wrong so early in the morning?" Lin Zhennan forced a smile. "Dad, did those medicinal herbs you gave Su Yun yesterday expire because they've been sitting out for too long?" Lin Xingying slammed her hand on the table, her tone as if she were interrogating a criminal. Lin Zhennan almost choked to death on his own saliva. "Expired? I spent a fortune to get those from the auction house in the capital. Each one was packed in a jade box. How could they be expired? Why didn't Su Yun have any reaction after drinking it?" Lin Xingying pointed at Su Yun behind her. "Look at him, his face is still so pale, he's even unsteady on his feet. Have you been hiding all the good stuff?" Su Yun supported his waist from behind, coughed twice, and looked as if he was about to die at any moment. Lin Zhennan was so angry at Su Yun's clumsy acting that he gritted his teeth. This kid was full of energy at the banquet yesterday, making Yi Chen wet himself, and now he's pretending to be sick here? Who are you kidding? But his own daughter believed in this kind of thing. "Xingying, you're wronging your father." Lin Zhennan sighed and took out a delicate little wooden box from the drawer. Inside is a dragon blood pill, which can replenish qi and blood and strengthen muscles and bones. "Is this all right?" Lin Xingying took the box, opened it, and looked inside. She then pouted and said, "Just one? Are you trying to fob me off?" "Only one?" Lin Zhennan said with a long face, "There are only a few of these pills in the entire Jiangqing. Do you think they're candy?" Lin Xingying was still not satisfied. Her eyes darted around the study, finally settling on the huge safe. Lin Zhennan's heart tightened, and he quickly stood in front of the safe. It's full of official documents. There are no medicinal herbs inside. Su Yun stepped forward and weakly tugged at Lin Xingying's sleeve. "Xingying, let it go. Uncle has it tough too. There are so many things in Jiangqing waiting for him to handle, we can't be too greedy." Hearing this made Lin Zhennan feel even more upset, rather than more comfortable. This kid's pretty good at using a feigned retreat to advance. "Dad, just tell me, is there anything better?" Lin Xingying stared at Lin Zhennan. Looking at his daughter's earnest eyes, Lin Zhennan remained silent for a long time before finally shaking his head helplessly. "All right, stop messing with me." Lin Zhennan sat back in his chair, his tone becoming more serious. "We really don't have many medicinal herbs left at home." "But..." He paused, then glanced at Su Yun with a subtle look in his eyes. "Jiangqing's supply depot has accumulated quite a few good things. These are the results of years of hunting exotic beasts and seizing contraband, and they include many rare and precious materials. Lin Qingying's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take Su Yun to pick out a few things. Nonsense. Lin Jinan said sternly. Those are public resources belonging to Zhengchang. As the mayor, I have to set an example by abiding by the rules. No one can misappropriate them without special merit. Just as Lin Qingying was about to get angry, Lin Jinan muttered something else. The supply depot is heavily guarded, and no one can get in. The guards change every night at 8 o'clock. I don't believe anyone can defy the heavens and sneak in during the 10 minutes of the guard change. Su Yun and Lin Qingying exchanged a glance, both of them understanding perfectly. Dad, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Lin Qingying smiled. Oh, did I say anything? Lin Jinan picked up the ancient painting again, waved his hand without looking up, and said, Hurry up and leave, don't delay my work. As soon as they left the study, Lin Qingying excitedly grabbed Su Yun's hand. Did you hear that? We're going to the supply depot tonight. Su Yun touched his nose, inwardly sighing. Lin Jinan is a cunning old fox. Qingying, would you say we're lawless outlaws? Su Yun asked with a smile. What outlaw? I took my father's things, that's called inheritance. Lin Qingying said confidently. Su Yun gave a thumbs up. Okay, that logic makes sense. Chapter 34 Strange Change. Vomiting blood. 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhengchang Supply Depot. This place is located inside a mountain on the outskirts of the city. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary military base, but in reality, it is a vast and complex place. Su Yun changed into a black bodysuit, which Lin Qingying had specially prepared for him, supposedly to block out his aura. The clothes were tight and hugged her body, perfectly outlining Su Yun's well-proportioned figure. Lin Qingying also changed into a black outfit, and her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. Her figure, clad in black, was so curvaceous that it was impossible to look away. What are you looking at? Lin Qingying said in a low voice, holding a specially made compass in her hand. It's pleasing to the eye, Su Yun chuckled, but didn't stop walking. The two avoided the outer patrols and silently slid into the mountain through the ventilation ducts. Lin Jinan's information was very accurate. The guards were indeed a bit lax at this moment. The first barrier is ahead, the mysterious gold sensing array. Lin Qingying stopped and pointed to a seemingly ordinary section of corridor ahead. Su Yun activated his perception of the heavenly Tao red string. In his eyes, the corridor was covered with a dense network of golden threads, and if he touched even one, the alarm would immediately sound throughout the entire base. Follow my footsteps and don't step on anything else, Lin Qingying gently instructed. As a grandmaster of the metal element, she has a natural sensitivity to this kind of metal-based formation. She moved with a light and graceful figure, like an elegant black cat, leaping and darting among the golden threads. Su Yun followed closely behind. Although he didn't have Lin Qingying's exquisite movement skills, his white crane escape technique was no joke. Every step they took landed precisely in the blind spots of the formation. Their teamwork was flawless. After passing the first checkpoint, the air ahead became somewhat damp and carried a musty smell of old wood. This is the outer warehouse of the supply depot, which contains mostly standard resources. Lin Qingying didn't even glance at the mountains of spirit stones and ores, and directly pulled Su Yun inside. Her goal was clear, the deepest top-tier warehouse. Along the way, the two avoided several patrols of guards and several complex restrictions. They arrived at the core area of the supply depot without any major incidents. There is a huge bronze door here, carved with intricate patterns of mythical beasts, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Only my father's token can open this door. Lin Qingying took out a shiny jade pendant from her pocket. Su Yun's lips twitched. When did you steal your dad's token? What do you mean by stealing? I just grabbed it from the table when I left. He must have seen it. Lin Qingying pressed the token into a groove in the bronze door. Buzz. The bronze door emitted a deep rumble and slowly slid open to both sides. A dense, almost liquefied spiritual energy rushed towards us. Su Yun felt as if every pore on his body had opened up at that moment, greedily absorbing this energy. The warehouse was filled with neat rows of rosewood shelves. The shelves were filled with all sorts of treasures, pills that radiated multicolored light, weapons that flowed with spiritual energy, and some strangely shaped ores and dried herbs. Su Yun, look. That's the 9-turn rejuvenating grass. Lin Qingying pointed to a jade box and said excitedly, and that too, earth core tempering milk. Su Yun looked at these treasures and felt like her eyes were about to blur. take what you need, don't be shy. As Lin Qingying spoke, she began stuffing food into her mouth. Su Yun walked among the shelves, his hand brushing over the treasures. The body did not give a particularly strong reaction, indicating that although these things were good, they were not the most crucial thing for him. Just as he walked to a dilapidated wooden box in the far corner of the warehouse, the heavenly Dao red rope within his body suddenly trembled violently. The tremor was stronger than ever before, as if something inside was frantically calling to him. Su Yun squatted down and opened the dusty wooden box. Inside were some broken weapon fragments and a few dark, unremarkable stones. Su Yun reached inside and rummaged around. Finally, his gaze settled on a small, dark red metal fragment, no bigger than a palm. The fragment looked ordinary, covered with irregular cracks, like a piece of charred scrap iron. But the moment Su Yun's fingers touched it, a chilling yet extremely majestic aura rushed straight to his head from his fingertips. Ding! Soul weapon fragment detected, Jiang Yueling extremely incomplete. System notification: this item contains remnants of the essence of laws, which can be directly absorbed by the heavenly Dao red rope. Su Yun was startled. Horcrux? This thing is actually a fragment of a Horcrux. Su Yun gripped the dark red fragment tightly, feeling a faint throbbing in his palm, as if the fragment still had a life of its own. Su Yun, what are you doing with that piece of scrap metal? Lin Qingying came closer, holding 2 bottles of high-grade pills in her hand. She glanced at what Su Yun was holding, her face full of disgust. Su Yun didn't speak, but closed his eyes and tried to infuse the aura of the heavenly Dao red thread into it. Boom! A picture suddenly exploded in my mind. It was a huge, bright moon, hanging over the turbulent river. A figure dressed in white stands in mid-air, holding a token. With a wave of the token, the river flowed backward, and the bright moon lost its luster. The image flashed by in an instant, replaced by a fragmented message. Jiang Yueling suppresses all directions, shattered in ancient times. Immediately afterwards, Su Yun felt the heavenly Dao red rope greedily absorbing the extremely faint trace of primordial energy from the fragment, as if it had encountered a tonic. The dark red light on the fragment flickered a few times before gradually fading away, becoming even more ordinary. But in Su Yun's perception, it had already formed a strange connection with him. This thing is useful to me. Su Yun put the fragment into his pocket and turned to look at Lin Qingying. We need to hurry up and leave. The 10-minute reset period is almost over. Although Lin Qingying was curious, she also knew what was important and what was urgent. She glanced one last time at the treasures on the shelf and sighed with regret. What a pity, I can't take that millennial lightning-struck wood with me. Be content, what we have is enough to eat for a long time. Su Yun took her hand, and the two quickly left the warehouse. The bronze door slowly closed, and Lin Qingying took back the token. The two returned along the same route. When they passed the outer warehouse, Su Yun casually took a few small boxes. In his words, this is called a thief never leaves empty-handed. Just as I climbed out of the ventilation shaft, I heard a faint sound of footsteps in the distance. Run! The two moved like lightning and disappeared into the night. Back at the Lin family villa, Su Yun rushed into the room and took out the fragment. The fragment was slightly warm in his hand, and a profound message gradually became clear in his mind. Fragments of the Jiangyue Decree. Soul weapon. Reforging. The Far West, fire. Su Yun frowned. The Far West? That place is quite far from Jiangchang, and it's the territory of fire-type monsters, making the environment extremely harsh. Su Yun, what are you staring at this piece of scrap metal for? After taking a shower, Lin Qingying changed into a light silk nightgown and came in. She sat down next to Su Yun, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a few drops of water slid down her collarbone into the deep cleavage. Su Yun put away the fragments and casually put his arm around her slender waist. I didn't really look at anything, I just felt a connection to this piece of iron. By the way, Qingying, are you familiar with the Yuzhang Road area? Yuzhang Road? Lin Qingying thought for a moment. It's quite chaotic there, full of volcanoes and fire-type beasts. Jiang Hongyan's family lives there. Their Jiang family has guarded the Flaming Mountain for generations and is the most prestigious fire-type family in the Great Xia Kingdom. As she spoke, her eyes became somewhat suspicious. Why are you asking this? You're not really thinking of going to find Jiang Hongyan, are you? Jiang Hongyan? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. This woman's intuition was terrifying. No way. I just asked casually when she said she was going back. Suyin quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's try the effects of those medicinal herbs we just brought back. Now. Lin Qingying blushed. I just finished showering and I'm a little tired. It's okay, it won't tire you out. Suyin pounced on him with a mischievous grin. That night, Suyin took a guiyuan pill that Lin Qingying had taken from the warehouse. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, its violent medicinal power exploded instantly. Suyin guided the medicinal power, coordinating it with the heavenly Dao red rope, and engaged in a deep spiritual interaction with Lin Qingying. This time the results were surprisingly good. Lin Qingying's cultivation level stabilized directly at the peak of the 4th level of Grandmaster, while Suyin also felt that his meridians had expanded considerably. However, just as his cultivation was about to end, Suyin suddenly felt that the spiritual energy within his body was somewhat out of sync. A sudden change has occurred. The originally harmonious metal and wood spiritual energies collided wildly, causing a sweet and metallic taste to rise in the throat. Puff! Suyin spat a mouthful of blood onto the pristine white sheets, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Chapter 35 What a woman who takes advantage of a moment's vulnerability. The blood splattered onto the sheets, a glaringly red stain. Lin Qingying was completely stunned. 1 second she was still immersed in the pleasure of her improved cultivation, the next second Suyin turned into a human fountain in her arms. She frantically tried to cover Suyun's mouth, but blood seeped out between her fingers, staining her silk nightgown as if it had just been pulled from a crime scene. Suyun! Don't scare me! Lin Qingying's voice changed, and it sounded like she was crying. The already disheveled nightgown had its 2 shoulder straps slipped down to the waist, revealing the upper body, which was bright white like mutton fat and as red as a plum blossom, blooming in the air, trembling and swaying gracefully. Hiss! Suyin stared wide-eyed, then felt a rush of heat to her nose, and 2 streams of blood flowed from her nostrils. She frantically tried to channel her spiritual energy into Suyin to stabilize his injuries, but instead of helping, Suyun's body jerked violently, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Stop, stop! Suyin rolled her eyes, no longer daring to look, and struggled to raise her hand to pry her hand away from her chest. Suyin now felt as if his body was a gladiatorial arena. Those 2 spiritual energies, one metal and one wood, which were originally minding their own business, have now gone mad and started fighting in his meridians. Jin Kumu and Mu, ever growing, neither side would yield to the other, turning his internal organs into a battlefield. What should we do? I'll call an ambulance. No, I'll call my dad. Lin Qingying panicked and tried to get out of bed. Suyin grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Why call an ambulance? The hospital can't treat this. And don't call your dad either. If he sees us looking like this, he'll have to explain for ages. Suyin gasped for breath, leaned against the headboard, her face as white as paper. I have an imbalance of the 5 elements. The metal element is too strong and the wood element is too strong. I need a peacemaker. He pointed to his stomach. It's like when a couple is fighting, they need a neighborhood committee auntie to mediate. Right now, I'm lacking water, fire, and earth. As long as I have these 3 kinds of spiritual power or spiritual objects to suppress them, I can subdue these 2 lunatics. Lin Qingying only vaguely understood what Suyin was saying, but at this moment, she believed whatever he said. Water, fire, earth, spiritual objects. She was muttering to herself when suddenly her eyes lit up, and she turned and ran outside. You wait. I'm going to empty the warehouse. Less than 10 minutes later, the door was kicked open. Lin Qingying rushed in, carrying a bunch of random things in her arms. There were beads that exuded a cold aura, bright red fruits, and a few yellowish stones. This is deep sea ice soul, this is blazing vermilion fruit, this is thick earth crystal. She piled her things all over the bed and stared longingly at Suyun. Eat up. Eat whichever looks good to you. Suyun looked at the bed full of treasures, her lips twitching. This is only possible because of the Lin family. In an ordinary family, just this one bed could buy several villas. He casually grabbed the fiery red fruit, and without even bothering to wash it, took a bite. A warm sensation slid down my throat. I feel a little better. But he knew that this was only a temporary solution. But Suyun's mind flashed back to Jiang Hongyan's alluring face and those eyes that seemed to want to devour someone. Forget it, saving my life is the priority, let's eat the fruit first. How are you feeling? Any better? Lin Qingying leaned closer, staring nervously at his face. It's all right, I won't die. Suyin took another bite of the vermilion fruit, feeling the heat in his body subside slightly. But this thing can only help for a while. To cure it completely, we need to think of another way. Lin Xingying bit her lip, her eyes filled with self-reproach. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so greedy and insisted on dragging you into cultivation, none of this would have happened. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Su Yun's heart softened. This Ice Queen is now completely under his control. Alright, stop looking so sad, I'm not dead yet. Su Yun reached out and pinched her cheek, it felt so good. Go to sleep quickly, we still need to figure something out tomorrow. Lin Xingying couldn't possibly sleep. She clung to Su Yun like an octopus, carefully avoiding his vital areas, and warmed him with her own body heat. That night, Su Yun slept fitfully. In my dreams, I'm always frying myself in a pan of oil, and then soaking in ice water. When I woke up the next day, the bedside was empty. There was a note on the table, the handwriting was a bit messy. I'll think of something. You stay home and don't wander around. Take your medicine on time. Next to it was a bowl of dark, murky herbal medicine that smelled bitter. Su Yun sighed, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, a commotion arose downstairs. Oh dear, Uncle Lin isn't here? No problem, I'll find Brother Su Yun. That's sound. Xiaoro? Just as Su Yun was about to dodge, the door was pushed open. Xiaoro, dressed in a pink tracksuit and with her hair in pigtails, rushed in full of energy. But when she saw Su Yun's pale face, she was still startled, even though she was mentally prepared. Brother Su Yun, have you been drained dry by a demon? Su Yun rolled her eyes. Can't you speak properly? I've messed up my training. Xiaoro leaned closer, looking at Su Yun from left to right, and even sniffed him. The smell of medicine is so strong, and there's also a burnt smell. She frowned. Xingying told me that the 5 elements in your body are fighting. Brother Su Yun, your situation is very dangerous. Knowing it's dangerous, why didn't you bring anything better? Su Yun said irritably. Xiaoro chuckled and whispered mysteriously in Su Yun's ear. I didn't bring much with me, but I brought a savior. Savior? Yes. My cousin heard you were sick and came to see you. She said she's a master of fire magic and can cure your kind of difficult illness. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Cousin? Jiang Hongyan? Before he could refuse, a fiery red figure was already leaning against the doorway. Jiang Hongyan wore a black, tight-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her explosive curves. She held a slender cigarette between her fingers, looking at Su Yun on the bed with a playful expression. Hey little brother, weren't you quite energetic last night? Why are you so listless today? She exhaled a smoke ring, and in her high heels, walked step by step to the bedside. That sense of oppression was even stronger than when Lin Xingying lost her temper. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang. Su Yun shrank further under the covers. Why are you here? I heard you need fire? Jiang Hongyan leaned down, her beautiful face almost touching Su Yun's nose. What a coincidence, the thing I have the least shortage of is fire. The air in the room heated up instantly. The heat emanating from Jiang Hongyan, unique to fire-type beings, was like a wave of heat that seeped into Su Yun's pores. Su Yun felt that the metal and wood energies within his body actually became a little more subdued under the pressure of this heat wave. Sister Jiang, let's talk this out, don't get so close. Su Yun chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Hongyan extended a finger and drew a circle on his chest. What you lack right now is fire. The fire I possess is pure essence of fire, specifically designed to counteract metal. If I can help you regulate your body, your life will be saved. She was seducing him. Naked temptation. Su Yun swallowed. To be honest, the offer is very tempting. But he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Especially with a woman like Jiang Hongyan, the things she gives are definitely not cheap. What are the conditions? Su Yun asked. Jiang Hongyan laughed, her laughter so loud it made her body tremble. A smart man. The condition is simple, I want you to come back to Yuzhang Road with me. To Yuzhang Road? Yes. The fire poison in my body is almost uncontrollable. Your wood longevity body can save me, and my fire can save you. This is mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. Xiaoro, who was standing next to her, blushed as she listened. No. A cold shout suddenly came from the doorway. Lin Xingying is back. She was carrying several medicine packets in her hand, her face so gloomy it could drip water. Seeing Jiang Hongyan lying on top of Su Yun, the murderous intent in her eyes instantly erupted. She flung the medicine packet in her hand, which turned into several golden rays and headed straight for Jiang Hongyan's back. Jiang Hongyan didn't even turn her head, and waved her hand back. A wall of fire appeared out of nowhere and burned the medicine packet to ashes. Xingying, don't get so angry. Jiang Hongyan straightened up and tidied her hair. I'm saving your little lover. I don't need your fake kindness. Lin Xingying rushed over and stood in front of Su Yun. I'll find a way to save him. You don't need to interfere. Find a way? What way do you want? Jiang Hongyan scoffed, give him those rotten grass roots? Or keep poking him with your gunmetal energy? Haven't you noticed? The longer he stays by your side, the more serious his injuries become. Because your element counters his. These words were like a knife, piercing deep into Lin Xingying's heart. Her face was deathly pale, and she swayed. Yes. Jin Kimu. This is the law of heaven. The more she tried to help Su Yun, the more pain Su Yun felt. Admit it, Xingying. Jiang Hongyan pressed on, only I can save him now. Do you want to watch him die, or lend him to me for a while? The room was deathly silent. Su Yun looked at Lin Xingying's trembling back and sighed inwardly. That silly woman. He reached out and took Lin Xingying's hand. Xingying. Lin Xingying turned around, her eyes red. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm tough as nails, I won't die. Su Yun smiled. Lin Xingying bit her lip, her nails digging into her flesh. She knew Su Yun was giving her a way out. We also know that this is the only way at the moment. Treat her here. Lin Xingying took a deep breath and turned to look at Jiang Hongyan. You can transfer spiritual energy to him, but you must do so under my watchful eye. Also, we'll talk about going to Yuzhang Road later. Chapter 36. Lin Xingying agrees to give up her young boyfriend. The temperature in the room was still rising. Jiang Hongyan pressed her fingers on Su Yun's chest. The movement looked very light, but Su Yun felt as if he were being burned by a red-hot iron. The metal elemental spiritual power within him was fiercely attacking the wood elemental spiritual power, but when this wave of fire entered, both sides quieted down. Su Yun looked down and saw Jiang Hongyan's peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons, smiling sweetly. This woman was too close, and the white glimpse of her neckline made him dizzy. He thought to himself, this isn't healing, it's killing me. Jiang Hongyan chuckled and placed her palm directly on it. A stream of extremely pure red spiritual energy seeped into Su Yun's skin. This force is extremely domineering. It rampages and crashes into the meridians as soon as it enters. Su Yun groaned, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xingying stood to the side, her fists clenched tightly. Looking at Jiang Hongyan's provocative actions, she wanted nothing more than to slash her with her sword. But she also noticed that Su Yun's pale face was indeed slowly regaining its color. Su Yun was too preoccupied to admire the beautiful woman now. The heavenly Dao red rope within his body began to spin wildly. Ding! Essence of fire detected currently guiding balance. Ding! The metal, wood, and fire elements have completed their cycle constitution plus 500. Su Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. This essence of fire is simply the best lubricant. The metal and wood elements, which were originally locked in fierce combat, actually began to merge after being roasted by this fire. He sensed that the golden blue spiritual energy now had a hint of dark red luster. Jiang Hongyan's expression also changed. She originally thought that Su Yun's small physique couldn't withstand her fiery temper, but she found that Su Yun was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled no matter how much she poured in. Not only that, she also felt that some of the fire poison in her body was absorbed by Su Yun through the transmission of spiritual power. This kid is definitely a gem. Jiang Hongyan was secretly alarmed and increased the pressure on her hands even more. Su Yun felt her body alternate between feeling cold and hot. When it's cold, it feels like falling into an ice cave. That's the golden energy left behind by Lin Xingying causing the disturbance. When it gets hot, it feels like being in a furnace, as if Jiang Hongyan's fiery temper is churning within her. This sensation of extreme heat and cold made him want to scream with pleasure, yet also want to cry from the pain. Gently. Sister Jiang, I'm really about to overflow. Su Yun gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words. Jiang Hongyan spat. This little rascal, he still couldn't resist taking advantage at a time like this. She withdrew her hand and let out a long breath. A fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead, wetting the hair at her temples, making her look even more alluring. Lin Qingying quickly came over, pushed Jiang Hongyan away, and hugged Su Yun in her arms. She reached out and touched Su Yun's forehead, finding that her temperature had finally come down. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" Lin Qingying's voice was full of concern. Su Yun snuggled closer to her, savoring the familiar, cool fragrance. "It doesn't hurt anymore, but I feel energetic all over and want to fight someone." He wasn't just talking nonsense. The spiritual energy within him was now more abundant than ever before. At the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, one step away from becoming a great Grandmaster. Jiang Hongyan stood to the side and lit a cigarette. She looked at the two people embracing and sneered. "This is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. This balance is only temporary. Once my anger dissipates, he'll still vomit blood." "Qingying, have you thought this through?" Lin Qingying fell silent. She looked at Su Yun's face, which had regained its vitality, and struggled intensely within herself. She didn't want Su Yun to leave, especially not with a vixen like Jiang Hongyan. But she was even more afraid that Su Yun would roll on the ground and vomit blood again, just like before. Su Yun felt a pang of sympathy seeing Lin Qingying's conflicted expression. He knew that this ice queen had truly fallen in love. "Qingying, how about I go take a look?" "I won't be staying for too long anyway," Su Yun said softly. Lin Qingying stared intently at him, her eyes filled with resentment. "Have you been wanting to go for a while now?" Su Yun cried out in despair. "Heaven and earth bear witness, I was doing this to save my life." Jiang Hongyan added fuel to the fire. "That's right, little brother, with your constitution, if you leave him here, you'll just drain him dry. Come with me to Yuzhang Road, and I promise I'll raise him until he's plump and healthy." Lin Qingying took a deep breath and turned to look at Jiang Hongyan. "You can take him away, but if he loses even a single hair, my Lin family will fight tooth and nail to seek justice in Yuzhang Road." Jiang Hongyan stubbed out her cigarette and laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. "Make a deal." Su Yun lay on the bed, watching the two women reach an agreement, and felt a strange unease in her heart. "This feels like I'm being rented out as a commodity." Lin Qingying did not leave that night. She stayed by Su Yun's bedside, holding his hand and never letting go. Su Yun could sense her unease and lost interest in joking, so she obediently went to sleep. Chapter 37. 3 Women Make a Drama. The entrance to Jiangqing's #1 martial arts academy was in an uproar early this morning. A bright red convertible sports car was parked at the school gate. Jiang Hongyan sat in the driver's seat, her black tight leather outfit making her figure look breathtaking. She had an unlit cigarette in her mouth, her hands resting on the steering wheel, her slender fingers tapping lightly. Su Yun sat in the passenger seat and shrank his neck. He felt like he was being roasted on a fire when he saw the way his male classmates looked at him. Su Yun thought to herself, this Jiang Hongyan really doesn't know how to be low-key at all. She's not taking me to do the formalities, she's clearly taking me to stir up trouble. "Get off the bus. What are you standing there for?" Jiang Hongyan glanced at him sideways, her peach blossom eyes full of teasing. Su Yun coughed lightly. "Sister Jiang, can we go through the back door? Look at the way these people are looking at me, they wish they could tear me apart." "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Hongyan pushed open the car door, and the moment her long legs stepped out, gasps of surprise rose and fell at the school gate. Su Yun had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow behind. The moment the two entered the campus, they attracted 100% attention. Although Su Yun was a prominent figure at school, that was because of his reputation as a gigolo. Now, things have gotten even worse. He's been replaced by an even hotter, more mature woman, so he's probably never going to shake off that reputation. They went straight to the administration building. Upon arriving at the admissions office, Jiang Hongyan didn't even knock before pushing the door open and entering. "Who is it? Don't you know how to knock?" A gentle but somewhat authoritative voice came from inside. Su Yun looked up and saw a beautiful woman sitting behind the desk. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, dressed in a well-fitting business suit, her hair neatly pinned up, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was Shin Man, the director of the admissions office. Su Yun knew the Shin Man, she was a top expert in the healing field. She appeared gentle and kind, but actually had a very strong temper. Shin Man frowned immediately upon seeing Jiang Hongyan. "Jiang Hongyan? Why aren't you staying in your Yuzhang Road? What are you doing at our school?" Shin Man pushed up her glasses, her tone not exactly polite. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. The two seemed to be old acquaintances, there must be a story between them. Jiang Hongyan didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on the sofa, putting her long legs on the coffee table. Director Shin, please don't get so angry. I'm here today to help Soo-yoon with her leave of absence from school. Jang Hongyan pointed to Soo-yoon behind her. Shin Man's gaze fell on Soo-yoon, and her eyes sharpened. Soo-yoon? He's a student our school is focusing on, and he's Lin Qingying's partner. You want to take him away? What gives you the right? Soo-yoon stood in the middle and sensed that something was off. He thought to himself. Did these two women have a grudge before? Why do they sound so hostile? He is on the verge of death, and only I can save him. Jang Hongyan sneered, Shinman, your healing skills are only good for treating external injuries. Can you cure his imbalance of the 5 elements in his body? Shinman stood up and walked to Soo-yoon. She reached out her hand, her fingertips glowing with a faint green light, and pressed it against Soo-yoon's pulse. Soo-yoon felt a cool aura enter his body. It was wood-type healing spiritual energy. But as soon as the spiritual energy entered, it was pushed back by the scorching heat within his body. Shenman's expression changed. How could he be so badly injured? Was it due to a clash of the 5 elements? Shinman stared at Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon, did this woman do something to you? Soo-yoon looked helpless. Director Shin, that's really not it. I just had a little mishap during my training. Did you hear that? Jang Hongyan stood up and walked to Shinman. The two were about the same height, and their auras clashed, instantly creating a tense atmosphere in the room. He must come with me to Yuzhong Road to use the geothermal fire to neutralize the internal conflict. By stopping him, you are just watching him die. Shinman gritted her teeth. That won't do either. Soo-yoon is a student at the school and is protected by the state. What if a powerful figure like you, whose origins are unknown, plots against him? I cannot release him. I am of unknown origin? The two women stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Soo-yoon watched from the side, thinking to himself that if a fight broke out, this office would probably collapse. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but found that he couldn't get a word in edgewise. If you don't release him, I'll just tear down this school and take him away. Red flames had already appeared in Jang Hongyan's palm. Shinman snorted coldly, and countless tiny vines sprouted from the cracks in the floor beneath her feet. Try it. This is Jiangcheng, not your Yuzhong Road. Just as the two were about to make their move, the office door was pushed open again. Stop. A cold voice came from inside, and Lin Qingying walked in. She was wearing a white practice uniform today, her long hair was down, and her face was expressionless. Soo-yoon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Qingying. Our savior has finally arrived. Lin Qingying walked between the two, looked at Jang Hongyan, and then at Shinman. Director Shin, I am his guarantor. I am aware of Soo-yoon's situation. He does indeed need to go to Yuzhong Road. Lin Qingying's voice was not loud, but it carried weight. Shinman's expression softened slightly when she saw Lin Qingying. Qingying, even you're saying that? Do you know what kind of woman this Jiang is? Soo-yoon is with her, what is she? I'll keep an eye on her. Lin Qingying interrupted Shinman, my dad agreed too. Shinman remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. Since Mayor Lin has agreed, there is no point in me stopping you. But Soo-yoon, you must remember, you're only taking a leave of absence, not dropping out. Shinman stared intently at Soo-yoon. Jiangcheng may be small, but it is still your home. You must return on time in 3 months to take the assessment. If you don't come back, I will personally go to Yuzhong Road to bring you back. Soo-yoon quickly nodded, Director Shin, don't worry, I will definitely come back. Shinman took out a document, signed it, and slammed it heavily on the table. Jang Hongyan picked up the document and proudly waved it at Shinman. Thanks, Director Shin. Soo-yoon followed the two women out of the administration building. Even more students gathered outside to watch. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Soo-yoon standing between Jiangcheng's #1 school beauty and the fiery, powerful marquis-level expert. Holy crap, is that Soo-yoon? He's going to fly to the heavens. Goddess Lin isn't angry? Who's that woman in red? Her figure is amazing. 3 beautiful women are surrounding him. Did Soo-yoon save the galaxy in his past life? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Soo-yoon felt incredibly happy. And so, Soo-yoon had some free time for the next few days. Because Lin Qingying hadn't been training with him recently due to his injury, he had even more free time. The day before her departure, Lin Qingying had just left when the doorbell rang. Soo-yoon was sprawled on the sofa, savoring the sensation of extreme heat and cold, when she heard the noise and lazily turned over. Who would come at this time? Chapter 38. Why are you wearing Qing Ying's nightgown? Lin Jinan also went to a meeting in the city, saying that he was going to approve funding for that so-called Tianjiao Special Action Team. Lin Qingying was also pulled away to be some kind of image ambassador, and she probably won't be back until tonight. Could it be that Jiang Hongyan, that vixen, has returned to fight again? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. If that woman were to unleash her burning body technique again, all the energy he had just regained would likely be gone. He rubbed his aching lower back as he slowly moved to the doorway and peeked out through the peephole. It's not a red rose, it's a small white flower. Standing outside the door was Xiao Rou. Today, instead of wearing that youthful sportswear, the girl changed into a light blue dress, the hem of which just covered her knees, revealing a section of her fair calves. She was holding a thermos and standing at the door, taking deep breaths. Her nervous little face looked like she was going to her execution. Su Yun opened the door a crack and peeked out. Little Ro? It's you? Didn't your cousin come with you? When Xiao Rou saw Su Yun, her face flushed red instantly, like a ripe peach. She glanced behind Su Yun, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's hum. Brother Su. Su Yun, is Sister Qingying not home? It is an affirmative sentence. He's not here, his father-in-law conscripted him. Su Yun opened the door wide. Come in. What are you standing in the doorway for? It's like I'm bullying you. She carried the thermos into the house, and Su Yun glanced at her as she changed her shoes. Goodness, this girl is wearing white stockings today, with lace trim. Brother Su Yun, this is 100 herbs nourishing soup that I specially made for you. Xiao Rou placed the thermos on the coffee table and stood there helplessly, twisting her skirt with both hands. My cousin told me that you were feeling a bit weak lately and needed to replenish your energy. Upon hearing the word empty, the veins on Su Yun's forehead throbbed. Jiang Hongyan has no sense of propriety, she tells everyone everything. How is Su supposed to get along in Jiangcheng after this? Cough cough, that's because there was a mistake during practice, not an illusion. Su Yun corrected her seriously, and then pulled Xiao Rou to sit down on the sofa. Don't just stand there, it's making us look so distant. Xiao Rou sat next to Su Yun, her bottom only touching half of the sofa edge. He was looking down, not daring to look Su Yun in the eye, and it was unclear what he was fidgeting about. Brother Su Yun, the reason I came here today is actually, there's something else I need to discuss. What's up? Tell me. Su Yun opened the thermos, and a refreshing herbal scent wafted out. I must say, this girl's cooking skills are really good, much better than Lin Qingying's terrible cooking that only knows how to add strong ingredients. Xiao Rou bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision, and suddenly raised her head to look at Su Yun. I want you to help me cultivate some more. Cultivation? Su Yun put down the bowl and looked at her with a half smile. Little Ro, isn't your body fine now? The poison was all forced out last time, and you're lively and energetic now. No. That's not it. Xiao Rou's face turned even redder with anxiety, and even the base of her neck turned pink. I'm afraid that if I go to Yuzhang Road tomorrow, where the environment is harsh, and the Yiwu Qi in my body gets out of control again, there will be no one to help me. Yes, that's a perfect reason. What you said makes sense. With the compassion of a healer, Su Yun patted his thigh and said, Come on, lie down. Xiao Rou glanced at Su Yun's thighs, then at the empty living room, and suddenly shook her head. Isn't it not appropriate to be here? Where to? To my room? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Go to Qingying's room. Xiao Rou's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. Going to Lin Qingying's room? That's a pretty sneaky move. Are you sure? Su Yun stared into Xiao Rou's eyes. Xiao Rou avoided his gaze and nodded gently. Qingying's room has the most spiritual energy. After Xiao Rou finished speaking, she felt like she was on fire. She grabbed her bag and ran upstairs. I'm going to take a shower first. Watching Xiao Rou's flustered figure disappear into the distance, Su Yun stroked his chin. What does this mean? This girl is acting really strange today. Su Yun slowly finished the last sip of soup before staggering upstairs. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom, a faint, cool fragrance filled the air, the scent of incense that Lin Qingying often used. But now, a hint of sweet shower gel scent has crept into this cool fragrance, like tender grass sprouting in spring, carrying an alluring vitality. The sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom made Su Yun's heart itch. not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The door lock clicked softly, and Soo-Yun instinctively held her breath. The door opened, and a wisp of steam drifted out first. Immediately afterwards, a small, white foot stepped out and landed on the dark carpet, its whiteness dazzling. Soo-Yun's gaze followed that foot upwards, and then his breath caught in his throat. Xiao was wearing Lin Qingying's white silk nightgown. The nightgown was bought to fit Lin Qingying's figure. Lin Qingying is the tall and aloof type, with all the right curves, and her legs are especially long. Where is Xiao? She is petite and delicate. Although she is well developed, she is indeed shorter than average. Therefore, when she wore this nightgown, it looked particularly sexy. The shoulder strap was a bit long, hanging loosely on her rounded shoulders, and risked slipping off with the slightest movement. The neckline was very low, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones, with a faint glimpse of the deep cleavage. The most striking feature is the skirt hem. What was a sexy style that reached the upper thigh on Lin Qingying was covered above the knee on Xiao. However, this did not affect the visual effect. On the contrary, the contrast of wearing adult clothes made people's blood boil even more. Xiao gripped her skirt tightly with both hands, lowered her head, and dared not look at Soo-Yun. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and water droplets dripped from the ends of her hair, wetting the fabric in front of her chest and making it semi-transparent. Appearing and disappearing, the light took shape at this moment. Hiss. Soo-Yun stared wide-eyed. Why are you wearing Qingying's nightgown? Brother Su. Soo-Yun. Her voice was trembling. I didn't bring any change of clothes, so I borrowed one from Sister Qingying. Borrow? I think you planned this all along. Chapter 39 The Special Abilities of the Heavenly Red Rope? Soo-Yun swallowed, feeling a bit dry in her throat. He stood up and walked towards Xiao step by step. As Xiao watched Soo-Yun approach, she was so frightened that she took a step back, her back pressed against the cold wall. She looked up, her large, watery eyes filled with panic, but also a hint of barely concealed anticipation. This outfit suits you quite well. Soo-Yun walked up to her, reached out and helped her pull up her slipped bra strap, his fingertips intentionally or unintentionally tracing her smooth skin. Xiao trembled all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body went limp. Really? She asked softly, isn't it too big? There are advantages to being big. Soo-Yun smiled and glanced around her chest. Make it loose so it's easier for treatment. Hearing the word treatment, Xiao's face turned even redder. Then, let's begin. Xiao closed her eyes, looking completely at ease. Soo-Yun didn't stand on ceremony and bent down to pick her up horizontally. Xiao gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around Soo-Yun's neck. Its weight is so light, it feels like it has no bones when you hold it in your arms. Soo-Yun placed her on the king-size bed and watched her sink into the soft blankets. The sight was nothing short of visual violence. Lie down properly. Xiao obediently turned over, lay face down on the bed, and buried her face in the pillow. The silk nightgown clung to her body with gravity, outlining her breathtaking back curve and pert shape. Soo-Yun took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. However, Xiao's internal wood energy does need to be regulated. Last time, the regulation was done under Lin Qingying's watchful eye, which restricted her actions and prevented it from being properly regulated, thus avoiding any potential problems. He reached out, a faint crimson spiritual energy gathering in his palm, and gently pressed it against Xiao's back. The heavenly Tao red rope within his body instantly became active. The moment their hands touched, Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The voice was soft, sweet, and gentle, like a feather tickling Soo-Yun's heart. Bear with it, it might be a little sore at first. Soo-Yun said in a serious tone, but his hands moved with great precision, slowly sliding down her spine. The feel of this is absolutely amazing. If Lin Qingying is like a cold, smooth piece of jade, then Xiao is like a soft, tender, and bouncy mutton fat, as if you could squeeze water out of her with just a little force. Moreover, when Soo-Yun's spiritual power entered her body, the feedback she received was completely different. Lin Qingying's gunmetal qi is sharp and domineering. Each treatment is like taming a wild horse. Xiao's wood qi, on the other hand, is gentle, inclusive, and full of vitality. As soon as Soo-Yun's spiritual power entered, it was gently enveloped by the wood energy. Instead of rejecting it, it seemed to be coquettishly wrapping itself around her. The feeling was like soaking in warm water, so comfortable that Soo-Yun almost groaned out loud. Brother Soo-Yun, it's a little swollen. Xiao's muffled voice came from under the pillow. Soo-Yun's hand stopped at her lower back, massaging it with a little pressure. This is the vital point. Your wood energy is stagnant here and must be broken up. Ugh, it's so sour. Xiaorou's body twisted slightly, and the hem of her nightgown rode up with her movements, revealing more of her fair skin. As Suyun watched the scene, he felt that he was undergoing an unprecedented test. Suyun's palm roamed over Xiaorou's back. The thin silk fabric did not provide any barrier at all. Instead, the friction generated static electricity, which occasionally clung to the back of his hand, making the sensation even clearer. Little Ro, your physical condition isn't good. While massaging, Suyun tried to distract himself by talking, otherwise he was afraid he would really lose control and turn into a beast. You've only massaged a few times, and you're already this weak? Xiaoro was so comfortable that she was too weak to speak. Suyun's hands seemed to have magic power. With each press, a warm current would flow into the body, dispelling all the accumulated soreness and fullness. That feeling is 100 times more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. Do people who feel bound to themselves become unable to resist this kind of cultivation? The Heavenly Path Red Rope has this kind of ability? I'm a support class. Xiaoro gasped as she defended herself. Unlike Sister Qingying, she's a battle maniac. What's wrong with support classes? Support classes need to be physically strong too, otherwise how can they tank monsters? As Suyun spoke, he increased the pressure on his hand slightly, pressing it into the gap between her shoulder blades. Ah! Xiaoro cried out, her body arching up suddenly like a startled shrimp. Relax, don't be tense. Suyun patted her back. There's a nodule here. Looks like you've been staying up a lot of nights watching dramas, haven't you? Where is it? Xiaoro was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She did enjoy staying up late reading those romance novels about domineering CEOs falling in love with her, but she never expected Suyun to find out about it. While Suyun joked, he increased the output of spiritual energy in his hands. He discovered that the longer he spent with Xiaoro, the faster the heavenly Dao red rope within his body would rotate. Moreover, this situation is somewhat special. In the past, treating Lin Xingying was a one-sided act of output or plunder. But this time, a strange cycle formed between him and Xiaoro. His heavenly Dao red thread aura entered Xiaoro's body, helping her to sort out the chaotic Yi-Wood Qi. The smoothed out Wood Qi will then feed back a portion of pure life force to Suyun. Although this life force was not as domineering as Jiang Hongyan's Li Hua, it was long-lasting in nourishing Suyun's meridians, which had been ravaged by fire poison and metal energy. Wood-based spiritual energy is soothing and gentle. This is like watering parched land. It's slow, but the effect is real. Ding! High purity E-Wood vitality detected, 5 elements circulation efficiency increased by 20%. Ding! Host's meridians are being repaired. Wood affinity plus 10. Hearing the system notification, Suyun was overjoyed. This is a great deal. Not only can it satisfy your cravings, but it can also cultivate your character. It's a win-win situation. Brother Suyun, your hand. Just as Suyun was engrossed in the system notifications, Xiaoro suddenly whispered a reminder. Suyun snapped out of his daze, looked down, and immediately blushed. It turns out he was so engrossed in thinking that his hand. This is an important acupoint, a key acupoint. Suyun, without batting an eye, made up a lie. Once this is opened up, the meridians in your legs will be unblocked, and you'll be able to run faster. Xiaoro buried her head even deeper, her ears turning as red as if they were about to bleed. She knew perfectly well that Suyun was taking advantage of her, but she wasn't disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt a secret joy. She mumbled in a barely audible voice, "It's a little numb." Numbness is normal. It means your blood and qi are flowing smoothly. Suyun was talking nonsense with a straight face. How about we stop here? Xiaoro begged for mercy with a sob in her voice. This is just the beginning. The real treatment hasn't even started yet. Suyun grinned mischievously, then suddenly leaned down and breathed into her ear, "Turn over." Xiaoro shuddered, her dazed eyes instantly clearing. Turn over? She stammered, Do I need to press the front again? Of course. Suyun nodded confidently. Do you understand the balance of yin and yang? Pressing only the back is like yin not growing alone, or yang not being born alone. You have to press both the front and back to achieve balance. Goodness, they've even said neither yin nor yang can grow alone. Suyun was somewhat impressed with his own eloquence. But in this ambiguous atmosphere, under Suyun's seemingly affectionate gaze, Xiaoro's IQ had long since dropped to 0. She bit her lip and slowly turned over. With that turn, the already loose neckline was instantly exposed. Large swathes of her snow-white skin were exposed to the air, and her undulating curves trembled in the wind with her breath, making Soo-Yun's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The worst part is that because of the lying position I was in, the hem of my nightgown has rolled up to my waist. As she turned over, before she could even straighten her skirt, her two smooth, long, white legs, along with the white lace trim at the top, were displayed before Soo-Yun without any reservation. Even on the edges and corners of the lace panties, a few mischievous threads peek out. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Soo-Yun felt a burning sensation in her nose and quickly raised her hand to rub it. Thankfully, I didn't get a nosebleed, otherwise I would have been incredibly embarrassed. Brother Soo-Yun. Xiaoro frantically tried to pull up her skirt, but Soo-Yun held her wrist down. Don't move, moving around could easily lead to chi deviation. The excuse was so lame it couldn't be more so, but Xiaoro seemed to be frozen in place, obediently staying still. She lay on the bed, shyly closing her eyes, her eyelashes trembling incessantly, as if awaiting judgment, or perhaps anticipating something. Soo-Yun took a deep breath and gently placed her palm on her lower abdomen. That is the location of the dantian, and also the source of the Yi-Wood energy. The skin beneath his palm was warm and smooth, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Soo-Yun could feel Xiaoro's lower abdomen contracting slightly, clearly indicating she was extremely tense. Relax, I'm not going to eat you. Soo-Yun gently comforted her, while his thumb lightly circled around her navel. Xiaoro let out a soft whisper, but it was hard to hear what she was saying. Her legs instinctively came together, clamping Soo-Yun's other hand. At this point, Soo-Yun really couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 40. The Little White Rabbit Wants to Offer Herself. Soo-Yun's arm was tightly held between Xiaoro's beautiful legs. The touch, smooth with the unique abrasive feel of stockings, was simply challenging the limits of his nerves. He could feel Xiaoro's inner thighs were slightly burning, and the heat traveled down her skin, making him feel uneasy. Little Ro, I can't circulate my internal energy if you're holding me like this. Soo-Yun's voice was a little strained. Xiaoro then realized what was happening, loosened her legs as if she had been electrocuted, shrank back towards the head of the bed, and covered her face tightly with her hands, her shyness peeking out from between her fingers. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Alright, take your hands off me and look at me. Xiaoro hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved her hand away, revealing her face, which was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Her eyes were moist, fresh like a rose glistening with morning dew, innocent yet alluring. There isn't a single person as wonderful as him out of 10,000. I'm going to guide your primordial spiritual energy now. It might get a little hot during the process, so please bear with it. As Soo-Yun spoke, a crimson light suddenly burst forth from his palm. This light was no longer a tentative probe, but carried a domineering and aggressive quality, directly rushing into Xiaoro's dantian. Boom! Xiaoro felt a heat in her lower abdomen, as if a ball of fire had exploded inside her. The heat flowed through her body instantly, causing her to open her mouth wide, but she couldn't make a sound and could only gasp for breath. Hot, so hot. She murmured unconsciously, her hands grabbing at the sheets haphazardly, wrinkling the once smooth fabric. Soo-Yun was also feeling bad. As his spiritual energy deepened, he felt as if he had entered a primeval forest. Everywhere was teeming with an intense, pervasive vitality. The wood element, like a cat drawn by a fishy smell, frantically burrowed into his body. The feeling was so amazing that it made his scalp tingle. But he had to keep it under control. This is because it's about establishing a temporary energy channel between him and Xiaoro. If he's not careful, it could turn into a one-sided plunder, draining Xiaoro dry. Look me in the eyes. Soo-Yun shouted in a low voice. Xiaoro groggily opened her eyes and met Soo-Yun's deep gaze. Follow my guidance, exhale, inhale. While guiding Xiaoro's breathing, Soo-Yun controlled the output of spiritual energy from his subordinates. His palm slowly moved across Xiaoro's lower abdomen, from her dantian upwards, through her stomach, and finally stopped at her heart. This is the Tanzhong acupoint, a place where qi and blood converge. Soo-Yun's palm covered that softness, and even through a thin layer of silk, he could still clearly feel the intense heartbeat. Thump! 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 Each blow felt like a blow to his heart. Xiaoro's body stiffened suddenly, then went limp again. She looked at Soo-Yun, and the panic in her eyes was gradually replaced by a strange emotion. In this enclosed space, on this large bed filled with Lin Qingying's presence, she was having such intimate contact with another man. This mixture of immorality and excitement left her mind blank, leaving only instinct. Brother Soo-Yun. She called softly, her voice pleading, deeper, deeper. Soo-Yun was stunned for a moment. Does this girl know what she's saying? What did you say? Su Yun asked deliberately. Spiritual power, a little deeper. Xiaoro bit her lip and mustered her courage to say, I think, there are still many places blocked. Su Yun said gently. Since the patient has a request, the doctor should of course meet it. After Su Yun finished speaking, he covered it with his other hand as well. With both hands exerting force simultaneously, spiritual energy surged instantly, enveloping the two in a faint crimson halo. This time, it was not just an exchange of spiritual energy, but a collision on a spiritual level. Su Yun could feel Xiaoro's unreserved trust and reliance, as well as the complex emotions hidden deep in her heart, pure and passionate, like a ball of fire. Xiaoro also sensed Su Yun's strength and gentleness. After entering her body, the gentle spiritual energy became exceptionally docile, carefully avoiding her fragile meridians and only targeting the blocked areas. This feeling of being cared for completely captivated her. Time passed by, the temperature in the room rose higher and higher, and a sweet, cloying scent filled the air. Xiaoro's nightgown was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her exquisite curves. Her hair was disheveled on the pillow, her face had a sickly flush, her eyes were unfocused, and a satisfied smile played on her lips. Su Yun withdrew her hand and let out a long breath. After all that, he was covered in sweat. But he feels better than ever before. After absorbing a large amount of the life force of Yi Wood, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements within the body became more balanced and stable. The stinging sensation of metal and wood clashing has completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of harmonious balance and continuous vitality. All right, the checkup is over. Su Yun patted Xiaoro's cheek. How did you feel? Xiaoro blinked blankly, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Several seconds passed before she realized what was happening and checked her physical condition. Light and transparent. The heavy feeling that used to weigh on my chest has disappeared, replaced by a sense of fullness and strength. She tried circulating her spiritual energy and found that the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Wow, that's amazing. Xiaoro looked at Su Yun with her eyes full of admiration. Brother Su Yun, you're amazing. Of course, you don't even know who I am. Su Yun proudly raised his chin. Xiaoro couldn't help but chuckle at his smug expression. She tried to sit up, but found her body limp and she couldn't muster any strength. Ouch! She cried out softly and fell back onto the bed. With this fall, the already precarious shoulder strap slipped completely, revealing one rounded shoulder and a glimpse of her breasts. Su Yun's eyes instantly turned on the navigation. Xiaoro realized she was being exposed, so she quickly pulled the blanket up to cover herself, leaving only her big eyes peeking out. Brother Su Yun, you turn around. I've already touched it, and now I can't even look at it? Despite thinking this in her heart, Su Yun's body still turned around honestly. After all, if he kept watching, he was afraid he might really lose his temper and eat the little white rabbit. I heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on behind me. Brother Su Yun. Xiaoro's voice suddenly became very low, with a slight tremor. Actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you today. What did you say? Su Yun had his back to her and was tidying up his somewhat disheveled clothes. That is. Xiaoro paused, as if gathering all her courage. This time we're going to Yuzhang Road. Su Yun's heart stirred, and she turned around. Xiaoro was sitting on the bed wrapped in a quilt, her face as red as a big apple, but her eyes were looking at him with unusual determination. You must come back safely. When you come back, I will give myself to you. Chapter 41: The Ultimate Showdown Before Departure. The room fell silent instantly, as if the air itself had frozen. Su Yun looked at Xiaoro, who was wrapped in a blanket with only her head sticking out, and felt as if a firework had exploded in his mind. What did this girl just say? Give yourself to him? Although Su Yun usually flirts and prides himself on being able to flirt with countless women without getting attached, he was still a little stunned when faced with such a direct attack. Especially since the ball was thrown by Xiaoro, who usually looks like a soft and harmless little rabbit, its lethality is practically doubled. Ahem, little row. Su Yun touched her nose, trying to ease the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. You can't say things like that carelessly. If your sister Qingying hears this, she'll chop me into minced meat and make dumplings. I'm not making this up. Xiaoro panicked and reached out a hand from under the covers to grab Su Yun's clothes. I'm serious. I know I'm not as pretty as sister Qingying, nor as well built as my cousin, and my skills are the worst, but I want to help you too. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in them. I know your talent requires a special cultivation method. Sister Qingying has the gunmetal body, and my cousin has the Li fire body. They can both help you become stronger. I also have the E-wood body. I can help you too. And I've also checked, the wood element is most suitable for dual cultivation. The nourishing effect is the best. As she spoke the last few words, Xiao Rou's voice became so soft it was almost inaudible, and her face was buried in the blanket. She didn't dare look at Su Yun at all. Su Yun was speechless. This girl actually looked up such embarrassing information? It seems this was premeditated. He sighed, sat back down on the edge of the bed, and reached out to rub Xiao Rou's head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? I'm helping you because you're my teammate and my friend, not because I want your body. Su Yun sounded a little guilty as she said this, since the feeling had indeed been quite good just now. Besides, you're still young. Let's talk about this later. I'm not young anymore. Xiao Rou suddenly threw off the covers, puffed out her chest, and said, I'm a sophomore in college. And I'm an adult now. Xingying is also a sophomore, we're about the same age. Are they about the same size? Su Yun secretly compared them in her mind and felt that Xingying was a little bigger. Xiao Rou only appeared bigger because of her petite figure. Cough, cough, cough. As the blanket slipped off, the silk nightgown was once again exposed to the air. Because of the tugging earlier, the nightgown was even more disheveled, and her fair skin gleamed alluringly under the light. Okay, you're not small, you're very big, alright? Su Yun helplessly pulled the blanket back over her. Put your clothes on first, don't catch a cold. Seeing Su Yun's virtuous demeanor, Xiao Rou felt both disappointed and touched. If it were any other man, he probably would have pounced on such a delicious treat that was delivered right to his doorstep, right? Brother Su Yun is indeed a virtuous gentleman. Su Yun? Then promise me. Xiao Rou held onto his hand stubbornly, looking at him expectantly. Su Yun looked into her determined eyes and sighed inwardly. However, to be fair, the wood element is indeed very nourishing. He felt he had benefited greatly from just a simple spiritual energy guidance. If it were truly cough cough, stop thinking about it. Okay, I promise you. Su Yun gave a perfunctory answer, intending to brush it off for now. We'll talk about it when he gets back safely. The most important thing right now is to get back safely. Yuzhang Road is no joke. Upon hearing Su Yun's agreement, Xiao Rou burst into laughter through her tears, her smile as radiant as a rainbow after the rain. I knew brother Su Yun was the best. I'm waiting for you. She excitedly rushed over and gave Su Yun a big kiss on the cheek. Su Yun touched the wet drool stains on her face, feeling both amused and exasperated. This girl, she'll beam with joy if you give her a little sunshine. Alright, hurry up and change your clothes. Judging by the time, your sister Qingying will be back soon. Su Yun glanced at the wall clock and a sudden sense of foreboding rose in her heart. These premonitions are usually very accurate, such as when Scarface cornered me in the woods last time, or when Jiang Hongyan teased me at the banquet last time. Heavenly Red Rope has a natural affinity for the laws of nature and a strong ability to perceive elements. Even his mysterious premonitions are somewhat accurate. Ha! So fast? Xiao Rou was also startled. She quickly got out of bed, grabbed the clothes she had brought, and ran to the bathroom. Just as she ran into the bathroom and hadn't even closed the door, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from downstairs. The voice was deep and powerful. Su Yun recognized it all too well. That was Lin Jinnan's car, the modified bulletproof off-road vehicle. Less than half a minute later, there was the beeping sound of the fingerprint lock on the front door unlocking. Holy crap! Su Yun jumped out of bed, cold sweat instantly pouring down his back. Is this Murphy's Law come to life? What I feared most came to pass. Little Ro. Hurry up! Mayor Lin is back. And your sister Qingying too. Su Yun shouted in a low voice towards the bathroom. A series of clattering and clanging noises came from the bathroom, clearly indicating that Xiao Rou had also panicked. Brother Su Yun, my bra clasp is stuck. Xiao Rou's voice, trembling with sobs, came through. Su Yun slapped his forehead, feeling like the sky was about to fall. Did they want him to die even faster by failing at this crucial moment? Footsteps could be heard downstairs, along with Lin Jinnan's booming voice. Qingying, thanks to you this time, those old guys finally approved this funding. Our Lin family has really made a name for itself this time. Dad, keep your voice down, Su Yun is still resting. Lin Qingying's voice was cool but tinged with concern. Rest? That kid does nothing but sleep and eat all day. I think he's just lazy. The footsteps grew closer and closer, and they had reached the top of the stairs. Soo-yun glanced at the bathroom, then at the door, and with a determined heart, rushed into the bathroom. Brother Soo-yun, you. Xiao-ro was facing away from the door, frantically buttoning the buttons on her back. She was startled when she saw Soo-yun rush in. Soo-yun covered her mouth with one hand, pressed her against the wall, and quickly buttoned her clothes with the other hand. Then she grabbed the silk nightgown she had changed out of and stuffed it into the bottom of the laundry basket. Don't make a sound, stay here and don't move. Soo-yun whispered a warning in her ear, then turned and rushed out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. He had just sat down on the edge of the bed, assuming a meditative posture, when the bedroom door was pushed open. Soo-yun, are you awake? Lin Xingying pushed open the door and entered, carrying an exquisite food box in her hand. Soo-yun slowly opened his eyes, pretending to have just finished his practice, and exhaled a long breath. Phew! I just woke up. Why are you back so early? He tried to keep his voice steady, but only he knew that his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Lin Xingying walked to the bedside, put down the food box, and glanced around the room. Why does it smell like ginger? She wrinkled her nose. It was the smell of the herbal nourishing soup that Xiao-ro had brought. Oh, that one. Soo-yun pointed to the empty thermos on the coffee table. I felt a bit cold earlier, so I made some ginger soup to warm me up. Lin Xingying nodded, not thinking much of it. She walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to touch Soo-yun's forehead. Has the fever subsided? I've withdrawn from it, and I feel much better now. Soo-yun grabbed her hand and rubbed it against his palm. My wife, you've worked hard. Lin Xingying blushed, pulled her hand back, and glared at him. Who's your wife? Don't call me that. My dad's still downstairs. Soo-yun chuckled, but inwardly he was praying frantically, please don't go to the bathroom. Please don't go to the bathroom. However, what you fear most is what happens. I'm going to wash my hands. I got covered in dust outside. As Lin Xingying spoke, she stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Soo-yun's pupils dilated instantly. It's over. Chapter 42. The father-in-law's shout saved a life. Soo-yun's heart was pounding like a drum as she watched Lin Xingying's hand already resting on the handle of the frosted glass bathroom door. The handle was silver and icy cold, but in Soo-yun's eyes, it was now hotter than a red-hot branding iron. With just a gentle press, the door opens, and Xiao-ro, disheveled and blushing, is exposed to Lin Xingying's view like a startled little rabbit. At that point, forget about treatment. Even if Soo-yun had a mouth all over his body, he still wouldn't be able to explain why his sister-in-law was wearing her sister's nightgown and hiding in her brother-in-law's bathroom. This is like mud falling into your pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. Xingying. Soo-yun suddenly shouted out. Lin Xingying paused, turned to look at him, and her cool eyes held a hint of doubt. What's wrong? Why are you so easily startled? That. Soo-yun's brain was racing, her CPU was about to burn out. I want water. I'm so thirsty, that ginger soup is too spicy, my throat is burning. Lin Xingying frowned slightly, glanced at the bathroom, and then at Soo-yun's face, which was indeed a little pale. Oh, wait a minute, I'll go get you a drink. After saying that, she exerted force with her wrist and tried to press her hand down. Soo-yun closed her eyes in despair. That's it, this time it's really over. He had already begun to consider in his mind where the feng shui would be best for burying the body. Or perhaps you could try to convince Lin Xingying that this is the latest multi-person mutual assistance cultivation method. Just at this critical moment, a loud and energetic shout suddenly came from downstairs. Xingying! Xingying, where are you? Come down here right now. It's Lin Jinan. His loud voice was so penetrating that it shook the floor 3 times. Lin Xingying abruptly stopped pressing the handle. She sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face, released the handle, turned and walked towards the door, muttering to herself. They never let anyone have a moment's peace at home. They start calling for my soul as soon as I get back. Soo-yun felt like a drowning person suddenly grabbing a lifebuoy. He collapsed onto the bed, his back covered in cold sweat. Lin Jinan, oh Lin Jinan, your voice is simply heavenly. From now on, you'll be my real dad. I'm going to see what's wrong with my dad. You just lie there. Lin Xingying walked to the door, then turned back with concern and added, don't wander off. If I find you messing around again, I'll break your legs. Don't worry, I don't have the energy to do anything strenuous. Soo-yun nodded her head repeatedly, looking weak and listless. Suyun only breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Qingying's footsteps disappeared at the top of the stairs, feeling as if he had just had a close call with death. He quickly jumped out of bed, rushed to the bathroom door, and opened it a crack. In the bathroom, Xiaoro was huddled next to the cabinet under the sink, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Her face was deathly pale. She was clearly terrified by what had just happened. Upon seeing Suyun's face, Xiaoro's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. "Brother Su. Su-yun." Her voice was trembling, choked with sobs. "You scared me to death." "Wah? Shu. Don't cry, it's okay." Su-yun quickly made a shushing gesture and lowered her voice. "Hurry up, let's slip away while no one's around." Xiaoro then realized what was happening and hurriedly straightened her clothes. Her light blue dress was a little wrinkled, and her hair was messy, making her look like something had happened. Then that nightgown. Xiaoro pointed to the dirty laundry basket. "Forget about the nightgown, I'll deal with it later. You just need to get out of here now, through the back door, so your Qingying sister doesn't see you." Suyun pushed her shoulders and led her out. Xiaoro, like a startled fawn, tiptoed out of the room. When she reached the top of the stairs, she peeked down to make sure Lin Qingying was talking to Lin Jinnan in the living room before crouching down and running down the other side of the servants' passageway. Only when she heard a soft click from the back door did Suyun finally feel completely relieved. He returned to his room, plopped down on the bed, and felt even more tired than if he had fought the Beast King. This kind of happiness with multiple wives isn't something you can enjoy easily. A few minutes later, Lin Qingying returned. She held a glass of warm water in her hand, her face showing some displeasure. "What's wrong? Why did Uncle Lin call you?" Suyun took the water and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. This time she was truly thirsty. "Don't even mention it." Lin Qingying sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing her temples. "They said some investigation team from the capital came and insisted on verifying our performance in the trial, suspecting us of cheating. My dad is furious and wants me to go through the motions tomorrow." "Oh, that's perfect, I have to leave tomorrow too." Suyun put down her water glass and said tentatively. Lin Qingying paused, turned to look at him, and her eyes instantly became somewhat complicated. "So soon? Leaving tomorrow?" "Zhang Hongyan just sent a message urging me to take off her private jet at 10 a.m. tomorrow." Suyun shook her phone. The screen was actually black. Lin Qingying fell silent. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stroking the bedsheet. The room was so quiet it felt a little oppressive. Suyun could sense her reluctance and worry. After all, this trip was to Yuzhang Road, which is Zhang Hongyan's territory, and that woman doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. "Suyun," Lin Qingying suddenly spoke, her voice a little muffled. You'll come back, right?" She looked up, her eyes, usually cold as ice, now showing a rare vulnerability, like a little girl afraid of being abandoned. Suyun's heart softened. He reached out and pulled Lin Qingying into his arms. "Fool, what are you saying? Where else would I go if I didn't come back? You're here, and so is." He grinned mischievously and whispered in her ear, "There's still some training we haven't finished practicing." Lin Qingying blushed and pinched his waist in annoyance, but then leaned into his arms. "Don't mess around over there." She gritted her teeth and threatened, "Otherwise, I'll bring scissors and kill you, turning you into a eunuch." Suyun felt a chill in his crotch and quickly said, No, don't you know me? I'm honest, upright, and chaste." Lin Qingying gave a light snort, clearly having reservations about his words. She snuggled against him, then suddenly wrinkled her nose, looked up in confusion, and sniffed the air. "What's wrong?" Suyun's heart tightened. "Strange." Lin Qingying muttered, "Why does the room smell like milk?" "It smells quite nice." Suyun broke out in a cold sweat again. "That's Xiaoro's scent. That girl has a natural body fragrance. You can't smell it unless you're right up against her. It must be because she steamed herself in the bathroom for a while, and that milky scent came out." "Huh? Really?" Suyun quickly pretended to be clueless, grabbed the blanket and shook it. "It might be the soup Xiaoro brought over earlier, with milk in it?" "Really?" Lin Qingying was a little suspicious, but didn't delve into it further. She felt the taste was somewhat familiar, but her mind was preoccupied with Suyun's impending departure, so she had no time to care about the taste. "Tonight." Lin Qingying buried her face in his chest. "I want to sleep holding you." Suyun was stunned for a moment, then felt a warmth in his heart and hugged her even tighter. "Okay, I'll sleep while you're being held." That night, there was no intense training, nor any ambiguous probing. The two slept in each other's arms, just like any ordinary couple. What Suyun didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Lin Qingying opened her eyes, looked in the direction of the bathroom, and seemed to be deep in thought. As a woman, I instinctively know that some things can't be fooled by pretending to be stupid. Chapter 43. I'm very interested in you. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the entrance to the Lin family villa became lively. A long, black minivan was parked at the entrance, its body adorned with a golden flame totem, the Jiang family crest, which exuded an air of arrogance and domineering power. Suyun stood at the door with a small suitcase in her hand and yawned. Lin Qingying was standing to his left, adjusting his collar. She wasn't wearing her usual cold, professional attire today. Instead, she wore a comfortable white dress, which made her look much gentler. However, her eyes were a little red, indicating that she hadn't slept well last night. Remember to message me when you get there. As Lin Qingying tidied up, she kept nagging, there's a lot of internal heat over there, drink more water, and don't eat anything you shouldn't. Also, stay away from Jiang Hongyan, that woman is no good. I know, you've said it 800 times already. Suyun smiled and grabbed her hand, I'm not a 3-year-old. In my eyes, you're just a troublemaker. Lin Qingying glared at him, but her eyes were full of reluctance. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Brother Suyun. Wait for me. Xiaoro came running over, panting. She was carrying a large plastic bag filled with all sorts of bottles and jars. These are the Qingxin pills I prepared last night, along with some detoxifying powder. Xiaoro stuffed the bag into Suyun's hand, her face flushed. There are a lot of poisonous insects over there, you should carry it with you at all times. Suyun looked at the large bag of medicine and was both amused and exasperated. Did this girl empty the entire pharmacy? Thanks, Ro. Suyun freed one hand and ruffled her hair. Xiaoro shrank back, secretly glancing at Lin Qingying beside her. Seeing that Lin Qingying wasn't angry, she finally mustered up the courage to speak. Come back soon, we'll be waiting for you at school. After saying this, she seemed to remember the promise she made in the bathroom yesterday, and her face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Suyun. Lin Qingying felt a pang of sadness watching this scene. But since Suyun was about to leave, she couldn't make a scene. She could only snort and pinch Suyun's waist hard. His Suyun gasped, this woman was really ruthless. Hey, what kind of dramatic scene of life and death is this so early in the morning? The car door opened, and a lazy voice came out. Jiang Hongyan sat in the car, wearing a pair of huge sunglasses that covered half of her face, revealing only her fiery red lips. She was dressed even more outrageously today, wearing a burgundy halter dress with a slit that went all the way up to her thighs, her bare legs practically breathtaking in the sunlight. She took off her sunglasses and glanced at the three of them with amusement. Qingying, don't worry, I will take good care of him for you. She emphasized the word good and it made people's hearts pound. Lin Qingying's face instantly turned cold, and her aura as an ice queen returned. Jiang Hongyan, if you dare to have any wicked thoughts, I guarantee you'll regret it. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Jiang Hongyan patted her chest, the sight of her voluptuous figure making Suyun dizzy. All right, stop dawdling, the plane is waiting. Suyun, get in the car. Suyun glanced at the two girls inside. They're gone. He waved, turned around, and got into the car. The moment the car door closed, it blocked the view from the outside. Suyun leaned back in the leather seat, watching Lin Qingying and Xiaoro getting further and further away outside the window, and suddenly felt a little empty inside. Having lived off someone for so long, it's really hard to get used to suddenly having to be self-reliant. What? You can't bear to part with your little lovers? Jiang Hongyan came closer, and a strong scent of rose perfume wafted over. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, swirling it gently, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Sister Jiang, can we stop being so sarcastic? Suyun moved to the side, I'm going there for medical treatment, not for tourism. Treatment? Jiang Hongyan chuckled and held the wine glass to Suyun's lips, have a sip? To calm your nerves. Suyun shook her head, I don't drink. That's so boring. Jiang Hongyan took a sip, the red wine staining her lips and making her look even more alluring. Don't worry, once you get to Yuzhang Road, you'll find it's much more fun than this little place, Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng belongs to Jiangnan Circuit, and it is just one of the major cities in Jiangnan Circuit. How much have you seen? Looking at her meaningful smile, Suyun felt that this woman had ill intentions. The car sped along and soon arrived at Jiangcheng Private Airport. A luxurious, all-silver white business jet was parked on the runway, with the Jiang family crest printed on its fuselage. Several flight attendants in uniform were already waiting by the gangway. When they saw Jiang Hongyan get off the car, they all bowed in unison. "Greetings, miss." "Greetings, Mr. Su." "This is quite a spectacle." Su Yun was secretly amazed. Was this the foundation of a marquis-level expert? Compared to the Jiang family, the Lin family, although powerful, seems to be somewhat lacking in financial resources and military strength. Upon entering the cabin, Su Yun was stunned by the sight before him. Is that an airplane? It's practically a flying palace. The cabin was covered with thick Persian carpets, which were soft and quiet to the touch. The portholes on both sides have been transformed into huge floor-to-ceiling windows, offering excellent views. The seats weren't rows of airline seats, but rather several large leather sofas with a mahogany coffee table in the middle. There was even a small bar in the corner, behind which stood two pretty flight attendants in uniform, smiling at them. "Sit wherever you like." Jiang Hongyan took off her fox fur coat and casually tossed it to the flight attendant next to her. Her dark red cheongsam was instantly revealed. Under the warm cabin lights, her S-shaped figure was simply breathtaking. Especially the bulging mass on her chest, which stretched the cheongsam tightly, making the buttons on it look precarious. Su Yun swallowed hard and obediently chose the single sofa furthest away from her to sit down. "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" Jiang Hongyan walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down, crossing her long legs. The position caused the slit of her cheongsam to slip down to her upper thighs, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin. She held a glass of freshly poured red wine in her hand, gently swirling it, and looked at Su Yun with a languid gaze. "How could that be?" "I was just afraid I might accidentally offend you, sister." Su Yun chuckled dryly, but her eyes wandered over the beautiful legs rather indecently. "Really white. Really long. If you were to carry that leg on your shoulder, cough cough, I'm getting carried away." "Offend?" Jiang Hongyan took a sip of red wine, her lips turning a bewitching red. "You can offend me all you want on my turf. As long as you have the guts." The plane began to taxi and soon soared into the sky. As the altitude increased, the cabin became quiet. The two flight attendants tactfully retreated to the back lounge area, leaving the space to the two people. Su Yun sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. This man and woman, alone at 10,000 meters in the air, with such a stunning beauty sitting opposite them, is practically testing the composure of the officials. "Su Yun," Jiang Hongyan suddenly called out to him. "Oh? I'm here. Come here." Jiang Hongyan patted the spot next to her. Su Yun hesitated for a moment. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The seatbelt indicator light is still on. Stop talking nonsense and come here." Jiang Hongyan's voice turned colder, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Having no other choice, Su Yun unbuckled her seatbelt and slowly moved to the sofa next to her. As soon as I sat down, a rich, delicate fragrance wafted into my nose. It was a flavor that blended red wine, roses, and some unknown fire elemental plant, intense and unrestrained. Jiang Hongyan turned to the side, resting her chin on one hand, and looked at Su Yun up close. Her gaze was blatant, as if she were looking at a rare treasure, or a lamb to the slaughter. "Do you know why I took you to Yujiang Road?" Her breath was fragrant and warm, brushing against Su Yun's face. Su Yun shrank back. "No. Isn't it for healing? You need my wood chi, and I need your fire chi. Treat the illness?" Jiang Hongyan chuckled and drew a circle on Su Yun's chest with one finger. "That's only one reason. The more important reason is..." Her fingers slowly slid down, finally stopping at Su Yun's lower abdomen. "I'm very interested in you as a person." Chapter 44 Sister, I'm the original. The air inside the cabin felt like it was filled with glue, sticky and with a strong, intoxicating smell of red wine. Jiang Hongyan's hand was still drawing circles on Su Yun's lower abdomen. Her nails were neatly trimmed and painted with bright red nail polish, the same color as her cheongsam. Su Yun felt that her current situation was very dangerous. This isn't just about a man and a woman alone in a room. The main problem is the woman's gaze. It's too direct, like a wolf that's been starving for 3 days seeing a meat bun. And the crucial point is that this meat bun is himself. Sister Jiang. Su Yun shrank into the corner of the sofa, trying to pull her clothes back. "Although we're going there for treatment, shouldn't the process be a bit more formal? For example, should we take their pulse first, or check their tongue coating?" "Taking your pulse?" Jiang Hongyan scoffed, but instead of removing her hand, she slid it down an inch, her fingertips touching the awkward spot through the fabric. Soo-yeon froze, and cold sweat broke out on her brow. This woman is playing with fire. Soo-yeon, do you think I'm too easy? Jang Hong-yeon suddenly stopped what she was doing. Her peach blossom eyes, which always carried a hint of allure, were now staring straight at Soo-yeon. She didn't smile instead, her eyes revealed an unusual coldness. Soo-yeon was stunned for a moment. How do I respond to that? To say yes would be suicidal, to say no would seem like going against one's conscience. After all, that woman's combo just now was so skillful it was heartbreaking. Seeing that Soo-yeon remained silent, Jang Hong-yeon gave a self-deprecating laugh, picked up her wineglass, and downed it in one gulp. The red wine flowed down her lips, slid down her slender neck, and finally disappeared into the bottomless cleavage. I know what people are saying about me outside. She slammed the empty wineglass down on the coffee table, the glass striking the marble with a crisp clang. They say the eldest daughter of the Jung family is a whore who keeps a bunch of male lovers because of her strength. They say I party every night and change men more often than I change clothes. Jang Hong-yeon leaned forward, her beautiful yet somewhat aggressive face close to Soo-yeon's, their noses almost touching. But Soo-yeon, do you believe me? I'm 30 years old this year, and I've never even properly held a man's hand more than a few times? Soo-yeon's eyes widened, and she blurted out instinctively. Oh? 30 years old? You're very well preserved, you look like you're in your early 20s. Jang Hong-yeon. Is this the key point? She was so angry she wanted to laugh, so she reached out and poked Soo-yeon on the forehead. Can't you focus on something normal? I'm saying I'm a. The two words circled on his lips several times, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Soo-yeon looked at her and cautiously probed. Original? Jang Hong-yeon glared at him fiercely, which was taken as tacit agreement. Soo-yeon was truly shocked this time. He looked Jang Hong-yeon up and down. Her figure is curvaceous, like a ripe peach. This kind of aura could paralyze traffic if someone walked down the street with it. Those eyes are captivating. The result is that she's a virgin? Is this scientifically sound? This is not scientific. Don't believe me? Jang Hong-yeon saw his doubt, gave a wry smile, and stretched out her right hand. Suddenly, a ball of crimson flame rose from her palm. The flames were no ordinary flames, they were a deep, almost blackish red, and the surrounding air was instantly distorted and warped by the heat. Even from half a meter away, Soo-yeon could feel his eyebrows were about to burn. This is my innate talent, the essence of fire. Jang Hong-yeon looked at the fire in her hand with a complicated expression. It gave me immense power, making me a powerful figure who could be granted the title of Marquis. But it also ruined my life. Since the day I awakened, my body temperature has remained above 50 degrees Celsius for many years. Later I used a secret method to control it. But once I get emotional or use my spiritual power, my body temperature will instantly return to a high level. She extinguished the flames and looked at Soo-yeon. Do you know what this means? Soo-yeon swallowed hard. Does that mean whoever touches you becomes familiar with you? That's right. Jang Hong-yeon sighed, her body slumped against the back of the sofa, her domineering queen-like aura instantly vanishing, leaving only a deep sense of exhaustion. There were guys who were fearless in the past who wanted to pursue me. But as soon as they held hands, they got burned and suffered third-degree burns. So I learned my lesson. Since I can't touch them, I'll act a little more flirtatious, at least that will scare away those flies. As she said this, she turned to look at Soo-yeon, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. But you are different. Last time at Lin Qingying's house, I channeled the fire into your body, and not only were you unharmed, you even swallowed the fire. Jang Hong-yeon leaned closer again. This time, her movements were no longer frivolous, but rather carried a cautious probing. She reached out and gently took Soo-yeon's hand. The two hands touch each other. Soo-yeon's hands were slightly cool, while Jang Hong-yeon's hands were burning hot. But there were no burns, and no burnt smell. The wood chi within Soo-yeon's body circulated automatically, like a cool spring, instantly enveloping the heat emanating from Jang Hong-yeon's hand. Jang Hong-yeon's body trembled violently. The feeling was like someone who had walked in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly drinking a sip of ice-cold Sprite. It's cool. She murmured softly, her eyes instantly becoming hazy, and she gripped Soo-yeon's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Looking at her like this, Soo-yeon felt a pang of emotion. So this woman isn't being promiscuous, she's just been suffering from a drought. 30 years of accumulated toxins in the body, how uncomfortable must that be? No wonder he has such a bad temper and is always on the verge of exploding. Um, Sister Jiang, it feels good, but could you please not squeeze so tight? My hand is going to break. Su Yun grimaced as he reminded him. Jiang Hongyan then came to her senses, her face flushed, and she quickly loosened her grip a little, but still didn't let go. Su Yun. Her voice became very soft, with a hint of pleading. Besides treating your illness, there's another reason I'm taking you back to Yuzhang Road this time. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. He knew this matter wasn't that simple. What's the reason? Jiang Hongyan remained silent for a while, as if she had made up her mind. The border has been quite turbulent recently. As the southern barrier of the Great Xia, Yuzhang Road is under great pressure. She pointed out the window. The flaming mountain defense line guarded by the Jiang family has recently seen many strange things appearing. They are not strange beasts, but humanoid evil spirits. A humanoid evil spirit? Su Yun frowned. In this world, while the beasts are ferocious, most are mindless. Humanoid evil spirits usually signify greater intelligence and more troublesome methods. My father was seriously injured, and now the family is in complete chaos. Jiang Hongyan sneered, her eyes turning sharp. Those old guys, instead of thinking about how to defend against the enemy, are thinking about how to sell me out for profit. They want me to marry into the Yi family in the capital in exchange for their support. Su Yun was delighted when she heard the words Yi family. The Yi family? That Yi Chun who wet his pants? That's the third son of the Yi family, a good-for-nothing. Jiang Hongyan shook her head. They want me to marry Yi Tian, the eldest son of the Yi family. He's a real madman. She looked at Su Yun and tightened her grip slightly. I don't want to get married, and I don't want to be a sacrifice for family interests. So I need power, absolute power. As long as I can break through to the king realm, I will be able to completely control the Jiang family, and no one will dare to force me. And you? Jiang Hongyan's gaze fell on Su Yun's face, as if she were looking at her last straw. You are the only one who can help me balance the fire toxins in my body and help me break through. Su Yun understood. They're using him as a human-shaped cultivation accelerator. However, this deal doesn't seem like a bad one. He can absorb the essence of the fiery blaze to balance his 5 elements, and also conveniently gain favor with the Jiang family. More importantly, looking at the stunningly beautiful older woman in front of him, who was 30 years old but still original, Su Yun began to make his own calculations. Sister Jiang, are you begging me? Su Yun's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he took Jiang Hongyan's hand in his own and gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. Jiang Hongyan's body stiffened, and that tingling sensation rushed from the back of her hand straight to her head. She bit her lip and gave Su Yun a flirtatious glare. Calculate. As long as you can help me break through, don't even mention begging. She leaned close to Su Yun's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Whatever you want, I'll do it for you. Chapter 45. Welcome to the Yuzhangdo Grand Oven. When the plane landed, Su Yun almost thought he had arrived on Mars. As soon as I stepped out of the cabin, a wave of heat hit my face like a solid wall. That wasn't summer heat, it was the kind of heat you feel when you stick your head into an oven. A faint smell of sulfur lingered in the air, the sky was dark red, and black smoke rose from the distant mountain peaks. Occasionally, red lava could be seen flowing down like snot. This is the Yuzhang Road? Su Yun tugged at her collar and felt herself instantly soaked. My shirt is wet. Welcome to the big oven. Jiang Hongyan, on the other hand, was perfectly at home. The fire elemental spiritual energy here was incredibly dense. As soon as she got off the plane, she felt much more energetic, and even her skin had a luminous glow. She put on sunglasses and draped the fox fur coat over her shoulders. Su Yun felt hot just looking at her, but she was a powerful marquis-level expert, impervious to heat and cold, and this coat was purely for show. A row of black SUVs was parked on the tarmac, with 2 rows of bodyguards in black uniforms standing beside them. When they saw Jiang Hongyan come down, the group of people did not bow and greet her as they had in Jiangcheng. Instead, they stood up straight, their eyes filled with scrutiny. The leader was a middle-aged man with a shaved head and a large gold chain around his neck. He didn't look like a butler, he looked more like a recently released thug. Young miss, you're finally back. The bald man stepped forward and gave a forced, insincere bow. Second master has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Hongyan didn't stop walking. She walked straight to the largest SUV and gave the bald man a cold glance. Jiang Hu, since when did it become your place to talk to me like that? The bald man, Jiang Hu, chuckled, not afraid of her at all. What you said, miss, is also for the sake of the family. The family is in chaos right now, and second master said that for safety reasons, I will temporarily take over your guard duties. After saying that, he swept his beady green eyes over Su Yun, his expression full of disdain. Is this the pretty boy you brought back from Jiangcheng? He doesn't look very good, he's as skinny as a chick. Can he withstand the sandstorms here? Su Yun was wiping his sweat with a tissue when he heard this and paused. Hey, I have such a bad temper. I may be a kept man, but my physique is widely recognized as slim when dressed, muscular when undressed. What right do you, bald Chang, have to launch a personal attack? Sister Jiang, who is this braised egg? Su Yun crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it casually. The paper ball arced through the air and landed precisely in Jiang Hu's open collar. Jiang Hu's expression changed, and he was about to lash out. Jiang Hongyan smiled. Just a watchdog, ignore him. She opened the car door, got in, and patted the seat next to her to signal Su Yun to get in. Jiang Hu, if you want to be a driver, then get out of here. If you don't want to be one, then get lost. Don't keep me from getting home for dinner. Jiang Hu's face twitched a few times, and he glared at Su Yun with a sinister look, but in the end he held back and turned to get into the driver's seat. The convoy drove out of the airport in a grand procession. Along the way, Su Yun looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling uneasy. This place is definitely chaotic. Most of the buildings along the road were made of stone, with small windows, and defensive fortifications were visible everywhere. The people on the street were all in a hurry, and they were all carrying weapons. Don't you feel that this place is different from Jiangcheng? Jiang Hongyan took off her sunglasses and rubbed her temples. It's different. Jiangcheng is a civilized society, while this place looks like a wasteland, Su Yun said honestly. You'll get used to it. Jiang Hongyan sighed. This place is close to the border, and the people here are known for their toughness. Plus, the situation has been tense lately, so everyone is on edge. After driving for about an hour, we arrived at a huge manor. The manor is built against the mountain, with an active volcano behind it, making it extremely spectacular. Two enormous stone lions stood at the entrance, their bodies entirely crimson, like red-hot branding irons. As soon as the car came to a stop, before Su Yun could even get out, she heard a commotion outside. No! This kid's background is unknown, he can't enter the inner courtyard. This is the second master's order. Except for the eldest miss, all other unauthorized personnel must stay in the outer courtyard. Looking out the car window, Su Yun saw a large group of people blocking the entrance, each looking fierce and menacing. Jiang Hongyan's face instantly darkened. It seems that some people really consider the Jiang family as their own. She pushed open the car door, and the aura of a powerful marquis instantly erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees. Let's see who dares to stop me. That shout, carrying a surge of spiritual energy, made the ears of the group of people at the door ring. Su Yun followed her out of the car, his face showing an expression that said, I'm so scared, but I have a rich woman protecting me, perfectly embodying the spirit of a fox borrowing the tiger's power. The crowd parted, and an old man dressed in a tang suit walked out. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, twirling two iron walnuts in his hands, his triangular eyes gleaming with shrewdness. My dear, how can you speak to your elders like that? The old man looked at Jiang Hongyan with a smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Second uncle. Jiang Hongyan coldly retorted, do I need your permission to bring a friend home? Friend? Second uncle Jiang Shan glanced at Su Yun, his eyes looking at her as if she were an ant. You know what's going on with our Jiang family right now. This kid looks like an ordinary person, there's not even a trace of spiritual energy on him. What if he's a spy? Su Yun chuckled inwardly. His current cultivation level is at the peak of the 9th level of Grandmaster, and he also has the Heavenly Dao red rope to conceal his aura. It would be strange if this old man, who is only at the initial level of Grandmaster, could see through him. He is the doctor I invited. Jiang Hongyan didn't want to waste words, it's for treating my illness. Treatment? Jiang Shan seemed to have heard a joke, him? Is he even fully grown yet? Hongyan, if you're looking for a man, your second uncle will introduce you to a few good ones. The eldest young master of the Yi family will be here in a few days, he's a true dragon among men. This kind of trash. He pointed at Su Yun with a look of disgust. He's just fair-skinned and handsome. What else can he do besides living off women? The people around burst into laughter. Su Yun sighed. These days, nobody believes you if you tell the truth. He stepped forward and stood next to Jiang Hongyan. He wasn't angry, instead, he looked at Jiang Shan with a smile. Second uncle, you're wrong about that. Not just anyone can live off me. I earned it through my own abilities. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Hongyan's waist. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. That's Jiang Hongyan. That human-shaped self-propelled furnace that anyone who touches it will feel warm and comfortable. Does this kid have a death wish? Jiang Shan's eyes practically popped out of their sockets, waiting to see Su Yun's hand turn into a roasted pig's trotter. However, a second passed, then 2 seconds passed. Su Yun's hand remained there perfectly still, and she even went so far as to squeeze it a little. Jiang Hongyan stiffened, but this time she didn't dodge. Instead, she leaned into Su Yun's arms, her face showing a submissive and affectionate expression. Did you see that? Su Yun looked at the stunned crowd with a smug expression. That's real skill. Only I can eat the rice bowl that your young lady is living off. Chapter 46. Just like you and Lin Qingying cultivated, that's how I cultivated. The atmosphere at the entrance of the Zhang family's house was a bit eerie. Su Yun's hand was still brazenly wrapped around Jiang Hongyan's waist, his posture as arrogant as could be. The guards and clansmen of the Zhang family around them were all dumbfounded. This is their notoriously hot-tempered young lady, whose body temperature could boil an egg. She actually got hugged? And she didn't burn the person to death? Jiang Shan stopped spinning the iron walnut in his hand and stared intently at Su Yun's hand, his face looking as if he had swallowed a fly. You're actually all right?" he asked incredulously. Su Yun shrugged, looking completely innocent. "Second uncle, I already told you I'm a professional. Your niece has a lot of fire in her body, and I happen to be lacking fire in my 5 elements, so it's a perfect match. This is what they call using brine to curdle tofu, where one thing subdues another." Jiang Hongyan rolled her eyes as she listened from the side, and secretly pinched his waist to signal him not to overact. "All right, second uncle." Jiang Hongyan straightened up. Although she left Su Yun's embrace, she still held his hand, a gesture that was itself a declaration. "I've brought the person in. If you have any objections, go and invite the ancestor out. Otherwise, don't block the way here." After saying that, she ignored Jiang Shan's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and pulled Su Yun inside. This time, no one dared to stop them. Just kidding, even second master got humiliated. Who would dare to go up and provoke him? Upon entering the inner courtyard, the surrounding environment instantly became much quieter. Although it was still hot, the heat was partially blocked by the formation, adding a touch of elegance to the garden. "Thanks for earlier." Walking into a deserted corridor, Jiang Hongyan released Su Yun's hand and whispered, "Don't mention it." Su Yun rubbed her fingers together, as if still savoring the feeling from just now. "But Sister Jiang, it seems your second uncle is determined to cause trouble." Jiang Hongyan sneered. "He has always coveted the position of family head. When my father was alive, he could keep a low profile. Now that my father is seriously injured and in seclusion, he has jumped out." "Did he mention the Yi family just now?" Su Yun asked. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Hongyan's eyes. "The Yi family promised that as long as I marry into their family, they will help the Jiang family guard the border and support him to become the head of the family. This old man would even sell his own niece for power." Su Yun shook his head. TSK, what a dramatic family feud. It's so melodramatic." As the two were talking, a middle-aged man in a white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a folder walked towards them. He looked very refined. "Young miss, you're back." When the middle-aged man saw Jiang Hongyan, he bowed slightly, his attitude quite respectful. "Dr. Li, how is my father?" Jiang Hongyan asked anxiously. "This man is Li Wenba, the chief physician of the Jiang family, and also the attending physician of Jiang Hongyan's father." Li Wenba pushed up his glasses and sighed. "The patriarch's condition is not optimistic. That kind of fire poison is very strange. It not only corrodes his meridians but also devours his mind. We have used various cold attribute spiritual medicines, but we can only barely suppress it." At this point, he glanced at Su Yun, somewhat puzzled. "And who is this?" "This is the doctor I invited, Su Yun." Jiang Hongyan explained. "He has some special methods for treating fire poisoning." "Doctor?" Li Wenba looked Su Yun up and down, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. "So young? Which medical school did you graduate from? Do you have a medical license? Su Yun laughed. These days, why does even a minor character like to check household registrations? No certificate, but a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with family lineage, specializing in treating difficult and complicated diseases. Su Yun casually made up a story. He is especially good at harmonizing yin and yang. Li Wenbo frowned. Nonsense. How can the patriarch's illness be treated lightly? Young miss, don't be fooled by this kind of charlatan. These days, any con artist who's good looking will come out and swindle people. Dr. Li. Zhang Hongyan interrupted him. I've seen Su Yun's abilities with my own eyes. Take me to see my father. Seeing that Zhang Hongyan insisted, Li Wenbo didn't say anything more, and just snorted coldly. Since Miss insists, then let's go take a look. But let me make this clear beforehand, if this kid does something reckless and worsens the condition, I won't be responsible. The group arrived at a detached small building in the backyard. Before even entering the door, Su Yun sensed an extremely violent fire-type energy. This energy was different from the fire emanating from Zhang Hongyan. It carried an evil and chaotic aura that made people very uncomfortable. Pushing open the door, a wave of heat hits you. In the center of the room, on a cold jade bed, lay a emaciated middle-aged man. His skin was bright red, with veins bulging like earthworms, and what flowed inside seemed to be magma rather than blood. This is Zhang Xiaotian, the head of the Zhang family. Dad. Zhang Hongyan's eyes instantly reddened when she saw this scene. Su Yun stood by the bed and activated the perception of the heavenly Dao red string. In his view, Zhang Xiaotian's body was a complete mess. That malevolent fire poison lurked in his heart meridian, constantly devouring Zhang Xiaotian's life force. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaotian's own fiery energy was burning wildly to fight against this external enemy, turning his body into a battlefield. That's interesting. Su Yun touched his chin. This fire poison isn't naturally formed, it seems more like a toxin from some kind of organism? So? Did you figure anything out? Li Wenbo asked sarcastically from the side. If you can't tell, stop pretending and get out of here. Don't delay us from changing the patriarch's dressing. Su Yun ignored him and directly reached out and pressed her hand on Zhang Xiaotian's forehead. What are you doing? Li Wenbo exclaimed in shock, trying to stop him. Shut up. Zhang Hongyan shouted sharply, her aura as a marquee-level expert immobilizing Li Wenbo. Su Yun closed his eyes, mobilized the Yi Wu Qi within his body, and slowly channeled it into Zhang Xiaotian's body through his fingertips. Yi Wu represents vitality and is the most gentle. But as soon as this life force entered, the evil fire poison pounced on it like a shark-smelling fish. Su Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. They've taken the bait. He didn't try to withstand it head-on, but instead manipulated the wisp of wood energy, like fishing, to guide the fire poison outwards. At the same time, the heavenly Dao red rope within his body vibrated slightly, emitting a pure yang energy. This pure yang energy is a deadly poison to evil spirits, but it is a great tonic for Zhang Xiaotian. Puff! Zhang Xiaotian suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The black blood fell to the ground and made a sizzling, corrosive sound, while also emitting black smoke. Dad! Zhang Hongyan exclaimed. Don't panic, it's a detox process. Su Yun withdrew his hand, his face slightly pale, as this had consumed a lot of his mental energy. As he coughed up the black blood, the red color on Zhang Xiaotian's body faded slightly, and his breathing became much more stable. Li Wenbo watched in stunned silence. Is that all it takes? The experts studied it for half a month without any solution, but this kid touched it and vomited blood to expel the toxins. He won't die for now. Su Yun wiped her hands. However, this poison is deeply rooted. To cure it completely, we still need Sister Zhang's help. Rely on me? Zhang Hongyan was taken aback. Yes. Su Yun looked at her. The poison in your father's body can only be burned away with a stronger fire. And you possess the essence of the fire of departure. As long as you break through to the King's Sealing Realm and master the ultimate form of the fire of departure, you can help your father refine this poison. Zhang Hongyan fell silent. Ultimately, we still need to break through. Breaking through to the King Realm is incredibly difficult. Those who reach this level are all top figures in their respective major powers, and can be said to have stood at the pinnacle of the world. I see. She stood up, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. Su Yun, come with me. She pulled Su Yun and walked out, heading straight for the forbidden area at the deepest part of the manor. Where to? Fire Spirit Realm. Zhang Hongyan didn't even turn her head. Go take care of important business. What important matter is it? Su Yun asked subconsciously. Of course it's cultivation. Zhang Hongyan glanced at him. You cultivate the same way you cultivate with Lin Qingying as I do. Chapter 47. Cultivating in this place, clothes are a bit redundant. The forbidden area of the Zhang family is also the forbidden area of the Flaming Mountain. The fire spirit realm is actually located below the active volcano. This is the foundation upon which the Zhang family stands, and also a natural sacred ground for cultivation, of course, only for fire-type martial artists. For others, this place is hell. The two descended a full 500 meters using a specially designed elevator. As the elevator doors opened, a red light instantly filled the entire field of vision. This is a huge underground cave. In the center is a churning lava lake, surrounded by concentric circles of red crystal platforms. The fire elemental spiritual energy in the air was so concentrated that it even formed wisps of visible red mist. Holy crap! As soon as Su Yun took a step, she felt the sole of her shoe go soft, as if it were about to melt. The temperature here is at least 80 degrees Celsius. And that fiery, scorching heat seeps into every pore of the body. Can you handle it? Zhang Hongyan turned around and looked at him. Bathed in the red light, her wine-red cheongsam seemed to be on fire. Her cheeks were flushed, a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yun took a deep breath, and the wood qi in his body, along with the bit of fire qi he had absorbed earlier, began to circulate, forming a thin protective shield. It's alright, but it feels a bit like a sauna. Su Yun retorted stubbornly, and casually unbuttoned 2 buttons on her collar. Come with me. Zhang Hongyan led him up to a stone platform that extended into the center of the lava lake. The entire stone platform is made of fire essence jade and is covered with intricate array patterns. This is the core of the entire fire spirit realm, and also the place with the highest temperature. Before even reaching the center, Su Yun felt his clothes begin to smoke. That custom-made high-end shirt became extremely fragile in such extreme conditions. The heat here is too intense, ordinary clothes can't withstand it. Zhang Hongyan stopped and turned around, looking intently at Su Yun. Cultivating here, clothes are just a burden. After saying that, she reached out and placed her hand on the buttons of her cheongsam. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. This is already starting? Is it really that direct? Sister Jiang, shouldn't we talk about tactics first? Like how to coordinate, how to guide spiritual energy. Su Yun stammered, but his eyes were honestly fixed on Zhang Hongyan's hands. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Hongyan chuckled softly, her fingers deftly untying a knotted button. Then came the second one, the third one. As the buttons were undone, the wine-red cheongsam slid down her smooth shoulders and piled up at her feet. Su Yun felt like she was about to stop breathing. Although he had been mentally prepared and knew that the woman had a good figure, the visual impact of actually seeing this scene still made his mind go blank. She was wearing a black lace lingerie set underneath. The stark contrast between black and snow-white skin creates an extreme allure that challenges any man's limits. What surprised Su Yun even more was that below Zhang Hongyan's collarbone, extending all the way to her chest, there was a dark red line. The pattern resembles a blooming lotus flower, or a burning flame, both alluring and dangerous. This is the embodiment of fire poison. Zhang Hongyan pointed to the pattern, her voice a little hoarse. It's burning my meridians every moment. If I can't break through, this fire will burn me to ashes sooner or later. She looked at Su Yun and walked closer step by step. Su Yun, only you can save me now. Su Yun felt her throat was dry. The heavily red rope within his body reacted violently at this moment, its red light flickering on his wrist, seemingly yearning for the burst of energy that was about to erupt. Then, I'll take mine off too? Su Yun pointed to himself. What do you think? Zhang Hongyan raised an eyebrow. Do you want to wait for the clothes to catch fire? Without saying a word, Su Yun quickly stripped himself naked. Anyway, it's all for cultivation, for art, for saving the world, so what's there to be ashamed of? The moment the two laid their hearts out to each other, the air around them seemed to freeze. Zhang Hongyan looked at Su Yun's strong physique, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes, but more so a resolute determination. Let's begin. She took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the center of the stone platform. Su Yun didn't hesitate and sat down opposite her. Their knees were touching, so close they could feel each other's breath. Hold my hand. Zhang Hongyan extended her hand. Su Yun grasped it. Boom. The moment their hands touched, the entire lava lake in the fire spirit realm suddenly boiled. A massive and terrifying surge of fire elemental spiritual power rushed wildly into Suyun's body along Jiang Hongyan's arm. This is not the kind of small-scale probing that happened before. This is all the essence of the fire that Jiang Hongyan has accumulated over the past 30 years. With the added benefit of the unique environment of the fire spirit realm, it is simply a red tsunami. Hiss. Suyun gasped, feeling as if he had swallowed a mouthful of molten iron. My internal organs are burning. Hold on. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth, her face contorting with pain. Guide it. Use your wood qi to neutralize it. Don't resist it, merge with it. Suyun endured the excruciating pain and mobilized the golden blue spiritual power within his body. Wood generates fire. This is common sense. But at this moment, what Suyun needs to do is not to make the fire burn brighter, but to use the vitality of wood to contain the violence of the fire, and then use the resilience of metal to reshape the channels of the meridians. This is an extremely delicate balance. If he is not careful, Suyun will turn into a human torch. The heavenly path red thread, which had been lying in wait, finally unleashed its power. A red light flew out from Suyun's wrist, instantly wrapping around the wrists of both of them, and then quickly spread, tightly connecting their bodies together. Ding! S-rank fire-type talent detected, blazing body. Ding! Energy interaction initiated. 5 elements transformation activated. With the internal prompting, Suyun felt the intense pain in his body ease slightly. The violent fire-type spiritual energy was filtered through the red rope and became much gentler. It began to flow through Suyun's meridians, widening them and burning away impurities wherever it passed. The metal and wood elements, which originally held a dominant position, finally stopped fighting in the face of the newly added fire element and instead formed a perfect iron triangle. An unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout my body. But for Jiang Hongyan, the situation was not so good. As the essence of fire was released, the suppressive force within her body weakened, and the lurking fire poison began to counterattack. Well. Jiang Hongyan let out a painful groan, her body swayed, and she fell directly into Suyun's arms. Her body temperature spiked instantly, and she felt as hot as a branding iron. It's hot, so hot. She unconsciously tugged at Suyun's shoulder, her eyes glazed over, clearly already out of her mind. Looking at the woman in his arms who was about to spontaneously combust, Suyun had only one thought in his mind. This is practically forcing me to commit a crime. But now the arrow is on the bowstring, and there's no choice but to release it. If we don't help her release this anger, she really will die. Sister Jiang, I'm sorry. Suyun gritted her teeth, no longer satisfied with just the contact between her hands. He suddenly hugged Jiang Hongyan tightly, their skin touching without any barrier. Maximum contact area. Maximum efficiency transmission. Jiang Hongyan's body trembled violently, as if she had been struck by an electric current. The pure yang energy within Suyun's body, mixed with the vitality of the wood element, was continuously poured into Jiang Hongyan's body through this close embrace. This is the best fire extinguisher. Chapter 48 Binding with Sister Jiang. The temperature in the fire spirit realm is no joke. The two of them already had very little clothing left on them. As the violent, fiery energy clashed wildly between them, their last bit of clothing was sacrificed, turning into wisps of smoke that drifted away in the sweltering heat. How to describe the current situation? Very white. Dazzlingly white. Jiang Hongyan's original products over the past 30 years are indeed quite something. She usually wore cheongsams and only thought she had a good figure, but now that they were so open with each other, Suyun realized that the word good was far too inadequate. She wasn't the kind of skinny, bony beauty, but rather the kind of plump, perfectly proportioned beauty. Because of the constant torment caused by the fire poison, her skin had a shocking pink hue, with glistening beads of sweat that slid down her exaggerated curves and finally gathered at the point where the two were pressed together at the lower abdomen. Don't look around. Focus. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth and spat lightly. She's feeling terrible right now. The essence of fire within her body found an outlet and was pouring into Suyun's body like crazy. Meanwhile, the life force of wood and pure yang energy that Suyun was feeding back was like a cool spring, rushing and crashing through her almost dried-up meridians. This feeling of extreme contrast between ice and fire was making her head feel like it was going to explode. Big sister, I want to concentrate too, but you. Suyun gave a wry smile, sweat dripping down his forehead. He's like a giant filter now. On the left is Jiang Hongyan's bottomless fire energy, and on the right is the original metal and wood spiritual power within her body. Three forces were fighting inside his body, turning his meridians into a battlefield. It's hot, so hot. Jiang Hongyan suddenly groaned, her whole body limp as if she had no bones, and she clung to Su Yun. Her long, wine-red hair was wet and stuck to her back. As she moved, the ends of her hair brushed against Su Yun's thighs, making her itch terribly. Su Yun felt like she was about to explode. Who can withstand this? The physical strength of a marquis-level expert is inherently strong, and their skin elasticity is astonishing. Now, with the two of them in such close contact, every tremor of Jiang Hongyan is an extreme test for him. Sister Jiang, if you keep moving around, I'm really going to go berserk. Su Yun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in her heart. He must guide this force. The heavenly red rope was proving quite effective this time. The illusory red thread was tightly wrapped around the two people's wrists, emitting a bright red light, like a diligent porter, frantically devouring the overflowing fire energy. Jiang Hongyan seemed unable to hear what he was saying and instinctively wanted to find a cool place. The vital energy of Yi Wood emanating from Su Yun was the best antidote for her. She wrapped her arms tightly around Su Yun's neck, practically hanging on him, her impressive breasts pressing against his chest without any restraint, even unconsciously rubbing against him. Depend on. Su Yun cursed, feeling something hot about to flow from her nose. Is this some kind of cultivation? This is truly a test of the cadre's resolve. Never mind, let's just die. Su Yun gritted his teeth and stopped playing defensively. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Hongyan's incredibly smooth waist and pulled her into his embrace. If we're going to merge, let's do it thoroughly. As their bodies pressed together completely, an even larger surge of energy erupted instantly. Boom! The surrounding lava lakes surged and churned, and the red flames stretched the shadows of the two people long, intertwining them so that they could not be distinguished from one another. It really hurt so much. Su Yun felt as if he had been thrown into Laozi's alchemy furnace. The essence of the fire within Jiang Hongyan's body was the culmination of her 30 years of cultivation, its purity being frighteningly high. As soon as this force entered Su Yun's body, it began to wreak havoc. But immediately afterward, the Yi Wood longevity body within Su Yun's body began to work. Wood generates fire. The originally gentle wood elemental energy, upon encountering this Li fire, was not burned away. Instead, it ignited instantly, like gasoline meeting a spark. If it were someone else, they would probably have been burned to ashes on the spot. But Su Yun is different. He also possesses metal-type spiritual power. The gung metal energy that Lin Xingying left in his body was an extremely sharp and solid force. Fire overcomes metal? No, under the mediation of the heavenly red rope, these three forces formed a strange closed loop. Wood fuels fire, fire refines metal, and metal fells wood. The three elements interacted and countered each other, spinning rapidly in Su Yun's dantian, and eventually slowly merged into a three-colored vortex. Ding! High purity essence of departing fire detected. Target to be bound detected. Target, Jiang Hongyan. Talent, S rank, blazing body. Do you want to bind your account? Bind. Su Yun silently chanted in his mind. Ding! The 5-element cycle has been successfully established. 3-5. Ding! Third attribute awakened, fire. The moment a series of prompts echoed in Su Yun's mind, all the pain vanished. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of power. He felt his meridians expand by more than double, and his originally somewhat weak true energy became extremely solid under the tempering of this fiery energy. Click! It felt like something inside my body had shattered. That is the barrier between a grandmaster and a great grandmaster. For ordinary people, this hurdle may take them 8 or 10 years to overcome, or even a lifetime. But for Su Yun, it was like breaking through a thin layer of paper. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Su Yun's body. The surrounding magma was pushed outwards by this shockwave, surging and crashing against the rocks on the shore, making a hissing sound. Grandmaster Level 1. Grandmaster Level 2. That's not all. The energy from Jiang Hongyan's side was still pouring in continuously, and Su Yun was like a greedy black hole, accepting everything that came his way. Only when his cultivation level stabilized at the Grandmaster Level 3 did this frenzied improvement gradually stop. Su Yun opened his eyes, a crimson light flashing in them. He clenched his fist. That feeling of power made him want to roar to the sky. Although he could fight monsters of higher levels in the past, that mainly relied on ambushes and the special nature of his skills. In a real head-on confrontation, his physical fitness was actually a weakness. But things are different now. The body, tempered by fire, has become several levels stronger. He looked down at Jiang Hongyan in his arms. The woman was still unconscious, but her brows had relaxed and the pain on her face had disappeared. Is this the ultimate level of being a kept man? Chapter 48. Sister, could you be a little gentler next time? The heat wave in the fire spirit realm was still churning, but Suyin felt refreshed all over. The feeling of having one's meridians stretched open and then reshaped is simply wonderful. The three spiritual energies of metal, wood, and fire within his body achieved a strange harmony in his dantian. Metal energy is primarily offensive, wood energy is primarily healing, and fire energy is primarily explosive. The three form a perfect closed loop, endlessly generating new life. Suyin clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking loudly. Grandmaster level 3. This is a Grandmaster? Back in school, how many oysters did I eat and how much goji berry water did I drink in order to advance from martial arts apprentice to martial arts master? So now he's just latched onto a powerful figure, slept his way to becoming a Grandmaster? He looked down at the person in his arms. Jiang Hongyan is still asleep. When this woman isn't angry, her face is truly flawless. Because of the intense training she had just undergone, the persistent flush on her skin had finally subsided considerably, replaced by a healthy pinkish white. Her skin was as tender as a freshly peeled egg, with a few glistening beads of sweat still clinging to it. The worst part is that she's not wearing anything right now. That exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, those long, slender, white legs, and those curves that rose and fell slightly with her breath. Cough cough. Suyin swallowed hard, feeling her anger, which she had just suppressed, rising again. Calm down, Suyun, you need to calm down. Suyun silently told himself, you are a proper doctor, this is treating an illness. Although the patient's figure is a bit better and the position is a bit wild, the nature of it is pure. Just then, the beauty in his arms trembled her eyelashes and woke up. Jiang Hongyan opened her eyes, her gaze still somewhat unfocused. She subconsciously shifted her body, only to find herself clinging to Suyun like an octopus. Skin against skin, smooth and slippery. Memories flooded back instantly. Jiang Hongyan's face turned red all the way to her ears in an instant. Woke up? Suyun looked at her with a smile. Sister Jiang, did you sleep well? Jiang Hongyan didn't speak, but suddenly sat up straight. This movement made the scenery even better. Suyun quickly covered her nose, afraid that blood would flow out. Jiang Hongyan seemed to realize something and quickly reached out to cover her chest, but that little bit of protection was just a drop in the ocean. She glared at Suyun fiercely, her eyes carrying a hint of seductive charm that made Suyun's bones melt. Turn around. Don't look. It's not like there isn't. Shut up. Jiang Hongyan raised her hand and unleashed a fireball. Suyun was startled and quickly backed away. But the fireball went out halfway through its flight because Jiang Hongyan suddenly froze. She stared blankly at her palm, then felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy within her body. The intense pain that used to burn through my meridians has disappeared. Instead, a terrifying power, vast as the ocean, surged within her, many times stronger than before. Marquis level realm. 7th rank? Jiang Hongyan was stunned. She's been stuck at the 5th level of the Marquis realm for 4 whole years. For her to be stuck at the minor realm for 4 years is simply unimaginable, especially for an absolute genius like her in her family. Because of the corrosive effects of the fire poison, she didn't even dare to cultivate it full strength, for fear of going into chi deviation. As a result, after taking a nap, not only was the fire poison suppressed, but he also jumped 2 levels? This is the realm of a marquis. Not some common cabbage. Once you reach this level, advancing even a small step becomes incredibly difficult, and many people spend their entire lives trying to overcome it. Jumping 2 levels in a row, what does that mean? It means that her current strength is enough to completely surpass her former self in every aspect. I broke through? Jiang Hongyan's voice was trembling. Yes, congratulations, Sister Jiang. Suyun picked up the tattered cheongsam from the ground and shook her head helplessly. However, the price is not small. Look at these clothes. We are now truly naked in each other's presence. Jiang Hongyan didn't listen to what he was saying at all. She turned her head sharply and stared intently at Suyun, her eyes like those of a hungry wolf eyeing a rare delicacy. Suyun felt uneasy under her gaze and instinctively covered her chest. Sister Jiang, don't look at me like that. Although I'm healthy, I can't keep working non-stop. Shouldn't we let the ox rest for a while? Su Yun. Jiang Hongyan suddenly pounced over, grabbed Su Yun's neck, and without caring that they were both naked, kissed him hard on the face. You're such a treasure. She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. There is real hope that the nightmare that has plagued her for 30 years can be resolved. Moreover, this cultivation speed is simply addictive. If he continues training at this pace, how far away is the King realm? It's not impossible to go even higher. Jiang Hongyan's gaze towards Su Yun completely changed. When she brought Su Yun back before, she was more of a last resort, and even had some intention of taking advantage of him. But now, in her eyes, Su Yun is a living piece of Tang Monk's flesh, a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Yun, from now on you belong to me. Jiang Hongyan declared domineeringly, giving Su Yun's firm abs a quick pat. What Lin Qingying can give you, I can give you too. I'll give you double. Su Yun smiled bitterly. What nonsense are you spouting? However, he knew that Jiang Hongyan was in the most excited moment, so he couldn't bear to interrupt her. Let's not talk about that now. Su Yun sighed, but Sister Jiang, can we find some clothes to wear first? Although there's no one here, I don't care if that bald Chang suddenly barges in, but what if he sees your body? Jiang Hongyan blushed and spat, he wouldn't dare. However, she also realized that this was not a place to stay for long. She took out a spare set of clothes from her storage ring. This is a black, fitted outfit. When she wears it, she looks less alluring and more heroic, exuding an even stronger queen-like aura. Su Yun also changed into a casual outfit. After packing up, the two prepared to leave the fire spirit realm. Just as Su Yun took a step, the heavenly Dao red rope within his body suddenly vibrated. This immediately reminded him of the broken token he had retrieved from the Jiangqing supply depot, a fragment of the Jianyue token. The same scent. Su Yun paused in her steps. A faint but clear thought emanated from the heavenly Dao red thread. It was a call, an urgent, yearning call. The direction is right outside this volcano. Moreover, the distance doesn't seem to be that far. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there is another fragment of a Horcrux nearby? This is a top-tier ancient soul weapon. Although it is incomplete, even a single fragment is enough for the heavenly Dao red thread to mark it. If it could be pieced together, what level of treasure would it be? What's wrong? Jiang Hongyan asked, turning around when she saw him stop. Su Yun calmly withdrew his hand and smiled. It's nothing, my legs just feel a little weak. Sister Jiang, could you be a little gentler next time you do this kind of high-intensity training? Jiang Hongyan rolled her eyes at him, but a charming smile appeared on her lips. It depends on your performance. Chapter 49. Is this kid's kidney made of iron? He's been doing it for 3 hours? The lava was still bubbling. The intense heat that could roast a person into jerky felt like a lukewarm bath to Su Yun. So comfortable. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, ignoring the surging spiritual energy in his dantian, his gaze instead falling on his wrist. The red rope, visible only to him, was trembling wildly. The red light flashed, and the arrow pointed straight down. Deep within the lava lake beneath our feet. Ding! High energy law fluctuation detected. Item, Soul Weapon Jiang Yuling Fragment. Location, 800 meters vertically downwards, at the core of the volcano. Note, the extreme cold law is enveloped by the Earth's core fire poison, making it extremely difficult to conceal. Su Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. It really was it. Back then, in that broken wooden box at the Jiangqing supply depot, the Heavenly Path red rope had hinted that this thing had a terrifyingly powerful origin. Unexpectedly, the second piece was hidden in the Jiang family's old lair. It's darkest under the lamp. Extremely cold things are hidden in extremely hot places. The Jiang family guarded this volcano for hundreds of years, but they never found out that there was a treasure sitting under their own backside. Su Yun squinted as he scanned the churning lava. Want it? It's a bit troublesome. Diving into the bottom of the magma wasn't too difficult for him with the essence of fire and the longevity of wood. The magma was like a giant hot spring. The challenge lies with the person next to you. Su Yun turned her head to the side. Jiang Hongyan was adjusting her collar. He had no idea how sharp the perception of a newly promoted marquis was, having just broken through 2 levels. No rush. Anyway, this thing can't escape, and the Jiang family won't find it. Have you seen enough? Jiang Hongyan's voice came through. She changed into a black outfit and tied her long hair up high. She has lost some of her previous charm and gained a more austere and heroic air. Only her face was a little too rosy, and her eyes and brows exuded a lazy, well-moistened feeling. Not enough. Suyun smiled frankly, his gaze sweeping over her without restraint. Sister Zhang's figure is so good, I could look at it for a lifetime and still feel it's too short. Glib-tongued. Zhang Hongyan glared at him. But he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. She walked a few steps to Suyun and reached out to lift his chin. Suyun, you've done a great job this time. She rubbed her thumb against Suyun's lips. The fire poison of 30 years has truly been suppressed. Moreover, her voice was low, with a hint of detachment. This cultivation method is more effective than I expected. It's not just about the exchange of spiritual energy. That kind of soul-level thrill and fusion is more addictive than mere physical pleasure. That's right, I'm a professional. Suyun took her hand and rubbed his palm against the back of her hand. But Sister Jiang, this treatment is life-threatening. Look at me, my calves are still cramping. This isn't an act. Guiding away the fire and releasing the vital energy of Yiwood, I was on high alert for 3 hours. Even the strongest kidneys need a rest. Legs are weak? Zhang Hongyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping playfully over Suyun's lower body. You were quite tough when you were practicing just now. Suyun blushed. Cough, that's the explosive power of a doctor's benevolence. Alright, stop joking. Zhang Hongyan stopped and turned to walk towards the exit. Let's go, your second uncle and the others are waiting up there to see what happens. Since your legs are weak. She paused, turned around, and stretched out her arm. Chin slightly raised. Help him. Suyun laughed. Without saying a word, he leaned in like he had no bones, hanging half his body on her, and even rubbed his head against her shoulder. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Entrance to the fire spirit realm. Zhang Shan spun the iron walnut in his hand rapidly, his face so gloomy it could drip water. It's been 3 hours. He knows the temperature below best. Let alone Suyun, an ordinary person, even a master-level fire-type martial artist would be exhausted after staying down there for so long. Second master. Bald Jiang, who leaned closer, his voice extremely low. That kid probably didn't just get burned to ashes, did he? It would be better if he were dead. Zhang Shan sneered, the beauty is too willful, bringing back a pretty boy to cause trouble. It's good that she's dead so she can give up and obediently marry into the Yi family. Boom! A muffled thud came from the elevator shaft. The indicator light changed from red to green. We're up! The Jiang family members and guards around them all peered out. The heavy metal door slid open to both sides. A wave of heat hit us. Then came a deathly silence. Everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost, their jaws dropping to the floor. Their usually aloof, domineering, and unapproachable young lady was now helping that pretty boy out. That's not the main point. The key is the state of the two people. Zhang Hongyan's face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, and her eyes were sparkling. Although she was dressed neatly, the spring-like passion that emanated from her was so strong that even a blind person could smell it. And that kid named Suyun. His clothes were disheveled, buttons were off, and his hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. He felt as if his spine had been removed, leaning limply against Zhang Hongyan, his steps unsteady, and his eyes dark-rimmed. His face showed signs of excessive indulgence. This. The iron walnut in Zhang Shan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang, whose mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a light bulb. What the hell were they doing down there? 3 hours. Working for 3 hours in 80 degrees Celsius heat? Does this kid have kidneys made of iron? What are you looking at? Zhang Hongyan's gaze swept across the entire room. Her once gentle and tender gaze instantly froze, turning into a sharp blade. Boom! The terrifying pressure, belonging to the 7th level of the Marquis realm, exploded without reservation. The air instantly distorted. Zhang Shan's face turned deathly pale, and he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. He staggered back 3 steps, staring at Zhang Hongyan in horror. Your realm? Tyrannical. It's several times stronger than before. That oppressive feeling made him, a grandmaster at the peak, feel as if he were being choked. Thanks to Dr. Su, there has been a slight breakthrough. Zhang Hongyan spoke indifferently. When he turned to look at Suyun, who was leaning on his shoulder, his voice suddenly became so gentle that it sent chills down the spines of the Zhang family. You must be exhausted. Suyun yawned obligingly, her eyelids drooping, and waved her hand weakly. It's all right. For Sister Jiang, this little bit of tiredness is nothing. My back is just a little sore, I need to eat something tonight. You. Jiang Shan was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his finger pointing at Su Yun was shaking. Indecent. Utterly indecent. My love, you actually took him to the family's forbidden area for something like this? Second uncle, be careful what you say. Zhang Hongyan gave him a cold glance. Su Yun is helping me treat my illness. And the results are remarkable. She raised her right hand, and a ball of flame rose from her palm. It was no longer a violent dark red, but a pure, translucent crimson with a hint of golden light. Temperature is contained. But Jiang Shan instinctively felt a shiver from his very soul. That was a qualitative leap. From today onwards, Su Yun will be an honored guest of the Jiang family. Zhang Hongyan extinguished the flames, wrapped her arms around Su Yun's waist, and pulled him closer to her. The actions were domineering, asserting sovereignty. Anyone who dares to disrespect him is going against me. After saying that, she ignored everyone's reaction and strode out with Su Yun in her arms. Su Yun clung to her, and as she passed Jiang Shan, she deliberately raised an eyebrow, revealing a set of white teeth. That expression clearly said, "What are you looking at? I'm determined to live off this woman." Jiang Hu watched the two figures disappear into the distance, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty, and asked in a low voice. "Second master, what should we do?" The young lady seems to have become even stronger. Jiang Shan's face was ashen, and he crushed the floor tiles under his feet. What's the panic? He gritted his teeth, the sound forced out from between them. The Yi family will arrive tomorrow. Let's see if that kid will still be laughing then. Chapter 50. Su Yun, do you have any way to help me break through to the King realm tonight? The winds have shifted in the Jiang family's inner courtyard. If Zhang Hongyan was previously just a powerful but fallen prodigy constrained by fire poison, then after emerging from the fire spirit realm, she became a sharpened blade. Jiang Shan and his group slunk away. Even a slight glimpse of the aura of a 7th rank marquis would be enough to give these pampered old folks a run for their money. Su Yun was placed in the courtyard next to Zhang Hongyan's. This kind of treatment was previously reserved for places only the head of the household and his trusted confidants could afford to live in. Sister Jiang, your second uncle doesn't seem like a kind person. Su Yun lay on a rattan chair in the yard, holding a hamburger made of meat from an unknown beast, eating it with gusto. Zhang Hongyan sat opposite him, wiping a crimson longsword. The sword was translucent, as if magma was flowing inside. He's definitely not a nice guy. Zhang Hongyan didn't even look up. My father has been seriously ill these past few years, and he's taken over most of the family business. His connections in Beijing are much deeper than I imagined. The Yi family of Beijing? Su Yun swallowed the meat in his mouth. That Yi Chen's brother who wet his pants? Mentioning the Yi family, Zhang Hongyan paused in wiping her sword, her eyes turning cold. Yi Chen is just a spoiled good-for-nothing, but his brother Yi Tian is different. He's a real madman who will stop at nothing for power. Zhang Shan wants to sell me to Yi Tian in exchange for the Yi family's support in terms of resources, so that he can secure his position as the head of the family. Su Yun pouted. Selling your niece for personal gain, that's a cliché. But Sister Jiang, with your power skyrocketing now, why are you afraid of them? I'm not afraid. Zhang Hongyan sheathed her sword with a crisp click, but the Jiang family is too large and deeply entrenched. If I were to purge them now, the Jiang family would be immediately paralyzed. And the border. She sighed, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong with the border? I was wondering on the way here, why do all the people here look like they're going to war? Zhang Hongyan stood up, walked to the edge of the courtyard, and gazed at the volcano emitting black smoke in the distance. It's not that we're going to fight, it's that we're already fighting. The spatial rift near Flaming Mountain has been very unstable lately. In the past, it only came out with mindless fire-type monsters, which were easy to kill and could even yield some materials. But recently, some humanoid creatures have appeared. Humanoid? Su Yun sat up straight. They look like humans, but they have no facial features, and their bodies are covered in black flames. They are intelligent, know how to coordinate tactics, and can even use simple tools. We call them black fire spirits. Zhang Hongyan turned around, her expression grave. Most of the Jiang family's elite troops are at the front lines. If internal strife breaks out at home and the front lines fall, the entire Yuzhang road will turn into a sea of fire. At that time, not only the Jiang family, but half of the Great Xia kingdom will suffer. Su Yun was startled upon hearing this. I thought I was just here for a vacation and to take care of my health, but I never expected to get involved in such a major event as defending world peace. So, you have to endure it? Su Yun asked. Tolerate? Jiang Hongyan sneered, her queen-like demeanor returning. The word tolerance doesn't exist in my dictionary. I'm just waiting. Wait for what? Wait for someone with the power to completely overturn the table, and no one dares to say a word. She gave Su Yun a deep look. Su Yun, don't go anywhere for the next 2 days. Just stay in the courtyard. Although I've intimidated Jiang Shan, he has some thugs under his command. I'm afraid they might do something rash to you when they're cornered. And another thing, Jiang Hongyan interrupted him, a faint, unnatural blush crossing her face. I just broke through to a higher realm and need to consolidate my strength, so I'll stop cultivating for now. Also, there are some rats in the family that I need to get rid of first. After saying that, she turned and left, the hem of her black trench coat swirling in a clean arc. Su Yun watched her retreating figure and stroked his chin. This woman is about to go on a killing spree. The atmosphere in the Jiang family compound was very oppressive for the next 2 days. Although Su Yun didn't go out, his abnormal perception could still sense that several auras would suddenly disappear every night. That's the smell of the dead. Jiang Hongyan didn't come looking for him, and even that bald Jiang who didn't show up again. Until the evening of the 3rd day. Su Yun was idly counting ants in the yard when the gate was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Hongyan walked in. She changed her clothes. Instead of the cheongsam she wore before, she put on a purple silk nightgown. This color is very selective. If you don't wear it well, it can make you look old. But when she wore it, it exuded a mature charm. However, her complexion was not good, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept for several days. Sister Jiang, are you done with your work? Su Yun patted the dirt off her hands and greeted her with a smile. Jiang Hongyan didn't say anything, walked straight into the house, and plopped down on the sofa, looking like a deflated balloon. What's wrong? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll go and yell at them for you. Su Yun leaned over and naturally began massaging her shoulders. Jiang Hongyan closed her eyes, enjoying Su Yun's service, and only spoke after a long while. The Yi family will arrive tomorrow. Su Yun's hands didn't stop moving. Let them come. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. This time is different. Jiang Hongyan opened her eyes, a hint of weariness in them. Yi Tian has come in person. Moreover, news came from the front that the Black Fire Spirits launched a general offensive. My second uncle withheld half of the supplies for the front, which is actually forcing my father and me to hand over the family head's order now. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. That's a bit shameless. Are you using the lives of frontline soldiers to start internal strife? That old bastard deserves to die, Su Yun cursed. He deserves to die. A flash of murderous intent crossed Jiang Hongyan's eyes. But he holds the supply line in his hands. If I touch him now, the front line will collapse. She suddenly turned around, grabbed Su Yun's hand, and stared at him intently. Su Yun, I don't have time to waste with them. I want to resolve this issue completely by tomorrow. Su Yun felt uneasy under her gaze. What do you want to do? Go and chop up your second uncle? No, Jiang Hongyan shook her head. Killing him won't help, there are others. What I need is absolute suppression. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Su Yun, do you have any way to help me break through to the King Realm tonight? Chapter 51. Tonight, sister, I'm giving myself to you. Looking into Jiang Hongyan's incredibly bright eyes, Su Yun felt a sense of unease. This woman is serious. She was truly driven to desperation. Sister Jiang, calm down. Su Yun pulled her hand out of hers and patted the back of her hand. The King Realm isn't something you can just break through to any other realm. We just jumped 2 levels a couple of days ago, which is unheard of. I know it's difficult. Jiang Hongyan took a deep breath, and the purple silk nightgown rose and fell with her breath, making Su Yun stare in amazement. But I know Yi Tian too well. The fact that he came in person means he is determined to take over the Jiang family. If I can't demonstrate overwhelming strength tomorrow, the Jiang family will be finished. She stood up and paced anxiously around the room twice. I've seen the battle reports from the front. Those black fire spirits have already broken through the first line of defense. That bastard Jiang Shan withheld supplies, and the soldiers at the front don't even have enough spirit stones to repair the formation. If I cannot mobilize the resources in the family treasury, the Flaming Mountain defense line will surely fall within 3 days. Su Yun frowned as she listened. This is indeed a dead end. Beset by internal and external troubles, the Jiang family is now a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Su Yun. Jiang Hongyan suddenly stopped and turned around, staring intently at him. I know you have a secret. That day in the fire spirit realm, the efficiency of that energy conversion was something that ordinary techniques couldn't achieve. You must have a way, right? Su Yun fell silent. Way? There was still a way. After thinking it over, he realized that there was only one possibility to get her to break through to the King realm in such a short time. With the ultimate secret of the Heavenly Dao Red String combined with the fragment of the Jiangyu token, once the Heavenly Dao Red String absorbs the power of the laws within, the chances of successfully cultivating with Jiang Hongyan at that moment are extremely high. But this kind of thing. Speak. Jiang Hongyan said urgently, walking over and grabbing Su Yun by the collar, pressing him down onto the sofa. I'm willing to pay any price to help me break through. She bit her lip and stared directly at Su Yun. I would give you my life if I could. Su Yun sighed. Why does this woman always risk her life like this? What would I do with your life? I'm not the king of hell. Su Yun reached out and pried her hands off, straightening his collar. There is indeed a solution. But this solution. What method? Jiang Hongyan's eyes lit up immediately. Su Yun leaned back and looked at the ceiling. To put it bluntly, our previous cultivation was still separated by a layer. The energy exchange mainly relied on the penetration of energy through the contact surfaces of the hands and body. This kind of efficiency is the limit that can help you reach the peak of the 7th level of the Marquis title. If you want to break through to the peak of the 9th rank, this slow and steady approach won't work. You need a complete treatment. Jiang Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then understood what Su Yun meant. Her face instantly turned bright red, and even the base of her neck turned pink. You mean? Yes, that's the one you're thinking of. Su Yun stopped pretending and shrugged. Only at negative distance can one achieve 100% spiritual energy fusion. In this way, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Marquis rank shouldn't be a problem, but if I want to break through the barrier of a higher realm, I still need to make some other preparations. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the ground. I need to get that thing below the fire spirit realm. That thing down there? Jiang Hongyan was taken aback. You mean under the magma? That's right. Su Yun nodded. I sensed it that day. There's a treasure down there, containing extremely ancient laws and power. I need it. Jiang Hongyan fell silent. She stood there with her head down, her fingers twisting the sash of her nightgown. For her, that thing wasn't the point was the so-called in-depth treatment. That's the final step. Although she usually acts like a female hooligan with a flirtatious tongue, she was still a little flustered when it came to this. That was something she had guarded for 30 years. This is something that depends on her own wishes. If you find it difficult, then forget it. Su Yun stood up, yawned, and said, anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. At worst, we can just run away. With our current strength, we can go anywhere in the world. After saying that, he turned and headed towards the bedroom. Etc. Jiang Hongyan's voice came from behind. Su Yun turned around. Jiang Hongyan raised her head, her peach blossom eyes filled with determination. Su Yun, wait for me here. After saying that, she turned and left quickly, the hem of her purple nightgown catching a gust of wind. Su Yun looked at the empty doorway and scratched his head. Jiang Hongyan was gone for more than half an hour. Su Yun walked to the window and opened it. The sky outside was a dark reddish-black, and smoke was still rising from the distant volcano. The smell of sulfur in the air seemed even stronger. He recalled what Jiang Hongyan had just said. The front lines are about to collapse. In reality, he didn't have much of a sense of family duty or defending the frontier. He was just an ordinary person who had transmigrated from another world, and all he wanted was to find a powerful backer, live off a woman, and enjoy a comfortable life. But for some reason, seeing Jiang Hongyan's expression as if she was trying to drive him to his death, he felt a little uneasy. This woman is living a very tiring life. She clearly has a face that could bring ruin to a country and a figure so good it could drive men crazy. She should be a pampered young lady. And what was the result? He has to fight like a man every day, and also has to guard against his family members stabbing him in the back. I'm 30 years old and I've never even had a proper relationship. Having finally met such a good person, she only dared to approach him because she needed to save her life. TSK, my damned sympathy. Soo-yeon shook her head and closed the window. Just then, the door was pushed open. Jung Hong-yan walked in. She was carrying 2 bottles and 2 wine glasses. Soo-yeon looked closely. Good heavens, that bottle looks extraordinary. It's entirely crimson, like it was carved from a ruby. The liquid inside was as thick as blood. What's this? Soo-yeon pointed to the bottle. Dragon blood wine. Jung Hong-yan placed the things on the table with a dull thud. The Jung family has kept some rare treasures for 50 years. It is said that a drop of the heart's blood of the sub-dragon species was added to them. She glanced at Soo-yeon and forced a smile. Want some drinks? Soo-yeon looked at her. She even changed her clothes. The purple bathrobe was gone, replaced by a black one. How should I describe it? This should be a spaghetti strap dress, but there's very little fabric. The black lace clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exaggerated curves. Large swathes of snow-white exposed surface gleamed like porcelain under the lights. She even wore light makeup. The hint of red at the corner of her eyes made her look both dangerous and alluring. Sister Jiang, what's wrong? Soo-yeon's throat was a little dry. What? You don't dare to drink? Jung Hong-yan raised an eyebrow, her queenly demeanor returning, only this time with an added touch of inexplicable charm. She uncorked the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine. As soon as the wine is poured into the glass, a rich aroma instantly fills the air. The aroma was very strong, carrying a heat. Just by smelling it, Soo-yeon felt the fire-type spiritual energy in his dantian jump. Drink. Jung Hong-yan picked up a cup and handed it to Soo-yeon, then picked up another cup for herself and took a big gulp. The red wine flowed down her lips, slid down her slender neck, and finally disappeared into the bottomless cleavage. Sister Jung, let's talk this out. Don't be so aggressive right from the start. Soo-yeon took the wine glass and took a small sip. Boom. This isn't wine, it's practically lava. One bite, and it burned from my throat all the way down to my stomach. Soo-yeon's face turned red instantly. Awesome. Jung Hong-yan slammed her empty cup on the table, looking at Soo-yeon with a dazed expression. Soo-yeon, do you know? I actually envy Lin Xingying. She suddenly blurted out something out of the blue. Soo-yeon was taken aback. Why would you envy her? She's younger than you, and not as successful or rich as you. I envy her because she still has people to protect her from the wind and rain. Jung Hong-yan gave a bitter smile and poured herself another glass. Although Lin Jinan is a cunning old fox, he truly loves his daughter. He would turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down for Lin Xingying. But what about me? She pointed out the window. My dad is lying in bed now, his life hanging in the balance. All my uncles and aunts wish they could tear me apart and sell me for money. Even that lackey Jian who dares to give me attitude. She picked up her glass and took another big gulp. Sometimes I think, if the Jiang family is ruined, I'll just find a place where nobody knows me, marry an honest man, have 2 children, and live an ordinary life. At this point, she suddenly moved closer to Soo-yeon, reeking of alcohol and fragrance. Soo-yeon, tell me, if I didn't have this level of cultivation, and I wasn't some young lady from the Jiang family, would you still want me? Soo-yeon looked at the face so close to hers. Because she had been drinking, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were wet, like a kitten that had been drenched in rain. He no longer resembled a powerful marquis. Sure, Soo-yeon said without hesitation. If you were an ordinary person, I'd support you. I have hands and feet, how could I let you go hungry? That's a lie. Jung Hong-yan stretched out her finger and tapped Soo-yeon's nose. If you could support me, would you need to be a gigolo everywhere? Soo-yeon blushed. This is my life's ideal. You don't understand. Being a kept man is a skill, supporting a woman is a responsibility. The two are not contradictory. Jung Hong-yan was amused by him. That smile was truly captivating. She leaned into Soo-yeon's arms and nuzzled her head against his chest. Soo-yeon, I'm scared. Her voice was soft and trembled slightly. I'm afraid I'll lose tomorrow. I'm afraid the Jiang family's centuries-old legacy will be destroyed in my hands. I'm afraid the brothers who followed me died in vain. Soo-yeon sighed and reached out to put his arm around her waist. That waist is so thin and so supple. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Soo-yeon whispered in her ear, so what if he's a King Realm expert? So what if he's Yi Tian? We'll get past this tonight. Jiang Hongyan raised her head, her eyes gradually becoming clear. The alcohol was kicking in, but it also dispelled her worries. Good. She stood up and shakily took Su-yun's hand. Tonight, I'm giving myself to you, sister. Chapter 52 The Law of Fusion. After saying this, her already beautiful face turned an astonishing shade of red. The room was dimly lit, with only a few streaks of dark red light filtering in from the crater outside the window, which glowed red across half the sky, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. The bottle of dragon's blood wine was almost empty. Jiang Hongyan held the last half cup of wine in her hand, her eyes already somewhat glazed over. Her black lace slip dress blended almost seamlessly into the shadows in the dim light, with only her large expanse of exposed skin appearing dazzlingly white. Feeling a bit hot from the alcohol, her long legs unconsciously crossed and rubbed together gently, the hem of her skirt brushing up to her thighs, revealing a breathtaking curve. Su-yun sat opposite her, feeling as if a fire was burning in her throat. This liquor is indeed potent. Su-yun didn't know how to answer for a moment, and at that moment she felt that Jiang Hongyan's bright face had become somewhat lonely. What kind of courage did this inexperienced girl have to say such a thing? Su-yun. Su-yun responded, but his gaze drifted uncontrollably toward her chest. There, the waves surged and swelled with each breath, making one dizzy just looking at them. Do you think I'm pretty stupid? Jiang Hongyan tilted her head back and downed the last sip of wine. A drop of red liquid slid down her chin, flowed down her slender neck, and finally disappeared into the bottomless cleavage. Su-yun swallowed hard and looked away. What's so foolish about it? It's that instead of enjoying the good fortune, they insist on playing mind games with a bunch of old foxes? Ha! Jiang Hongyan chuckled lightly, stood up, and swayed as she walked to Su-yun. She wasn't wearing shoes, her bare feet were on the carpet, her toes round and cute, painted with deep red nail polish. She looked down at Su-yun, and then without warning straddled his lap. Su-yun didn't know what to do with her hands. This pose is a bit too advanced. Jiang Hongyan wrapped her arms around his neck, her forehead pressed against his, her warm, alcohol-scented breath spraying onto his face. It's foolish that they could just tie you up and squeeze every last drop of value out of you, but instead they insist on talking about feelings and drinking with you. Su-yun gently placed his hands on her waist. The touch was as smooth as touching the finest silk. Sister Jiang, let's be reasonable. If you really tie me up, that's called abducting a man, which is illegal. Su-yun smiled and gently stroked her waist with his hand. Besides, if you're forced into it, the experience is terrible. It's not only unromantic, but it might even affect the treatment's effectiveness. Jiang Hongyan trembled as he touched her, letting out a soft hum. She raised her head, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with moisture, as if they held two pools of spring water. So now, are you willing? Su-yun looked at her. It's so heartbreaking. A powerful nobleman and a young lady from a wealthy family are forced to gamble their lives in this way. I am willing. We need to get down there. And we have to go even deeper. The thing I sensed is under the magma. Only by getting it, and given the environment there, will we have a chance to take a gamble. Jiang Hongyan stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. That smile was truly captivating. Let's go. She leaned close to Su-yun's ear and gently bit his earlobe. Then let's go down there. As long as you can help me break through, I'll go with you even if it's to hell, let alone under the lava. Upon returning to the fire spirit realm, that familiar heat washed over me. But this time, neither of them cared about the heat. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su-yun felt a call from the depths of the earth. The illusory red string on her wrist vibrated rapidly. It's right down there. Su-yun walked to the edge of the lava lake and looked down at the churning crimson liquid. At this moment, Su-yun was surrounded by three-colored spiritual energy. The innermost layer was light green E-wood energy, which provided him with the guarantee of life through his E-wood longevity body. In the middle was bright golden gunmetal energy. The outermost layer is composed of the aura of fire composed of tiny fragments of laws. The temperature next to the pool was close to 100 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person standing there would probably die in just a few minutes. Although Jiang Hongyan possessed the body of fire, she was still burning up due to the stimulation of this environment. Her black lace dress was already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining every curve. Are you able to get down? Or should I help you? Jiang Hongyan looked at the bubbling lava with a worried expression. The magma here is not ordinary magma, it contains the poison of the Earth's core fire. Even a Grandmaster level protective aura cannot withstand it for long. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Soo-yun took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. After so many treatments, his muscle definition became more pronounced, and a golden blue glow subtly flowed beneath his skin. Wait for me upstairs. Get yourself into top shape. Soo-yun turned to look at her. When I come up later, it might be a bit noisy. After saying that, he took a deep breath and, without any hesitation, jumped. Thump! There wasn't much water splashing. Soo-yun's figure vanished instantly into the viscous lava. Jiang Hongyan subconsciously took a step forward, her hands tightly gripping the front of her clothes. What does it feel like to be under magma? Soo-yun's current feeling is heavy. The magma here is incredibly dense. Every inch of movement requires tremendous physical exertion. Moreover, the all-around squeezing sensation felt like it was trying to squeeze out his internal organs. The three-colored spiritual energy repelled the magma 3 feet away from the body, and the surroundings turned crimson, making it impossible to see anything. Fortunately, he had the heavenly red thread. The red guide was exceptionally clear in the lava, pointing straight down. The green, life-giving energy is constantly repairing the skin that has been eroded by the fire poison. Dive down. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. The pressure is mounting. Soo-yun felt her bones creaking. When we reached 800 meters, the surrounding temperature had reached an alarming level. Even the gung metal shield began to crack. Just when Soo-yun was about to give up, a faint blue light suddenly appeared in front of him. In this world dominated by crimson, that touch of blue seemed out of place, yet strangely sacred. Soo-yun gritted her teeth and swam across with all her might. It was a black stone platform suspended in the center of the magma. On the platform, a fragment no bigger than the palm of a hand lay quietly. It is dark red all over, with ancient cloud patterns engraved on it, but a chill flows from the gaps in those patterns. Ding! Soul weapon fragment detected, Jiang Yueling. Power of laws detected. Is it absorbed? Without any hesitation, Soo-yun reached out and grabbed the fragment. Boom! An indescribable chill instantly rushed up my arm and into my body. At that moment, Soo-yun felt as if his soul was about to freeze. But then, the heavenly Tao red rope within his body suddenly lit up, like a giant dragon awakening, swallowing the chill in one gulp. Analyzing the rules. Laws are merging. Soo-yun suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was as red as fire, and his right eye was as blue as ice. An immense amount of energy, so powerful it felt like his body was about to explode, burst forth in his dantian. No! This energy is too strong. I need to vent this immediately. With a push of his feet, Soo-yun shot forward like an arrow, braving immense pressure, towards the red light above. Jiang Hongyan, are you ready? Chapter 53 Offense and Defense in Transformation. The lava lake remained calm for about 10 minutes. Jiang Hongyan stood on the fire essence jade platform on the shore, her heart beating a little fast. While circulating her internal energy to calm the turbulent blood and chi, she stared intently at the spot where Soo-yun had disappeared. 10 minutes is just the time it takes for an average person to scroll through a few short videos, but here, every second is torture. Her black lace dress was completely soaked and clung to her body uncomfortably, so she gritted her teeth and squeezed hard with her hands. Hiss. The expensive fabric was instantly reduced to shreds. Anyway, there's no one else here, and save time. She took a deep breath, letting the scorching air fill her lungs, trying to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Just then, a huge bubble suddenly rose from the calm surface of the lava lake. Glug! Then came the second, the third. The entire lake's surface began to tremble violently, as if some enormous creature was awakening. They're here. Jiang Hongyan's eyes lit up, and the fire energy within her body instantly reached its peak. Boom! With a loud bang, the magma exploded, and crimson liquid splashed up more than 10 meters high. A figure burst forth from the waves, carrying a suffocating aura of the Law of F, and landed heavily on the platform. It's Soo-yun. Without hesitation, Jiang Hongyan waved her arms, and the explosive spiritual energy of the Li fire instantly covered the surroundings to prevent the energy from leaking out. Soo-yun's current appearance stunned Jiang Hongyan. He was completely naked, and his skin glowed with an eerie light. The left half of his body was fiery red, with faint golden patterns shimmering within. The right half of his body gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light, as if covered by a thin layer of ice. His left eye was fiery red, and his right eye was icy blue. Just one glance from him made Jiang Hongyan feel as if the blood in her body was about to freeze, and then it would boil over again. Su Yun, you. Jiang Hongyan hesitated, then realized her voice was trembling. Su Yun remained silent. He is feeling very unwell right now. The power of the laws contained in that fragment of the Jiang Yuling was too domineering. It was a divine object that suppressed rivers in ancient times. Although it was just a fragment, the extreme coldness and the earth's core fire here clashed wildly within his body. Although the heavenly Tao red thread is trying its best to harmonize, it will really explode if this energy of law is not guided out. He walked step by step toward Jiang Hongyan. With each step, a crack would appear on the fire jade ground beneath his feet, half of it charred black and the other half covered in frost. Sister Jiang. Su Yun finally spoke, are you ready? Looking at him like this, Jiang Hongyan was not afraid at all. Instead, she felt the essence of the fire that had been suppressed for 30 years in her body cheering and jumping for joy. It was prepared a long time ago. Jiang Hongyan pursed her lips and let out a breathtaking smile. Instead of backing down, she took the initiative to meet her. As a powerful figure who had been granted the title of Marquis, and as a female war goddess who had fought her way out of the border region, she had never known what it meant to be passive. Even in something like this, she wants to maintain control. She walked up to Su Yun, pressed her hands firmly on his shoulders, and then pushed him away forcefully. Su Yun's internal energy was in disarray, and her lower body was unstable. She was actually pushed down onto the stone platform. The ground of the fire essence jade was scorching hot, but Su Yun felt it was just right. The heat on his back slightly relieved the chill in his body. Su Yun, remember this. Jiang Hongyan looked down at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with wildness. Today, it's your sister who slept with you. Having said that, she no longer hesitated and began speaking from her elevated position. Boom! This is not merely a combination of cultivation techniques, but a collision of two completely different laws of power. The essence of fire within Jiang Hongyan's body was fire of the purest and most extreme purity. At this moment, Su Yun's body was filled with the extreme cold law brought by Jiang Yueling, as well as the pure yang energy transformed from the heavenly Tao red rope. Ice and fire. Yin and yang. These two forces found an outlet at that moment and intertwined wildly. Jiang Hongyan let out a high-pitched scream. That's incredible. This energy is too strong. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her soul trembling. It instantly overwhelmed her reason. Su Yun wasn't much better off. Jiang Hongyan was like a giant furnace, instantly absorbing most of the chill from his body, and then feeding back an even purer and more violent fire energy. The speed of this energy exchange is more than 100 times faster than the last time we held hands and hugged. Ding! Interaction with the laws of depth detected. Law fusion level, 10%, 20%. The heavenly red string is operating at full power. The notification sounds were flooding his mind, but Su Yun couldn't care less. His current feeling is cool. The feeling of having your meridians stretched open and your strength steadily increasing is simply addictive. But soon, he discovered a problem. Jiang Hongyan is too fierce. This woman truly lives up to her reputation as a marquis-level expert. Her physical strength is abnormally good, and she's always been assertive, even in a situation like this. Jiang Hongyan's eyes were glazed over, her long hair was wildly dancing, and sweat dripped from her chin onto Su Yun's chest. I need to break through. I need power. Give it to me. Give it all to me. The energy within her body was rising rapidly. From the original peak of the 7th rank of Marquis. Then he was granted the title of Marquis of the 8th rank. She was like a greedy predator, tirelessly taking from others. Su Yun felt that her dignity had been challenged. I'm here to help, not to be a tool. Moreover, while this passive feeling is also quite enjoyable, it just doesn't feel quite right. He was always the one being suppressed. Jiang Hongyan. The heavenly Tao red rope within his body suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. You want power, right? Then I'll give it to you. The world spun around. The next second, their positions were completely switched. Jiang Hongyan exclaimed in surprise, and before she could react, the offensive and defensive positions had been reversed. Now it's my turn. Su Yun's left eye glowed bright red, while his right eye glowed faintly blue. That powerful sense of oppression even made Jiang Hongyan, a powerful marquis, feel a slight tremor in her heart. That was suppression from the level of laws. It also stems from men's desire for conquest. You. Just as Jiang Hongyan was about to say something, her lips were forcefully sealed with a kiss. What happened next is hard to describe. He was no longer cautious. A red mist enveloped the two figures, with only sounds that made one blush and their heart race emanating from them. It's very regular. Chapter 54: A Song of Ice and Fire. 800 meters underground, in the world of magma, there is no concept of time. Here, only red and blue are frantically blending together. Suyun felt like she was about to crack open. It really cracked, in a physical sense. The chill brought by that Zhang Yuling was not the winter wind, but an annihilation that directly affected the soul, freezing even one's thoughts. Zhang Hongyan is like that active volcano that is currently erupting. She was too hot. This heat would normally be enough to burn Suyun to ashes, but at this moment it was his only lifeline. Hold me. Zhang Hongyan's voice had changed, carrying a sobbing tone and trembling that would never be heard under normal circumstances. She was incredibly strong, as if she wanted to meld herself into Suyun's very being. She was feeling very unwell. The essence of fire was running rampant in her body, and the pain of her meridians being stretched to the point of bursting almost drove her mad. But as the extreme cold current surged into Suyun's body, the pain instantly became numb. It was like parched earth receiving a torrential downpour. It was like a red-hot iron being quenched in ice water. Sizzle. The contact between their skin even produced a sound of energy clashing, and puffs of white mist rose up. The fog was instantly evaporated by the surrounding high temperature, and then quickly regenerated, in a continuous cycle. Suyun gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel the heavenly Tao red thread operating wildly. The invisible red thread had turned a dazzling golden red, like a bridge forcibly connecting these two diametrically opposed laws. Zhang Hongyan, you're sucking way too hard. This woman is a bottomless pit. Every cell in her body was greedily devouring the icy laws that Suyun had sent over. That kind of plundering is instinctive, domineering, and completely unreasonable. Give me, it's not enough. Zhang Hongyan's eyes were glazed over, her once sharp peach blossom eyes now filled with tears. She couldn't hear what Suyun was saying at all. She was just instinctively seeking the coolness brought by the laws. She felt that cool power repairing her riddled meridians and neutralizing her raging fire poison. Her long, wine-red hair danced in the heat, a few strands clinging to Suyun's face, carrying a unique, subtle fragrance. Suyun gasped. This is because he possesses the E with longevity body, which grants him abnormal recovery abilities. Otherwise, any other man would have been turned into dried radish by this woman long ago. Suyun was also aroused to be ferocious. A man's pride prevents him from admitting defeat, especially in matters like this. He suddenly mobilized all the power within his body, no longer suppressing the law energy within him that was of a higher rank than any other spiritual power, but instead actively activating it. Boom! An even more terrifying cold wave erupted. Suyun's right eye instantly turned a pure, dark blue, and even his eyelashes were covered with a layer of frost. At this moment, ice and fire completely spiraled out of control. The originally distinct red and blue lights began to spin wildly, eventually transforming into a massive purple-gold vortex that completely engulfed the two individuals. Suyun felt her consciousness beginning to blur. All he remembered was that hot, delicate body and that smooth, slippery touch. I don't know how much time has passed. It might be an hour, or it might be a whole day. The churning of the lava lake gradually subsided, but the purplish gold light grew ever brighter. Suyun felt as if she had turned into a tree. The roots took hold in Zhang Hongyan's body, drawing upon the vast, ocean-like essence of the fire. The branches and leaves stretched into the void, devouring the icy laws within the fragment. Metal generates water, water generates wood, and wood generates fire. The five elements achieved a wonderful cycle within his body. However, Zhang Hongyan, who is the vessel for this, is in a very strange state at this moment. She quieted down. No longer demanding as frantically as before, but instead curled up in Suyun's arms like a docile kitten. Her skin had a translucent quality, and the blood flowing in her veins was no longer fresh blood, but liquefied flames. But there is a door deep within her dantian. It was an invisible door, yet it truly existed. The gate to becoming a king. This gate has blocked countless exceptionally talented geniuses, leaving them to linger outside its gates for their entire lives. Over the past 100 years, no fewer than 20 members of the Jiang family have reached the peak of the 9th rank of marquis, but only 3 have successfully entered the rank of king. Zhang Hongyan couldn't even touch the door before, because the fire poison made her afraid to push it with all her might. But now, she stands in front of the door. And she had the key. Suyun. Zhang Hongyan suddenly opened her eyes. Deep within her pupils, a red lotus flower was slowly taking shape. Help me, push it away. She whispered in Suyun's ear, her voice as soft as a breeze, yet more resolute than ever before. Although Suyun's consciousness was somewhat confused at this moment, his body's instincts were still intact. He could sense that the power within Jiang Hongyan's body had reached its peak, like a dam filled with water, just waiting for the final strike. Good. Suyun didn't waste any words. He took a deep breath and poured the last bit of his available energy into Jiang Hongyan's body. This is the final boost. Rumble. Jiang Hongyan's body trembled violently. She felt an unimaginably large surge of heat rush into her dantian from the point where the two were connected. This surge of heat was incredibly powerful, instantly igniting all the spiritual energy she had accumulated over time. Combustion. A complete combustion. Every cell in her body was cheering, and every meridian was roaring. Break! Jiang Hongyan bit Suyun's shoulder hard, blood seeped out, but she didn't care anymore. She used all her strength, unleashing her devastating power, and slammed it violently against the door. Click! A crisp cracking sound resonated simultaneously deep within their souls. The seemingly indestructible door cracked open. Then came the second, the third. Countless fragments of laws poured out from the crack in the door. The fragments were crimson, like dancing fire butterflies, fluttering around Jiang Hongyan. Suyun was stunned. It's so beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Hongyan was enveloped in a sacred red light. The sweat on her body evaporated instantly, her skin became crystal clear, and she exuded an aura of majesty that made people want to worship her. That was the aura of a powerful king. It is also a baptism of the law. Not enough. Jiang Hongyan suddenly let out a low growl. She wasn't content with merely opening the door a crack. She wanted a complete opening, a perfect promotion. Not satisfied with the current progress, she suddenly turned the tables and regained control. She wanted to use Suyun as a whetstone to thoroughly hone and perfect her skills. Suyun felt like a fallen leaf, being blown up and down by the wind. But he did not resist. Instead, they cooperated with her and steadily helped her reach the king-level realm. Salute! I admire you. Cough. Chapter 55 Grandmaster 9th Rank? The lava lake deep at the bottom has finally returned to calm. Only a few occasional bubbles broke the deathly silence with their gurgling sounds. Suyun lay on the fire essence jade platform, feeling as if his body had been disassembled and then reassembled. However, after this refreshing sourness comes an unprecedented feeling of fullness. He moved his fingers, and the three elements of metal, wood, and fire flowed through his fingertips. The smooth feeling made him want to groan out loud. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on checking his physical condition. Upon seeing this, Suyun almost jumped off the stone platform. Grandmaster level 9. Still at the peak of the 9th rank. Suyun couldn't help but swallow. Keep in mind that he was only a Grandmaster level 3 before he jumped down. How much time has passed? A few hours? This is how he soared to the pinnacle of Grandmaster like a rocket? If this gets out, those old guys outside who have been struggling to reach the Grandmaster level for decades will probably be so angry they'll have a stroke on the spot. This fragment of Jiang Yueling's laws is truly ruthless. Are soul weapons really that powerful? Why didn't Ji Chen's soul weapons seem particularly overpowered back then? Perhaps it's because there are differences between the different soul weapons. Suyun was secretly astonished. He knew very well that this was because he had channeled most of the power of the laws into Jiang Hongyan's body to help her break through the gate to becoming a king. What remains in one's body are nothing more than scraps and pure yang energy transformed by the heavenly Tao red string. Even from this small scrap, he managed to advance 6 minor realms. If I swallowed it all. Suyun shivered. I guess I'd be blown up into a firework by now. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Hongyan beside him. The newly promoted king-level expert was lying on his side on the stone platform with his back to him. At this moment, she was only wearing the shirt that Suyun had taken off, which was still in relatively good condition. The man's shirt looked unusually large on her, which only accentuated her slender figure. Those two long, slender, fair legs were exposed, gleaming with a warm, ivory-like sheen under the dark red glow of the lava. Jiang Hongyan didn't move. Her breathing was deep and even, as if she were asleep. But Suyun could sense that her aura had completely changed. The Jiang Hongyan of the past was like a raging fire that could explode at any moment, hurting herself and others. But now, she is as quiet as a dormant volcano. That sense of power was restrained to the extreme. Peak of the first rank of king. He was just one step away from being crowned a king of the second rank. Su-Yun quietly began to circulate the heavenly Dao red rope within his body. The illusory red line trembled slightly, and an obscure fluctuation instantly enveloped the entire body. To conceal one's shortcomings is essential. An 18-year-old grandmaster at the 9th level, this is no longer a genius, this is a prodigy, this is a heretic. If some people with ulterior motives find out, they'll probably not only try to win him over, but also dissect and study him, or nip him in the bud. In this cutthroat world, you can never have too many trump cards. Su-Yun suppressed his cultivation aura to around the 2nd level of a grandmaster before finally letting out a sigh of relief. While this level still represents top-tier genius, it's at least more acceptable to people. Woke up? A slightly hoarse voice came from behind. Zhang Hongyan had already sat up at some point. She pulled her shirt tighter, the movement languid yet exuding an indescribable charm. As she moved, one of her shoulders was exposed, with several ambiguous red marks still visible on it. Su-Yun's throat tightened at the sight. This woman was a vixen. Sister Jiang, congratulations. Su-Yun grinned and leaned closer, his hand resting restlessly on her waist. Big shot at the king realm, does this mean I can live off her with even more confidence now? Zhang Hongyan didn't tease him back as usual, nor did she slap his hand away. She simply stared silently at the lava lake before her, her eyes somewhat vacant. That bright and beautiful face no longer held its usual arrogance. Instead, it held a poignant sadness. Su-Yun was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Hongyan gave him a very strange feeling. She just sat there. Like a proud and solitary red lotus, it blooms in solitude season after season. She used to have the excuse of fire poison to vent her anger and become irritable. But now that the fire poison is gone and her cultivation level has been broken, she stands at the peak that countless people dream of, yet she feels somewhat lost. The heavy burden of family responsibilities, the safety of the border, and those relatives with their own hidden agendas. These things were like mountains, pressing down heavily on her frail shoulders. Su-Yun. She stretched out her hand and looked at her slender fingers. These were the very hands that just pushed open the gate to becoming a king. Su-Yun put away his playful smile. He shifted his body and gently hugged her from behind. Zhang Hongyan's body stiffened for a moment, then softened and she leaned against his chest. Sister Jiang, not everything needs to be carried by you. Su-Yun rested his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. But I'm still here, aren't I? You? Zhang Hongyan snorted. You're just a gigolo. What's wrong with being a kept man? You're still doing it because you have the ability. Su-Yun said confidently, besides, you're now a king-level expert, one of the very elite in the Great Xia Kingdom. If anyone dares to bully you, just burn them. If you can't burn them. What if it can't be burned? If I can't burn it, I'll just run away with you. Su-Yun chuckled, anyway, I'm fast on my feet. Let's find a secluded place to live and make them furious. Zhang Hongyan burst out laughing. She turned around, cupped Su-Yun's face in her hands, and looked at Su-Yun with such seriousness that Su-Yun felt a little flustered. Su-Yun, thank you. This thank you is heartfelt. Without Su-Yun, she wouldn't even know how to cope with the changes in her family. With our relationship, saying thank you would be too formal. Su-Yun raised an eyebrow. If you really want to thank me, how about something more practical? His gaze swept downwards. Zhang Hongyan blushed and pinched his waist hard. Haven't you had enough of this? Hurry up and get dressed, it's probably a complete mess up upstairs. Chapter 56 The Yi Family, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Zhang Hongyan has regained her former queen-like aura. She took out spare clothes from her storage ring and changed into them. It was a dark red combat suit, the tight cut of which perfectly outlined her devilish figure, especially her long legs, which appeared even straighter and longer under the combat boots, full of explosive power. Su-Yun changed back into his own clothes and reverted to his somewhat carefree demeanor. Sister Jiang, just now down there, when I was absorbing that fragment, I felt like I had some strange information in my mind. While adjusting his cuffs, Su-Yun tentatively asked, what's this wild well and soul weapon, what are all these things? Zhang Hongyan paused for a moment as she was fastening her belt. She turned around and looked at Su-Yun with a serious expression, you sensed it? It's blurry. Su-Yun nodded. Zhang Hongyan took a deep breath, walked to the side and sat down, gesturing for Su-Yun to sit down as well. Originally, you were supposed to come into contact with these things after you reached the Marquis realm. But since you've already sensed them, and well, your current strength is indeed a bit strange, it won't hurt to tell you in advance. Zhang Hongyan organized her thoughts and slowly began to speak. Su Yun, what do you think is the biggest difference between the King realm and the previous Grandmaster and Marquis realms? Su Yun thought for a moment. Stronger? Able to fly higher? Shallow. Zhang Hongyan shook her head. The accumulation of power is only a quantitative change. Reaching the King realm is a qualitative change. The core lies in two words: laws. Grandmasters cultivate qi, marquises cultivate intention, and kings cultivate the laws. Zhang Hongyan stretched out her hand, and a ball of crimson gold flame danced in her palm. The flame appeared to have no temperature, but the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Look, this is the leaf fire that contains the laws. Before, I used fire by relying on spiritual power. Now, fire can be controlled by my will. I am fire, and fire is me. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. But if you want to comprehend the laws, you can't just stay in seclusion and meditate. This involves what you just mentioned, Arai. Zhang Hongyan's eyes became somewhat deep, as if she were talking about some family secret. In this world, besides the human realm we live in, there are many other spaces. These spaces are separated by thick barriers, known as Heavenstadt. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the peak of the Marquis level, would be instantly crushed into mincemeat if they encountered a heavenly abyss. Only those who have reached the King realm and have initially mastered the power of the laws can open a passage through the weak points of the heavenly rift. And in the crevices of these ravines, there exists a special area that we call the Desolate Well. Su Yun listened intently. What's in that abandoned well? Treasure? Yes and no. Zhang Hongyan said in a deep voice, there is no spiritual energy in the Desolate Well. Once you go in, all your cultivation will be sealed, and you can only rely on your physical strength. But there lives a special kind of creature, the soul weapon. I know about Horcruxes, but... Su Yun was taken aback. A soul weapon can be alive? In the deserted well, they are alive. Zhang Hongyan explained. They may be human, wild beast, or some kind of monster. They have thoughts, societies, and even nations. But once they are subdued by a king-level expert and taken out of the wasteland, it will transform into the weapon form most suitable for that person. This weapon is inherently imbued with the power of laws, making it a standard accessory for king-level experts. More importantly, through communication with the soul weapon, we can comprehend the laws more quickly. At this point, Zhang Hongyan sighed. The reason why Yi Tian, that madman from the Yi family, is so strong is because he was extremely lucky when he was at the first level of the king level, and he managed to grab a top-level soul weapon in the Desolate Well. Su Yun listened with great interest. Can a living weapon transform into a human form? This sounds a bit like... Does the Jiang family have any abandoned wells? Su Yun asked curiously. Zhang Hongyan nodded. The ancestors of the Jiang family did indeed discover a relatively stable chasm node that leads to a desolate well. She paused, a bitter look on her face. That's the legacy left by our ancestors. Although I've broken through, my realm is still unstable. Entering the desolate well comes at an extremely high cost. If one is not from a powerful family, one might not even be able to protect their own heavenly rift. Each time we enter, we must prepare spiritual items half a month in advance to stabilize the nodes of the heavenly rift, so as to ensure that we are not harmed when passing through the heavenly rift. To enter the desolate well, one needs to be at the peak of one's energy, spirit, and mental state, and after entering the king sealing realm, one's comprehension of the laws must reach a small critical point, that is, when one advances. Advanced? Su Yun didn't understand. Zhang Hongyan patiently explained. It's a minor advancement. After reaching the king realm, you can advance once for each complete application of a law. From king level 1 to king level 9, you advance all the way up in this way. Yi Tian's visit this time is definitely not for good purposes. If I'm not mistaken, one of his goals is our family's heavenly rift node. Su Yun narrowed her eyes. Trying to take over our territory? It's not just about seizing territory. Zhang Hongyan sneered. He wants to completely turn the Zhang family into the Yi family's backyard. That point in time is of great strategic significance. Su Yun stood up and dusted off his backside. Who cares about wells or anything like that? Since it belongs to Sister Jiang, no one can take it away from her. He walked up to Zhang Hongyan and reached out to tidy her slightly messy bangs. Let's go, Sister Jiang. Let's go upstairs and meet that so-called young master from Beijing. The Zhang family's main hall was very grand, filled with heavy-looking black ironwood furniture, exuding a somber atmosphere. However, the atmosphere is a bit oppressive right now. Soo-yun sat in a grand chair next to the main seat, peeling an orange in his hand, looking completely nonchalant. After all that commotion last night, he now sees everyone as handsome and attractive, mainly because he's in a good mood. He's at the peak of the 9th level of a grandmaster. If he were to train on his own, it would probably take him another 2 or 3 years. Cough cough, okay, 7 or 8 years. Jung Hongyan sat in the main seat. She even changed into a long dress before coming back, and now she was leaning back lazily in her chair, holding a teacup in her hand, but there was no smile in her peach blossom eyes. A middle-aged man was standing in the lobby. This man is incredibly rough-looking. His face was covered in a thick beard like steel needles, and his military uniform was washed until it was almost white, with many black bloodstains on it. It was hard to tell whether they were from the strange beast or his own. His left sleeve was empty, clearly indicating that he had lost an arm. This man is Zhong Weiguo, the top official of the Zhang family on the border defense line of Yuzhang Road, and an old man who watched Zhang Hongyan grow up. Young miss. This matter cannot be left like this. Zhong Weiguo's voice was like a broken gong, so loud it seemed like dust was about to fall from the roof. That bastard Zhang Shan, he's cutting off the lifeline of tens of thousands of brothers on the front lines. Half of the supplies have been withheld. How are we supposed to fight this battle? Yesterday's Blackfire Spirit attack, if it weren't for the brothers risking their lives to hold them off, the defensive line would have been breached. Zhang Hongyan put down her teacup, her voice soft but tinged with coldness. Uncle Zhong, please have a seat. I know what happened with second uncle's withholding of supplies. Having numbers alone is not enough. Zhong Weiguo had a short temper, and his eyes were wide open like copper bells. Young miss, I know you're having a tough time. The patriarch is seriously ill, and those old phobies are sabotaging us. But now the Yi family is practically crawling all over us. I heard that Yi Tian is coming today? And he wants you to marry him? Bah! What is the Yi family anyway? Does he even deserve to marry Miss Yi? After saying that, Zhong Weiguo's bull-like eyes suddenly swept over Soo-yun. He saw this pretty boy as soon as he came in. He looks quite presentable, with fair and delicate skin, and looks like he's never suffered any hardship. Most importantly, the way this kid sat there peeling oranges, so relaxed, was completely out of place with the tense atmosphere in the hall. And who is this? Zhong Weiguo's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. Zhang Hongyan smiled and glanced at Soo-yun. This is Soo-yun, my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Zhong Weiguo was stunned for a moment, then his face turned even uglier. Miss, please stop joking around at a time like this. This guy is, what's the word again? A gigolo? Soo-yun popped the last segment of orange into her mouth, clapped her hands, and looked at Zhong Weiguo with a smile. Uncle Zhong, right? So what if you live off a woman? You need to have good teeth to live off a woman, most people can't even afford that. You. Zhong Weiguo was so angry that his beard was trembling. The front lines are in turmoil, and there's internal strife in the family. You're a grown man, and instead of thinking about how to help, you're hiding behind a woman. What kind of skill is that? I think all you have is a pretty face. Soo-yun wasn't angry. Instead, she leaned back and crossed her legs. Uncle Zhong is right, I'm just good looking. Sister Jiang likes my face, isn't that infuriating? All right. Zhang Hongyan interrupted Zhong Weiguo before he could utter a curse. Her eyes held a helpless look as she looked at Soo-yun, and she turned to Zhong Weiguo, saying, Uncle Zhong, Soo-yun is not an outsider. In fact, we really need him to solve the Yi family's troubles this time. Zhong Weiguo looked incredulous. Rely on him? Rely on his mouth? Zhang Hongyan didn't explain, but simply tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest. The Yi family should be arriving soon, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A guard from the Zhang family ran in, sweating profusely. Young miss. They're here. The Yi family is here. Second master. Second master led them straight in. Upon hearing this, Zhong Weiguo jumped to his feet, placed one hand on the sword at his waist, and instantly unleashed a murderous aura. That traitor Jiang Shan. Bringing outsiders into our own yard? I'll chop him up today. Zhang Hongyan remained seated and did not move. She straightened her skirt, then crossed her long legs, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. She turned to look at Soo-yun, her eyes filled with a question. Soo-yun shrugged, stood up, walked behind her, and naturally placed his hands on her rounded, fragrant shoulders, gently kneading them. Why are all the Yi family members the same? They're all hypocrites and snakes in a den. Chapter 57. I heard you have two beautiful twin sisters? The hall fell silent. The group of people who walked in from outside made very light footsteps, but each step felt like it was treading on one's heart. The leader was a young man. He is indeed good-looking, one could even say he is a handsome man. His well-tailored white suit looked out of place on Yuzhong Road, which was filled with the smell of sulfur and dust. He had a smile on his face, but it looked so fake, like a mask stuck to his face. This person is Yi Tian, the eldest son of the Yi family in the capital. Behind him followed three middle-aged men in gray robes. The three men had no expression, their hands tucked into their sleeves, their eyes half open, not even glancing at the other people in the hall. But Su Yun could sense that these three guys were very strong. That aura was far stronger than Zhang Shan's before. He has already reached the middle stage of the Marquis 8. And there are three of them. Su Yun sat in the chair, still holding half an orange in her hand. He leaned slightly closer to Zhang Hongyan, his body almost touching her arm. Sister Jiang, who is this person? He's dressed like he's in a theatrical performance. Su Yun's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had profound cultivation, so what difference was there between this and speaking loudly? Yi Tian paused for a moment. He turned his head, and for the first time, his gaze fell on Su Yun. His gaze was calm as if he were looking at an ant on the roadside, or a clod of mud on the sole of a shoe. Jiang Shan. Yi Tian spoke, his voice gentle and warm, without a trace of anger. Is this what you call a gigolo kept by a confidant? Following behind Yi Tian, Jiang Shan quickly stepped forward, bowing low like a shrimp, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Young Master Yi, please excuse this rudeness. This kid is just an arrogant scoundrel who doesn't know his place. He's spouting nonsense here just because his girlfriend dotes on him. I'll have someone throw him out right now. Second uncle. Zhang Hongyan sat in the main seat, toying with the empty teacup in her hand. She didn't look at Yi Tian or Jiang Shan, but simply called out softly. This is my home, and I'm sitting right here. Today, I'm handling all matters on behalf of my father. Who I keep and who I kick out, when did it become your place to say that? Zhang Shan's face stiffened. He didn't expect Zhang Hongyan to dare to disrespect him like this in front of Yi Tian. My dear. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Zhang Shan shouted. Young Master Yi has come all the way from Beijing for the future of our Jiang family. Are you really going to offend him for the sake of this gigolo? Zhang Hongyan ignored him and turned to look at Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, you've come all this way to this godforsaken place. You didn't just come to watch the Jiang family's domestic affairs, did you? Yi Tian smiled. He wasn't angry, he simply walked over and sat down on the other chair. The three gray-robed men behind him immediately spread out, forming a triangular shape to protect him in the middle. My dear, you still have the same temper. Yi Tian crossed his legs and glanced at Zhang Hongyan. That look in their eyes was very uncomfortable. It didn't feel like looking at a person, but rather like looking at a commodity waiting to be sold, or a fine horse to be bred. I heard you've been stuck at the 5th rank of Marquis for several years? Yi Tian shook his head, looking regretful. What a pity. It would be a waste to squander your talent on fire and poison. So what? Zhang Hongyan looked at him coldly. So I came. Yi Tian snapped his fingers. Zhang Shan immediately pulled a document out of his briefcase and handed it to Yi Tian with both hands. Yi Tian casually tossed the file onto the table and slid down in front of Zhang Hongyan. Sign it. Yi Tian's tone was casual, as if he were giving alms. As long as you marry me and become my concubine, I can ask the Yi family patriarch to help you suppress the fire poison. I know that the Zhang family patriarch, because he shares the same origin as you, will find it difficult to deal with the fire poison in his bloodline. Furthermore, the Zhang family will become a vassal of the Yi family, and I will send people to take over the border defense. Your Zhang family will only need to enjoy the annual dividends. Concubine? Before Zhang Hongyan could speak, Zhong Weigua, who was standing next to her, exploded. Yi Tian. You've gone too far. Our young lady is the future head of the Zhang family. You want her to be your concubine? Dream on. Yi Tian didn't even glance at Zhong Weigua. Noisy. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted instantly, like a mountain pressing down heavily on Zhong Weigua. Although Zhong Weigua was at the peak of being a marquis, the gap between him and being a king was still obvious, and he also had old injuries. Overwhelmed by this aura, he let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his knees buckling, almost causing him to kneel down. Old Zhong. Jiang Hongyan's expression changed, and she was about to get up. A hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Su Yun tossed the orange peel in her hand onto the table and slowly stood up. He didn't even look at the gray-robed man who had made the move, but instead smiled at Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, is that right? You just said you wanted Sister Jiang to be your concubine? Yi Tian finally looked at Su Yun properly. He found it somewhat interesting. Under the pressure of 3 mid-level marquee-level experts, this kid whom Jiang Shan called a gigolo was actually able to stand so straight and even laugh. What? You have a problem with that? Yi Tian asked calmly. There are a lot of opinions. Su Yun walked to the table and picked up the contract. He didn't even look at the contents, he just picked it up and started swinging it around. Young Master Yi, my relatives in the next province have heard your scheme. You want to swallow up the Jiang family, take their territory, sleep with their women, and in the end, you only want the title of concubine? Su Yun clicked his tongue twice, his face full of disdain. That's so petty of you. If I were you, I wouldn't do something so tasteless. Jiang Shan jumped up and down in frustration. Su Yun. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. This contract is young Master Yi's way of saving the Jiang family. Do you know what the situation is like on the front lines? Without the Yi family's support, the Jiang family won't last 3 days. A way out? Su Yun sneered and threw the contract at Jiang Shan's face. Second uncle, do you want this job? Or how about you marry young Master Yi as a concubine? I think you two are a good match, one wants to buy, and the other wants to sell. You. Jiang Shan was so angry that he trembled when the contract was thrown at his face. Yi Tian waved his hand, stopping Jiang Shan from having an outburst. He looked at Su Yun, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Kid, sharp tongue won't save your life. Do you know who I am? I know him. He's the eldest young master of the Yi family in the capital, and he's also a powerful expert who has been granted the title of king. Su Yun looked indifferent. So what? Does being a king-level expert mean you can just steal other people's wives? Wife? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Hongyan isn't married yet, is she? Soon. Su Yun put his arm around Jiang Hongyan's shoulder and pulled her closer to him. Jiang Hongyan smiled and leaned against Su Yun without struggling. This scene made Yi Tian's face darken. The woman he had his eye on was being embraced by another man like that? My beloved, is this your choice? Yi Tian's voice turned colder. You're willing to sacrifice the entire Jiang family for such a piece of trash? Waste? Su Yun spoke before Jiang Hongyan could. He looked Yi Tian up and down, then suddenly revealed a very lewd smile. Young Master Yi, how about we make a deal? Yi Tian frowned. What kind of deal? Look at you, you want the Jiang family, you want Sister Jiang. That's way too much of an appetite. Su Yun counted on her fingers. How about this, I heard you have 2 twin sisters. They are incredibly beautiful, and are famous beauties in the capital. Why not marry them off to me as my concubines? Don't worry, Hongyan will never bully the weak again. Put. Jiang Hongyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. I have no objection. Chapter 58. I have a man now. And I'm very satisfied. Yi Tian sat in the armchair, slapping the contract in his hand repeatedly. His fake smile crumbled, replaced by a chilling look of displeasure at being offended. Who is he? The eldest son of the Yi family in the capital, a powerful expert at the King realm, is always fawned over and treated with utmost respect wherever he goes. Today, in this remote, sulfur-smelling place, I was actually rebuffed by a woman and a gigolo. My beauty, my patience is limited. Yi Tian leaned forward, his posture exuding a sense of oppression. I've given you and the Jiang family plenty of face. But you don't seem to have taken my good intentions seriously. The 3 gray-robed men behind him took a step forward at the same time. Thump. The 3 steps were taken in perfect unison, causing the ground to tremble. 3 powerful auras, typical of mid-stage marquee-level cultivators, were released without reservation, swirling wildly in the enclosed hall, causing the teacup lids on the table to rattle and clang. Su Yun was still peeling oranges. He popped a segment of orange flesh into his mouth, chewing it until the juice spilled out, then mumbled something indistinctly. Sister Jiang, is this person hard of hearing? Didn't we just refuse him? Jiang Hongyan sat in the main seat, toying with the empty teacup in her hand. The dress she was wearing today had a very high slit. When she sat down just now, the hem of the skirt slid down her thighs to both sides, revealing a large section of her fair and smooth skin. She didn't try to cover it up, she just openly exposed herself. Hearing Su Yun's words, Zhang Hongyan smiled, a smile that carried a hint of languor and an indescribable coldness. Yi Tian, this is Yuzhong Road, not the capital. Zhang Hongyan put her teacup on the table. You think you can intimidate people with your power? You've probably come to the wrong place. Using power to intimidate others? Yi Tian stood up and straightened his suit collar. I'm just using my power to intimidate you, what can you do about it? Zhang Hongyan, face reality. With your measly 5th level marquis cultivation, you don't even have the right to speak in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that your body is still somewhat useful, I could have had the Zhang family wiped out right now. After saying that, Yi Tian stomped his foot. Boom! An aura 10 times more terrifying than the 3 gray-robed men combined erupted from him. That was the oppressive aura of a powerful king. The air in the hall was instantly compressed out, forming a visible airwave. The heavy black ironwood furniture creaked so loudly it made your teeth ache, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Zhang Weigua grunted and took more than 10 steps back. Zhang Shan hid behind Yi Tian, a gloating expression on his face. Are you crazy? Keep being crazy. Before a king-level expert, you are nothing but ants. Yi Tian enjoyed this feeling of being in control of everything. He looked down at Zhang Hongyan, waiting to see this proud woman kneel down and beg for mercy, waiting to see fear appear on her beautiful face. But he didn't get to see it. Zhang Hongyan even had the leisure to reach out and wipe the orange juice off Su Yun's lips. Su Yun, you're right. Zhang Hongyan said softly, some people just have hearing problems, they can only hear you when people speak louder. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Hongyan slowly stood up. As she stood up, a wave of heat suddenly exploded in the hall. Call. The oppressive aura released by Yi Tian was burned to ashes in an instant, leaving not a trace, before it even reached Zhang Hongyan. It was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. Immediately afterwards, a crimson light shone from Zhang Hongyan's body. The light was blinding, carrying a supreme nobility and a domineering power that could burn everything. Her red dress fluttered and rustled even without wind, and her long, wine-red hair danced behind her like flames. He shall be made a king. And it's not the kind of beginner who gets crowned a king. That aura was solid and profound, carrying a sense of completeness. That was the aura of the peak of the 1st level of the king level, and even 1 foot was already in the 2nd level. What? Yi Tian's eyes, which had originally held a mocking and arrogant look, were now wide open, his eyeballs almost popping out. He instinctively took 2 steps back. How is this possible? Didn't the intelligence report say that she was plagued by fire poison and stuck at the 5th level of the Marquis rank for several years? This is the 5th rank of Marquis? You. Yi Tian pointed at Zhang Hongyan, you've been hiding your strength all this time? What a deep scheme. Zhang Hongyan took a step forward. Thump. As this step was taken, the entire hall floor shook. The 3 arrogant gray-robed men behind Yi Tian, who had been so domineering just moments before, now seemed to have been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer. They all staggered back several steps, their faces turning deathly pale. Hide? Zhang Hongyan curled her lips into a sneer, I never said I was a 5th rank marquis, that's what you all thought. She took another step forward, her aura rising steadily, and the crimson gold flames almost materialized, forming a huge phantom of a firebird above the hall. Yi Tian, you just said you wanted to wipe out the Zhang family? You think you can take it? Su Yun sat in the back, watching Zhang Hongyan's domineering back, feeling incredibly satisfied. Yi Tian stared intently at Zhang Hongyan, his face ashen as if he had just eaten a dead child. He had calculated everything meticulously, accurately assessing the strengths and weaknesses of the Zhang family, as well as Zhang Hongyan's vulnerabilities. He had even devised a plan for how to divide the Zhang family's assets among himself. But he never expected that this woman was actually a powerful expert who had reached the rank of king. He was crowned a king at the age of 30. What does this mean? Looking across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, those who can break through to the king realm before the age of 30 are all peerless prodigies cherished by the country. Yi Tian only managed to break through at the age of 33 thanks to the endless resources accumulated by his family, and was even regarded as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Yi family. But what about Zhang Hongyan? In this desolate Yuzhong Road, guarding a dilapidated volcano, it is even more monstrous than him. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian's greed instantly overwhelmed his shock. If he wanted to marry Jiang Hongyan before, it was mostly for the Jiang family's territory. Now, his thoughts have changed. A 30-year-old woman was crowned a queen. If we could bring her to the Yi family and have her bear children for them, how strong would the next generation of the Yi family be? A woman with this kind of potential should never be overlooked. Compared to Yi Tian's shock and scheming, Jiang Shan, hiding behind, was completely dumbfounded. His old face was scrunched up like a chrysanthemum, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead along the deep wrinkles, stinging his eyes, but he didn't even dare to wipe it away. It's all over. These three words are now endlessly repeating in Jiang Shan's mind. He always thought he was very smart. Taking advantage of her elder brother's serious illness and her niece's lack of strength, she colluded with the Yi family and used the crisis at the front line to force him to abdicate. With this series of moves, the position of family head is a sure thing. He even mocked Jiang Hongyan in his heart, thinking that although the girl was talented, she was too inexperienced and did not know how to assess the situation. But what about now? He's a powerful figure who has been granted the title of king. In front of a king-level expert, his petty schemes are nothing. It turns out the real clown was himself. Over the years, Jiang Hongyan has shown weakness within the family, swallowed her anger at the elders' meetings, and even repeatedly yielded to the relentless pressure from her second uncle. He thought she was weak, but now it seems she was just watching the show. Beauty. Jiang Shan stammered, trying to explain, this is all a misunderstanding. Second uncle was doing it for the family. Shut up. Jiang Hongyan didn't even turn her head, but simply uttered two words. A wave of heat swept over him, and Jiang Shan felt as if he had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Su Yun watched from the side and shook her head. Oh dear, second uncle's health isn't good, he needs to take some more tonics. Su Yun looked concerned. Yi Tian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his emotions. He comes from a prominent family, and his ability to change his expression is top-notch. Excellent. What a remarkable Jiang Hongyan. Yi Tian suddenly clapped his hands, and that fake smile returned to his face. I admit, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. A 30-year-old king-level expert is indeed qualified to speak to me as an equal. He picked up the contract that Su Yun had thrown on the ground, dusted it off, and then casually tore it into pieces. Snow-white scraps of paper drifted down in a flurry. Since you are a king-level cultivator, then being a concubine is indeed beneath you. Yi Tian looked at Jiang Hongyan with fervent eyes. All right, I've changed my mind. As long as you marry me, you'll be my legal wife, Yi Tian's future matriarch. The Jiang family no longer needs to be a vassal, we can form an alliance. With this powerful alliance, the entire southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom will be ours. Yi Tian felt that the conditions he offered were already quite generous. The position of the principal wife is something that countless socialites in Beijing would fight tooth and nail for. But Jiang Hongyan just looked at him coldly, as if he were an idiot. Yi Tian, can't you understand human language? Jiang Hongyan pointed to Su Yun beside her. I have a man. And I'm very happy with him. Chapter 59 The Soul Weapon Rain Bell and the Seven Kings Pressure. Su Yun puffed out her chest in agreement. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Hongyan's hand, kissed it, and then looked at Yi Tian provocatively. Yi Tian's smile vanished once again. He stared intently at Su Yun's hand that was gripping Jiang Hongyan, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Jiang Hongyan, are you really going to break ties with the Yi family for such a pretty boy? Yi Tian really didn't want to take action. It wasn't because he felt sorry for Jiang Hongyan, but because he was wary of her current strength. If a fight really breaks out, he might not gain any advantage on the Jiang family's home turf. Moreover, Jiang Hongyan has shown great potential. If we can win her over without bloodshed, that would be the best way to maximize our benefits. So he decided to try a different approach. What's the use of just being able to fight these days? It also depends on who has the stronger backing and whose methods are more effective. Jiang Hongyan, you're a smart person too. Yi Tian paced back and forth in the hall, his hands behind his back, his tone turning sinister. You think you can protect the Jiang family just because you've reached the king realm? You're too naive. Your Jiang family, all in all, including you, only has 3 members who have been granted the title of king, right? One of them has already left and is no longer within the territory of Yuzhan Road. There is also an ancestor who is said to have gone into seclusion in a volcano and has not shown his face for 20 years. Many people say that he is already dead. And what about my Yi family? Yi Tian stopped and turned around, a proud look on his face. Our Yi family has 7 members who have been granted the title of king. The moment those 2 words were uttered, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Zhang Weigua had just gotten up from the ground when he heard these words, his body swayed, and a look of despair appeared on his face. 7 people were granted the title of king. This is not just a number, it is a mountain that can crush anyone. In the Great Xia Kingdom, a king-level expert is like a nuclear weapon. A family that has a king can dominate a region. Having 3 of them makes one a first-rate family. Having 7 is what makes it a behemoth. Zhang Hongyan's face also darkened. She was well aware of the Yi family's power, which was why Jiang Shan and his group were desperately trying to curry favor with them. And, my love, have you forgotten something? Yi Tian looked at Jiang Hongyan, a playful smile curving his lips. Your Jiang family cultivates the fire of Li, which is extremely strong in Yang, and is indeed domineering. But our Yi family cultivates the water of Kuei. Water can overcome fire, this is a fundamental principle of nature. As soon as he finished speaking, something flew out from between Yi Tian's eyebrows. Jingle. A clear, melodious bell, yet carrying an indescribable sense of desolation, suddenly rang out in the hall. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to penetrate directly into the depths of one's soul, inexplicably giving rise to a chill and sadness. A pale blue, illusory bell was floating in front of Yi Tian. The bell is composed of light blue water-based principles. It is crystal clear, as if it were formed from the purest rainwater, and is covered with intricate Taoist patterns. Soul Vessel, Rainy Bell. This is my natal soul weapon, which I refined after I moved that great poet who was skilled in mind control and water-based laws in the desolate well. Su Yun thought to himself, influence? More like deception. Given the Yi family's hypocritical nature, it is indeed very possible. Yi Tian gently shook the bell in his hand. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. As the bell rang, the hall, which had been unbearably hot and filled with the smell of sulfur, began to become damp. Tick-tock. A drop of icy rain appeared out of nowhere in mid-air and landed on Zhang Hongyan's protective aura, which was burning with flames. Z. The rainwater evaporated instantly, but the flames around Zhang Hongyan also dimmed slightly. Then came the second drop, the third drop. Countless raindrops appeared out of thin air in the hall, turning into a fine drizzle. This rain, though seemingly gentle, contains the extremely domineering laws of the sunflower water, each drop weighing a ton and carrying an extreme chill. The cicadas chirp mournfully, as evening falls on the long pavilion, and the sudden rain has just stopped. Yi Tian murmured, and the blue aura emitted by the rain bell instantly surged, enveloping the entire hall. Zhang Hongyan felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. Her prized fire law was beginning to crumble under the oppressive force of the pouring rain. The flames were extinguished by the rain, and the heat was swallowed up by the cold. Not only is there an attribute advantage, but Yi Tian's cultivation level is also a genuine second-stage king. They already had a significant advantage. Moreover, Yi Tian also possesses this top-tier soul weapon specifically designed to counter fire-type attacks. Beauty, what do you have to fight me with? Yi Tian stood in the rain, his white suit spotless, surrounded by mist, like a god in the rain. Without the support and supplies of the Yi family, how many days can your Zhang family hold out? 3 days? Or 5 days? Once the defenses break down, those black fire spirits will break out, and the entire Yuzhang road will become a living hell. When the higher-ups investigate, can you, Jiang Hongyan, bear the responsibility? Yi Tian's every word was like a knife, piercing Jiang Hongyan's soft spot precisely, accompanied by the shrill sound of the bell. Jiang Hongyan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Seeing Jiang Hongyan remain silent, Yi Tian smiled. So, my dear, would you like to reconsider my suggestion? As long as you nod, the supplies will arrive immediately. The 7 princes of the Yi family will also be your strongest support. At this moment, Su Yun stood up and stood in front of Jiang Hongyan. The playful smile on his face was gone, and his eyes were cold. Using righteousness to oppress people? Using the people to oppress people? And waving a broken bell around like that? Su Yun looked at Yi Tian, a disdainful smile playing on his lips, and casually picked at his ear. Yi Tian, how dare you call yourself a new generation leader? You're risking the lives of millions for a woman, for territory. Are you even human? You're asking for it. Enraged by Su Yun's slap, Yi Tian could no longer suppress the killing intent in his eyes, and the rain bell in front of him suddenly trembled. Boom! The raindrops instantly transformed into countless sharp water needles, aimed directly at Su Yun's brow. Yi Tian didn't hold back with this attack. He was truly intent on killing. A mere ant who only knows how to talk big dares to publicly humiliate the dignity of a powerful king. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. Su Yun stood still without even blinking. Boom! A burst of crimson flames exploded out of thin air, like a blooming red lotus, instantly enveloping Su Yun. Chapter 60. Next time you two cultivate, could I observe from the sidelines? Hiss hiss hiss. The dense rain of needles struck the flame shield, producing a teeth-grinding quenching sound. White steam instantly filled the air, turning the entire hall into a giant sauna. Jiang Hongyan stood in front of Su Yun. Her red dress fluttered without wind, her long hair danced wildly, and her hands formed a mudra, desperately resisting the onslaught of the rain. Yi Tian! You dare touch him! Jiang Hongyan's voice was sharp and cold. Humph, at the end of its rope. Yi Tian stood in the center of the rain, holding the cyan rain bell in one hand, a cold smile on his face like a cat playing with a mouse. The battle for the title of king is not just about the rules, but also about one's foundation. I have the sole artifact, Rain Bell, empowering me with an inexhaustible flow of the power of laws, while you are empty-handed. What do you have to fight me with? Jingle. As Yi Tian flicked his finger, the illusory cyan bell vibrated once more. The rain in the hall suddenly changed. The originally fine raindrops quickly gathered and transformed into ferocious water dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Jiang Hongyan. Each water dragon contains the immense pressure of Gui water, enough to crush mountains. Jiang Hongyan's face turned slightly pale. She felt the strain. This is the difference between having a Horcrux. Young miss. Activate the formation. In the corner, Zhong Weigua clutched his chest and roared hoarsely. The Jiang family also has a clan protecting formation. Once activated, it can use the power of the earth's fire to rival a king. But that will take some time and cause a lot of damage to the estate. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth. Go open it. At this moment, Yi Tian pressed his hands down sharply. Rainy Bell shone brightly and floated to the dome of the hall. An extremely powerful suction force erupted, as if the space within the hall was about to be sucked into the bell. Countless water dragons roared and merged together, transforming into a vast black ocean, crashing down with a world-destroying momentum. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth, and the fire law within her body operated wildly, preparing to burn her essence and blood to forcibly draw out the magma from the ground. At this critical moment, chirp! A clear, melodious bird song suddenly rang out in the hall. The sound wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating, instantly drowning out the thunder and the sound of water filling the sky. Immediately afterwards, the temperature in the hall began to soar. It wasn't that kind of scorching heat, but rather an ancient, pure warmth, as if it came from the primordial wilderness. Everyone instinctively looked up. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in the void of the hall. The red dot rapidly enlarged, transforming into a firebird the size of a palm. It doesn't look fierce at all. It even looks a bit like a pet sparrow, except that its entire body is made of crimson crystals, and its feathers have lava-like patterns flowing across them. It flies slowly and gracefully, as if it were taking a stroll in its own backyard. But wherever it passed, the vast expanse of black sunflower water seemed to encounter its natural enemy, evaporating and dissipating silently. There was no explosion, no roar. It's simply a complete erasure. The firebird flapped its wings and floated lightly to the arrogant Rain Bell. Then, it stretched out its little paw and gently scratched the bell. Bite. The top-tier soul weapon, which had been so powerful just moments before, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Its azure light dimmed instantly, as if it had been startled, and it darted back into Yi Tian's brow. Puff! With his soul weapon damaged, Yi Tian, whose mind was connected to it, was struck as if by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered backward, and knocked over the armchair behind him. Who? Yi Tian clutched his chest, staring at the void with a look of horror on his face, his voice trembling. To be able to suppress a top-tier soul weapon with a single blow is something Jiang Hongyan could never do. The moisture in the hall dissipated instantly. A figure slowly emerged from the void. It was an old man dressed in gray cloth. He was thin and his skin was as withered as a piece of deadwood. He was also leaning on an ordinary cane. He looked like an old man from the neighborhood basking in the sun at the village entrance, with no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. But the moment he appeared, time seemed to stand still in the entire hall. Jiang Shan lay on the ground, and the moment he saw this figure, he felt as if his bones had been removed, and he collapsed like a lump of mud, his teeth chattering, unable to even beg for mercy. Zhang Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief, then he was overjoyed and knelt on the ground with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face. Ancestor! You've emerged from seclusion. The patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Tiangu. That legendary figure who suppressed Yuzhong Road for a full 60 years. The old man ignored everyone's reactions and simply walked slowly to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He raised his eyelids, his cloudy gaze falling on Yi Tian. Are all the brats in the Yi family this unruly now? Yi Tian's face was deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He wanted to speak, to invoke the Yi family's name, but under that gaze, he felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, preventing him from uttering a single syllable. This is an absolutely terrifying sense of oppression that only a high-ranking king could possess. The intelligence is incorrect. Not only did that old man not die, he's become even stronger. Junior. Yi Tian tried his best to explain. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Wendian waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Go back. With that wave of his sleeve. Buzz. Yi Tian, and the 3 guards behind him who were at the marquee level, didn't even have time to speak before the space around them instantly distorted. An irresistible force of law enveloped them, instantly blasting them into oblivion. The hall instantly became quiet. Only a single, aged yet extremely domineering sentence remained, echoing in the air, specifically intended for Yi Tian, who had been thrown into the air. Go back and tell that brat Yi K that I'm not dead yet. If he wants to swallow up my Jiang family, let him come over here himself. What kind of skill is it to send a kid who hasn't even grown his beard yet? Leaf is missing. The strongest member of the Yi family, a peak 8th level king, known as the #1 swordsman in the capital. There are very few people in the entire Great Xia Kingdom who would dare to address someone by their name so directly and tell them to get over here. After doing all this, Zhang Wendian acted as if he had done something insignificant. He turned around, and a kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Girl, it's been 20 years since I last saw you. You've grown up. Zhang Wendian looked at Jiang Hongyan with gentle eyes. 1st level king, solid foundation, even the fire poison in your body has been suppressed. Very good, very good. Haha, you've been crowned a king at 30. You're more accomplished than I was back then. Jiang Hongyan's eyes reddened. Ancestor. Don't cry, don't cry. Zhang Wendian waved his hand cheerfully. Girls of the Jiang family don't shed tears, even if they bleed. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. As he spoke, he turned his head, and his seemingly cloudy but actually sharp eyes fell on Su Yun. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. He could put on an act when facing Yi Tian, but his acting skills might not be effective in front of an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. In particular, the heavenly Dao red rope within his body was now slightly warm, as if it were sensing some kind of scrutiny. Zhang Wendian stared at Su Yun for a full 3 seconds. That gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and look straight into the soul. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat subtle again. Zhang Weiguo watched this scene nervously, fearing that his ancestor would slap this gigolo away. Suddenly, Jiang Wendian smiled. His smile was quite meaningful. Pure yang body. That's interesting. The old man stroked his sparse beard, a strange hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Kid, you're great too. Very good. Next time you two cultivate, could I observe from the sidelines? Su Yun. Jiang Hongyan? Chapter 61. The ancestor said restraint. Jiang Hongyan's pretty face, which had just been full of dignity, instantly turned red all the way to the roots of her neck. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked with cotton, and she couldn't utter a single word. Su Yun was also completely bewildered. Looking at the kind-faced old man in front of him, he felt a torrent of emotions churning within him. What did the old man say? Bystanders? Observe? Is this something that can be observed? That? Ancestor? Su Yun coughed lightly, trying to ease the suffocating awkwardness. Isn't your request a bit avant-garde? Although I know we cultivators don't concern ourselves with trivial matters, this kind of thing does involve privacy, don't you think? Zhang Tiangu was taken aback, then realized that the 2 young men had misunderstood. His old face flushed red, and he raised his cane to hit Su Yun on the head, but remembering that this kid was the savior of the Jiang family, he held back. You bastard! What are you thinking? Zhang Tiangu glared and puffed out his beard. What I mean is, I want to observe the circulation of spiritual energy within your bodies. Your cultivation method can draw upon the power of laws, and it even allowed Hong Yan to break through to the king realm directly. It must contain profound truths of the great Tao. I've been stuck at the 8th level of the King of Kings for so many years, just hoping to see if I can draw some inspiration from other things. Who wants to see your petty squabbles? What haven't I seen in my youth? Why would I care about yours? Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. You scared me to death. I thought you had some kind of special hobby. But, ancestor, this matter is not easy to handle. Why is it so difficult? Zhang Tiangu frowned. Su Yun glanced at Zhang Hongyan and found that the woman was burying her head in the sand, clearly leaving him with a mess. He sighed and started making up nonsense with a straight face. Ancestor, you don't understand. Our cultivation method emphasizes single-mindedness and deep, natural emotion. If there is someone standing next to you, the feeling is off. If the feeling is off, the flow of spiritual energy becomes sluggish, and you might even suffer a chi deviation. You don't want to see us both explode and die, do you? There's no such thing as going astray or becoming possessed. It's simply because their cultivation methods were too unorthodox. She was tearing clothes and doing all sorts of difficult moves, even accompanied by screams. If the ancestor saw this, would Zhang Hongyan, a newly promoted king-level expert, still have any face left? How will they continue to lead the Zhang family? Zhang Tiangu glanced at Su Yun suspiciously, then looked at Zhang Hongyan, whose face was flushed. All right, if you don't want me to see it, then forget it. Zhang Tiangu waved his hand dismissively. Young people these days really don't know how to be considerate of the elderly. If you can't watch it, then forget it. Zhang Hongyan finally recovered and quickly changed the subject. Ancestor, although the Yi family has backed down this time, Yi Tian is a vengeful person and will definitely not let this go. Moreover, Zhang Hongyan paused for a moment, then said, I want to go into the desolate well. Upon hearing the name Arai, Zhang Tiangu's expression instantly turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall changed accordingly. The light-hearted, joking feeling from before had vanished, replaced by a sense of heaviness. Arai Zhang Tiangu sighed, found a chair and sat down, his movements appearing somewhat hunched. That's the foundation of our Zhang family, and it's also a huge problem. That kid from the Yi family came here this time not only to try to take over the Zhang family, but also probably to target that particular point. Su Yun asked curiously. Ancestor, what exactly is in that desolate well? Sister Jiang just said there are living soul artifacts inside, is that true? Zhang Tiangu nodded, his gaze somewhat profound. It's true. However, getting in won't be so easy. Hong Yan has just broken through to the king level, and her realm is unstable. In order to open the heavenly rift node, she must first completely stabilize her realm. Moreover, she also needs to prepare a large amount of space-type spiritual materials to reinforce the passage. Otherwise, going in will mean certain death. Zhang Tiangu held up 2 fingers. Half a month. You two should clean up the mess in your family over the next 2 weeks and prepare everything that needs to be prepared. Come find me at Flaming Mountain in 2 weeks. After saying that, Zhang Tiangu stood up, and without any visible movement, he simply vanished into thin air. Only one sentence remained, echoing in the hall. By the way, young people should be mindful of moderation and not ruin their foundation. Su Yun. Zhang Hongyan. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. After a long while, Su Yun finally turned around, looked at Zhang Hongyan whose face was flushed red, and said seriously. Sister Jiang, the ancestor told you to be more restrained, did you hear him? Su Yun. Shut up. Zhang Hongyan was filled with shame and indignation, and kicked him. Although no spiritual power was used in this kick, the graceful movement of that long leg still made Su Yun's heart flutter. Alright, let's get down to business. Zhang Hongyan took a deep breath and forced herself to regain her queen-like demeanor. She straightened her skirt, sat back down in the main seat, and her eyes became sharp. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Weigua, who had been standing in the corner pretending to be invisible, quickly stepped forward. Young miss, I'm here. Pass on my orders. Zhang Hongyan's voice was icy. Seal off all entrances and exits of the family. From now on, no one is allowed to leave except for those who have entered. Thoroughly investigate all accounts, and arrest anyone who has colluded with second uncle, no matter who they are. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the decisive and ruthless female warrior has returned. Zhong Weiguo was thrilled and shouted in response. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. What should we do with that old bastard Jiang Shan? Zhang Hongyan glanced at Jiang Shan, who was still slumped in the corner. At this moment, Jiang Shan had lost all his previous arrogance and lay on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes unfocused. Lock him in the dungeon. Zhang Hongyan said calmly, I'll cripple his cultivation. Let him see with his own eyes how the Jiang family has flourished under my leadership. Yes. Zhong Weiguo waved his hand, and several guards rushed in and dragged Jiang Shan out like a dead dog. Su Yun sat beside her, watching Jiang Hongyan give orders, and couldn't help but marvel. This woman is truly captivating when she's working. But Su Yun touched his chin. 2 weeks of preparation time. We can't just work and not have any fun for the next 2 weeks, can we? Our ancestors said to practice moderation, so it should be Jiang Hongyan who practices moderation. He didn't tell Su Yun to be restrained. Thinking of this, Su Yun looked at Jiang Hongyan's graceful figure and couldn't help but feel a little restless. With that haughty demeanor, why does he seem so eager to conquer? Chapter 62 The King-Level Expert with a Ponytail. Half a month is neither a long nor a short time. Ever since that day when they drove away that hypocrite Yi Tian and received some advice from their ancestor, the entire Jiang family has been like a wound-up machine, running at full speed. Purge internal traitors, reorganize defenses, allocate resources. Jiang Hongyan was so busy she barely had time to breathe. It was only at night that this woman, exhausted, would slip into Su Yun's courtyard. The moonlight is nice tonight, although it appears somewhat purplish due to the red glow of the crater, it's still quite bright. Su Yun lay on a rocking chair in the courtyard, fanning herself idly with a palm leaf fan. Jiang Hongyan sat at the stone table opposite him, reading the frontline battle reports sent by Zhong Weiguo. She was dressed very casually today. She wore a loose white silk shirt, with 2 buttons undone and the collar askew to one side, revealing half of her delicate collarbone and a large expanse of smooth, white skin. She wore a pair of black wide leg pants, but the material of the pants had a great drape. With her legs crossed, the fabric followed the lines of her thighs, making her legs look even longer and straighter. Even when this woman is just sitting and reading documents, the lazy yet domineering aura she exudes is incredibly alluring. I'm talking about Sister Jiang. Su Yun covered her face with a palm leaf fan. You've been looking at it for 2 hours. Can you even find anything interesting in that battle report? Jiang Hongyan didn't even look up, she simply drew a circle on the document with a red pen in her hand. The situation at the front is critical, and the Blackfire spirits have been quite restless lately. I can't afford to ignore them. Her voice was a little hoarse, and it made your ears itch just listening to it. Su Yun took the palm leaf fan down and turned to look at her. Under the lights, Jiang Hongyan's face was breathtakingly beautiful. After being crowned a princess, her skin became incredibly healthy. The dry redness caused by the fire poison was completely gone, replaced by a warm and lustrous glow. It was so smooth and radiant it didn't look real. No wonder people say that after being crowned a king, there is a clear distinction between immortals and mortals. Especially her peach blossom eyes when she was focused, her eyelashes trembled, like a tiny brush gently scratching at Su Yun's heart. Stop looking, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Although Jiang Hongyan didn't look up, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What's wrong with taking a look? Is it illegal? Su Yun stood up confidently and walked behind her. His hand naturally rested on Jiang Hongyan's shoulder, and he squeezed it with a little force. Jiang Hongyan's body went limp, she tilted her head back and rested it on Su Yun's stomach, letting out a comfortable sigh. A little to the left, yes, right there, it's really sour. Su Yun massaged her while looking down at her. The view from this angle is exceptionally beautiful. The view inside that collar is unfathomable. Su Yun felt her heart pounding. Sister Jiang. Su Yun's hand slid down her shoulder to her neck, her fingertips gently caressing the soft flesh behind her ear. Jiang Hongyan closed her eyes and spoke in a languid voice. Shall we look at this document tomorrow? Su Yun leaned close to her ear and blew a breath. Jiang Hongyan opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with tears, looking at him with a half-smile. What? What do you want to do? Su Yun swallowed the word want that had just slipped out. I was worried you'd get tired. Su Yun spoke nonsense with a straight face. Don't you understand the importance of balancing work and rest? You are the pillar of the Jiang family now. What will happen to the Jiang family if you overwork yourself? Jiang Hongyan chuckled and patted Su Yun's hand. Stop being so cheeky. Despite saying that, she still closed the document in her hand and casually tossed it onto the stone table. She turned around, wrapped her arms around Soo-yun's waist, and buried her face in his chest, nuzzling against him. Soo-yun, sometimes I really want to stop caring about everything and just stay in this courtyard with you for the rest of my life. Her voice was soft, carrying a vulnerability that she only revealed in front of him. Soo-yun's heart softened. This woman, who is a ruthless and decisive female warrior in front of outsiders, is just a little kitten who wants to be pampered in front of him. He reached out and stroked her long, wine-red hair. This hair is so smooth and silky, it feels amazing to the touch. Suddenly, an idea popped into Soo-yun's mind. Once this thought came to mind, it grew wildly like weeds, impossible to suppress. Sister Jiang. Soo-yun's voice suddenly became somewhat low. Jiang Hongyan lifted her head in his arms, her eyes glazed over. What's wrong? Soo-yun stared at her rosy lips, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Tie your hair up. Jiang Hongyan was taken aback. Tie your hair? Now. Yes, right now. Soo-yun ran her fingers through her hair, gently combing it. Tie your hair up. Jiang Hongyan hadn't reacted yet. What's so attractive about tying your hair up? But when she met Soo-yun's fiery eyes, which carried a strong hint, she instantly understood. Jiang Hongyan's face turned bright red instantly, and even her earlobes were burning hot. She was inexperienced before, but she wasn't stupid. She knew what she needed to know. Soo-yun's request is too much. You're a pervert. Jiang Hongyan bit her lip and glared at him with shame and indignation, but there was no anger in her eyes, only a teary-eyed look of coy reluctance. Abnormal? Soo-yun smiled, lowered his head, and their noses almost touched. Sister Jiang, you can't even grant me this small request? Besides, you're a king-level expert now. This little thing is a piece of cake for you, isn't it? What does this have to do with being granted the title of king? Jiang Hongyan was so angry she wanted to bite someone. But this bastard smelled so good, that pure yang energy mixed with the vitality of wood made her weak all over and unable to muster any strength. This was an attraction at the level of laws, which made her truly unsure how to refuse. I won't get it. Jiang Hongyan turned her head away. It looks awful. Who says it's ugly? I think it's beautiful. Soo-yun persisted, and had already picked up a rubber band from the table. It was the one Jiang Hongyan had casually placed there while looking at the documents. He held the rubber band up to Jiang Hongyan and waved it around. Sister Jiang, be good. That one good boy made Jiang Hongyan's heart tremble. She, the next head of the Jiang family and the Empress of Yuzhang Road, has never been coaxed like this before. The key point is that she actually falls for it. Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Soo-yun. Just this once. This will not be allowed to happen again. After saying that, she snatched the rubber band away. She took a deep breath, raised her hands, and gathered her long, wine-red hair. As she moved, her chest rose, stretching the loose shirt into a breathtaking curve. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her long, fair neck, as elegant as a swan. Soo-yun stared wide-eyed. Jiang Hongyan's fingers moved nimbly through her hair, and soon a high ponytail was tied up. A few stray hairs fell beside her ears, adding to her slightly messy yet beautiful appearance. After tying her hair up, she didn't lower her hand, but maintained the raised hand posture, looking at Soo-yun with a slightly evasive yet provocative gaze. Is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Soo-yun didn't speak. He gently turned Jiang Hongyan's head and then pulled her towards him. Jiang Hongyan struggled instinctively. You don't want to? Soo-yun raised an eyebrow and sighed, feigning regret. Sigh, it seems I'm not that important to Sister Jiang after all. Oh well, I'll just go back to my room and sleep. This gigolo isn't very enjoyable. As he spoke, he made a move to leave. You come back here. Jiang Hongyan panicked and grabbed his hand. She was so angry at Soo-yun's smug look, as if she had gotten a good deal but was still acting innocent. That bastard has her cornered. But, looking at Soo-yun's handsome face, and thinking about how good he had been to her, and the kindness he had shown to her family, Jiang Hongyan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. It's just that kind of thing. I'm a powerful figure who has been granted the title of king. What's there to be afraid of? She took a deep breath and slowly slid down from the stone table. Then, to Soo-yun's astonishment, she slowly, very slowly, bent her knees. The fabric of those expensive wide leg trousers rubbed against the ground. Jiang Hongyan knelt down in front of Soo-yun. She looked up, her stunningly beautiful face filled with shame, yet also with determination. Her high ponytail swayed with her movement, brushing against Soo-yun's thigh. Asshole. She muttered a curse under her breath, then reached out with trembling hands and unbuckled Soo-yun's belt. In the distance, the flaming mountains were still emitting sparks, and the wind blowing in was somewhat hot. A bright full moon shone down from above. The moonlight is beautiful. Chapter 63. The journey is long and the sun sets. A moment of leisure is stolen. Soo-yun leaned against the stone table, looking up at the moon in the sky. How can I describe that feeling? It's like having the whole world under your feet. This sense of conquest is more addictive than any magic pill. Soo-yun's fingers intertwined with her hair, gently pressing it. Jang Hongyan would occasionally let out a few indistinct sobs, the sound of which was carried away by the wind and could not be heard clearly. I don't know how much time has passed. Jang Hongyan coughed a few times suddenly. She looked up, her eyes red and a trace of tears on her lips. She wiped her mouth somewhat awkwardly and glared fiercely at Soo-yun. Soo-yun, you better remember this. Although she was making threats, her voice was so seductive that it had no intimidating power whatsoever. Instead, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Soo-yun knelt down and helped her up. He patted her knees and then hugged her. I remember it, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Soo-yun kissed her forehead. Sister Jiang, you are so beautiful. Jang Hongyan snorted and buried her face in his chest, not wanting to speak. A moment later, the bathroom was filled with steam. Jang Hongyan soaked in the huge bathtub, the warm water washing over her shoulders, relieving her physical fatigue. Soo-yun didn't come in. He was outside contemplating the meaning of life, what lay at the deepest part of the desolate well, and questions such as where we come from and where we are going. When Jang Hongyan came out wrapped in a bathrobe, Soo-yun was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the battle report he had just received. What? Now you're interested in what's happening at the front? Jang Hongyan walked over while drying her hair and sat down in front of the dressing table. The woman in the mirror had a face like a peach blossom and eyes full of spring. She didn't look like a strong woman at all. Just browsing. Soo-yun put down the battle report, walked behind her, took the towel, and helped her dry her hair. Okay, I'm going tomorrow, you'll come with me, Jang Hongyan said with her eyes closed. And now? Soo-yun reached out his hand insidiously. Ha? You're good again? The next day, after lunch, the group set off. Don't ask why we're leaving in the afternoon, you won't get the answer. The road to the border is not easy to travel. Although the Jiang family has been operating in Yuzhong Road for many years, the local tectonic activity is too frequent. A road that is repaired today may crack open tomorrow. The SUV bounced along the bumpy road, like it was dancing disco. Zhong Weiguo was driving in front, his face, covered in a thick beard, was taut, and he kept glancing back through the rearview mirror. He was so angry. In the back seat, Jang Hongyan changed into casual clothes, a black tight-fitting vest with a camouflage jacket over it, and work pants paired with combat boots. This outfit might look dashing on someone else, but on her, the way her figure is so voluptuous it's almost as if the clothes are about to burst out of their shape is incredibly alluring. But that's not the point. The main focus is on that pretty boy named Soo-yun. This kid didn't treat himself like an outsider at all. He was practically slumped in the chair, his head resting on Jang Hongyan's taut and elastic thighs. He was also holding a tablet and watching TV shows. Soo-yun stared at the screen, muttering something under his breath, and rubbed his head against Jang Hongyan's leg, finding a more comfortable position. Jang Hongyan wasn't angry. Instead, she reached out to shield him from the sunlight streaming in through the window, and gently massaged his temples with her other hand. Didn't sleep well last night? What do you think? Soo-yun rolled her eyes. Sister Jiang, you're a king-level expert now, with stamina like an ox. My little body can't withstand your kind of torment. Cough cough cough. Zhong Weiguo, who was in the front seat, suddenly coughed, causing the steering wheel to slip and the car to make an south shape on the road. Old Zhong, your skills aren't up to par. Soo-yun put down the tablet, looking disgusted. How about I drive? I don't have a driver's license, but I've played Need for Speed. Zhong Weiguo, his face dark, said through gritted teeth. No need for young Master Su to worry, I just had an itchy throat. He was so frustrated that he even called him young Master Su. What kind of indecent and lewd words are these? The young lady, she used to be such a cold and aloof person, how did she end up being bewitched by this kid? In broad daylight, can't you be a little more mindful of the impact? Jang Hongyan blushed slightly, reached out and pinched Soo-yun's waist, lowering her voice. Say less, Uncle Zhong is an elder. What's wrong with elders? Elders should also be reasoned with. Su Yun grabbed Zhang Hongyan's hand and played with it in his own. These hands are so beautiful. The fingers are long and slender, and the nails are neatly trimmed. Although she has practiced martial arts for many years, her skin is not rough at all, on the contrary, it is soft. Sister Jiang, can we see black fire spirits at the front line now? Su Yun asked casually. Zhang Hongyan nodded, her expression becoming slightly more serious. The spatial rift over there has been very unstable lately, and the black fire spirits are appearing more and more frequently, and... She paused, then frowned. And they seem to have become smarter. You've become smarter? Su Yun became interested. Were you stupid before? They used to be a bunch of wild beasts that only knew how to charge and kill, but recently the front lines have reported that they have started to cooperate and even launch feints and ambushes. Zhang Hongyan sighed. If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. Su Yun seemed to be deep in thought. It is humanoid, intelligent, and tactically savvy. These aren't monsters, they're clearly an army from another civilization. You'll know when you get there. Looking at the increasingly desolate scenery outside the window, Zhang Hongyan said, that sense of oppression can be felt even from several kilometers away. Su Yun didn't say anything more, but he tightened his grip on Zhang Hongyan's hand slightly. He could sense the pressure Zhang Hongyan was under. The burden of the entire family and the safety of millions of people rested on this woman's shoulders. If it were anyone else, it would have collapsed long ago. Don't worry. Su Yun said, if the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Besides, you're not alone now. Zhang Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Su Yun. Su Yun winked at her, smiling in a rather mischievous way. You still have me, your freeloader. If all else fails, I'll use my charm to take care of those humanoid black fire spirits for you. Zhang Hongyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. That smile instantly dispelled much of the previously tense atmosphere. Zhong Weigua, sitting in the front row, sighed inwardly as he listened to the commotion behind him. Although this kid talks nonsense, it has to be admitted that since he came, the young lady has been smiling more than before. The young ladies of the past lived like taut bows. Now, it finally has some of the spirit of a living person. Su Yun. Zhong Weigua suddenly spoke, his voice deep and somber, when we get to the front lines, stick close to Miss and don't wander off. Those soldiers are used to being wild and unruly, and they might say some unpleasant things, so don't take it to heart. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, has old Zhong changed his ways? Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. Su Yun replied lazily, my greatest strength is that I listen to advice. As long as no one bothers me, I'll definitely be a dutiful accessory. Zhong Weigua snorted and stopped talking. As long as no one bothers you? Given how obsessed those guys were with the young lady back then, seeing a pretty boy like you hanging around her, it's no wonder they'd mess with you. Chapter 64. Why are these female soldiers' eyes all green with lust? Bonus chapter for 5-star reviews has been released. The off-road vehicle bumped along for a full 3 hours across the barren wasteland filled with gravel and red soil. Su Yun felt like her bones were about to fall apart. Arrive. Zhong Weigua, sitting in the front, slammed on the brakes. The SUV left 2 deep tracks on the ground, kicking up a cloud of red dust, and came to a steady stop in front of a huge camp gate. Su Yun pushed open the car door, and as soon as she got out, a wave of heat hit her. The heat wave carried the smells of sulfur, sweat, and an indescribable, metallic odor. That's the smell of dried blood. He raised his head and squinted as he examined the Crimson Flame Army camp, which was known as the last line of defense in Yuzhong Road. The towering wall is made entirely of black basalt, covered with various scratches and charred marks. On the wall, rows of heavy psionic crossbows gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their muzzles pointing directly at the western horizon. What are you looking at? Let's go. Zhang Hongyan casually slung her sunglasses over her collar, a gesture that exuded elegance. With a long stride, she walked straight towards the camp gate. Su Yun quickly followed. The 2 sentries standing guard at the gate immediately straightened up when they saw Zhang Hongyan, slamming their spears on the ground with a dull thud. Young miss. The voice was so loud that it made Su Yun's ears ring. Both sentries were men, with tan skin and bulging muscles on their arms. They looked ahead, their gaze filled with genuine awe for Zhang Hongyan. But when they caught a glimpse of Su Yun following closely behind Zhang Hongyan, their expressions changed instantly. They didn't even bother to hide their disdainful looks. Su Yun knew very well what was going on. In the eyes of these soldiers who risked their lives, Su Yun was just a coward who relied on his looks and only knew how to hide under women's skirts. Especially on the border where people could die at any moment, these gold diggers are at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Soo-yun wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled and waved to the two sentries. "Brother, you've worked hard. It's so hot, drink more water." The two sentries' lips twitched, but they ignored him and tightened their grip on their spears. Upon entering the camp, Soo-yun was taken aback by the scene inside. It was much, much bigger than he had imagined. The camp stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with tents and makeshift houses. On the drill ground, squads of soldiers were training, their shouts of battle deafening. But what surprised Soo-yun was not the scale, but the number of people. Holy crap! Soo-yun couldn't help but mutter, "Why are they all women?" Looking around, at least 6 out of 10 people practicing on the training ground were female soldiers. Moreover, these female soldiers are not the delicate, artsy types. They wear tight-fitting combat vests, revealing their strong arms and abs, and carry large swords and axes taller than themselves, sweating profusely as they work. Sweat streamed down their necks, soaking their vests and outlining their breathtaking figures. "You're making a fuss over nothing." Jang Hongyan walked ahead, saying without turning her head. With the spiritual energy revival over the past 300 years, women have always had an advantage in awakening their talents. Especially in the area of high-level combat power, the dominance of women over men is no longer news. I know there's an imbalance between yin and yang, but this ratio is just too exaggerated. Soo-yun watched as a tall, strong woman, easily over 1.8 meters tall, lifted a stone block weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand and did squats. His eyelids twitched. The Crimson Flame Army has a total of 30,000 men, of whom 18,000 are women. Jang Hongyan casually reported a set of data. Among generals of the rank of centurion and above, women account for 60%. Among experts of the grandmaster level and above, women account for 70%. Soo-yun was speechless with astonishment. In this place, men are the disadvantaged group. Just then, a patrol team that had just been relieved from the front line came over. The leader was a woman in her 30s with a buzz cut and a hideous scar on her face that stretched from her brow bone to the corner of her mouth. She wore a dark red light armor, the plates of which were covered in dried black blood. The woman's eyes lit up the moment she saw Jang Hongyan, and she strode over like a gust of wind. "Boss! You're finally back." The woman with the buzz cut walked up to Jang Hongyan, and without even saluting, opened her arms to hug her. Jang Hongyan smiled, didn't flinch, and gave her a firm hug, patting her on the back. "You've worked hard, Lei Zi." The woman, known as Lei Zi, let go of his hand, grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. The scar twitched as it was pulled, looking a little scary, but also exuding a bold and unrestrained spirit. "What a pain. It's just that those Blackfire spirits have been a bit of a nuisance lately." Lei Zi wiped the sweat from her face nonchalantly, then her gaze passed over Jang Hongyan and landed on Soo-yun. In that instant, Soo-yun felt as if he were being stared at by a hungry wolf. Lei Zi's eyes widened instantly as he sized Soo-yun up and down. His gaze, well, let's just say it was. It's like an old bachelor seeing a stunningly beautiful woman, or a beggar who's been starving for 3 days seeing braised pork. It's lush and green. "Hey! This is the one you brought back, boss." Lei Zi paused for a moment, seemingly searching for the right word, and finally chuckled, "That bandit chief? Soo-yun. What on earth is Yaje Shanggong?" Before Soo-yun could speak, the dozen or so female soldiers behind Lei Zi surrounded him. These female soldiers were all very fierce. Some carried heavy guns, while others had 2 knives at their waists. They didn't stand on ceremony and surrounded Soo-yun, commenting on her. "Tsk tisk, he's really handsome, and his skin is even smoother than mine." "That's right. Look who picked the man. How could the boss have bad taste?" "Young man, you've got a great physique. Can you withstand our boss's rough treatment?" "Ha ha ha, I think it's unlikely. The boss is now at the king realm. With that small body, he'd probably fall apart after a few rounds." These female soldiers speak with such ferocity, they don't hold back on anything. As they talked, they whistled at Soo-yun, and some of the bolder ones even reached out to touch Soo-yun's arm. Soo-yun had seen many big scenes, but he had never seen anything like this before. This isn't a military camp, it's practically a spider's den. The male soldiers passing by all kept their heads down, not daring to look in their direction. Occasionally, a few bolder individuals would glance over, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, as if they wished they could take the place of the person in question, while also seeming to gloat. Jang Hongyan ignored it, just stood by with her arms crossed, watching the show with a wicked smile on her lips. "Ladies, please be kind with your words." Soo-yun wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, she cupped her hands in greeting to Lei Zi and the others, smiling brightly. I'm easily embarrassed by praise. If you keep praising me, I'll feel like I'm going to fly to the sky. Wow! It can talk. Lei Zi laughed heartily and slapped Su Yun on the shoulder. That slap was quite forceful. Su Yun felt half of his body go numb. Alright, don't scare them. Zhang Hongyan finally spoke. She walked over and naturally took Su Yun's arm, pulling him closer as if asserting her ownership. Go take a shower, you all smell of sweat. TSK, so the boss is already protecting her? Alright, let's not disturb the boss and her husband's intimacy any longer, sisters, let's go. Lei Zi waved his hand and led the group of female soldiers away, laughing and joking. Before leaving, several people turned back and flirted with Su Yun. Su Yun rubbed her numb shoulders, watching the retreating figures of the female soldiers, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister Jiang, the people here are so kind and honest. Zhang Hongyan rolled her eyes at him. In this place, you're risking your life. You might be alive today but dead tomorrow. Everyone lives directly, without so many hidden agendas. If you see someone you like, you go for it. If you want to sleep with someone, you say so. Who are you trying to impress with all this pretense? Su Yun was taken aback. This statement may be crude, but the principle is sound. Come on, I'll take you to meet the person in charge. Zhang Hongyan pulled Su Yun deeper into the camp. That Lei Zi was just a centurion. The ones in front are the real tough guys. Chapter 65. Accidentally entering the land of women. After passing through the noisy outer camp, the atmosphere inside became noticeably more somber. This is the area of the central command tent, where patrols are better equipped and have sharper eyesight. Zhang Hongyan led Su Yun into a huge tent. Although the tent was also made of canvas, it was extremely spacious inside, with thick animal skin carpets on the ground, a huge sand table in the center, and various maps and screens hanging around it. Several people were already sitting inside the tent. Zhong Weiguo was not there. He had gone to arrange defense matters. Everyone sitting here now is a woman. The woman sitting at the head of the left-hand seat looked to be in her 40s, dressed in a crisp general's uniform, her hair neatly pinned up at the back of her head. She held a teacup in her hand, sitting upright like a ruler. This is Li Tailan, the deputy commander of the Qian army. The one sitting on the right is much more casual. She was a woman who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old, with a head of wavy red hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a combat uniform that had been altered to be very short, and her two long legs were casually propped up on the table in front of her. She was toying with a butterfly knife no bigger than the palm of her hand. The knife flew between her fingers so fast that only after images could be seen. My beloved has returned? Li Tailan put down his teacup, nodded slightly, and a rare hint of gentleness appeared on his usually serious face. Aunt Lan. Zhang Hongyan nodded, her attitude respectful. Li Tailan watched her grow up and had a very high reputation in the army. She was a typical strict teacher and loving mother. Oh, is this the little guy who made you so angry for your lover? The red-haired woman stopped wielding her knife and glanced at her sideways with her narrow, almond-shaped eyes. Her voice was alluring, with a magnetic quality that seemed to bewitch souls, but her eyes held a dangerous glint. Sister Hua, Zhang Hongyan called out helplessly. The woman known as Sister Hua is named Hua Manlu, the commander of the Vanguard Battalion of the Crimson Flame Army, and a powerful expert at the third level of the Marquis realm. Despite her elegant-sounding name, this woman is a madwoman on the battlefield. She loves to charge into hordes of monsters with two serrated knives to grind them up, earning her the nickname Blood Rose. Hua Manlu put his legs off the table, stood up, and swayed his hips as he walked to Su Yun. She was slightly shorter than Su Yun, but her aura was as imposing as someone 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. She circled around Su Yun, then brought her nose close to Su Yun's neck and sniffed, a very frivolous gesture. It tastes good. Hua Manlu stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. The pure yang energy is quite strong. No wonder it can bewitch our beauty so much that she even dared to confront that hypocrite Yi Tian. Su Yun stood there without moving, letting her look him over. He could sense the intense aura of bloodlust emanating from this woman. It was the scent of someone who had truly fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But that doesn't stop him from appreciating beautiful women. Hua Manlu has an excellent figure, especially her breasts, which are so prominent they seem about to burst out, stretching her tight combat suit as if it might burst at any moment. He is truly gifted. Sister Hua, you flatter me. Su Yun looked at her with a smile. I just have a naturally good constitution, plus Sister Jiang takes good care of me. Puff. A young female staff officer who was drinking tea nearby immediately spat it out. Li Tianlan's lips twitched slightly. This kid really doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Hua Manlu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard that her body trembled, and the sight of her heaving breasts made Su Yun dizzy. Interesting. Very interesting. Hua Manlu reached out and lifted Su Yun's chin. I like this kind of sweet-talking, bold woman. So, little brother, if Hong Yan doesn't want you anymore, remember to come find me. I may not be as good as Hong Yan, but my skills are definitely better than hers. Flower-filled pavilion. Jiang Hongyan pulled Su Yun behind her with a dark face, glared at Hua Manlu, and said, Is that what you call good technique? You're just draining people dry. TCH, stingy. Hua Manlu pursed his lips, sat back down in his chair, and fiddled with the butterfly knife in his hand. Let's get down to business. Hong Yan, did you come back this time for that? When it came to serious matters, the atmosphere in the tent instantly became serious. Even Li Tailan, who hadn't spoken until now, had a dark expression. Zhang Hongyan nodded and pulled Su Yun to the sand table. How is Tianhen doing? Jiang Hongyan asked. Very bad. Li Tailan sighed and pointed to the westernmost area of the sand table. In the past month, the sky mark has expanded by another 30 zhang. Now its length exceeds 2,000 zhang. And... She paused, glanced at Su Yun, and seemed to hesitate whether to speak. It's all right, let him listen, Jiang Hongyan said. Li Tailan nodded and continued. Moreover, its breathing frequency has increased. It used to breathe once every 2 weeks, but now it breathes once every 7 days. Each time it breathes, it brings out a large number of strange beasts and black fire spirits. Our casualties are increasing. Su Yun looked at the sand table. A huge crack was marked on it with red paint, like a scar on the earth. Around the crack, countless small black flags representing the enemy were planted. Breathing? Su Yun keenly grasped the word. This thing is alive? No, but you can understand it this way. Hua Manlu interjected, it's like a mouth, devouring spiritual energy and then spitting out those disgusting monsters. Once it's full. Hua Manlu sneered and made an explosion gesture, bang. When the two realms are connected, the ones that come out then won't be these small fry. Su Yun frowned. This sounds more serious than he imagined. Take me to see it, Su Yun suddenly said. At this moment, Heavenly Path Red Rope became inexplicably more active. It was naturally drawn to the laws of nature, and since absorbing the second fragment of the Jiang Yuling in the fire spirit realm, the Heavenly Tao Red Rope's perception ability has reached a new level. Several people looked at him. What are you looking at? Jiang Hongyan asked. Look at that celestial mark. Su Yun pointed at the sand table. Just looking at this model doesn't give me any feeling. I want to see for myself what that thing is all about. Li Tailan frowned, that's the front line, it's very dangerous. You're all alone. She wanted to say, what are you doing here, you freeloader, but she held back out of consideration for Jiang Hongyan's feelings. Let him go. Jiang Hongyan surprisingly agreed, although Su Yun, his intuition is always very accurate. Maybe he can see something that we haven't noticed. Hua Manlu raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Su Yun becoming more inquisitive. Okay, let's go take a look. Hua Manlu stood up and tucked the butterfly knife into his waistband. I'm also going to inspect the front lines, so I'll be your bodyguard. Little brother, don't run into a beauty's arms if you get scared later. Su Yun smiled and pointed to her ample bosom. Don't worry, Sister Hua, if I'm going to crawl, it'll be into your arms. Hey! You're not being honest, are you? Chapter 66 Crimson Flame Skymark. The SUV finally came to a stop. As soon as the car door opened, a wave of heat rushed in as if it were free, instantly swallowing up all the cool air in the car. This heat wasn't the heat of a normal summer, it was a dry heat with a sulfurous smell, and even breathing it made your throat feel a little sore. Arrive! Zhang Hongyan's voice rang out from above. Su Yun opened her eyes and met her gaze as she looked down at her. The face was very close, and because of the high temperature along the way, a fine layer of sweat had seeped out from the forehead. She had already taken off that camouflage jacket, and now she was only wearing a black work vest. The clothes were already tight, and now, because of the sweat, they clung to my body, accentuating my curves, especially the area around my chest, which rose and fell with my breath. Still looking? We've arrived. Zhang Hongyan reached out and flicked Su Yun's forehead lightly, but it was a playful flick. Get off the bus, and I'll show you what hell on earth is like. Suyun chuckled and grabbed her hand to help her sit up. After getting off the car, Suyun realized that they were on a high slope. Ahead lay an endless expanse of dark red wasteland, but that wasn't the point. The focus is on the sky in the far distance. Suyun was usually quite worldly, but this scene still left him stunned. It's spectacular. The sky over there was a dark reddish-orange, like the rosy clouds at sunset. A massive crack stretched across the sky and earth, as if it had been cleaved open by an axe that split the heavens and the earth. That is the crimson flame sky mark. Before, Suyun had only heard them talk about how big this thing was, but he had no idea. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that humans were as insignificant as ants in the face of this thing. That crack must be at least 2,000 feet long. It must be over 100 zhang wide. It is not static, it is in motion. Thick, red turbulent currents churned around the edges of the crack, like fiery mist, slowly twisting and tearing. Every now and then, a red lightning bolt would burst out from the crack and strike the wasteland below. Even from a distance, one could feel the ground trembling slightly beneath one's feet. This is the crimson flame sky mark? Suyun swallowed, feeling a tightness in her throat. Zhang Hongyan stood beside him, arms crossed, her hair flying wildly in the wind. She squinted at the distance, her eyes filled with seriousness. Yes, this is the place we need to guard. Zhong Weiguo walked over, carrying a heavy firearm, his bearded face full of menacing intent. Young Master Su, are you scared out of your wits? This place is not the gentle haven of Zhangcheng. Deadly things could emerge from those cracks at any time. If you're scared, it's not too late to go back to the car and hide. Suyun glanced at him but ignored him. Suddenly, the heavenly Dao red rope inside Suyun's body, which had been feigning death, trembled violently. In an instant, Suyun understood the meaning it conveyed. It is yearning. Suyun subconsciously took 2 steps forward, and the sensation became even stronger. The heavenly red thread conveyed a very clear emotion to him, the taste of the law. Uncle Zhong, is this crack still getting bigger? Suyun asked, pointing into the distance. Zhong Weiguo was taken aback, clearly not expecting Suyun to ask this. He snorted, this damn thing is growing every month, increasing in length by tens of feet and in width by several feet. At this rate, it won't be long before it swallows up the main vein of the flaming mountain. Suyun didn't speak, but just stared intently at the wound. Although they were far apart, he could feel it. The spiritual energy in the surrounding world was being absorbed into the crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a giant funnel, greedily devouring the world's nutrients. As it devours, the red turbulence at the edge of the crack will surge, and the oppressive feeling will intensify. Spitting out, Suyun muttered. What? Zhang Hongyan turned to look at him. It's nothing. Suyun shook her head, suppressing her shock. This is no spatial rift, it's clearly a living creature feeding. Moreover, the heavenly Dao red rope told him that the red turbulence at the edge of the crack was not ordinary flame energy at all, it was the collision of 2 completely different laws. The laws of the other world and the laws of this world clashed fiercely at that wound. Each collision produces that red lightning. Sister Jiang. Suyun suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhang Hongyan. I want to get a closer look. Nonsense. Zhong Weiguo was the first to jump out in opposition. Suyun, do you think this is a tourist attraction? That's a forbidden zone. If you get too close, the turbulent currents of laws alone could crush you into mincemeat. You, a grandmaster, are you going to your death? Zhang Hongyan also frowned and reached out to grab Suyun's arm. Suyun, stop fooling around. It's really dangerous there. Even a marquis-level expert wouldn't dare to approach within 100 feet of that crack. The space there is very unstable and could pull you in at any time. You can only approach it when it is spewing out otherworldly matter. Suyun took her hand in return. Her palms were sweaty and warm, but he could feel the strength in her hands. I didn't make a scene. Suyun looked into her eyes, trying her best to appear sincere. I just want to go and see, it's very important to me. The heavenly Dao red rope vibrated more and more violently, and even began to get hot, so hot that Suyun's dantian hurt. Zhang Hongyan stared at him for several seconds. She knew Suyun too well. She knew that although he seemed unreliable most of the time, he never joked about important matters. Are you sure? Sure. Zhang Hongyan took a deep breath, turned to Zhong Weiguo and said, Uncle Zhong, you take some men to keep watch on the perimeter. I'll take him inside. No, I'll go in myself. Suyun looked at Zhang Hongyan and said seriously. Believe me. After a long silence, Jiang Hongyan said in a clear, cold voice. Okay. If you don't come back in half an hour, I'll go and drag you back. Suyin smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Suyin didn't turn around and strode towards the dark red wasteland. The closer you get, the more terrifying the heat wave becomes. The ground beneath our feet was completely crystallized, and it creaked when we stepped on it. The air was filled with a burnt smell, the smell of a space being burned through. A three-colored light shield appeared around Suyun, but he could still feel a stinging sensation on his skin. He stared at the ever-growing crater in the sky ahead, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Crimson Flame Skymark, what exactly are you? Chapter 67 Tianhen's Transmigration. The heat waves come one after another. The red soil beneath our feet has long since disappeared, replaced by patches of semi-liquid crystals. There was no sound when I stepped on the sole of the boot. The high temperature instantly softened the contact surface, and then quickly cooled and solidified, leaving only a string of charred footprints. Su Yun did not turn around. He could clearly sense the gaze that was always fixed on his back. That's Jiang Hongyan. That silly woman was probably clenching her fists tightly, ready to rush in and save people at any moment. Su Yun's lips curled up slightly. It's a blessing to be worried about, but he had to come this time. The illusory red rope inside his body appeared in front of him, slowly swaying. Ever since consuming the fragment of the Jiangyu token in the fire spirit realm, the red rope seems to have gained enlightenment, its sensitivity to this power of law becoming several times more acute than before. The sensation was faint when I was in the car, but now, the closer I get to the large crack, the clearer the longing from the red rope becomes. That's interesting. Suyin squinted and raised her hand to shield her eyes. The wind felt like knives cutting into my skin. Those were fragments of laws formed after the spatial turbulence collapsed, as fine as knives, scraping against the protective aura and exploding into a series of dense sparks. It is 500 zheng away from Tianhen. At this distance, the visual impact is simply indescribable. The sky looked like a piece of silk being burned. At the edge of the enormous wound, viscous, dark red nectar churned and rolled, each movement seeming as if it wanted to swallow this entire world whole. That's the color of another world. Suyun stopped and finally looked back. The SUV had become a tiny black dot. But his eyesight was good, and he could vaguely make out a figure standing next to the vehicle. Jiang Hongyan didn't go back to the car, she just stood there in the sun watching him. Foolish woman. Suyun's lips twitched slightly, but her heart was warmed. He turned around, took a deep breath, and the three elements of metal, wood, and fire within his body began to circulate wildly. To outsiders, he is a pretty boy who has just entered the Grandmaster realm. In reality, he was a monster who reached the peak of the 9th level of Grandmaster at the age of 18. After that night's deep exchange of laws with Jiang Hongyan, coupled with Zhang Yueling's baptism, his physical body had long been forged into an impregnable fortress. Come on, let me see what kind of thing you really are. Suyun pushed off with his feet, transforming into a blur as he charged forward once more, enduring the increasingly terrifying pressure. The further you go, the thicker the air becomes. 200 feet. The air was so thick it felt like glue. Each step forward requires tearing through layers of spatial resistance. The sweat that had just emerged from his pores was instantly evaporated into white mist, swirling around him. Breathe. Dull, oppressive, like some kind of heartbeat. With each exhale, the red turbulent flow at the edge of the crack surges violently, instantly vaporizing the surrounding rocks. Suyun had no choice but to adjust the three-colored shield in front of him. A layer of pale golden light enveloped him that was the energy of gunmetal, which is primarily for defense. Outside the light shield, a ring of green vine shadows wrapped around it that was the life force of the wood element, which governs recovery. The outermost layer was a faint reddish gold flame, which was the borrowed fire from Jiang Hongyan, used to neutralize the surrounding fire poison. This made facing the surrounding lava much more comfortable. This is Suyun's strongest defensive stance right now. 200 zheng. Suyun gritted her teeth and continued to move forward. The red rope inside his body was so hot it made his lower abdomen twitch. The red rope inside my body was incredibly hot, as if urging me on and roaring. Hurry! Faster! Just as he was about to step into the final 50 feet of the death zone, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The red rope of the heavenly Tao floating in front of him suddenly rippled out in a circle visible to the naked eye. These ripples had no lethality, yet they carried an ancient, noble aura, as if they were above all living beings. A miracle happened. The turbulent spatial currents ahead, so violent that even a king-level expert would have to retreat, instantly touched the circle of red ripples. It has been tamed. Holy crap! The raging winds suddenly stopped, and the churning magma solidified. An absolutely safe passage suddenly appeared beneath Suyun's feet. Holy crap! Suyun raised an eyebrow, but didn't stop walking. Without resistance, the rest of the journey is over in the blink of an eye. 10 zhang approximately 33 meters. 1 zhang approximately 3.3 meters. Suyun stopped. He stood at the edge of the world. One more step forward and you're into an abyss, a purgatory in another dimension. Upon closer inspection, the celestial marks are no longer blurry shadows. It's like a shattered mirror, with countless tiny cracks wandering along the edges, piecing together a series of grotesque images. There were winged giants roaring, and black tides surging. They tried to rush over, but were blocked by an invisible paper window. That's a global barrier. You want to go in? The red rope gave him positive feedback. Suyun licked her chapped lips, a mad glint in her eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The heavenly red thread indicated no danger, so there's no need to worry too much about this trip. He slowly raised his right hand. The red rope stretched down his arm, wrapping around his entire hand. The three-colored shield contracted, condensing to its ultimate form. Reach out and touch it. The fingertip touched the swirling dark red light screen. There was no excruciating pain, and no explosion. It's like a finger poking through a layer of water. The moment they made contact, the previously quiet red rope suddenly burst forth. Boom! It was no longer a rope, but instantly disintegrated into countless tiny red runes. These runes, like a torrent of data, flowed down Suyun's arm and frantically poured into the celestial mark. In an instant, the sky trembled violently. The paper window that blocked the otherworldly creatures melted away in front of Suyun, creating a hole just big enough for one person to pass through. Suyun took a step forward, and suddenly everything went black. He was wrapped in a red rope and instantly pulled into that bizarre and fantastical world. Chapter 68. That woman. As soon as Suyun stepped inside, the dizzying nausea almost made him throw up his breakfast. All around were dark red turbulent currents, making it impossible to distinguish east from west. The turbulent currents seemed to have a mind of their own, frantically drilling into his body, trying to tear this outsider to pieces. But at that moment, the heavenly Tao red rope wrapped around his wrist shone brightly. The red light that had been surrounding him suddenly burst into a blinding glare. This light was not domineering, it trembled, and its frequency was exactly the same as the turbulent currents of laws surrounding it. If you can't beat them, join them? The moment the thought crossed Suyun's mind, the feeling of being torn apart disappeared. The heavenly red rope is like a pass, or a wolf in sheep's clothing. It simulates the fluctuations of the laws here, deceiving the will of this world. The turbulent currents that were initially frantically rejecting Suyun suddenly became docile. This feeling is wonderful. Suyun felt a blur before his eyes, and the viscous, dark red light curtain suddenly disappeared. The feeling of being unsteady underfoot was gone, replaced by an extremely heavy sense of gravity. He subconsciously mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, trying to stabilize his body. The three colors of light, gold, wood, and fire suddenly expanded around him, like a small sun rising suddenly in this dim world. This is another world? Suyun hovered in mid-air, panting heavily. The air here is terrible. With each breath, my lungs felt like they were being sanded by sandpaper, burning with pain. The air was filled with an extremely volatile and unstable element, like a young adult male lion, full of aggression. But that wasn't the most upsetting thing for Suyun. The most unbearable thing is that feeling of oppression. The sky above wasn't blue, it was an unsettling purple. There was no sun, but in the far distance of the sky, three dark red orbs of light hung, like three bloodshot eyes, coldly looking down at the earth. Suyun glanced down at her wrist. The heavenly path red thread is writhing wildly. It was like a starving ghost reincarnated, greedily devouring the fragments of laws floating in the surrounding air. The fire elemental laws here are completely different from those outside. They are more primitive and savage. Suyun could feel that as the red rope absorbed the heat, streams of extremely pure heat were flowing from his wrist into his dantian. This is the feedback that the heavenly path red thread received from absorbing the power of the laws of this world. Just by standing there catching his breath, his cultivation level was steadily increasing. Even the cultivation barrier of the 9th level Grandmaster was cracking slightly. This place is a bit eerie. Suyun licked her chapped lips, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in her heart. He raised his head, his gaze finally recovering from the initial discomfort of entering, and began to take in this unfamiliar world. Suyun is currently located several hundred meters in the air, and the view from this angle is excellent. But this wasteland is not empty. It was densely packed with things. At first glance, Suyun thought it was an ant, but when he strained his eyes to take a closer look, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Those were strange beasts, countless strange beasts. There were giant wolves with 3 heads, lizards covered in scales, and giant elephants as big as small mountains. These monsters, which could cause chaos if released anywhere outside, were now lying quietly on the ground like the most docile sheep. At the very front of these strange beasts were neat square formations. Those were thousands of black fire spirits. They had no facial features, only a burning face, but at this moment, all of these thousands of faces raised up in unison. A deathly silence. At least tens of thousands of monsters gathered across the entire wasteland, yet not a single roar was heard. This kind of discipline is more terrifying than the most elite human army. Suyun floated in mid-air, his body radiating tricolored spiritual light. In addition, the red light materialized from the heavenly Tao red rope made him stand on a cloud-shaped jade platform, his illusory robes fluttering, and his every move was extremely elegant. In this dark and oppressive world, he stood out to the extreme. The black fire spirits stared at him. The strange beasts were also looking at him. Suyun was inwardly panicking, but outwardly remained as calm as a rock. He even had one hand behind his back, while the other hand gently stroked the red rope swaying in front of him, striking a pose that was both profound and enigmatic. The 3-colored spiritual light intertwined behind him to form a huge halo, and the heavenly Tao red rope coiled around him like a dragon, exuding that ancient and noble aura of law. At this moment, in the eyes of those otherworldly creatures, Suyun truly seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. A commotion even broke out in the square formation below. Several black fire spirits, clearly leaders, with human-like appearances, held bone staffs, pointed at Suyun, and uttered strange syllables. It's somewhat like human language. Suyun didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from showing off. He looked down at the large army from his high vantage point, frantically calculating the distance in his mind. This army was less than 10 miles away from the spatial rift. What does this mean? If that crack widens even slightly and lasts a little longer, this army of hundreds of thousands could surge into Blue Star like a tidal wave. At that time, not only Yuzhang Road, but the entire southern part of Great Xiao will be doomed. This isn't some kind of beast tide, it's clearly an expeditionary force. Suyun felt a bitter taste in her mouth. This is very important intelligence. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the army's configuration, the heavenly Tao red rope suddenly trembled violently, and the transformed red ribbon drifted in one direction. Suyun subconsciously looked in the direction indicated by the red rope. That was the edge of this wasteland, where a building stood faintly in the purplish black mist at the horizon. It was a tower-shaped palace. Its pure white color stood out starkly against the backdrop of a world dominated by black and purple. It resembled a beautiful piece of jade, abruptly planted in the earth. Thanks to the blessing of the heavenly Tao red string, his vision broke through its limits at this moment, as if traversing the distance of space and directly closing in on the palace. At the very top of the palace is a huge terrace. And standing in the wind was a woman. She wore an extremely simple moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind, yet clung tightly to her body, outlining an almost sacred curve. She was barefoot. Those feet were so white they seemed to glow, with slender ankles. Stepping on the rough white stone ground, they gave the feeling of walking on clouds. Above that is a face that makes you forget to breathe when you look at it. Her features were neither as aggressive as Jiang Hongyan's, nor as cold as Lin Qingying's. She is like a snow-capped mountain that never melts. That sense of holiness stands in stark contrast to this world filled with brutality, slaughter, and chaos. She stood there quietly, as if she had been standing there for millions of years. Suyun was stunned. He even forgot his current predicament, and forgot the hundreds of thousands of monsters eyeing him menacingly at his feet. Suddenly the woman moved. She turned her head slightly, across dozens of miles, across the swirling sand and purple mist. She slowly raised her right hand and pointed at Suyun from afar. The next instant, Suyun felt as if the whole world had collapsed. Holy crap! Suyun only had time to curse those 2 words in her mind. The next second, an indescribable repulsive force surged in from all directions. This is not an attack at all, it is the will of the entire world ostracizing him. It's like the human immune system discovering a virus and doing everything it can to get rid of it. The woman didn't even use the slightest bit of spiritual power. She merely manipulated the laws of this world. unreasonable and aloof. The dazzling tricolored spiritual light surrounding Suyun shattered instantly, like paper, in the face of this repulsive force. Even the usually imposing heavenly Dao red rope, like a startled snake, swiftly retreated into Suyun's wrist, tightly binding it and daring not to show itself again. Puff! Suyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. That dizzying feeling returned. The scene before my eyes began to shatter. A white palace, golden eyes, a black army, a purple sky. Everything is rapidly receding, stretching into bizarre and grotesque lines. You son of a bitch, just you wait. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Suyun didn't forget to utter a harsh word in his heart. Chapter 69. Was Sister Jiang turned into this by me? Woke up? A familiar voice reached my ears, its barely concealed anxiety evident. Suyun struggled to open her eyes. The ceiling was a pure white expanse, and the pleasant scent of Jiang Hongyan lingered in the air. The taste today is like the crisp red plum blossoms after a snowfall. It's completely different from when I first saw it. The gaze gradually focused. Jiang Hongyan's excessively beautiful face loomed large before my eyes. She wasn't wearing makeup, her face was bare, and there was a faint dark circle under her eyes, making her look somewhat haggard. Her long hair, which was always meticulously combed, was now casually tied into a bun, with a few stray strands hanging down by her ears, making her look exceptionally gentle. How long has this woman been guarding him? Water. Suyun opened her mouth, but her voice came out hoarse like a broken gong. Jiang Hongyan turned around, picked up the thermos next to her, tested the temperature, then inserted a straw and brought it to Suyun's lips. Suyun took a few deep breaths and felt the fire in his throat finally go out. How long did I sleep? Suyun took a breath and tried to move her arm, but the pain made her wince. 3 days. Jiang Hongyan put down the cup and reached out to touch his forehead. Her hands were cool, and it felt especially comfortable against her burning skin. 3 days? Suyun was stunned for a moment. I thought I would be reincarnated as soon as I fell asleep. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Hongyan glared at him, her eyes filled with lingering fear. When I carried you back, you were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and your breath was as weak as a dead person's. At that time, I thought. She paused, not saying anything more, but simply took her hand off Suyun's forehead and took his hand in hers. They held on very tightly. Suyun could feel that her palms were covered in sweat. This is a powerful expert at the King realm, Jiang Hongyan, who wouldn't even blink if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, yet she was so frightened. Suyun felt a warmth in her heart and reached out to squeeze her fingers. Although it wasn't very strong, it was still a response. I'm not dead, am I? Suyun forced to smile. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take me, a freeloader, for fear that I'd seduce his Mengpa, the goddess of forgetfulness in the underworld. You're such a chatterbox. Jiang Hongyan rolled her eyes at him, but her tense shoulders visibly relaxed. She stood up and looked down at Suyun. Today she was wearing a loose white silk blouse, with the top 2 buttons undone. She hadn't quite straightened them yet because of bending over to feed her water earlier. From Suyun's reclining position, the view was exceptionally beautiful. Her collarbones were deep set, her skin was so white it reflected light, and below that was a striking curve that rose and fell slightly with her breath. My body doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Jiang Hongyan noticed his gaze, but instead of hiding it, she straightened her chest and looked at him with a half smile. You're still lustful even though you just woke up. Looks like you're really alright. Cough cough. Suyun blushed. How am I feeling? This is terrible. Jiang Hongyan sighed and sat back down on the edge of the bed. Your meridians aren't broken, but they were washed away by that terrifying spatial law, and now they're as fragile as tofu. The doctor said you need to rest for at least half a month. During that time, you won't be able to use your spiritual power, and you'll even have difficulty getting out of bed. Suyun closed his eyes and looked inward. Really? The dantian was empty. Although the meridians had been repaired by some kind of force, they were covered with tiny cracks. But in the center of that dilapidated dantian, the heavenly Dao red rope was excessively energetic. It is no longer the illusory red of before, but has become more solid, and even has a dark golden luster in the red. It was like a well-fed little snake, lazily coiled up there, occasionally spitting out a wisp of extremely pure energy to nourish Suyun's damaged meridians. Is this a case of turning misfortune into good fortune? Sister Jiang, I have something important to tell you. Suyun dropped his playful grin and became serious. Seeing his expression, Jiang Hongyan also composed herself, raised her sleeve and waved it, and golden red law runes flashed and spread around the room. A king-level expert is already able to mobilize the power of laws to a certain extent, and setting up a barrier is no problem for them. What did you see inside? Jiang Hongyan asked. She knew that Su Yun wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was important. If you're willing to risk your life to go in and take a look, there's definitely a big secret inside. Army. Su Yun uttered 2 words. Jiang Hongyan's expression hardened. How many? At least 100,000. Su Yun still gets goosebumps when she recalls that scene. And it wasn't some chaotic beast tide. It was a well-organized army. In front was a square formation of several thousand high-level black fire spirits, and behind them were various strange beasts. They just lay there, without making a sound, and their discipline was almost comparable to that of a human army. Jiang Hongyan's expression changed completely. She suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the ward. 100,000, in organized units. She muttered to herself, "This is completely different from what we previously assessed. We always thought the other side was a wild, untamed world, inhabited only by animalistic instincts. If they have an organization, that would be a racial war." And another thing, Su Yun dropped the bombshell, "I saw a tower at the edge of that wasteland." A tower? Jiang Hongyan stopped in her tracks. A white tower, very tall. Su Yun squinted. There's a woman standing on top of the tower. Woman? Jiang Hongyan frowned, her eyes suddenly turning strange. Su Yun, you're almost dead, and you can still see a woman on top of the tower? Is she pretty? Su Yun. Is this woman's focus misplaced? She's beautiful, but that's not the point. Su Yun said helplessly, "The point is, the reason I was kicked out was because she glanced at me." A glance? Yes, just one glance. Su Yun smiled bitterly. Even from dozens of miles away, when she raised her hand and pointed, I felt like the whole world was rejecting me. That kind of power is definitely not something a king-level cultivator could possess. Sister Jiang, with your current strength, could you blare at a grandmaster from dozens of miles away and make them half dead? Jiang Hongyan fell silent. She shook her head, "It's impossible. Although those at the king realm can manipulate laws, that's borrowing them. The situation you described is more like words becoming law. I'll ask our ancestors in a few days. This intelligence is too heavy a burden. If there really is a powerful expert of this level on the other side, then what's the difference between this crimson flame skymarked defense line and paper?" But don't despair too much. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere, Su Yun spoke up, "I think that woman is unlikely to get out. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have already led a large army to attack." Jiang Hongyan nodded and took a deep breath. This intelligence is extremely important. Su Yun, you have done a great service. I must report to the higher-ups immediately and request reinforcements. The troops in Yuzhang province are simply not enough to fill the gaps between those 100,000 troops. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait a minute, Su Yun called out to her. Jiang Hongyan turned around, "What's wrong? Is there anything else that's bothering you?" "No." Su Yun pointed to his mouth. "I've done a great service, and I haven't even received a reward?" Jiang Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Her smile was truly captivating. She walked back, bent down, and pressed her red lips heavily against Su Yun's lips. "I'll owe you for now." She reached out and gently stroked Su Yun's nose with her finger. "Once you're better, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, she turned and strode away, her back view swift and decisive, reverting to her former image as an iron-blooded female warrior. Su Yun touched her lips, the warmth and fragrance of her lips still lingered on them. How come I never noticed how alluring she was before? Did I turn her into this? Chapter 70 Sister John's ovulation period has arrived. He lay back down on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his consciousness into his lower abdomen. There were some things he hadn't said to Jiang Hongyan earlier. That woman in the White Tower was indeed ridiculously strong, but Su Yun was able to return alive not because she showed mercy, but because of the heavenly Tao red thread. Before being kicked out, the heavenly Tao red thread was frantically devouring the laws of that world. In that final strike, the heavenly red rope's protection was irreplaceable. Su Yun could now clearly feel that the barrier he had built at the peak of the 9th level of Grandmaster had loosened. Moreover, and more importantly, With a thought, Suyun felt the heavily Dao red thread tremble slightly in his consciousness, emitting a strange fluctuation. A scorching aura of fire elemental law emanated from it, the same aura found at the edge of the crimson flame heavenly mark. Suyun's heart pounded wildly. The heavenly red rope can indeed simulate the laws of another world. Considering that when they entered Tianhen, the heavenly Dao red rope used the fire-based laws of this world to deceive the incomplete law barrier, does that mean? A bold idea suddenly popped into Suyun's mind. The desolate well, which can only be entered by those at the King realm, is essentially a barrier of laws. If the heavenly Dao red rope can simulate the laws of the desolate well, does that mean that even a grandmaster like him can slip through the loopholes and infiltrate it? Holy crap! For the next few days, Suyun lived a truly blissful life. Although Jiang Hongyan was extremely busy, holding countless video conferences and mobilizing various resources every day, she was still very busy. But whenever she had free time, she would sneak into into his hospital room. Sometimes it's feeding them, sometimes it's wiping their bodies. A powerful figure at the King realm, a regional lord of the Great Xia Kingdom, is now working as a caregiver, and doing it with great enthusiasm. Open your mouth. Jiang Hongyan carried a bowl of thick medicinal porridge, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Suyun's lips. Suyun leaned against the headboard and opened his mouth to catch it like a grandpa. Is it hot? Jiang Hongyan asked. It's not hot, Suyun said with a grin. As long as it's fed by Sister Jiang, even poison will taste sweet. You're so glib. Jiang Hongyan gave him a reproachful look, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. She wore a black shirt and slim-fit jeans today. She rarely dresses so simply, but this style accentuates her stunning figure. Especially when she was sitting, her thighs were crossed, their lines round and firm, which made Suyun's heart flutter. I thought to myself, this woman is indeed amazing, she can actually resonate with my supreme bone. You're already lying in bed, why are your eyes still wandering around? Jiang Hongyan put the spoon into the bowl and stared at Suyun's eyes with a half-smile. Suyun answered honestly. Sister, it's a shame you don't use your legs to pedal a tricycle. Jiang Hongyan. She reached out and pinched Suyun's waist lightly, just a little, it tickled. I think you're just asking for trouble. Suyun grasped her hand and played with her slender fingers. Sister Jiang, I've been lying in bed for 5 days now, and I feel like my bones are rusty. Can I ask permission to get out of bed and move around a bit? No. Jiang Hongyan refused outright. The doctor said it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Even though you're a martial artist with strong recovery abilities, you still have to rest for at least 10 days. What will you do if you develop a chronic condition? Don't worry. Suyun grinned mischievously, my kidneys have been through countless trials, they absolutely won't let you down. Don't believe me? Feel them. As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Hongyan's hand and tucked it into the blanket. Jiang Hongyan blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. Stop it. This is a hospital. So it's okay to go back? We'll talk about it when we get back. Jiang Hongyan turned her head away. Suyun felt incredibly pleased to see her acting like a little girl. Who would have thought that Jiang Hongyan, the blood rose Huaman Lu, who was ruthless and decisive outside and feared by countless men, would be like this in front of him? A stark contrast. But jokes aside, Suyun wasn't idle. These past few days, he has been secretly researching the new functions of the heavenly red string. As his body recovered, he discovered that the activity of the heavenly red rope was becoming stronger and stronger. Previously, it passively absorbed energy and fed it back to Suyun, but now it seems to have developed some kind of sentience. Whenever Suyun circulates his cultivation technique, the red rope automatically simulates the law fluctuations most suitable for the current environment, greatly increasing Suyun's cultivation speed. In just 5 days, his meridians, which were originally covered with cracks, not only healed completely, but also became stronger and wider than before. The bottleneck at the peak of the 9th level of Grandmaster is as thin as a sheet of paper. He was waiting for an opportunity. Oh, right. Jiang Hongyan suddenly said, people from above have already been sent down to verify that intelligence. If it's true, there will probably be a big move. But none of this concerns you, your current task is to recover from your injuries. She paused, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. There's one more thing. What? 5 days from now, the Clan's Desolate Well and Heavenly Ravine will open. Jiang Hongyan looked at Suyun. I have to go in. Suyun's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. What are you going there for? To find the Horcrux? Su Yun asked knowingly. Zhang Hongyan nodded. Although I am currently at the king level, I do not yet possess a soul weapon. Without a soul weapon, a king-level cultivator's combat power is reduced by at least half. Facing the upcoming great battle, I must push my strength to its limit. She clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. Moreover, our ancestor said that there is something in the desolate well that is crucial to the fire law of my lineage. If I can obtain it, I can truly stabilize my realm and even advance further. Su Yun looked at her. This woman, despite being under immense pressure, still pretends to be nonchalant in front of me. Then I'll go too, Su Yun blurted out. You can't go at all. Zhang Hongyan said without even thinking. The desolate well is not the heavenly mark. The suppression of the laws within it is far more terrifying than the heavenly mark. Anyone who enters before reaching the king realm is doomed. Even your physical body will be crushed into a pulp. It was a miracle that you came back alive from Tianhan last time. Su Yun shrugged. All right, then be careful. While saying this, Su Yun was secretly sneering. Not going? Of course not. These past 10 days have been a bit too comfortable. Zhang Hongyan was busy stabilizing her cultivation level and was in seclusion every day. Su Yun wasn't idle either. Every day, besides sunbathing in the yard, he studied and perceived the heavenly Tao red string. That evening, Su Yun had just finished showering and was lying shirtless on the bed scrolling through battle reports on his phone when the door was pushed open. Su Yun knew who it was without even looking up. In this Zhang family compound, the only person who dared to enter his room without knocking was that newly promoted female overlord. Still not asleep? Zhang Hongyan's voice came over, and it sounded a bit off. There was a rare softness in that voice. Something's not right. Could it be that I'm ovulating? Su Yun shoved her phone under her pillow and sat up. Sister Jiang, even though this is your home, you could at least knock on the door. You scared me like this. Su Yun stopped mid-sentence. He stared blankly at Zhang Hongyan as she walked in. Tonight, Zhang Hongyan wore a white silk nightgown. Su Yun was very puzzled. How did she manage to cater to my tastes? Lin Qingying and Xia Ro wouldn't tell her that I, Su Yun, like women wearing white pajamas. The nightgown was made of very thin material with a beautiful drape, like a layer of water clinging to her body. As she walked, the fabric clung tightly to her waist and hips, making her breathtaking S-curve even more pronounced. The worst part is that she had just taken a shower. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. Water droplets slid down her fair neck and into the neckline of her nightgown, disappearing into the barely visible white cleavage. She wasn't wearing shoes. Those feet were so white they were almost dazzling, with round and cute toes, and they made no sound at all when they stepped on the floor. That's something. Are you stunned? Zhang Hongyan walked to the bedside and looked down at Su Yun. It's a bit silly. Su Yun nodded honestly, his gaze sweeping over her without any attempt to hide it. What's going on tonight? Who taught you this? Zhang Hongyan didn't respond. She gently bit her lip, then lifted the covers and crawled in. A pleasant scent of shower gel mixed with her unique body fragrance instantly enveloped Su Yun. Just as Su Yun was about to speak, a warm and soft body pressed against her.